Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
So the new bounty format from Blast, I think it's very exciting.
The first time I see something in cybersport.
I actually like the whole idea about you can pick like opponent and stuff. So
adds a little bit of spice to it, I would say. Really interesting to see how it's gonna see out also throughout the tournament.
It's gonna make things more interesting for the fans as well. Putting money on people's heads, it kind of incentivize people to take some risks.
To start the season off with something like this, like a new format, is always bringing something more exciting, and also the new rosters competing. So I think there's gonna be many interesting twists.
It's something that kind of scene sort of needs, so hopefully it should be something that's fun to watch.
This is the first time we've ever done the live draft for the Blast Bounty in the studios. We get to see which of our teams are going to be picking into their opponents and go through the whole Blast Bounty format once again. Maui and View, we're still here, we're still rocking it. We had to see how this is going to go down, but this is where it gets interesting because some of the seeds have changed, people who can pick who has changed. It becomes now a bit more of a closer fight.
We're going to see some of the strategies that these teams have as you actually can implement one in this sort of format, which I always think is an added bonus and one of the ways that the bounty is not only unique, but actually just adds another level to the game.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have seen each other play now, right? So you've seen how G2 looks, you've seen how FaZe looks a little shaky, and so you can actually pick based on form, not just based on kind of guessing.
Well, let's bring all of our teams into the mix as we're about to watch and wait for this to go down. They're ready and waiting to decide who they're going to be picking into, and we get to enjoy this moment of watching how it might unfold. Now, some picks might not be kind of the way you would think it would be, right, Maya? It's not going to be maybe just as easy. We've seen this, you mentioned it, some teams maybe not looking as strong as what we thought they would be.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like if you've been watching the matches closely, you're going to look at what G2 just did, where they barely beat a bait team. They looked a little discombobulated in situations. FaZe with the Liege, they weren't hitting the ground running whatsoever. And even some of the underdogs, there are going to be some surprises here probably for teams that even probably have a better seed, like say BetBoom, for example.
Yeah, is BetBoom a team that people might just want to pick into, or is it scary because of what they were able to do?
I'd be a little bit scared of BetBoom based on what they actually did in their upset. I mean, that looked like an impressive team. It didn't look like a fluke win.
In terms of it, like looking at it from that sense, you also mentioned about FaZe coming in here, Mario, right?
Yes.
You said like they were maybe not looking as strong as what we expected. Does that still make them a team maybe people would go for? Maybe now they have more practice days. How do you weigh this up if you're one of the other teams?
I would have to do that because at this point, you're going to eventually have to beat consecutive teams to go deep into this bounty tournament. And so for a team like FaZe that just looks a little bit more vulnerable, where they're integrating a Liege, we're seeing Rain, for example, switch to anchor spots. Some of the qualms or the kinks have not quite been ironed out yet for them. And so if I'm an underdog team, I'd say why not? I think FaZe they're the 6th seed or something like that, around that, maybe 5th, 6th, 7th.
6, yes,
okay,
you're correct.
Yeah, okay, so I was right the first time either way. Yeah, no, I think that's maybe like a high enough bounty where I think the risk is worth the reward.
There's one thing I always know about you, Maui. You're always right on the first time. But it is time for the draft, and our first pick is 9th seed here for FURIA. So let's see what they're going to do. Sid, how we doing?
Hello, James. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone.
It is good morning for sure. What have you been cooking for us here, bro? Where did your mind go when you come through all of this?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm thinking. Your opinion might have changed what I think, or maybe not. Let's see what we have.
All right.
Should I do the pick now, or?
Yeah, let's go for it. Tell us who you're picking, my man.
Okay, so we're picking BetBoom.
BetBoom. Okay, you went for him, but you saw what they did to Mouse, right?
We did, yeah. We all saw that. They played very good. But yeah, we'll have to take more things into consideration. One of the things we discussed before knowing who would be available for us to pick was that if any upset happened, maybe it would be smart to take a look at that and maybe consider picking the team that pulled off that upset. And for us, it also makes sense considering the schedule and having that extra day to prep. And we still have some adjustments to do after today's match because we had a very intense day. I mean, everyone who played today did, to be honest. And we still have some things that we need to iron out, and we need to think about some of the things that didn't work out today. We had a quick look at the match, but wasn't enough. I feel like this extra day could be very helpful, and yeah, that's our pick, and I took multiple factors into considerations.
Yeah, that was a pretty comprehensive breakdown of why you went for them. I guess in what you did gather of BetBoom so far, who feels like the star player of that team for you?
Has to be Magnus, right? Because he really hits hard. He's been having very good performances for a long time in that lineup, and we also know how Exile can be very dominant too as a rifler. And I mean, they have really good players, but yeah, we'll be on the watch for them.
Cool, thanks.
Well, Sid, thank you very much for joining us. Go get some rest, my man, and best of luck when you go into your game against BetBoom.
Thank you guys. Have a good night, one.
Okay, so straight away, they went for what they saw was maybe the vulnerable pick. They were not going to listen to us. Sid said, maybe it influenced us. No, he said he's going actually straight in for it. Vu, what are you thinking?
I mean, who else are you going to pick? You're going to pick FaZe. Just the names on paper are just too scary.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one of those ones where you lose, and then your team is like, why did we listen to this idiot? What is he thinking? Never again. So BetBoom, if you lose, you're like, okay, we made a mistake. Everyone agreed on this mistake.
Well, let's keep things moving. 10th seed is Eternal Fire. We've got Maja joining us. Maja, how are you doing, my man? Oh, he can't hear
I
us.
don't know if you hear me, guys.
I hear
but
you.
We have no sounds, like a production issue.
Oh no, I do hear you though.
At all.
All right, we can wait and try and get that fixed with him. We'll see how that goes. We'll give ourselves some time.
I would just say that the FURIA, on the FURIA one though, picking BetBoom, they looked really good, and I feel like Mao's had a hard time containing them, just kind of lightly previewing this matchup. And I feel like if you don't know the strategies that BetBoom has, like, they are fast, they're explosive, they have a little bit of misdirection. I think that's like the kind of chaos that FURIA have always wanted, but this iteration of FURIA has slowed things down a little bit. I think BetBoom might go too fast for them, honestly.
But could they not try and match it in a little way? Can they try and fight back on some of that?
Man, Cello was trying to get something going like that today for himself, and I don't know. Like, if their aggressive entries are Cello versus Magnajez, I'm taking Magnajez. I'm taking Magnajez. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. They're back on the line. Maja, Eternal Fire, he is with us. Do you hear me, my friend?
Hello, guys.
There we go. Maja,
how are you?
I know it's late, but how are you feeling right now? How have you processed all of your thoughts on who you want to pick?
So I'm gonna go short, like it's a long night. We're gonna pick Falcons as a teams. That's all.
Why did you pick into Falcons? What was your main reason?
I think it's an exciting match against us, so I think it's a good matchup for us, so that's all.
Okay, I mean, but they got Nico now.
Yeah, they got Nico, of course, but we have Zone Towers. So
True. He's spitting right now.
What did you make of the first game from Falcons?
I think they play Train, right? They play Train.
Yeah.
I don't remember. They play Ents. I think they play Train.
Yep.
I think they have the code of Heroic and Magisk also, and Nico. So I think it's a good teams, but we just take decision as a teams, and I think it's a good matchup for us. So let's see. I think it's gonna be an exciting match.
Respect.
Yeah, and you were so confident with it. So Maja, thank you for joining us. We'll let you go.
Thank you guys, and
we look forward to seeing
guys.
you up against Falcons.
Sorry, I'm a little tired.
No, I don't blame you, bro. We're with you the whole way.
At this time, I'm sleeping. Never wake up at this time.
It is that kind of time right now, but I do appreciate all of the guys joining us. Vu, them picking into Falcons. Is there a weaker spot there, do you think? He said Zantares versus Nico. He's believing in his boy.
Falcons Ents happened so long ago, I forgot it even happened. You know, FaZe was looking a little weak, but when you actually look at Falcons versus Ents, Falcons were looking pretty weak. I mean, was it OT in both games? Those were very close games. They didn't have
so. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, the train game for sure was like Falcons had to kind of get themselves back into it. Like the synergy is not necessarily there across the board for them. And so despite the heroic core, you know, being a decently strong team, I feel like the other two guys with them, like there's a lot of voices on that team. That's what I can say.
Well, just before we get to the next one, right, we've got G2, Na'Vi, Vitality, Spirit, FaZe, and Liquid still to be picking from. And now we're going to go to Big Clan. Kakafu's there, standing by with us. Hello, Kakafu. How are you doing, my man?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Very good. Thank you very much for asking. We're hanging in there. Your processing of who you wanted to pick, what kind of methods did you guys use in order to choose this? Did you sit down as a team? Was it just you and Tabson?
I mean, we discussed this with the team. Like everybody here is in the boot camp, so like obviously everybody's watching the game. I was like talking about it, who we can pick, and yeah, we made a good choice, I think.
Okay, well let's find out then. Who are you going for, Kakafu?
So we are picking G2.
Woo! Okay, you're going for the #1 spot. I like this. Damn, Kakafu. Okay, you were not so impressed with what you just saw from them?
No, I think obviously they're a good team, but I think there's a lot of consideration, right? I think our first goal was to pick a team that also made changes. I think it's always something new, even if you only change one player. I think the teams that didn't change have an advantage because of the like playbook everybody's like filling in there. So that was like one consideration, and I think obviously like how everything turned out today. I think playing on Sunday is also pretty good, and like we feel confident. We're a new team. I think we can take a nice spot here, and yeah, that's why we picked G2.
Were you close to picking FaZe? Who was second up if G2 just dominated 2-0? Who was the second pick?
So we also wanted to go for Falcons.
Okay.
So obviously the same reason, right? New team to mix together, and the fourth guy we would have picked would be FaZe Clan.
Nice. Okay, well we can see your methods. Good luck to you when you get into your game. Kakafu, thank you very much for joining us, man.
Bye-bye.
Okay, they went straight for that #1 spot. There's some good money on the line for it, right? There's opportunity there, and there's definitely a weak spot shown within G2.
I like it. I like the pick overall. You know, G2 playing this late into the day and showing kind of a roulette of people who are going to pop off for them.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like map to map, it's just one individual that's going to try to carry them, and it wasn't actually Team CS, whereas Big, they've always been about the structure. They've always been about the system, and so maybe that can uplift them over the individuals of G2.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to put it. I think G2 looked vulnerable if you come in with a strategic approach, like Big is going to do. With the addition of Hyped, I think they're going to do pretty well.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing it when it does come to that. But next up to pick into is going to be Heroic and Saw. Saw already found success with his lineup, getting some of that first bounty achieved as well. A big one for him. Saw, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing very good, my man. We're excited throughout all of this. How does it work within the Heroic camp right now? Is it just Saw, mastermind, I'm in full control of everything? Or do you sit down and break it down with the team?
Yeah, I would say, of course, it's gonna be a team decision as well. Like having discussions about what teams should we pick into. Of course, in the end, it's gonna be also my decision in the end, but gonna hear out the team and then see where we go.
Did any of the teams you wanted before already be taken away?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fair to say that some of them got picked already.
Which was your #1 pick, if possible?
Well, I think we would have gone with BetBoom if it was available.
That makes perfect sense. All right, so then tell me who you are picking.
So we are gonna pick Liquid.
Liquid.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. You want to go up against Nerds, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like I know him quite well, so it's gonna be a fun matchup now.
Do you think that your guys' calling might actually be able to upset Liquid on a couple of the maps? Because you're a master of strategizing, obviously, Saw.
Yeah, I think the map pool also matches up quite well. Like, we will get some maps we will like, and we can be prepared in the matchup, of course. So it's gonna be nice, even though it goes live in like now 9 hours or something.
Okay, good luck. Good luck.
Well, you know what? You said that it's in 9 hours, so we'll let you get some sleep, Saw. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're excited to see the game tomorrow, my man.
Thank you.
Okay, going straight for Liquid, going straight for one of his ex-players in there, but Liquid did look pretty damn good.
I mean, they did look vulnerable at times on the T side in the late rounds. I think that is absolutely something Heroic can try and attack. And not only that, but when Heroic played, Sunpius didn't pop off the way we expect him to. And if he can turn it on, then I think they absolutely could take down Liquid.
Totally. If Saw gives Sunpius a strict game plan to follow to try to anti-strat Liquid, I feel like one, Sunpius is one of the best operators in the world to do that, and two, I feel like Saw is going to get in the lab tonight. I don't think Saw's going to sleep. I'm just going to put it like that. Like, if we interview Saw tomorrow, this dude's going to have the biggest bags under his eyes. They'll be gone the next day, but,
yeah,
you know, he puts in the work.
The grind time is coming.
It's now. It's right now for him, literally the second.
Or maybe he's already started before, you know? He was like, okay, I'm going to start getting this done.
That's also possible.
He's so ready for it. And I'm ready to see our next team's pick. And this time, it's going to be Pain Gaming. We got Rix joining us here. Rix, thank you very much for staying up with us. You ready for this one?
Yeah, hello.
You hear us good?
We're ready.
Nice. Okay, that's perfect. All right, give it to us. Who is Pain picking?
We are going to choose FaZe.
Ooh, okay. Now, how high were FaZe on your order of teams you wanted to pick? Where did they list?
The 5th place.
Okay, okay. So a lot of the teams went away from you.
Yeah. Because we think that Navi, Vitality, and Spirit are like the best teams in the world right now. So yeah, FaZe.
FaZe. Okay, I like FaZe. I can respect it.
Is there anything in the FaZe game, if you watched the FaZe game back and had a chance to actually pinpoint what you think their weaknesses are?
We watched it a little, but we think that Robs was one of the best players in the world. So they are now a little worse, but they are still strong. Eligi is a very good player. So let's see.
Let's see indeed. Well, Rick, thank you very much for joining us. Get some rest, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Nice.
See ya.
Okay, so what's interesting here, guys, is it's the bottom has already gone, and we're just left with the very top teams. Whoa, what a big shock and surprise!
I think the best part is that even though G2 came into this tournament as the #1 seed, they were picked pretty early because they just looked so vulnerable versus bait. And so I'm just glad that the teams are watching the games. They're seeing like, okay, they're not just going to pick the lowest seeded team every single time and work upwards. They're going to say, okay, they barely beat bait. Okay, we're going to pick them pretty early here.
How much do you feel, though, right, that is obviously a confidence, but also part of the bounty that works into it as well? Like, they're thinking about how well they can jump up on that one.
Oh, no, I mean, if I'm a team and I see G2 play that and I see the bounty that's on their head, that gets ever juicier. So definitely should factor into their picks.
All right, let's keep things moving. Our next pick to come on in is going to be from Virtus Pro. Pashanoy is joining us. How are you doing, my man? You ready for this? Oh, I can't quite hear you. I know you're talking, but I don't hear you right now. We'll wait to get it all sorted out there.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
I'm sick. Sorry, I need to go to bed. We need to go to quickly.
Okay, we'll go quickly. You tell me straight up, who are you picking?
VP picked Vitality.
Wow. Okay. Give me the reason. Why Vitality?
They was left.
Okay. And you didn't want Spirit, you didn't want Navi, so you went, okay, it's just going to have to be them.
No, thank you.
Okay, well, you're sick, so I'm going to let you go. Please rest
thank you
up.
So much.
Feel
sorry.
better. No, don't say sorry. Feel better. Thank you very much for being here with us.
A bit surprised.
Yeah, me too.
Because I thought most people were thinking from what they saw, maybe Vitality is like one of the very best right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I oftentimes see these kind of inter-regional matchups as places where upsets happen quite often. Spirit is a team that can get taken down by a lesser CIS region team.
Yeah, no, I actually thought Vitality would end up being the last pick on this whole thing. So my power ranking, probably Vitality. In terms of what I assume teams are going to do, people just want to stray away from ZywOo. Like, online game, like he's gonna farm no matter what.
And now what's interesting for our next pick, right, is that whichever he picks, it's whose FlyQuest is left with. So we've got Astralis, we've got Rugger with us, and just 2 choices left. This is what happens when you're lower down on the seeding. You get the rough end of it all. Rugger, how are you feeling about your choices?
I think we saw it coming a little bit, so not that surprised.
Okay, so tell us, which one are you picking out of Na'Vi and Spirit?
We're picking Na'Vi.
Na'Vi, okay. Out of Spirit and Na'Vi, you just rate Spirit better, right? Is that why you're going for it?
I think we played them so much recently that it's nice to get a break from them for once in a while, so we'll go with Alexia and Na'Vi instead this time.
Why was Vitality your number? Like, who did you think was actually going to be left with of 2 picks? Did you think it was going to be Na'Vi and Spirit, or do you think Vitality was going to be in the mix?
We predicted a little bit the trio, but I thought that people would leave Vitality along with Spirit for us to pick. So yeah, Na'Vi, but I actually thought that it was going to be Vitality. You never know, like, this combination of players and playing, this honeymoon feeling, you bring Robs into everything. It's, it's not that fun of a team to play, I think.
So do you feel just a little lucky that you got Na'Vi instead?
I would say more like a matchup where you know a little bit what you can expect, whereas with Vitality and roles and everything, it would still be hidden a little bit. Like from the first game, you didn't get the full view of how things are running, whereas Na'Vi is known quantity. They're super good, but at least we know what to expect a little bit from their playstyle.
Makes total sense.
Well, Rugger, thank you very much for joining us. Go get some rest, and we'll look forward to seeing you when you go up against Na'Vi.
See you guys.
And so that just means FlyQuest is left with having to play Spirit. That's just how it goes, right? When you're down there at the bottom, you're gonna have to take what you get. The scraps are left over, but this scrap is really good.
I'm sure they're like, yay, we get to play against Donk. We get to see him in action in real life.
Regali will do his best versus Donk. That's what I can say. I know he will.
All right, let's get FlyQuest on the line. Let's hear from them. I believe it's Gomez standing by for us. Hello, my friend. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you guys?
We're doing very good. We're hanging in there. You, I guess you probably expected what? Maybe Vitality, maybe Spirit.
Yeah, it was always going to be one of those two. I think we prepared sort of for both. There was no responsibility for me to pick, so they all went to bed, and here I am.
You're just here to join us for the ride, and it is a wild ride at that. But do you believe yourselves right now, like in terms of just being prepared and getting ready for it, having that idea of who it will be? Do you have confidence in the boys no matter what?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we have a different lineup. We're playing slightly differently, so that can't be easy for Spirit, but they're a really good team, so we'll just have to see how it goes.
With Regali, I just kind of like an interview about your team, I guess. Like, how's he fitting in socially?
Yeah, really good. We were a bit surprised. We thought he'd be quite serious, but he's like a real zoomer, I guess. So similar to Vexite, so they have a lot of fun and joke around a lot.
Well, perfect. Gomez, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for sticking it with us nice and late, and we will see you later on throughout the tournament, my man.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
And there we have it, the first live draft done. I know it was crazy late at night, but thank you for everyone for sticking with us. Thank you for everyone from the coaches to the players to everything who came in and just took a part in this. This is going to get interesting though, because obviously the G2-1 is the big one, but we're looking at our schedule for tomorrow, and we're starting with Liquid Heroic. I loved what Saw was trying to cook there.
This is, I think this is a really cool matchup just because there's so little prep time. Mither on Twitter was already upset about the lack of preparation time that his team is going to have, unfortunately. And so if Saw can get more done in a shorter amount of time, I feel like Saw at the end of the day, not going to have those same kind of excuses.
It's actually interesting as well because Hero could have spent a little bit of extra time prepping for Liquid, knowing that they very likely were going to be open, but Liquid has this very limited time to actually prep in the other direction.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, right? Some mind games that come in. Next up after that, we're going to have Pain taking on FaZe. Now, we won't be covering that, but that's an interesting one because what we said about FaZe, right? They did have some of the shakiness to it. Some things are not comfortable at times. Do you think Pain has what it takes? They can get in their face and disrupt that a little bit more?
Oh, I mean, that's what Big Uzera and Davideus are all about. They're all about getting in people's faces, a couple smokes, a little bit of misdirection, make it difficult for the defense to read what's going on. If I am FaZe, I'm going to hope that Elysia isn't trying to shove all those like shortcut phrases down my throat too fast because we just need clear and concise stuff, and it needs to be understood by everybody right away.
Well, here you have it on the screens, our bounty hunters against the new most wanted and how it's all working out. Guys, thank you very much for rocking with us all night long. This has been the Blast Bounty Season 1. This has been the live draft. We'll see you tomorrow. More great games coming your way. You don't want to miss it. But for now, get some rest. Good night.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
The final day of online play at the Blast Bounty 2025 and last chance saloon for 4 teams to be joining us here in the Copenhagen studio next week. My name is Farah Spears, ever so gracefully joined by Pimp and Dupree. For your final day on the desk, wasn't my decision, but it's been such a pleasure having you. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've enjoyed it, and it's kind of weird, and we got here pretty fast. I think like time has been flying, you know, so I've been enjoying my time, get the taste of the whole analyst life and the things behind, you know, it's been a great experience.
I'm gonna miss our morning rides, you know, heading into the studio and discussing life and discussing all sorts of cool things for you, which you're not part of, by the way.
No, I do come to the studio bright and early to get ready. That's why I look so dazzling compared to you, Jacob.
Debatable.
Nevertheless, we had some dazzling results going down yesterday. We had a couple of 3-map affairs, some more, I guess, convincing victories going into the later stages of the evening. Let's begin with Heroic versus Liquid, the bounty hunters taking down the most wanted here.
A very surprising victory for Heroic in some sense, you know, taking down Liquid, a match that we had favored going in the favor of Liquid. And, you know, despite Nerds playing well and the start of Liquid is looking good, Heroic just came out on top and played some great Counter-Strike.
Next up, it was FaZe taking on Pain. Yet another upset, topsy-turvy result, Jacob.
No one really saw that coming, did they? I know FaZe made a roster change, Elise came into the lineup. Kerrigan even said in the interview heading into the game that it feels like they changed half the team because all the rotations and all the roles are changed within FaZe Clan, which we saw with Rain. Maybe perhaps, you know, getting used to a new role. So a little bit surprising that FaZe weren't able to take down Pain, but I don't want to take anything away from the Brazilians. They played one hell of a game and fully deserved the victory.
Just to contextualize, both of those squads are unfortunately eliminated because it is a brutal single elimination online beginning of the tournament. Next up, FlyQuest. They were always going to be in for a bad time going up against Spirit, weren't they, Peter?
What can I say? What can I say? The dunk show just continues. He did not slow down from last year. He just keeps on going, and they did not even stand a chance. They got the majority of only 4 rounds. It was bittersweet being a FlyQuest yesterday. But
Yeah, some of those numbers just saying ain't cute at the bottom of our screen. Let's move swiftly on and talk about Astralis versus Na'Vi. How did this one go down, Jacob?
A close first map, a very competitive first map, and Device once again showing that he is back on track. I was very impressed with his individual display throughout this tournament. Unfortunately for Device and unfortunately for Astralis, they weren't able to put up much of a fight on the second map, and they are also eliminated. But some decent signs coming out of Device, and I guess for Na'Vi, it's good to see them back playing some solid Counter-Strike after a rough major for them to end the year.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, from some bad times for Astralis in that game yesterday to the good times, because Dupree, you've had plenty of them. I think it's only fair that, you know, it's your last day on the desk. We take a trip down memory lane, scroll through the history books, scroll through the HLTV photos archive, because you've had quite the history in this game. I don't think people realize how long you've been competing for, right? When do you remember when your first match was?
I think my first official match might go all the way back to maybe the beginning of 2010, maybe maybe as a semi-pro. Then
back in Source, right?
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, back in Source. I mean, maybe that being like the first actual, I wouldn't say professional, but official match. But then of course going into Global Offensive, this was one of the first ones with the likes of 3D Max. That was an organization that I was competing for back in the days. This was one of my first tournaments with them, and you know the whole idea about getting to play with some experienced players from the Source days was great for me. You know, I kind of got that breakthrough I was looking for. So you know, just looking back at this picture, you know, I've also changed quite a bit since then. You know, the game has changed quite a bit, but it's great to look back at.
Yeah, shout out to HLTV for providing these images as well. It's such a nice archive to kind of look back on. Is it weird for you to look back at those moments now that you've accomplished so much and think about young Peter back then? Did he have any idea what you'd achieve?
No, not at all. I mean, I had hopes. I had high hopes that I would achieve something great, but if I could go back in time and just, you know, look at my career how it is now, you know, I don't think I would ever imagine that would be possible for me. So obviously I'm very grateful and proud of what I have achieved, but it's something that I still sometimes can't figure out.
Probably one of the moments you want to forget from your career is having to meet this guy that you're now standing next to. This is like the Easter egg of all pictures, right? Like, do you want to name a couple of the people in here? It's wild.
I mean, obviously we have our good friend Jacob sitting, you know, he's spectating us, probably thinking, why am I not in this team? You know, he's really jealous. Then obviously you have Apex looking as well. You know, it's a funny story because Apex was also this kind of guy that really liked to stand behind us and watch all of our games. So he's very passionate about Counter-Strike. And then not to forget to mention Glaive, he's in the far left of the pic, you know.
Wild.
It's actually crazy thinking that I have 2 of my best in-game leaders standing behind me watching me play at that time.
And then Jacob, of course.
Why are you so mean to me?
What were you doing? Well, you weren't on the same team at this point, no?
No, I was playing in Western Wolves together with Glaive, and back in the days and back in that particular instance, I think we were the better Danish team for a short brief of time, and then Peter all of a sudden came out of nowhere and he catapulted into becoming what Peter is today, and I guess the most accoladed Counter-Strike player the game has to offer.
What did you think when you first saw him play?
I thought that Peter was hella annoying to play against. I thought Peter was a phrase that we use in Denmark a lot, and it may sound a bit more rough. I thought Peter was brain dead when he was playing Counter-Strike. He was this young kid who was always trust his aim. His individual skill was always above whoever you played with. And I think back in the day, you know, we like to make excuses as to why not to pick up Peter to our team. You know, maybe he's not that smart, maybe he's not that great of a communicator, but fact of the matter is that Peter had more skill than the vast majority of us, and that transpired throughout your entire career. So he went from being a guy you didn't really want to pick up to a guy that you always wanted to be part of your team. And
that did end up, you uniting on a team and actually winning a trophy together. Peter, tell me the story behind this and your $2,000 prize.
I mean, it's a long time ago, and this was actually when I think we won our first international tournament together.
Yeah.
It was a very small one. It was like a national team tournament, like a European championship. So we went up to the likes in Serbia, and we were going to face off in. It was like a basement of a hotel. I think we were playing in.
Yeah.
It was like a small place, and we got to play against France, and we beat them. you know.
We beat Kenny's Shocks Uzi, I think, was playing back in the days.
Apex
as well.
yeah.
Apex as well was part of that lineup. So yeah, we won our first international trophy together, and a stunning prize of $2,000, which I have used all of.
Was there a crowd there?
There was a little crowd, yeah. It was like
I think it was like a maximum
like a lobby
of, like,
setting, maybe
like
50 people or something
Where
like that.
was it? Was it in Denmark?
In Belgrade.
In Belgrade.
Belgrade.
Okay. Shout out Belgrade. Let's move on to talk about the majors. This is when you guys, split apart a little bit. You're on Dignitas. This is back in 2014 for the 4th ever CS:GO major.
I mean, Jacob, again, it's kind of a storyline that just keeps going, that he seems to be in the pictures and he's jealous of being there,
Take me in.
Yo, speaking about being Alicia's biggest fan, you're the Pre's biggest fan, my dude.
I mean, back then, around this time, I was a pretty big Dupree fan. He had established himself as being one of the best Danish players, and always a nice guy to be around. Fetch is sitting to my right here in the picture as well. You and him, you always had a weird mood together. I felt like there was always a certain energy between the two of you.
We had a good energy,
You had a very good energy. It was always fun to be around Peter.
Now, we've skipped forward a couple of years to talk about the first ever major that you won. And Jacob somehow is still here. He's still on a team because you played against each other in this tournament, right?
We did play against each other in the group stage match, the last group stage match actually, where the winner would progress into the playoff, the loser would be eliminated from the tournament. The rest is, of course, history. Peter and Astralis beat us quite handily, I think, on Mirage 16-4, 16-5, wasn't even like a close game. You went on to win your very first major, and that was actually my very last major I ever played. I retired a couple of months after that.
So you're the reason that Jacob's here on the desk.
I was just tired of him following me around all the time. I had to get rid of him somehow, right?
And then you guys went on to lift the trophy here. As we said, first major. Can you remember that feeling? Like, describe it to us.
I mean, I think the first one always stands out. People constantly ask me about, like, what is the greatest out of the 5 majors you've won, which is like the most important for you, and there's like every one of them has their own story, and I think the first one will always stand out in my mind. This is what you as a Counter-Strike player always want to achieve. This is like the greatest thing you want to achieve, and it's the dream that everyone has when they start playing Counter-Strike, winning a major. So of course, winning that first major, getting over the hump and the history that we've had with choking in semifinals and actually getting that trophy and beating a legendary team in the likes of the grand final, it just felt amazing. I mean, we finally made it.
And it was also surprising, right? Because I remember, as I said, you were in the group stage, you were 2-2, you were one game away from being knocked out, and all of a sudden you come into the playoff and you end up winning the entire thing. So that kind of kickstarted the whole Astralis era, so to speak, the aura around you guys that you could actually win tournament instead of, as you said, go out in quarterfinals and semifinals. It came out of nowhere, and then from that point on, this man just picked them up one after another.
Yeah, let's fast forward a year and a half, because that's where you got your second major at the Face It London major. That was when you played Na'Vi in the grand final, right?
Correct, yeah. And this is also Match's first major. He was brought in, we played the first one with Gabby. He was later he decided to leave himself with the whole North drama and everything, and it was a big
That was a wild time.
It was a wild time. So we picked up Magisk, and this is the Astralis era core that we had. This was the first major alongside that core, and also like the first of his. So he was also the one that was allowed to lift the trophy as the first guy. And obviously for us, it was also important to segment that we, could win more than one major. It was not just like a lucky one. Then we got on to win the second one. I think we played a really great tournament this one around. So it was, and it was the first one I got to bring my mom and dad as well.
No way.
Yeah. He made it boring. I remember the Face major. It was never even a contest. You guys were dominating from start to finish. It felt like Astralis were bound to win the major, and you did it without breaking a sweat.
Yeah. Was that I was going to say, was that the quickest major run you ever had? But it's probably Katowice the next year, right? Like that was probably the shortest grand final. Or was it Berlin? God, there's so many. Let's move on to talk about yeah. Kato 2019, we move on. So that was the next major directly after.
Correctly.
And London one, right?
And this is probably the most important tournament for me as a person, like in terms of my personal life. My father had just passed away just before winning this tournament. So of course there was a lot of emotions going in. It was tough for me to leave home when he had just passed away, go to the tournament and have to put on my performance face and leave everything behind. Then going on to win the tournament, to then like a week later go home and bury my father. So it was like a roller coaster of a lot of emotions, but it was something that as you can see, I was talking with OJ. He was a really great guy to have on the stage. He took really good care of me. It was a tough interview, that was for sure. You know, I dedicated the win to my father, and you know, you can see the joy of being surrounded by my teammates. You know, it was like, it's a memory that I will never forget.
I met your father a couple of times, and he was a nice guy. He raised a good kid here.
What happens when you go towards the trophy? Have you already predetermined who's going to do the trophy lift? Or is it in the moment they're like, no, this is yours?
I think, you know, it kind of set itself up, you know, for the major in London. It was Magic, his first one. This one kind of made sense, you know, with everything that I've gone through.
Yeah.
You know, it was just like everyone looked at me and I understood the whole idea. You know, I remember just pulling this trophy above my head and just screaming. Yeah, it was.
That must have been such a release of
Yes.
emotions. And then you go on to win the next major. You don't even skip a beat. Berlin 2019. I think actually this was probably your fastest ever grand final, right?
Yeah, this was against, you know, the likes of Avantgarde, you know, a team that just like came out of nowhere. They beat Liquid and no, we beat Liquid, I think. I'm not even sure. They beat someone else in the semifinal that was like, we were expected to go up against them, but Avantgarde actually played extremely well. So, you know, winning this one was actually, this is also the blonde edition of me, a fun story between me and Matches that when I had blonde hair, we would call each other the blonde brothers. You know, we had this thing going on, and we had this theory like whenever I would, you know, dye my hair blonde, we would go out and win. So it's actually a thing that we kept on going for some time.
That was also the major where I remember you guys were struggling a little bit coming into it. There was some you know, rumors around maybe roster changes or Astralis not being as good anymore, and out of nowhere again you just turned up, and as you said, you know, Astralis won that major without really breaking a sweat in the final against Avantgarde. I believe the semi-final was against Renegades maybe or something, an Australian team as well. So some may argue that your way to the final was easy, but you just straight up dominated every single opponent after coming into the tournament where people like me were doubting whether or not you were even ready to get into the playoff.
Yeah, you didn't even drop a map. You took down Liquid 2-0, you took down NRG 2-0, you took down Avantgarde. NRG, shout, that's throwback. Tarek, going up against Tarek, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Tarek is like, just now, he's doing a lot of things, like streaming a lot now. He's just like vanished from the CSC no more into Valorant, it seems right now. So,
Don't speak about that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let's speak about Paris 2023, the Blast TV major, the final major in CSGO. What was your mental coming into this? Because obviously, at that point, you are also the most winning player of majors of all time. You had 4 under your belt. Was it on your mind that if you got the 5th, you would be an echelon above everybody else?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was a personal goal that I set myself when I joined Vitality, because I was like in this lucky situation in some sort that, you know, Mattis had not been part of the first one, so he had only 3 majors at that point. So winning this one in Paris meant that he would get 4 and I would get 5, so that which I would be above the other guys. So it was actually an individual goal that I set myself when I joined Vitality. And I remember talking to my sports coach, Lars Rubbel, and he said to me, like, Peter, what do you want to achieve inside this team? And I said to Lars that I want to get that 5th major. I want to be the one that has the most majors. And then I remember when we won, and he came to me in the stage and he just looked at me and said, you did it. And then, you know, yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's a special feeling.
That's the cool thing. I just want to give the historical context. 2 of the majors you won with Astralis, you came into the tournament struggling a little bit, not necessarily the favorite to win. You would argue that in Vitality, the first year together, you only talked about the major in Paris. You only talked about Vitality being built to win a major at some point, and there was a lot of tournaments where you guys were struggling, a lot of tournaments where you would go out in the quarterfinal, you go into the semifinal, you'd lose a final for that matter as well, and everyone would start to wonder, yeah, you guys keep talking about winning a major, but you can't even win the Katowices, you can't even win the smaller tournaments. But for some reason, it just all came together in Paris, and that's what I almost respect the most about Peter's career as well. The fact that you're winning majors in adversity. It's not that you're going into the tournaments every single time feeling like we are the favorite and then you're gonna win. Yeah. You came from behind in, I would argue, 3 of the 5 majors, and you won them. And to do that as a player, to do that as a team, that's impressive. You know, I'm not gonna lie.
There's a ton of pressure coming into the majors, and I think sometimes it's also about kind of trying to diffuse this pressure that you build upon yourself, not only from the team and your family, but also for the organization. And like coming into the Paris major, we had like a ton of pressure from the likes of Vitality. You know, this like a French organization. It was their anniversary. It's in the heart of Paris. You know, in France. Everything just, you know, felt like we had to go out and win this one to not disappoint anyone. So the whole idea about us coming into the tournament with the desire to go in and prove that we could win this one, and to prove all the haters wrong that it was not possible, it was just something that was, you know, we kind of lived up to the expectations. And from the first day that we started Paris, we just went into this crazy moment where we just yeah, we felt unbeatable.
This is one of my favorite trophy lists of all time, not least because Scrawny, he just commentated this perfectly, but Apex, you know, going for it. Obviously, that was his second major. But for ZywOo as well, like, we would always hear these narratives about how you guys wanted it extra because you wanted ZywOo to get his first on home soil. Like, how was that for you guys in the team? Was that on your mind as well?
Of course it was. I mean, also for the likes of Apex, you know, for all the French guys that was in the tournament, in our team, also for our assistant coach Matt, and also for our performance, like not performance manager, but like our manager Mathieu, and everything was there. And we also did it for the Vitality organization. You know, all the French person that was involved, it was important for them. And of course, to get it to ZywOo, you know, probably the best player that has ever played this game. You know, I mean, we just had to give it to him, right?
I mean, you never got the chance and opportunity to win a major on Danish home soil, but the next big thing you could do was do it in Paris with Vitality. You know, being a French organization, being a French team, the home crowd. I remember we were talking about it a lot of the times that everyone just cheered for Vitality. The entire arena was yellow. Did that feel extra special that you got to achieve that in front of what essentially was your home crowd at the time?
Of course. I mean, that made like that extra feeling spicy, you know, like to go into that arena. And I remember the whole entrance of the arena. We were like, going up from behind the stage, like going up through like a small elevator, and you know, you hear your name, and they're like all this, you can just hear people cheering for you. It is like it's a feeling that I'm gonna miss like a lot, and it's a feeling that I definitely...
You can't replace it. You literally can't replace it.
I think it's unreplaceable. Yeah. I totally agree. It's something that a lot of people will not experience, but it is so crazy to think that all these people that sits in this arena, they are cheering you on, especially when you get to like a place in Paris where everyone is cheering for Vitality, and it's something that will always be on top of my mind.
Irreplaceable drug, you know. It's and I understand it, and we speak about it often. You know, you can get into a black hole after a player career. Obviously, we got Peter with us now on the desk, so you're going to be just fine, and hopefully you come back. But imagine being a player that has achieved all that, and then all of a sudden have to I guess, redefine his life. You know, go into a civil setting where no one is cheering for you, no one is clapping at you, and no one will be on Reddit to tell you how bad you are. It's a complete new life that you walk into, and it's good to see that you landed on your feet.
Now, obviously, we've got Falcons coming up, so I did have a chance to catch up with Zonic, and our producer Martin had a very nice idea to ask Zonic if there's anything that we don't know about Dupree. So this is what he had to say.
Boogies.
He always told me that he wanted to become a pilot. But you know, I love Peter with all my heart. He's one of my most favorite persons that I've ever worked with. But you know, he's also sometimes this guy who's a bit clumsy in game, who takes off the you know, back in CS:GO, he would take off the silencer in the middle of a duel, or you know, pull out his knife in the middle of a duel. So he can be a bit clumsy, and you know, being a good coach, but also a good friend to him, you know, always trying to motivate him and speak positive about his dreams, which is my job. I have to admit that I was maybe a little bit scared if he ever wanted to, for real, pursue that dream, because I guess when you also have like even more instruments to press on in a cockpit, then there's no room to be clumsy, I guess. So I think that worried me a little bit, but also knowing how hardworking he is, I guess if he ever wanted to pursue that dream, he would also succeed there.
You're a piece of shit. I remember the very first time we met, the very first time I got to know you, you fooled me into thinking you actually were a pilot.
No way.
Or your dad was a pilot.
It was my parents.
Your parents were pilots.
My parents were.
It was like, and I believed that. For half a year, I was like, yeah, Peter's parents are pilots. And I would like tell my friends that they were pilots. And it took me half a year to realize that you're just lying straight off your bat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, why?
I don't know why. I mean, it just felt funny. I don't know. It just felt funny fooling you. I think obviously the funny part was that you believed it.
Of course.
And 12 years later, you've just now realised.
Could you become a pilot nowadays, huh?
I mean, I think Sonic has a really good point. The whole clumsiness thing, it is part of my personality, you know, being a little bit clumsy and doing things. And he has a point that it could be a worrying sign. But at the same time, I'm also flattered that he says that if I want to pursue that dream, there was definitely a possibility.
You've kept your clumsiness well hidden here. So congrats for that, Dupree. It only came out on the last day. Nevertheless, we do have plenty of Counter-Strike to be getting into today at the Blast Bounty 2025. 4 best of 3s to be exact. We're going to be rounding out the day. Big versus G2, Virtus Pro versus Vitality going down. Not before FURIA take on BetBoom team, but first we're kicking things off with Falcons versus Eternal Fire after the break.
You just don't believe that they're going B this round. Not at least without doing other things first. That was the whole thing. Yeah. The only reason it looks like that is because Vitality didn't This is Acme Explosives? What is this, Looney Tunes?
$100 health on 3, 98 for Jax, 65 on Zyro. Spirit can't believe it.
The scope and all the bodies
Dude,
hitting the wall.
I know.
It's comedy. That's peak comedy, man.
Snacks tucked in, Hunter to bait. And they seem to know. They seem to be aware of the prospect. The first leg shot is hit, and it's going to be Snacks. Can he find multiple kills? Not this time. Significant damage. Modesty keeps the round alive. He gets 3! Snatches the round away at Apex. Towards middle, needs a double kill. Won't be expecting Nico. And what a recovery once again.
There's still 3 alive here for Spirit, but
Gonna try to charge at this long place. Down actually steps into the op. Now,
suddenly 3v4.
We're at 30 seconds. The CTs have had all the time in the world to come get on this bomb site, and another player gets softened up, right? Add that to the early damage from Cadian versus Shiro.
There's a key molly, though.
Just sweep it away, boys. Put it under the rug. That's all you've got to do. You just got to close this.
No, finish that frag.
It's right there for the taking. Chopper dead now, 15 to the clock, and each of these T's continues to just get one.
He got the bomb back.
Steal a frag away. Even with all the damage, he goes for kills. Magic closes. And that's the round that does it. Team Spirit on Dust 2 from start to finish. They're gonna do it quietly, trying to get up short. JKS out of the pit, didn't notice. Now that timing could catch him off. Oh, but he still gets the frag. Twist comes wide with another, and it is Naf up next. Nothing to be offered from him. Oh, what? Odyssey.
Oh, the pre-fire. That's disgusting from Modesty. That was nice. This?
Oh. I mean, can you even be mad?
I would like to know if Twist could even see him.
30 seconds to that clock, and we're going to get that bomb rotating over into the A split instead. Ultimate, 2 missed chances, 2 huge chances that could have been. And now instead looking to lock down camera. The sight peek will help. Zywoo's done. Okay. There's the double. Those are the shots he was looking for.
Man, that could have been an ace.
Spink's doing the stanky leg down on the site, looking for ultimate as he peels back to storage. Hit him with a Dougie and try to find the 1v2.
First of all, you guys got to pick in the second draft. You guys went with Falcons. Why is that?
Like, I think, to be completely honest, I think my pick was about, like, they just switched 2 players. So switching 2 players is sometimes complicated for new teams. Like, it can bring some random or less tactically. So I think the main goal was going on the team that make a change, not 1 but 2. But also there is bad things on it because they have the honeymoon. You know, when you have 2 new players, you're really more hype, you know, for a new team. So let's see how it's happened.
Obviously, Eternal Fire decided to pick you guys in the second round of the draft. Why do you think they ended up picking you?
I think they picked us because we are a new team, and yeah, also because we, you know, with our protocols and they had a good track record against us last year. I think that's also something that played into, and then perhaps they felt that we were probably one of the weaker teams compared to who else they could be.
Eternal Fire versus Falcons, the former being ranked 10th, or seeded 10th rather, coming into Blast Bounty, the latter of which 7th, which means they have a 30k bounty on their head. I don't know about you, Jacob, but I feel like this is relatively doable for Eternal Fire. They were second to pick. I understand why they went for kind of a new look squad that we don't exactly know what Falcons are going to be delivering just yet.
I agree. I think it's a great pick for EF. I think it's a great opportunity of obviously taking down a great bounty, but also securing a spot inside this arena next week. However, we don't know that much about Falcons just yet. I think their first game gave us an idea of what they want to do with this new roster and the integration of Nico as well, but it was just one best of 3 series, so I'm not going to rule out that Falcons could look a lot better today than they did in their opening game, but on paper, it should be a close one.
Well, we also got to hear from Raja back at the draft show that happened a couple of days ago, and he was spitting some truths. Let's hear what he had to say.
Okay, I mean, but they got Nico now.
Yeah, they got Nico, of course, but we have Xantares. So
True. He's spitting right now.
They have Nico, we have Xantares. Can't really argue with that if Xantares is on his peak form.
if he's on his peak form, yes, then I think there's an argument to say that in terms of raw aim, Santaris can definitely pull up a fight against Nico, but Nico offers so much more as an individual. The fact that he's able to mid-round call, direct the team, maybe elevate players around him. I don't know enough about Santaris in terms of the way he communicates, the way he works within a team, and that's always going to be the language barrier for us to understand, but there's no doubt that the two players on your screen right here, Peter, they are some of the harder hitting players out there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Santaris has always, in my mind, been one of the most mechanically gifted players in the game alongside Nico. And as you mentioned, it might be different from what they bring inside the server. I think it's also very good to notice that Nico is coming from a time in G2 where he was also like a rock in that team. He's also going to bring that now into Falcons. He's going to bring that superstar power, confidence that the team has been looking for a long time, to also bring the confidence to the rest of the team.
Personally, I always felt that Falcons lacked a bit of direction. Also, when Peter was part of the lineup, you were topsy-turvy in how you wanted to approach the game, what kind of play style you wanted to execute. And I feel like Nico is coming in with a clear idea how he wants to play Counter-Strike, and he's going to almost steer them in that direction. Whether or not that's going to work out today already early on against EF, or that's something we're going to see them harvest the fruits of 6 months down the line, I don't know. But at the very least, I feel like him coming in with such a big personality and a big understanding of what he wants to do is going to give a sense of direction within Falcons, which they've lacked quite a lot.
Yeah, well, let's get a little bit more insight courtesy of Zonic on the whole Nico situation in Falcons. Obviously, it's been no secret that, you've wanted to get Nico on the squad for quite a while now. Now that you finally got him, how do expectations of Nico match the reality of what he's like to be boot camping with, what he's like in the server?
I think I'm positively surprised, even though you thought you knew what he was capable of and what he could bring to the team. I think hands down, when it comes to communication and controlling things, and especially on the CT side, he's hands down the best I've seen. His communication is out of this world.
Obviously, last year wasn't ideal for the Falcons roster in terms of some of the results that you managed to get. With this kind of new roster, this new group of players coming together, what's the identity that you're aiming to, lock in place in 2025?
I mean, I think it's no secret that Falcons has high ambitions. And yes, last year was rough for several reasons. But I think we are looking forward to brighter days. We have been boot camping now on the 15th day. It's been a rough boot camp. We have been trying things a little bit different than what I have been doing in the past with focusing on the entire playbook. This also means that we had to extend this boot camp. So I think the team are very well meshed, and I think we in terms of roles and also how we are outside of the server, I think we have a very good match. We have a good solid players with a high understanding of the game.
Dupree, it's not often that we get to have, a peek behind the curtain and hear about the men aside from the gamer names, Zonic and Magisk, obviously you spent a hell of a lot of time with them, both in Astralis and Vitality. What are they like as people outside the game?
Really solid guys. It's people that I'm happy to call friends nowadays. We started as colleagues and now we're friends. So hopefully also friends for life. And Sonic is this wholesome guy that you can always go to. You can always talk to him about issues you have in life, whether that being in-game or it could be out-game. He's a guy that you go and trust. He has helped me a lot in my life with a lot of things. So, he's a guy that I will hopefully always be able to go to and have a good relationship with. And he's just a really solid coach in terms of how he addresses issues and how he listens to players. So he's just a very well-rounded coach.
He seems very driven at the same time, though. Like, obviously, he's kind of got this persona of being, almost like a father figure, I guess, in a team. But he also seems hella motivated. Like, we can see that, obviously, evidence is proven with this Falcons reiteration of the squad.
I think so too, and I think it's the same case with Peter, which he alluded to as well, that for Sonic to win another major in another project, he's done it in Astralis, he's done it in Vitality, or tried to, and now he wants to do it with Falcons. That motivates a player to continue, or coach for that matter, to continue to work hard. I'm curious to hear, if Sonic can learn Nico something. We know Nico is almost the final product of what he can be in terms of a player, mechanically skilled, big voice on the server. Maybe Nico can learn a bit from Sonic as well and make him even better as a human being, but also as a player on the server.
And this is where I've got a couple questions, because I think we have to contextualize kind of the end of Nico in G2. We heard him, we were standing behind a lot of the booths. He was being incredibly vocal. He wasn't, the official in-game leader. That was the mantle given to Snax. But I feel like when they knew that he was kind of moving to Falcons, or when he knew that he was moving on to another project, maybe just said, I don't give a damn. You guys are going to listen to me. How do you think that's going to work with Kixon, though? Do you think Kixon is... he doesn't seem like the super authoritative, bold voice. No. I wonder how that's going to balance. I don't know him personally, but that's just what I see from the outside.
You're right in saying that, because that's what we experienced with Nico in G2 in the later stages as well. It almost felt like he was more of a caller than Snax. He did most of the mid-round calling. He was the big voice on the server. And obviously for people at home, you can't really know that unless you're standing next to the players, which we had the honor of doing so. I think normally you say that there has to be a great work relationship between the in-game leader and the coach, and usually they are the ones doing the video together. They're the one, creating the playstyle together. But I think Nico comes into that equation as well. I think there has to be a trio right here where Sonic, Nico, and Kixon all gets on the same boat. Because if Nico is not feeling he's on the same page as the rest of the team, he's too big of a voice to not have him, being part of that conversation. So he is unique, because he has a lot of different skill sets, but it's a big task for Sonic to make sure that Nico, Kixon, and Sonic himself, with the vision he has, is I guess, working together and pulling in the same direction.
And hearing from Sonic, Sonic, that he addresses also that Nico is maybe the best player he has ever played with in terms of the communication part and taking charge on the CT side, which is very, very fundamental and crucial when you play as a CT. And the fact that it comes from Nico is also, as I have talked about previously, having your star player being very vocal, saying this is how we're going to do things. That kind of spreads into the entire team. I think that is also a very, very important way for Falcons to go forward. At the same time, I also think that Falcons is in a position, at least from where we come from, where we've struggled a lot with a very much different things. And Sonic has always been used to working with a superstar in the likes of Device and Saiwu. Now he gets to work with Nico, So he's also been used to coaching a team that has this superstar power, and it is something that he has addressed, at least to us back in the days, but also coming in very honest in his interviews, saying that this is what the Falcons lineup has needed for a long time.
And people underestimate that. People underestimate so much what a great communicator can do for your team. I love your point about not only being a great communicator, everyone can work on that and become one. I think Stryko is a great example of a player that's not a star player on his teams, but he's a great communicator, a great teammate. But to have your star player, to have Nico, the most important player within the lineup, the guy with the most firepower, the guy who can change the tide of the game, the guy who can dictate the game with the rifle, also being the guy calling the shots sometimes, doing the mid-round calling, it adds such an extra layer and such an extra depth to your lineup. And I think that's why Sonic is so impressed, because we can all see from the outside what Nico does on the server in terms of raw skill, in terms of killing, going for the duels. But to add the element of communication and being able to dictate teammates around him and I guess elevate players around him as well, that is such an underrated asset that I wish most people out there would cherish a little bit more.
So Kixon versus the in-game leader on the other side of things in Major. There's a bit of a time difference, to say the least, in terms of their tenure. How are you comparing them in terms of their in-game leadership styles and what they like to deploy in the server?
I mean, Kixon has been taunted to be the next big thing, coming in with Heroic back in the day as well. And I think he's done a great job overall to develop as an in-game leader. And now he's really having a big task at hand. Working with a guy like Dexter is a big challenge in itself. He's a personality. Now you bring Nico into the mix as well. It will be a test of time for Kixon. Whereas for Major, kind of came out of nowhere. He's been around for a long time, and then he has his second life almost, bringing together this Turkish super team that are doing well. I don't know where they differentiate. I think that's more so a question for you as well, Peter, as you've been around for a long time. I don't know if there's a big difference between the old guard of in-game leaders and the new generation coming in. We see the younger players, the younger riflers, they're all about fighting, all about playing this face-it mentality, where the old guys like you play the ABC Counter-Strike. Is it the same for the in-game leaders, or is it a little bit more, I guess, connected?
I think there's a case to it. I mean, we usually talk about this whole co-op between the in-game leader and the coach, and think of Sonic being a very decorated player for a long time in his previous career, and also now in his coaching career is also an older coach, if you can also go to the likes of that. So having Kixon coming in, having this young mindset, compared to maybe how Snappy was leading things, maybe is also something that can be very beneficial for for Falcons, obviously.
Yeah.
And then I also wanted to talk about the whole idea about the old guard of in-game leaders are more maybe prone to go for like a more default kind of style. Like they like to go more default-ish and maybe play a little bit of like reactions, what they see inside the game. Whereas the younger generation maybe has a little bit more open-hearted style where they want to be like, you have a lot of freedom, you have a lot of things to do, but you will spice it up by having some aggressive stuff and maybe like a rushes and everything. I know it's important that you have like a big variety in your strats, that you have special like different paces, like sometimes you play fast and sometimes you want to play slow. And I think that is hopefully what I think that the Falcons co-op can bring.
Gentlemen, predictions time. I'm curious to see exactly where you guys have sided. I feel like we've got some 50-50 matchups. Okay, finally, we're not all going for the same damn people, but we are... No, you've gone for Eternal Fire over Falcons. Over your boy Magisk.
Yeah, I know, right? But I mean, with the whole history and everything, I just think that, you know, as they touched upon it, I just think that Eternal Fire still has that upper edge. I'm going to give that small edge to them, mainly because of the history and also the fact that Falcons is still in a rebuilding process. So I think that Eternal Fire right now has a smaller edge.
Well, gentlemen, I think we are about time to dive into the game. We've got Inferno, Nuke, Dust 2. If we do so require it, we've got Harry and Hugo standing by to get this on.
Hell yeah, Falcons taking on Eternal Fire. This is going to be pretty exciting. Huge, Byron. Nico in Falcons, exciting to see, and I like that interview answer from Madger, where the point was made, they've got Nico now. And what did he say? Well, we've got Xantares.
Yeah, I like that. A couple of new additions, even to the Eternal Fire side. To be honest, the Falcons debut, while it was good, they took down Ents, they beat them on Train, a new map that Ents picked. I think the best part was Tesses. This guy, Pimp called him the best Danish player a few months ago, and right now, at least in that game, it looked to be true. He was unstoppable on entries on that T side. Him and Nico as a combo on those T halves is going to be very exciting today. A lot of firepower on the server. Question for me is Jota. Didn't have the greatest debut. Sure, they won it cleanly over a Fluxo, a match that Eternal Fire always meant to win. But how are they going to fare against a far bigger squad, a far better squad in Falcons? It may be a new team, but this is still the core of Heroic, a roster that made it to the playoffs of Shanghai, and one of the most consistent, reliable riflers of all time. Let's get it on.
Yeah, we'll be keeping a very watchful eye on the Xantares Nico head-to-head.
It's kind of our job.
Yeah. Someone has to do it, and I guess it will be us. And we might get it right away in the pistol round. Look at them. These two titans of Counter-Strike. Look at a clash in at the top of Banana. Xantares looks to go in first. Jiggle on this angle. Nico decides not to hang around and fight that, just playing for the info. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but rest assured this fight is coming.
It's kind of Nico or nothing. They are flanking very fast, Falcons, but he's still going to need to hold the fort down. Got no kit for this one. Flashes are good. That molly forces Nico's decision. He can't commit here, but he can still cover that cross to stop them setting up post plants. Here come Falcons.
Madger wins his fight. Meanwhile, Nico's still alive. As Madger's overran on Banana, they're going to try and pressure forward into Nico. Right now, Eternal Fire have been boxed in, and so a lot of this round is suddenly going to fall to new boy Jota and Xantares to try and recover this for the Eternal Fire squad. Xantares getting himself stolen away, but 1v4, not meant to be. Magis, quick cleanup and a pistol round secured. A good start for the Falcons.
You often see those rounds go very wrong for one of two reasons. Either the B player just gets nothing done and dies or isn't given any kills, or the flank doesn't come in quick enough. Neither of those things happen for Falcons. Nico backs up, he still gets 2 kills on the hold, and Falcons just push mid as 4. They know they can't sit still forever with a stack like that when they have no kit, they only have a couple of flashes, so nice aggressive push down middle to flank Banana, and Eternal Fire just gets suffocated in that B bomb site. They do get a plant, that's something. Force up, gonna get an AK on Xantares, always a good time.
Yeah, I think it's important to try and have him switched online from round 1, so you bring out that rifle now, and he is the man for the job. Xantares tiptoeing the top middle. This AK ready to go. Him and Nico once more, so close to the clash. But it might not come through just yet as this double porch side setup. Nico dead first as Xantares opens. It's a bit more damage done from this AK farming in top mid or Eternal Fire. They go right into that stack and they get out virtually unscathed.
Communication problem there for Falcons. I think Nico called that he wanted to swing, but Tessus was about to throw a nade, so he cancels it. He puts the nade away. Nico goes early. Tessus isn't ready. They're all on different wavelengths there, so that's an early problem for Falcons in round 2, where they're not quite coordinated. And Eternal Fire just find those brutal entries in middle. Nice round for Jota. And the Force comes through for Eternal Fire. Going to get upgrades as well. So full control T-side now. We've seen this map be very T-sided in the last 12 months. I say very, in comparison to history, right? It was kind of, it's worse, a 70-30. Now it's pretty 50-50 if not favored T. Terrorists win. So Eternal Fire controlling the money game early and winning a Force buy. It's going to put them on the right track. Kicks in, saved M4. Let's see how Falcons set him up.
Gonna get this skirmish for Banana by the looks of things. Once more, it's Zantares front of the pack. He's got support nearby, and Woxic and Kixan brought down low by the nade. That's nice and easy for Zantares on the opener. Nico, follow-up kill as this B site falls favorably to Eternal Fire on the entries of Zantares. They can rest easy knowing that this second round is guaranteed. Falcons already looking to save. They brushed aside that hero M4.
I think it's pretty optimistic to play sandbags in that round with the one gun, not only because how often are you going to see that naded or mollied or cleared out in some capacity, but also when he dies, Nico can't trade him, he can't pick up that weapon. Feels like playing car is so difficult right now. Actually committing to that top banana area, just nades, destroying Falcons. So a quick and easy conversion on that saved M4. Eternal Fire, 5 alive. No stress. 3 M4s T-side.
Kind of the inverse of... Yeah. You know, usually it's about collecting all the AKs you can as the CTs, but right now, Eternal Fire, the losses of Falcons is their gain. And so they are very content to run these scavenged rifles further forward.
Stressful start to this game, I'm sure. Nothing worse than winning pistol and losing follow-up. Got to wait one more round before things get interesting for Falcons.
It does feel good, though, that we've got a Zantares that's very much keen to be involved. Like, he is... If you just look at his routing and how these early rounds have gone, this is a Zantares trying to bring the heat. He will fall first in this round as he goes up into that stack in top banana, but it's not in vain. His teammates Woxic and Maja, the captain and the AWP of the Eternal Fire roster, able to lock in this B site, and with it the round.
Yeah, Magisk is a bit of a juggernaut there. Eats 2 nades and lives, but 3 HEs on sandbags. Eternal Fire not playing around. They definitely got the firepower to make Banana look easy. But one of the best Banana riflers in the last couple of years has been Nico. So if there were anyone to hold back this control, certainly could be him.
I think one of the other things that's nice for Eternal Fire here is, you know, obviously they picked Falcons over 24 hours ago, so they have had time to do their prep. And you know what Match is like with that?
Sure.
I feel like that doesn't just stop at, reflecting in how he calls the game. Usually you see that big uptick in his performance. I even remember that back from Copenhagen at the very start of last year. Had that phenomenal series, and then afterwards he reveals that, yeah, I just watched a bunch of their demos, felt really comfortable, and everything sort of slotted into place. This isn't a team that's going to show up and try and get by just by playing their own game. They want to have a very good idea of what their opponent's looking to do. Now, there's limited prep work you could hope to bring in for Falcons. You could certainly look at some individual tendencies here for players such as Nico. Knows some of his usual tricks over at Banana. You knew you were going to be facing him here. And so it seems like Xantares is the man marking Nico in this position.
Oh, that's a bit awkward, but they're still going to get on the boost, and Nico's trapped right now.
It's
My
so
God,
much noise, yeah. Just
so
abandon the idea of the boost, Eternal Fire. It might have been part of the game plan. Xantares might have thought it was a sick way to get involved, but know when it's not a good time anymore, and so they dismantle it. Flash in for Magisk.
Oh, got nothing.
It's a weird timing for that peak, right? Eternal Fire, they're the ones actually with more information on the back of it.
I'm surprised they don't walk forward with that, but maybe expecting a re-peak. And you don't want to be caught walking down that corridor when an M4 comes swinging, but Eternal Fire had a really good timing to just take balcony control after Falcons cleared it. Now, either way, it's back to B for this execute. We got Nico with just an MP9. And Eternal Fire, 4 players about to storm in. This molly for Kixon. He's saving it. Good timing. Here comes the exec.
Yeah, being that reluctant to use the molly.
Whoa.
But won't come to matter. Dexter's spam. Sure, it reclaims one, but look at how far away his teammates are, and you're a man down in this retake. I don't think you can justify going for this, but this is going to start to feel like it sucks for Falcons. There's been many a round played out just like this one. First few kills don't go their way, they're left saving.
Crazy entry for Wicadia there onto Kixon backside. Nico gets mollied. Has no util, can't stop it. But throwing the molly, Kixon doesn't even get back in cover in time. He's dead immediately, so just a second too late maybe, but I think Eternal Fire would have been fine either way. Dexter fighting for his save, but even peeking Xantares here is a tenuous fight. Terrorists win. Eternal Fire seeing a great Inferno T-side right now. FaZe, take note. And I think already at this point, you've conditioned Falcons to want to stay out of that car banana area.
Yeah.
Because the nades, even that round, were brutal. Put Nico down to 50 immediately. Then he gets mollied on site. Falcons haven't had anything for free on B. Good round now for maybe like an app setup.
Well, there's the thing that's awkward is like, sure, you can run the app setup, but it's not like Eternal Fire is starting these rounds off with 4 players, Banana, 1 guy lurking in the apartments. Often it is this kind of double setup, this 2-man push into apartments with the trade potential. I think it will be one of the ideas they look to try here and now, going in more aggressive over towards the A side of the map. You already kind of had a bit of that come through in the round prior with the flash peek from Magisk. I think they do it, but to them, the apartments is still a bit of a question mark, right? It's not like it's territory they've ventured into, and so they know how Eternal Fire are playing there. The other alternative is you just try pad out this B site. You try keep Eternal Fire out of Banana. You play it there with numbers. You play heavy. And actually, this could work to Falcons' benefit if they did so. The bomb's still in T-spawn, so Eternal Fire don't have the option to suddenly pick up the pace in this round.
Oh.
Xantares delivered the fight. Woxic there to trade, and that was the attempt of retaking Banana from Falcons.
Don't know how deep those HEs went, but Woxic's fine. He gets out completely unscathed, 60 health as he just swings to trade Xantares. It's a perfect 1-2 punch for Eternal Fire. The danger is they've forgotten the bomb. So you don't want to give Dexter anything here that could re-entice Falcons with how late this plant's going to be. But that's even better. Woxic takes the fight, wins it again. A trade kill and a round-winning entry. And another painful sit in pit for Magisk, as Falcons can do nothing about these B hits.
It's just very impressive that the individuals are able to stand up to this. I think Eternal Fire have had some really nice you know, like trade setups there in at top Banana. They were ready for the re-aggression in this round out of the Falcons. You had Xantares playing close. You had Woxic playing anti-flash behind the wall, ready to trade his teammate. This is very frustrating to deal with if you are Falcons right now. It's not as simple as just putting extra players over towards B. That might have to be like how they kind of boil it down and look to win that fight early. But as soon as Eternal Fire get this info, okay, there's 3 players fighting us on Banana. They've slowed us down there. Well, you know those resources over in A are going to be lesser as a result. And it's not like they've left that side of the map open. They've always had players there kind of ready to make a move. So this is a very good, you know, kind of default and mid-round reliant, just depending on when and where you find these opening fights. Madge is calling a great game right now. Falcons going to be hard-pressed to come up with solutions. This is a bit of a test for Kixan.
I think at bare minimum, we need to see the stockpile of nades and CT and, you know, hint there's 3B while only having 2 there. You have multiple smokes. You can block for longer. You can stop it to execute. Teams have figured out how to break through that. That's why Falcons want to fight for Banana. If you play too passive, teams will just exec and they'll HE the smoke that you throw and they'll go through. But right now, Banana control's not worked. They haven't really gone for a full take. This could be it. 3 starting here.
Here's the fight with 3. Kixan plays it in first. Nico there in behind him, and you've got Tessa's floating around to try and help out with Util. They're going to flash pop this on the MP9.
He was already so low.
Doesn't pan out, and it's awkward now. You try to stake your claim to Banana, and here's that reaction from Eternal Fire we were just talking about, right? Even the flash push in is kind of enough info that Falcons were looking to fight that, and I think for Magic it's very, very obvious that that means there's 3 players there. So here's the pace change with a faster play out into the top of mid. They get past Dexter. He will take one to the grave with him, but Wycadia providing all the openers for Eternal Fire in this damn near flawless T side. It's only Magis left standing in a very awkward spot. Gonna first try and deal with Wycadia, flicking back, had the read on the apartments, but no love for him put forth from Jota.
He wants to give it a go, but smoked off, AWP right there. It feels too tempting to save, and so Nico will have to concede this round. Falcons do a better job of blocking in B, even though they go 4v5, but Eternal Fire, like you said, immediately just jumped the gun and split that A side. Perfect entries for Wycadia. Again, 4 kills, but a hell of a lot of impact off of them. And Nico, he's dead as well. Free AWP for Woxic. I don't even think they're going to take it because we've just been seeing XX. Why slow it down? Why give Falcons a mid-round?
Oh, 100%. And, you know, Woxic has often been that second guy with Xantares fighting for top and Arnie. You lose a serious, you know, 1-2 punch if you bring him onto that AWP, especially T side of Inferno. It's not like this is a game that's come down to post plants where that AWP can really shine. So, yeah, I think just keep the rifles out. No, Magic's done a really beautiful thing here. He's kind of put Falcons in a box. The big question he's posed to them is solve Banana. But every single time they try and do that, they're so ready to react. It's another one of these attempts at the openers that Xantares is able to win out.
Dude.
We build this as a clash between him and Nico, but right now it is just Xantares absolutely wrecking the guy.
2-7 v 6-4, but yeah, the firepower runs deep on Eternal Fire right now. Nico goes for the car swing for the first time, and immediate 5v4 for Eternal Fire. Kixan's grabbed the gun, but yeah, he's just going to gamble and hope they go back to A, or he can save his weapon. And Eternal Fire say, no, we've killed Nico at B. We're definitely committing here. And fair play to them. 3 mollies available, plenty of smokes. This is going to be a blanket bomb site execute where Falcons can do nothing about it.
They've at least been given time to rotate players over, and I think if you're Falcons, just from the scoreline alone, you're still interested in this 4v5. You only have pistols, so picking up that kill on Magisk is actually pretty huge. This is a round that Falcons do want to attempt.
Can Magisk smoke off Banana?
Boost up on the rifle. It's being held though. Jota, eyes on the prize, denies that boost. Backstab in, Xantares here waiting for it, and the rest of Falcons already moving away. Tesses and Magisk both looking to save. Dexter's going to hang around, see if he can knock a gun out of the round right at the close. But this scoreline will continue to build for Eternal Fire. They have come in today looking to make a real statement, have this Eternal Fire squad. And it's so stripped back. That's the beauty of this game plan right now. If you cannot solve the banana problem, if you cannot deal with this duo, Xantares and Woxic pushing in there, you will not win this game, Falcons. That is what Maja has laid out ahead of them. If you think about it, you haven't had to go to the next layer of your plan if you're Eternal Fire. No. You are still on phase 1. And if you missed the interviews before this, there was that beautiful bit from Maja talking of phase 1. I'll give you a kind of, any Marvels fans, I'll give you the analogy. First of all, lol, your franchise is dying. But secondly, it was like when Loki says, I have an army. And that was, you know, Nico. And then Eternal Fire said, well, we have the Hulk. That's Xantares. And he's showing up right now. He's lean, mean, and green, just absolutely destroying the Falcon squad.
Now look at this, they read the triple B. It's not what's going on, but they do have a gap on long, so Eternal Fire, short smoke, send it up arch side. They're already wrapping the site. The bomb is in an awkward predicament. Dex is getting pushed back through that smoke. He can't see a clear shot. Tess is lost to the wind, but Woxic's lost that bomb, and Jota suddenly in a 2-on-1. This is a bit more of a scrappy round. Even though Eternal Fire found the gap, they didn't find the unstacked site on V2, but he's got all the info he needs. That smoke will give him path to the bomb if he wants to take it. Nate comes in, that's perfect, as Tesses finishes the job. It's a weird round because when you get long like that so quick, you probably think, hey, we read it. They did go triple B, we have the hole, but they're actually very heavy on the short side, set up for apartments. So a little more than they were expecting. Will that let Falcons in? Remains to be seen. I imagine Xantares just goes back to B.
Yeah, that's kind of the first early departure, like the first difference in call that you've had to see thus far from Eternal Fire. And I think you're dead on. I think at this point you just go back to the defaulting. Where this becomes problematic is now if like that's Falcons. Oh, never mind. We don't really have to worry about it because Wycadia has dominated the apartments. He's already moving into the A site. Tess's going to try get ahead of this, but look at how vulnerable he is. He could get shot in the back, wrapped through Boiler. There's any number of possibilities as to where Tess's next contact is coming from. Wycadia still keeping pressure on this AWP.
Oh, they're lucky.
Tried to break the smoke. Tess's might not like what's on the other side. They've lost Wycadia, but there's just so many layers. There's so many trades to break through if you're Falcons, and they can't do it. Eternal Fire. This is a winning T-side right now, and there's no stopping it.
More than winning, it's dominating. Falcons won the pistol. They win that previous A hold. Nothing else. 8 rounds on this T-side is more than enough for Eternal Fire, and they are not stopping anytime soon. This is the money on the rocks. Slipping off. Kixon just trying to save. Wycadia, what a cross into apartments before Dex is even there with the AW. Go get him.
Terrorists win.
It's just, you know, if you imagine he has like this little kind of wry smile on his face, he can't help it. This is just a feel-good game right now. And I think in terms of trying to really get a team down in the dumps that's so freshly formed, even though you have that heroic core in this Falcons team, you know that there's still some adjustment that they're going through, having to gel these players together. And so you've just made it really, really clear to them what the problem is. And I think it's the perfect way to get in the head of this Falcons team.
More nades. More damage. Even Nico is burning alive. They try to push back in. This could be an answer. Falcons with the players here. 3 ready to go, and Nico gets a second kill. Upgrade available. Eternal Fire finally locked out of the position that has done them so much good. And it's re-smoked as well, so the whole map slows down now. They don't need to make a play on A while they haven't got this control. 2-2 split. Do Falcons want to leave Tesses here and send Nico on his rotation? They've got both their smokes on this B bomb site. And so Wycadia makes moves.
Eternal Fire far from out of the round yet in the 3-on-4. 11 rounds deep. This is the first time Falcons have won Banana. And so they have to capitalize on this round. They have to pick it up. It's real estate you've not been able to get. It's plays you've not been able to stop, and you finally manage it 11 rounds deep on your CT side. And now you have the advantage. You have to lock this in, or else Inferno feels like a done deal, and it's a crushing defeat. Dexter holding the line here. Good for the double. Rifle pulled, but Maja will secure the trade. 1v2 now opens up. He's going to go hunting for the kills first. Nico here on the line already. And so Falcons win out that Banana control finally right at the tail end of this first half. And they go on to finally break this Eternal Fire streak. Still at 8-3. It's far from a pretty CT side. Falcons trying to shoot for a fourth before this first half is all said and done.
Yeah, it's just bare minimum. Not even really on this CT side. Just trying to stay above water. Give them some room to run. Final buy, final try, and Zantaris eats grenades up Banana, so he's 10 health. He should finally be pre-fired. Out of this by Nico. Ooh, wants to bite off a little bit more. Goes all the way down.
Dude, if you're Nico at this point, yeah, you have to play with some confidence here. You have to try and make them think twice about this Banana control. So I like that he's gone deep. You have to stop them dominantly on this portion of the map, and Nico knows that.
Who wins this one if Magic stays in position? Oh, he's going to move before the smoke fade, but inside of the smoke, Joja moves through. He dies. KD keeps this round alive. He does more than that. Dexter stuck in the site. They got him smoked off. If they can find this trade kill now, Eternal Fire are on for 9.
Last time Dexter was here, he was able to double up. If he can do that again, that's the round. Wow. Dexter! A rifler maybe. Quick flick onto Woxic. A beautiful sequence, and it's another round that Maja is left in the clutch. 1v3, but the B site open. Maja seems to have the right read on this situation. After that after that double up rather from Dexter, that crazy flick. You don't want this round to get away. Dexter already thinks he's done enough.
He's got a molly. This could get interesting.
Plant in for Magic. Gonna go looking for an early fight. Wants to try and thin the herd. Will win that out. This 1v3 is opening up. As he's dealt with Nico, that first man in.
Oh, such info getting CT clear like this. He now knows they're both coming from Banana, more likely than not.
Oh, and he's given us the hint. He's let us know.
I think man's clutch.
He's read this like a book. He's got all the reads in the world. He's played this one correctly. You've done everything to get to this moment. Now it's just the aim in this 1v2. Swinging wide, Dexter will put him down, continuing that tear. The double kill is not in vain, and the Magic clutch will not come through. Well, a dominant first half put forward from Eternal Fire. To give you the lowdown on just how bad things have gotten for Falcons, it wasn't until round 11 that for the first time in the entire game, they had control over Banana.
I guess they took it in the pistol when they flanked.
True. There had been moments, I guess, where Falcons were in Banana.
I'm only ribbing you. Eternal Fire, beautiful.
Not for my
T-side.
pleasure.
Nope.
Eternal Fire.
Thank you.
It's a pistol round now.
Oh, it's the same pistol as Falcons. They go for the 1-4. They put the Hulk on the B bomb site, Harry. Oh, and he's got Julies. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, it suits him as well, the Hulk, actually.
Yeah.
Because when he comes through smashing. Let's see.
Smashing.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to say more like Nigel Thornberry here. Here's Antares getting run at.
Oh, he's lucky. I think Falcons know that's one player, but the smoke is a bit of a middle finger. We got double mollies. Are we going for the Chicago 2018 B-side execute against Fnatic? Oh my God, there's fire everywhere, Harry.
Going to be left to this retake. It is an identical pistol round. 4 players up through Bananas, and Antares at least has stayed alive. That was his one responsibility here, was don't fall down. It's a great flash. Yeah. Kicksand destroyed by it. And now Antares going to get pressured. Can he take one with him? No, he can't. There's a target-rich environment for Antares, but no kills found. Magic swinging, but they're on the bomb. Magic sticking this. They just stop him. Seconds the difference between that being a cheeky defuse found from Magic. Or the pistol for Falcons, and it ends up being the latter. Shout out Magisk for actually checking the bomb.
Yeah, that was actually identical from the banana flash back up that nails Kixon is exactly what Falcons did. The difference is Santaris gets nothing done. He needed a little bit more to make that round interesting. Only damage will not cut it. Good hunt for Falcons, chasing him down. Very dangerous.
Yeah, in his defense, it was
Everyone
a lot.
There.
It was pretty intense.
At that point, you can't kill one. All right, Falcons with both pistols, but Eternal Fire won the Force last time. Look at this buy. MP9s. They're very blind.
Skirmish.
Oh, you're not ready for 3.
No, there's so many more. They're not done yet, and Woxic certainly isn't either. There's the help from Xantares.
Peace.
Whenever you cut one head off the beast, 2 more grow back right now. Falcons, it falls to Magisk, and there's no getting past this layered stack in at top banana. They get churned up.
5 MP9s and a flashbang and a dream. The quad banana. Falcons caught off guard completely. Run over in the road. Look both ways next time. And so both pistols won by Falcons. Both forces picked up by Eternal Fire. It doesn't get worse than that.
The synergy for Eternal Fire is certainly there. Like, the reason why that T-side was so successful, the reason why that last round was so successful is, like, even when they're playing with a lot of players leaning towards a site, it's not like they're both in the open, so they're double peeking all the time, per se. It's a lot more about trading contact, right? First guy gets spotted, takes a fight, then a second guy emerges from around a corner, starts fighting you. Then there's a third guy around a different corner. You're thinking, how many corners, how many guys, what's happening? So for Falcons, this is a stressful game. They have not enjoyed their time on Eternal Fire's Inferno.
Oh, I was going to say that was a nice idea. Nico was going to smoke top of banana to clear close, and he would have found Madger alone. But Eternal Fire replenish. And reroute Falcons back to that A site. Now Nico hanging around the rest of his team, moving up middle. Sub-minute on the clock. Wycadia flashed out bit early here. He's got one more if he wants to dish it out, but Falcons, short, long, and apps, they're everywhere.
I mean, Match has already pushed all the way down through banana. Like, this stack has been allowed as a result of that, so Eternal Fire, keep it real clean.
Business.
They have shown up in fantastic form, have Eternal Fire. There's not a weak link for this squad right now.
Yeah.
And they all seem just so on the same page. It looks so synergized. It's wild. This is Eternal Fire at their best. Ooh. Meanwhile, Falcons, slow starts, nothing but problems. They're going to have to dig deep, both here on Inferno and in the rest of this series, I fear, because This is Eternal Fire at 100%.
And I mean, with Jota's 10-7, I don't think I've even said his name. I don't know where his kills have come. There's been no late rounds, so he's not needed to save Eternal Fire, bail them out of a clutch.
That's
it's
the
just
thing that's
been
so
all
insane.
on that entry power.
Yeah, he's 10-7. He was like the guy kind of lurking or entering in towards A in a lot of these rounds, and so it's mad. Even he was finding a lot of success in the rounds where they would look to take that top mid control away.
Yeah, it's just been everything's gone to plan here for Eternal Fire. It's been no saving grace, right? In that Falcons game last time against Ents, Tesses was the guy. He got some incredible entries across both maps of that series, but he's going to need to start next round in the guns, or this will just be a quick map for Eternal Fire into Nuke. Jota, time to make some money. Farm those numbers, maybe. But they walk back out of apps. I mean, this is Falcons delaying the inevitable. We all know it. Match just waiting for the pop through the smoke. Xantara's on the half wall, so they won't figure out what's going on at B. Instead, Wykadia's chance. Oop, hits his head, but it's all okay. They make it through CT. Matt just run past a player, but he still checks it. What? You what? Why?
Oh, that's the 4D chess that Madge is on. He's
I'm
already
not checking you,
he's flanking all the way top middle, and then in his brain, the voice just goes, lower tunnels, and then suddenly he turns around, kills Nico.
It's frustrating.
In the wildest way.
Just sees him, yeah. Just sees him running backwards, staring at him like...
It's a man who got 180 by an MP9.
Can't really do anything about that, can you? Well, this is it. Game on or game over for Falcons. Do something.
All right, triple B set up for Eternal Fire. And I mean, look, if you're Falcons, you're scared about going banana. You couldn't get it in the first half. You went here in the second round on your anti-eco. You ran into a full stack of players on SMGs. You have to respect Eternal Fire's setups. You've got to start slow here. Wait for them to burn through some of that util. Wait for them to have made their opening plays. But already, even when they don't get contact over towards B, Madja is still making moves. He's called a gamble stack over towards this A site. 4 players there. He's left with util inside of B. This was a play you said you wanted to see Falcons do in that first half. Well, Madja, he's not made you wait long. Eternal Fire have brought it out straight away.
How does he get away with that? Where's the trade? That is sloppy for Falcons. They just let Eternal Fire rob them. Woxic, one more shot, but he double scopes up. And Madja's just going to speed up as he fakes this A site. Madja is not rotating right now. In fact, he's even called Falcons back to commit to this play. If he dies now, they'll be stuck in limbo with nothing. He needs himself. 2 HEs fall in the face of Magisk, and now it's up to a double site pit setup to stop this Falcons push.
It's such a strong crossfire. Getting past this will not be easy for the Falcons. Xantares has played it perfectly, drawing enough attention away to make it really easy for Jota, and he'll swing and find Nico at the close. Beautifully done. The layup to make that so easy for Jota down in pit. He never had to worry about taking some contact, swinging out, and there's a player holding him. Xantares is essentially,
How'd he get away with that? He's not traded. And the crazy thing is, Madja never, this is weird, isn't it? Madja never leaves B. In fact, he smokes B, and so while Magisk is trying to fake, Falcons get blocked to B. They have to run back into the stack. So just, good patience for Madja. The 4-1 is perfect. And when you, like I said in the first pistol, when you play that stack, you have to play active. You can't just sit back because you're wasting resources. This is a finished game. If you didn't already know, read it and weep. Falcons getting blistered right now. There's a molly kill on Xantares, but Madge is not going to let them in for free. He's even got that rotation from Wykadiya, full nade available. Blocked.
Now you can just, you can feel the...
Oh, careful.
The prep, both looking at their opponent and individually that's gone into this for Eternal Fire. They've shown up and there's no slow starts. Tesses sneaking past. This is a strong position for him to get. He's lost that element of surprise. Dexter's Deagle even rings out with another. Oh, follow-up kill on a Madja. Tesses making something happen here. It's going to have to fall to Woxic in this clutch. But he's at a strong game on those rifles. He kicks the AWP to the wayside. Wants to attempt this 1v2. That re-smoking at Banana, I'm worried, could seal his fate, but he does have an aid to break it open. And with the sort of game you're having, if you're Woxic, you do have that voice in the back of your head telling you this is still winnable. We can end the game right now on the back of a sick Woxic clutch. Moving in though, nothing being offered. No peeks, no info, no idea for Woxic. And so it's Tessez, the hero of the hour for the Falcons, to stop this game, wrapping up on that push through the spawn. Yeah. He will deliver one extra round to this Falcons T side.
Yeah, little disadvantage, comeback for Tessez through the smoke, cutting off that rotation. 2v4, very nice for Falcons, a something. I did think it was over. Tessez gives us a reason to keep believing, but man, it's going to be a long road to recovery with how clean Eternal Fire have been. It simply comes down to a smoke push. Falcons. All right, you see Eternal Fire just say, all right, no mistakes now. They don't overfight. They don't swing down Banana. They replenish nades at B. Wycadia, uncertain about his destination, will go back to a normal setup here. And Woxic, open long. Eternal Fire, they just want to end this right now. No mistakes. No over peaks, a minute on the clock, and still nades to go.
I think it speaks volumes. Nico over towards Banana, one of the best players in this position, is even now at the 40-second mark terrified about sifting his way up into this this Banana control, but he will get it eventually, being cautious on the approach. And that's interested his teammates to move back around and join him. This is all going to end the way this game started, with this relentless B plays that Eternal Fire brought to the table. Now we see if Falcons are able to replicate that. For the first time in a long time, they haven't lost players early. So they do have this 5v2 exec, or 4v2 exec in towards the B site. Flash in for Madja though, leaves them blind. That spray does a lot of damage. Xantares falls, but there's a TK in the mix. Oh God, Falcons, they can't even trust each other. Oh dear, it's all fallen apart. Eternal Fire set ablaze Inferno as they decimate the Falcons on their mapping.
Yeah, Eternal Fire certainly on fire on their own map choice of Inferno. 13-6 is no small margin to be paying down the Falcons on map number 1. Jacob, they are well on their way to securing that 30k bounty if they can continue that on Nuke.
Very dominant performance coming in for Eternal Fire. I think both of us, or all three of us, agreed that it could be a close matchup, probably should be a close matchup, and I think Falcons as well on Inferno have all the ingredients, all the player material to be a competitive team, but maybe it's too soon in the process, because as you said, FURIA, EF made minced meat out of Falcons in this one, and it never really felt it was any close whatsoever.
Eternal Fire looked very comfortable. I mean, there was also a reason to why maybe they picked Falcons, and the whole idea about the fact that they played them before. You know, I think they had a good understanding how to approach it. They had some good setups. They had some good plays for the individual players. So overall, I feel like Eternal Fire came in with fire, and they definitely kept it going.
Even when, Falcons decided to push the envelope a little bit when we're coming into the later stages of that CT side, we saw them try and get a little bit aggressive in round 10, and Eternal Fire, they still had the answers to it.
Yeah, I think that's the first round we want to showcase, round 10, because it wasn't like Falcons didn't try. It wasn't like they didn't have an idea of what they wanted to achieve in this round, and especially being down 7-2, you got to do something proactive. Unfortunately, the timing is a bit off for Dexter right here. He gets caught off guard. Then the trade frag coming in from the player next to him is delayed a little bit, which allows for the refrag to come in. So again, it's probably a call that's been made in CT spawn where someone have said that we need to do something in order to disrupt the default of Eternal Fire. Let's do a double push in towards apps. And then, because you haven't played together for that long, because you haven't done that in practice over and over again, the spacing between the two players is a little bit off. The timing between Dexter as well, where he's not aware that the player has already moved past the scope, is a little bit off as well. And those are some of the mistakes that Eternal Fire were very, very clinical at punishing.
And I also agree with you. It's definitely something that's been said in Spawn, that being down 7-2, they know that they have to go out and do something. And we've praised and talked a lot about the proactivity and the CT size in the previous matchups, that it is important to do these kind of things to catch your opponent off guard, but also to give yourself like the playing ground. You're the one that's taking the initiative to go into the fights, but also that you don't always just rely on playing passes, that you give the space to the Eternal Fire players.
Can you just contextualize, when you come into a new team like this with, so many different mindsets of how you want to be executing, how tricky can it be to get that spacing correct, to trust that everybody's going to be pushing at the same time as you as well?
Well, players are very different. Some players you just have this feeling that you expect him to always be on your back, and sometimes you also need to remind your teammate that you are maybe a little bit too far behind, like you're actually peaking too fast, take one step back. It's also about getting to know each other. Maybe they're like talking about a player like Magic. I had been playing alongside him for many years, and we've had this thing that we most of the time didn't have to communicate about details. I expected and knew what he was going to do. I knew his reaction in executes. I knew how he would move around, and he knew the same way around how I was going to react. So most of the time, the more time you spend together, the more used to each other you'll also get, and you will understand each other's tendencies.
Yeah, you get to understand the tendencies a bit more. That's exactly what I wanted to get some insight on. In terms of how the first half ended up coming to a conclusion, Falcons, started to get their shit into gear a little bit. They started to string a couple of rounds together, put Major in quite a difficult situation when it came to a clutch in round number.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit hard done having to play this clip for you, but it's just to give some insight into the viewers at home what you should be going through when you're clutching. Major being put up in a 1v3 clutch, as you said, Falcons slowly but surely coming back into it. He plants the bomb, he seeks out proactively towards Banana, gets the first kill. This is textbook by Major. That is perfection. You gotta do something in a 1v3. For some reason, he decides to put a Molotov in towards CT spawn, which feels like a classic habit that some players have, that whenever you have a nade available, you just gotta throw it, you just gotta use it before. The issue is right here. Look at the timer. Look at the bomb timer. Had he had a Molotov right here, all he had to do was put a Molotov on the bomb. There's no smoke on the Falcon side. He would have won the round. So it's just to give an insight to people at home that, nades have a purpose in this game. And I'm standing next to a guy who was raised by Sonic, who kind of installed that every nade had to have a purpose. Don't throw your nades just for the sake of throwing it. Had Magic kept his cool right here, he would have won a wonderful 1v3 clutch.
If it's possible, I would like to catch it again. I want to have this replay coming once more, because I actually think there's more to it from what you've been talking to. We talk about this, like as you mentioned, him going out here, getting the first kill is very important because he needs to try and eliminate players. The Molotov, yeah, I can agree, he could have used it, but he also used it as to peek behind it to kind of mask his movement going back to the side. At this point, Major has he spots there's no one in CT. He even reacts to there's no one coming from Banana. The thing that stands out for me is he's way too slow at getting the second frag. Like, if he would have peeked as the CT would molot new box, he would have gotten a 1v1, and yes, he would have given up his position, but then he could play the bomb time. He was literally way too passive in his late decision making.
And I will say, it's a lot to ask for a player to win a 1v3 clutch against the likes of Falcons, but it's just to, as Peter said, there's levels to this, and it's just to give a bit of insight into the decision making coming in from Major. The fact that he seeked out Banana, got the first kill, textbook Counter-Strike play. You always want to try to screw the round into your own advantages, and then maybe a qualified, or calculated risk of throwing the Molotov in towards CT spawn, but overall, Major had more than one opportunity to actually win the round.
Speaking of the Eternal Fire textbook, we got to see, I guess, one of the classic plays coming out in round 14, right? You're very familiar with this one, Dupree.
I've lost to this one.
Oh, no.
We got to copy it. I've tried everything with this one. It is like, I don't know if it's Eternal Fire who actually made up this kind of play, or if they stole it from someone, but this is very, very Eternal Fire thing, buying a lot of MP9s and then fighting off the very important map control. In this case, the dude on Banana, they just simply brawl their way through things. I've tried this on Vertigo with them multiple times, them running out from Gap and running and fighting on A-ramp at the same time. So this is something that Eternal Fire have pre-planned. This is something they like to do, and this is something they have very, very high success rate with.
Allow me, Justin, because you played against it, you've lost to it before, you have played in Falcons before as well. Is that a mistake on there, not to be more prepared for that? Because I feel like the way they rushed up Banana, there was not a lot of utility behind it. They were kind of exposed to this exact play, so would you classify that as a mistake, or is it sometimes just the randomness of Counter-Strike?
Of course, it's the randomness of Counter-Strike. They did use utility. Maybe they could have used more. It's easy to say it, and then we're standing here looking back in hindsight. They did get the flash off. It actually blinded the first two players, and they even get the first kill. It's more like the trading reaction that is maybe either being too slow or not being cautious, not about the whole play. But sure, they are a new team, and maybe you tend to forget that you rely more on what you're supposed to do than what your opponent might do in this kind of case.
Because that would be my argument, right? They weren't really cautious walking up Banana. The reason you get caught off guard like that is because you already, established that you are 4 guys towards Banana, and you decided to go for the fights over and over again. Sometimes we play with a system where you have a guy out seeking for information or maybe baiting out a potential stack. Falcons didn't do this in this round, so it as you said, Peter, it's probably one of those growing pains of focusing more on what you want to achieve than necessarily what your opponents are going to throw at you, given that you know it's a classic thing for Falcons. It could have been different.
I can guarantee you that Matt has got an alarm bell ringing in his head.
PTSD throwback.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Matcha, he had an iconic quote before coming into this series. They got Nico, but we got Xantares. So we've been keeping an eye on the head-to-head duels going down between these two stars. And I believe it is siding quite handedly with Xantares. 8-1. He had Nico's number throughout this game.
He did, and that was a big issue for Falcons on the CT side. We spoke about EF getting off to a good start, keeping control in the first half, and normally you see Nico control Banana. Normally you see him find a lot of openings on Banana, or at the very least install some sort of fear in the opponents that pushes them more towards the bigger bomb side. Nico not being successful on the CT side, I think, was a big part of the reason as to why Eternal Fire was so effective in the first half.
100%, and we've also talked about how instrumental Banana is for Inferno as a dynamic map, and we saw both teams want to try and fight it off. In the beginning, it seemed more like that it was the Nico Xantares brawl on Banana without too much utility. They tried to catch each other off guard. Then we saw Falcons transition more into trying to take a deep Banana control, use more utility to put him out of his place, and eventually, they got a couple of rounds, but it was a little bit too late.
Half of Xantares' kills were on Nico for that entire map. That's got a sting, right?
It's got a sting, and it's a great, great parameter of impact, I'd almost say. You look at Xantares' scoreboard overall for the game, and then you add a little bit of context to that, you add a bit of nuance to that, and all of a sudden the 99 ADR and the 16 kills, when you know that 8 of those are against the best player on the opposite side, it gives a little bit more value. And I guess the impact of Xantares, once again, as we spoke about, he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player. Sometimes I feel Peter underestimate how good he is.
It happens. I mean, I think maybe it's because, he's never been in the teams like G2 or Spirit, obviously not Spirit, but like the likes of Vitality, all these great international rosters. Like, people tend to maybe forget that he is the superstar. He was also really good when he played in the likes of Big. He did try his reins inside of a new lineup, an international lineup, but it's more like people tend to forget it because he's playing in the Turkish scene and he constantly stays in this Eternal Fire lineup.
Are you all right that, Xantares is choosing to stay in a national team? Because we saw the foray into Big.
Yeah.
It was kind of hit or miss. I feel like, maybe if it was a different team other than Big, may have seen some more out there results. Do you feel like he should be looking to go international? He looks like he's very comfortable on this team.
I think it's incredibly difficult to answer that question, because I respect the nuance of players wanting to stay true to their scene and staying true to their nationality. You said Big Tapson is another great example of that. I think for many years, personally, and everyone else was shouting at him, saying, please go somewhere else, try to explore other than just German Counter-Strike, and he stuck to it. So I respect the commitment to the national scene, but yes, I do think from a personal, selfish perspective, Xantares could have played in G2, he could have played in FaZe, he could have perhaps played in Vitality. He has the skill set for it, so I would love to see it someday. But I think we're running into a situation now where he's made his decision, right? He's committed to the Turkish Counter-Strike scene, and I think Xantares 2 years ago were probably more likely to make that move than he is today. So I think we missed the timer window.
I mean, I like it. I understand him. Like, I understand why he values the thing of playing in a national lineup very much. You can all respect the guy for doing that. He could have gotten the bag somewhere else, maybe play alongside better teammates in his own book. I think it's actually it shows a little bit about his character and how he wants to progress in his career. He's more about making results together with the Turkish guys than maybe doing it with an international lineup. I mean, you can only praise him for that in some sense. Maybe you consider it being maybe like stupid for your career, but in some sense, it's also like you got to respect it.
It's a give and take in that sense, and it was the same reasoning used for Tapson. As you said, you can only respect it, but as a selfless Counter-Strike fan, you would always love to see the best players playing on the best teams, and unfortunately, we don't get to do that with Xantares.
We're so selfish, aren't we, Jake?
Of course we are.
Either way, Eternal Fire do find themselves 1-0 up versus Falcons, but that is by no means all the Counter-Strike we have going down today. Oh no, 4 best-of-3s rather are going to be going down. We're going to have Big versus G2 to round out this evening's action. VP taking on Vitality. That's going to be an interesting one indeed. After this, it's going to be FURIA taking on BetBoom team. But we have got to take things to a quick break before we dive into Falcons map pick of Nuke. We'll see you on the other side. chance for Eternal Fire to not only secure a spot in the Copenhagen studio next week, not only claim the 7th seed, but also steal that 30k bounty on the head of Falcons. Looked pretty convincing on map number 1, Jacob. Nuke, though, this is the pick of Falcons. Is it over? Are you smelling a 2-0?
I mean, it's not unlikely that we go that route. I think Eternal Fire played much, much better than Falcons on Inferno, so it will require a bit of a bounce back from the Falcon camps. However, I think historically speaking, as you can see on the stats right here, Falcons, they always like to play Nuke. I feel like that was one of the few maps where Peter's Falcons as well were looking somewhat decent and always had a great showing against people. Not always winning the games, but making them competitive, whereas for Eternal Fire, it has been a bit of a weakness in the map pool. And now the train coming in as well, it's probably something they have to either look at and adjust, or maybe say we don't want to play Nuke anymore and we bring train into our map pool.
Yeah, they haven't been playing it a whole lot. They haven't been winning it a whole lot. Does that change today, though?
We'll see. I mean, I'm confident that we're going to see a third map. I think, Falcons need to warm up a little bit. Sometimes it's also about getting into the series and just getting like the first map out of the way. And just, as I've briefly talked about also, that you isolated him to now one best of one at a time. I think there's a case for a third map.
Well, without further ado, gentlemen, it is time to dive into Nuke with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, very excited that we get to see Nuke come up as the second map in this one, the pick of the Falcons. One of my favorite games from back at the RMRs was actually the Eternal Fire 3D Max Nuke map. I'm sure you remember it. It was wild. Like Eternal Fire, the kind of confidence and bravado that they just approached that previous map with, their pick in the series, they are going to try and mirror that here on Nuke. I hope this goes through, because I think it's going to be a very exciting series if it does so. But there was just such a clear disparity in that last game between these two squads. I think it's going to have to be one hell of a turnaround for Falcons, both mentally and physically in the server, for this to get long down.
We're going to need to see a very different team, because even on an individual level, it was not a competition on Inferno. But this is a map where you can get a little more technical with it. So maybe Kixon can call a masterclass on the T side, Nico outside. Is always a joy to watch on this map. P250 armor set up to succeed is Nico. This is where you would put your money on him. Flash and Tessa's Hellside going for the fight to Xantares. They're going to main split, but we got Julies everywhere. Double pistols, finding headshots. Look at that kill feed. The more the merrier. Nico joins the death count and everyone falls at the cost of one. Coming through for Eternal Fire on a CT side.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Back to where they left off.
Yes.
Winning everything.
Wait, is that the T hut molly on the roof that missed and bled down? Doesn't make anything easier, does it? Oh dear. Full eco. Get the guns in the third. Definitely on T side Nuke. But that's the thing, Eternal Fire, sure, you can look at the numbers, you can go, oh, they haven't been playing this map lately, oh, it's not been great, but when we've seen Eternal Fire in top form, I'm thinking back to EPL last year, and even at the Major in Copenhagen, Nuke was actually a really good map for this team. They had some cool T-side ideas. They were great on the upper pops. Kind of reminds me in a way of the old, we could say Falcons, but pre that, I'm thinking Ents, snappy-led Ents. Where they love just doing these instant upper calls from spawn. Eternal Fire is very aggressive on T-side, so nice little clean up. Burn it down, buy round. And so, yeah, Eternal Fire, they beat some decent teams across the last year. They actually played this map a lot in 2024.
Yeah, I think
the issue is consistency. Like, they got stomped a bunch of times, but they also beat top teams here. So it's what do we get today? We're talking of unknown quantities. Falcons are very much still in that conversation.
Yeah, to give you an idea, like the heights of last year, they always beat Na'Vi on this map, which was like a weird one, right? They played them on it a handful of times and they never lost. So Eternal Fire will certainly have ideas.
Oh, Jota's in a start position now to get this kill, but Tessez is lights out on these entries. Isn't he just? Through the smoke, Wycadia, you're crazy. Magis will not let that happen. Eternal Fire get a little bit too aggressive in this round. Jota feels like he plays that very soon, knowing they could have crossed down B. So a couple of steps too far. We might honestly just see Eternal Fire try and save, because they're about to lose this B site.
Oh wait, the bomb just crossed over. Okay, it gets down, it's fine. Right, the bomb started like rooting towards the right side as you come out ramp, and that immediately made me nervous. But maybe I didn't need to be, as now it's only Madge. Madge is still floating around on the ramp. He would love this kill, and then...
Is he going for the knife?
Do it.
Yeah, come on.
Go on, Madge.
Go on.
Go on, Madge.
Good lad.
Yeah, knife pulled. Take that, Magisk. And now he's out of there like a light. Money made, AK retrieved. He's even feigned the footsteps to make it sound like he's saving. He wants to try and get more value out of this. He's not content with the huge paycheck the AK picked up. He wanted even more.
Wait, is he going to go for the whole round?
Oh
They've heard him save. He has a smoke, he has a kit.
Oh my God, Madge, stop.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Stop, you can't do a knife into a ninja defuse. Smoke on the bomb. Madge is trying to embarrass them. Falcons, it's not connecting. Oh man, that is such a good attempt. It takes kicks out. It takes multiple players coming back to stop Madge. That would have been the game. That would have been game over.
Yeah.
I would have called it there. I would have just said, let's wrap this up. Madge's just won it for them.
0.66 on that defuse. Very, very tight. If you waited another second or two, they would have been further away. Who knows? A really nice try for Madge to fake those steps and to go for everything. Took 2 players. Ah, they're having fun. They believed for a moment.
Everyone was believing, like...
Okay.
Oh, I mean,
that's how Eternal Fire are feeling right now.
Yeah, that's the mindset they're in. Madge just attempted the knife into a ninja defuse 3 rounds deep on the second map.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, dude, you got $6 grand, AK full nades. Like, you should just save. Like, really, like, look at this buy. It's not great. Saving would have set them up, but I actually love that he gave it a go. He almost gets it. The downside is now some of his teams don't have as much, but hey, Woxic, Big Green, pushed into the hut. Using it like a shotgun right now. Very quiet on the map.
I'm really appreciating the kind of mindset it's clear Eternal Fire have come into this game with. I think towards the end of last year, they were guilty of like putting way too much pressure on themselves to try and replicate the Copenhagen major run. Then obviously their major journey fell apart. And so I like that they're trying to have more fun with it again. Now all these kills have come through for Falcons as this T side is finally starting to take some shape. They're looking to chain together a couple of rounds. Madge stays hidden, but that's a wild spam out of Magisk.
Yeah, save. They lost the AWP in the lobby as well. I wonder if they grab it for Dexter for the next round. Wouldn't be a bad move to have him activated in this series. Haven't really talked about him either. It was Inferno, and they didn't win any rounds, so fair enough. But could be a nice way to get the AWP activated in this series. Kicks and picks it up. Jota, none of this. The issue of doing it in round 3, Harry, is you can't ninja again. They just won't let you. He has no kit, so... Oh, bye. But to who? Oof.
Yeah, it's a little ugly for Kixan.
Take the AWP. It's fine. Falcons piecing it together now. Quick main drop, A split. Looking good. What else we got?
Timeout called in from Falcons. You know, for the first time in the entire series, they have a chance of being the team in the lead, so this is a pretty big deal. Good to talk this one over, make sure everyone's on the same page. Yeah, there's Kixan starting to pipe up. Madge. And he just cut to him right at the close, but you imagine he hasn't stopped talking this entire time. He also wants to cook up a bit of a reply here with those saved guns. It's not much to fight back with, but these rounds can still sometimes get finicky. fast for Magisk. Already past the line and hut. This is a strong position for him to have taken early.
It's such a dangerous angle when you're on a gun round because there can be rafters, they'll see your feet, but knowing they don't have economy here, the chance that someone's playing above him on the rafters with an M4 is pretty low. And that M4's been spotted outside now.
This is how the round gets weird, something like that. Zantares kills Nico out in the yard. Already, that rifle's been put to work. You've got 1 kill from it. And what does Zantares do as soon as he gets that kill? Immediate reposition. So now you don't even have the info if you're Falcons. You're a man down. The info is run dry, and you're left guessing where Zantares is next going to appear. And if they think ramp is the safe haven, they would be wrong in that. Magic baits them in with the deagle. The fact that Magisk is still in hut, to me, means this won't be the ramp play, right? He's in a very strong angle there. They likely want to move back in and join him with this much control. But Magic, he's piecing it all together. He's actually aggroed ramp after those AKs started spamming. Magic has immediately called the bluff of Falcons. He's been in the head of Kickstand across this entire series. And an immediate backstab now means that rifle finds its way into the top side. Put to work, another kill from Zantares. Magic triggers the backline flank, but it's all Zantares. It's all Zantares on this rifle. Only Tessez left, and he's chased down. Eternal Fire coming to that round with nothing apart from that 1 M4 on Zantares, and he puts up 3.
That is a crazy round for Zantares. He's in everywhere. He's in the right place all round. Ramp, drop back sight, find a third, lobby push. That's a, yeah, kicks him pissed after that one. That's an annoying round to lose. Eternal Fire get it done with 2 guns. And basically no util. That's going to bankroll this half. And done the inverse to Falcons. Pockets dry as they run outside. Going to try cross behind the smokes quickly. I like this pace for Falcons. First time they've done it. No info actually gained for Eternal Fire.
Well, the hero gun was enough last time for Eternal Fire. Let's see if Nico can replicate it. Zantares first to fall. A huge pickup down on this lower side. They get in with the bomb. Tessez Deeg rings out with another. And already, if you're Eternal Fire, you should really be thinking about saving. They've played with a lot of confidence here. But even they know when a round is too far gone. 3v5, they're going to back out with these guns and bring them out in the next. For Falcons, that is a tremendous victory.
Yeah, it's Nico beating the timing. He gets down so fast, they don't even realize. So walking down ramp for Zantares, unaware that a player is so far crossed into the window. So yeah, 5 alive for Falcons. That's one way to save it after Eternal Fire do the exact same to them.
Terrorists win.
I think he's going to roof.
Okay.
Plant? Okay, good.
Good to survive here with 4.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's going up. He's fucking behind heaven.
Sound.
Good to survive with 4. Yeah, good idea.
To survive.
Good idea.
I think he's going up T-roof.
Immediately, sound.
Stabbed in the back.
No raging.
He's fucking behind me. Oh
dear. It's a good one. Oh, Moxic falls, but that's not going to make your day, Magisk, anymore. Perfect peek. Cross on the smoke. Oh, hello, Tessez. He is spotted, though. Whoa.
Arcadia, this is crazy, chasing this down. Oh, back turn, but he's going to collect it. Nico, key trade, sure, but they do sacrifice Tessez in the process. And this time, that route down to lower is not wide open. Zantares is already down there. Nico's trying to take space. He's had a good realization here after finding the main player. Madge is going to try and plug this hole right now, but Nico's out of the CT vent. There's the double up from Nico. Waited all game for Nico to get switched online. 3 kills in a swing round for Falcons as they look to take control of the money. Eternal Fire have no choice but to save on Woxic.
How's he done that? I mean, that's perfect, positioning from Nico. Finds the gap, realizes main play is down, but to clear the least likely position in upper, And then the nades from heaven from Magic give away that final player. He just hits the instant headshot. That's the Nico we know and love. Single-handedly winning the round for Falcons. I mean, it could have gotten out of control if Kixon didn't follow up either. Santares up the vent, but Nico, ooh, he might be dead to bomb. He's got to run. Oh, yeah. I think he realized that. He was like deep ramp, like, no, actually, I am dead. But
Woxic just got like the anime kill, right? You know, like when they draw the sword, but they don't even, like, the sword just doesn't move and then the person's sliced in half. Woxic just holding the AWP and then the dead guy appears around the corner. But I mean, Nico was the...
he won it.
Yeah, Nico was the anime swordsman of the round, charging into the A site, big triple.
Nico with the AWP. That was a 5v4 for Woxic last time around as well, but Falcons, they know they got the money on the rocks. They're going to send it in this site. Woxic's so blind. Down the vent with 4 players down the vent. Like it's an eco. That's a cheeky call to make on an anti.
Bomb has been planted.
And they've just won. Save that AWP, Woxic. Don't even risk it. Lovely stuff. Already, Falcons looking like they're going to field a really nice T side.
Yeah, at least something just far better than what we got from them in that first map. And a unicorn round, maybe? Oh, no, Nika's going to ruin it. But still, 9 players survive at the end of this one. Falcons up in the lead. Now, Woxic saved this AWP a couple of times. Whenever he's been given chances to get involved early, he's hit the shot. But for the most part, he's been getting dodged. So I think this is the round where Woxic calls something proactive. You feel like he's been left to the wayside a couple of times.
He's tried, yeah.
And he has been trying to get involved. So maybe we see another one of these hut pushes on the AWP. Maybe we see one of the ramp lines taken. Maybe you just put him out in the yard and see if he can dispatch of Nico early.
I do almost want to just see Joe to start Secret again with a better timing than last time. Because Falcons have done a lot of smoke walls and they've ended B more often than not. So let's get some early lower control. It does mean Woxic has to play more passive, right? Let's scope up ramp. Fill the gap somewhere. But let's see what Eternal Fire pull into this round as Falcons are picking up some momentum on the T side on their map pick.
Oh, fast out the door.
Hello. Straight
into this top site. Falcons trying to run a faster round here, but they don't get in. Matcha locks them out. Here comes the flood of the rest of the Falcons, and they swarm over the top site. This flock of Falcons causing problems, and Zantares only good for the first. Quick trade for Tessez. Double molly up into the heavens.
Did waste one.
Yeah, that is all the slowing util lob down now, but a smoke follows it up, and that will lock Eternal Fire out.
Yeah.
The util might be enough to decide this.
And you called it as well. Woxic went red with the AWP. He was trying to get the entry kill, so Falcons completely avoid the AWP with a fast upper. It looked a bit scary in the mid-round, in the middle of it, but Nico found a smoke on the ground. He found 2 smokes. So a block on main, block on heaven, and bomb can go down, but he's lost so much time by this that now they're actually considering going for this round.
Exactly. The fact that it's taken so long to get that bomb planted, suddenly Eternal Fire are like, well, we may as well go fishing and see if we find anything.
What?
That was the attempt from Jota, and it looked dead on, but Tessez just too fast. It's left to Woxic. As we say, so many rounds have just passed by Woxic. As hard as he's tried to be involved, they haven't let him, so he is chomping at the bit to be involved in this clutch. First kill connects. Tessez up close, low on health. P2K would be enough, but there's that immediate swing that can look to come through, and it's not needed. Tessez with a beautiful round put forth, that important trade onto Zantares, the turnaround on the Jota, and slowing Woxic's roll in the 1v3.
Tessez, we're getting, you know, the Ents Falcons game Tessez right now. These entries are coming in, looking very clean with it. That turnaround, eating a dink, still surviving. Really love to see it. The Falcons are going to need him right now. This kill's crazy. So, Woxic, glass orb, smoked off again, but he's found Dexter. We've seen these 4v5s be won by Falcons, and Tess's crosses so quickly outside. With no smokes down, there's no way Eternal Fire, no. He can take so much space. So grouping ramp might be the best play to meet him here, but that's where Woxic has realized. Come round with the orb. So we have a nice setup on ramp. Unless they can somehow get Tesses through this B bomb site, he could just open single door and hope for the best. Spam on upper, then he opens door on lower, and I don't think you're going to hear this because it's not like CSGO. This noise is a lot more covered by the height of the map. They have no idea. Oh, Woxic just checked it.
That's frustrating for Woxic. Had the right idea, but just couldn't connect the shot. And so this route in through ramp has been opened by Tesses on the lower push. Pantara is quick to take up the position, but Tesses is not missing a beat. Arcadia certainly had his moments in the first map, but this is asking a hell of a lot. Okay. That kill might entice you. Nico, what have we told you about trying to use that AWP? It's been given over to Jota now, but a clean swing. It's all Tesses.
It's all Tesses.
A punch in the gut, and for that you need the Rennies. 3 kills as Tesses will finally get bested, but in this 2v2, Arcadia just too low. Falcons scoop a 7th away, and that's in spite of playing this round 4v5.
Yeah, excellent. He's like, yeah, true. They've done that twice now. The upper hit and this lower take from ramp. And it's all Tesses from position again. Oh, and Magic has got a fight. Not known to be an AWPer here. Magic! What the hell? How does that happen? Oh, I mean, he'll take it. Kicks in a bit miffed. Could have had the pistol out, but... Revenge for Magisk, perhaps. Attempted. So dumb. Luckily, everything's going well for Falcons, right? They're on a bit of a hot streak, 5 rounds straight, so they can brush it off. And Woxic still has his orb thanks to his leader. 5v4s have not been enough for Eternal Fire to convert rounds. It's been a well-called T-side from Kixon. Nico and Tesses outside, terrifying twosome. Oh, oops, fallen into A. More than committed here as Woxic looks to open up yet again. If he gets this kill, that would be crazy. Does look like they want to split main and go for this A hit. Woxic's in the right place.
Oh, he's just gone back to drop some util over. He won't get punished, it's fine. Magis didn't take the space. All right, Woxic. He's saying, like, this is it. I finally get to fire a shot early. I can just feel it. But Nico could disrupt all of that as he's still walking this route down in towards lower.
Yeah, let's see what he finds, because they're still poised for A. They want to just show Nico first. But if he gets all this space, maybe he just calls them back down lower from ramp. The issue is 30 seconds. They kind of force their hand into this A hit.
Oh, they're going to try and get down the vent. They're going to try and link up with Nico. They managed to get down.
Do they?
But at quite the cost. They lose 3 players in doing so. That bomb made it. Magisk in the lower site now with Nico alongside him. A 2v5 required from Nico and Magisk.
Be monstrous. Yeah, this is nice. Jota backs up. Wait for the team, group up, and collapse upon Falcons. They need this round, Eternal Fire.
Scared about the vent drop, but they learn now that this is all clear, so this retake's going to start taking shape. These have got to be some very clean kills, and it doesn't come through. Nico 1v5, back turn, Jota will deal with both of those players in the post-plant. Eternal Fire with a clean round, 5 alive when all is said and done.
I don't know why, I just felt like maybe that could have happened, but he just gets obliterated on the first duel. Bomb was not too bad for him, and yeah, he had a good position, but Nice suffocate for Eternal Fire. They spam those smokes. They stop the vent drop. It's always hard to get down in that smoke cleanly. I mean, whatever you say, at the end of the day, it's going to be a beautiful half on the T side of Nuke for Falcons, but the question is, do you let Eternal Fire back in at the very end? I would love a 5-round CT side, given how dominant these rounds were. Woxic. Oh my god, lobby take. And look how early it is. There's only one guy in the door.
They don't have door, though.
Woxic's done it again. Another 5v4. They keep losing these, though. Back up the vent for Warcadia.
That's
and he
insane.
Will repeat.
That is wild.
Magic's just discounted it like, oh, he's gone.
Falcons might be winning, but Eternal Fire are playing like this is a 10-0 scoreline right now. The balls to go back up the vent into such a weird, unfavorable situation. And it works out. Magic was not expecting it. So sure, Falcons might have been on this real hot streak, but down the tail end of this first half, Eternal Fire looking for 2 very clean rounds back-to-back. That would give you a nice confidence boost going forward. Match has just been relentless. Like there's been no fear in how he has called this game. He's wanted a lot of aggression. He's wanted a lot of info, a lot of early moves.
They've had good stacks, to be honest. I would say Eternal Fire have actually been in the right place more often than not, but Falcons have, had Tesses getting 3 entries on top site. So positionally, Eternal Fire have been on the money.
Yeah. No, I think you're dead on. If it wasn't for Tesses and Nico, both 3K opening into top site plays, this could be a very, very one-sided CT half, but there's the individual prowess of Falcons shining. Let's see if it's enough to dig them out of this 3-on-5, or if it's the mow-down. Wycadia and Jota decimate the top hit. And so Eternal Fire, 2 clean rounds down the stretch as they level out their CT side.
Behind source box.
He's dead.
Fucking hell, man.
I thought he died. I thought he died.
Nice, boys.
Good job, boys.
It's not all fun and games here between Falcons and Eternal Fire, but it is a little bit of fun and games.
Who made the noise? And you all know what noise I'm referencing. Yeah.
Kicks him. Definitely kicks him. Thought he was dead to bomb.
Oh, it's been such a good game.
Yeah.
I don't want this one to end.
Well, you better pray for a
There's just been some real funny moments here, some sick highlight moments as well. It's kind of had everything you want from a game of Counter-Strike. The scream.
Ooh,
fast top hit. It's on the cards. Eternal Fire. Yeah. Run straight in. Those dual Berettas chew them up. It's bursting for Woxic. But in the end, the bubble pops. And this top site hit does not pan out. It's left to Macho 1v3. You've seen him get these clutches close, but he's yet to pull one over the line.
It should be very difficult. They're all playing top site, and they'll start to consider the wrap around the world eventually. He's got no armor, he's got no nades, and they will be able to trade this kill. So let's see what the long-standing in-game leader of Eternal Fire is cooking up. Crab walking. Crossing outside all the way to heaven, but Tessa should clear this. There it is, and Falcons find the pistol, a much-needed pistol, to keep this from spiraling.
Yeah, I think especially with that first half ending with a couple of rounds, you know, put on the board consecutively for Eternal Fire, it's nice to just get that kind of momentum break now to open up the second, where if you're Falcons, you're holding this lead. If you lose the pistol, suddenly the game's closed right up, and it's a level playing field. Now you get to flex a little bit. But Eternal Fire will force without the bomb plant. They've actually had good success in these force buys, so we won't count this round off. Or out, rather. Eternal Fire. They're going to lob in the outside util, try and get across with it. Nico has already been dispatched down to that lower bomb site. Walking in through main is Xantares, and he's going to find the opening.
How did he get that?
There was a gap left open. They thought that with these smokes, players at worst would be crossing behind them. Xantares takes a big cavity that Falcons left open and uses it to propel them into the top hit. Dexter, can he put this one back in the Falcons side? It looks like he can, buying time for Nico to barrel up the vents.
Concept was really nice, right? Smokes, they cross behind it, Xantares gets a kill, it looks like the lurk, and then they all pop through main while Nico has dropped down vents. So they got what they wanted. They got a 3v3, but Dexter from afar stops that from ever happening. That's crazy that he gets that with a back 10. All right, now a 9-5 Falcons, seeming like their map pick is a shoe-in. It would take a pretty large effort for Eternal Fire on the T side with rifles to pull this game back. We are seeing Falcons play a little more confident with every passing round, going for knife kills.
Adja hits this.
No.
99-1, but he hits it. Oh no, top main now. Not his fight. Nico gets him with his back turned, and Tesses deals with the ramp play. So these pistols not looking like they're going to find much. Wakadia kind of
can't catch a break.
Okay.
3 and 11.
At the time, that death feels inconsequential.
Hello. Peekaboo. Oh, whoa.
Oh, nearly the double up from Woxic. It's like
the revolving door there.
At any moment in this game, just the funniest option is the one that happens. It's not like the best or the sickest play. It's whatever the funniest decision is at any moment. That's the one they're taking.
What's Blood looking for? Here we go. This is it. Eternal Fire, they don't win this gun round. We're talking about Dust 2 all of a sudden. Woxic's AWP is out. He got a lot of opening kills and a lot of lost rounds. Not his fault. Dexter, got to time this nade well. Gets broken for him, not very well.
He's going to do it right back. This is how you break the smoke. Bam! Oh, it just sails past. So Xantares allowed to stay alive. With a great opportunity of removing him early. Let's see if they regret the fact that Xantares is still on the field.
It's smart. They use the first smoke wall. They get 2 HEs out of Falcons. Then they know they can cross pretty safely behind those second smokes. Nico's here, though. Got no nades to stop it. He's on a nice position to grab a kill and dive away, but they're going to molly him. Oh, he really wanted to stick around there. Door's open as well. Nico climbs the site. There's Eternal Fire, Wrap B. There's only 3 secret right now. They're trying some trickery. This feels like too good to be true with 2 lurkers. Matt just walked in upper. Is he going to clear this? They check him from back site, and now they're forced to commit B.
Oh, Tess says, cleanly done on the ramp side. Full blind, but there's Woxic with a helping hand. Hang on, this might still happen. There's just time to get that bomb planted. They're both going double doors. Xantares had them on a plate, but Tess says lends a helping hand from the ramp, and in doing so, keeps that round safe for the Falcons. That could have gotten so weird if Xantares is allowed to fight them there, coming out double. If he even gets away with, you know, the first kill to slow the roll of the double doors push, suddenly Woxic is posted backside, AWP 1v2.
Yeah, he needed to get in the double doors to be safe from ramp. There was obviously just a lot of targets. There were 2 lurkers, both had limited success. Wakadi got a ramp pick, but he gets AWP'd. It's an annoying round. Xantares knows if he got in the door, I think they're favored. He probably can spray them both down there. Nice from Tesses. He's really saved this game for Falcons. I'm sure a bomb plant means Eternal Fire can rebuy and can keep trying. Throwing themselves at the wall. See if it crumbles down, but it does definitely feel like we'll need a 3rd map to decide who will be going to the LAN finals in Copenhagen for Blast Bounty. There's big money on the line, and it gets even bigger when you get to LAN. We're an insta for the door lurk. But they know no one's down. Nico even broke vent himself, so he's not worried. He's going to drop assuredly and block Xantares. It's 4 players crossing, just ducking under the AWP. But Falcons don't have that info. That being said, you can rely on Nico to not get picked here. Gonna get the info, he's gonna get out. Maybe he'll even take some with him. But that is 4 players secret this time. Eternal Fire. They will have to commit quicker on lower. Oh, they saw him at least. They know they've got Nico in a box. They're not gonna molly him. They want this kill.
Oh, and they're gonna get it. Xantares. There's the opener that sends them into the depths below, and that only gives Madja more room on this flank. If he goes too soon, he will give over the 4-on-4, and Falcons had already written this off. Missed shot from the AWP. Madja can't keep them boxed in, but Falcons have already decided that this one is too far gone.
I actually respect that call, because you have such a lead in this game. Why risk your money? It wouldn't force them on eco next round, but right now they can sustain a loss, they can rebuy, everything's fine, they can still take another loss. This is about playing for the future. That was a very decisive call, and it only happens because you're out of position, right? Like, Nico doesn't want to just get picked there by 4 players. I think that spot was one way. I think they saw him on the boost, and he didn't see them, or he probably would have repositioned. And so instead of mollying him like last time where they let him go through his protocols, get back to B, call for a ramp rotation from Tessas or the AWP, he is just waiting for a 1v1 But Xantara's clean damn entry as they creep in. Look at that. Final second uncrouch. It's not the end of the world, though. Falcons keep 4 guns alive.
Dexter won't catch anyone crossing. It does have a nade to blow these smokes open, so certainly in with a chance. However, Eternal Fire ready for it. Oh my God, Xantares.
Doing it again.
Smokes are starting to fade, and he's just going to get down in time.
Should have heard that. Will Nico just play jump spots now? He's been punished once. They want to try and do it again. This time he's actively looking for the fight. And again, the round rests on him, but there's no better candidate, you'd feel. Magiska's come down vent as well. They can double peek. On Nico's contact, Magisk will swing.
Nico spots them. Magisk taking attention away. It's one for each of them. Magisk will get bested in the head-to-head, though. Woxic, keen double down at lower. Magisk still lurking back in lobby, but that's something to bear in mind for later in this round. Eternal Fire pumped the brakes. They're lending a little bit of time to Magia here. In the vent, are they going to try and fly up? Because Kicksan's right here, and this is all heard. They know that Madge is now in the top side. Tessez over in heaven, they come on up. Kicksan can't hold on, and Madge wins his fight. He's ready for Tessez coming through the heavens. It falls to Dexter on this AWP. Haven't had to say his name all too much in this series. Dexter on the swing will get put down. Eternal Fire starting to grind their way back into this game at the 11th hour.
I'm very impressed that Major wins that kill. We know what he's doing. I mean, Falcons know what he's doing. It's the same thing the last 3 or 4 rounds. It's heavy lower, and then Major looks for a lurk on ramp or A or outside. He's just always on his own, and he hits a very important shot to that heaven player because Kicksan could have won the entire round on his own. That felt super obvious for Eternal Fire.
And this is where, you know, I think it's helpful that it's Matcha the one in these lurk positions, because he knows now in these last couple of rounds, they've seen him go for these late lurks and they've seen it have impact. And so it wouldn't surprise me if you see Falcons try and do something about that.
Yeah, take lobby when you know this control's being taken secret.
That's where the mind games come in there, right? It is the captain, the leader of this Eternal Fire squad on the other side, and I think he knows that that's almost what he would call here. So curious to see how his lobby lurks evolve as this game goes on. Who knows, maybe we see them throw in that outside wall, fake the outside play, and wait around in lobby to see if they can catch that reaction. I think this is where you look to make some moves like that.
Yeah, I mean, they have run the same round 3 in a row now, winning 2 of them, so anything's possible right now. Woxic's got his AWP, so it could just be a completely different look and trying to allow him an opening gambit. Back in the lobby.
No, this is it. Those yard smokes go in. Yeah. You're trying to tempt the reaction. Ooh. Dexter will stick the landing on the AWP. Magia picked up. Whoa! Dexter! That's insane. There was no accounting for that. If you're Jota, Dexter means business. Was left out of the clutch attempt in that last round. But boy, is he made up for it here. A crazy double to secure the 5-on-3, and there was nothing Eternal Fire could have done differently to stop that. Other than stay out of his way, I guess.
Run. Yeah, okay. All this conditioning now thrown to the wayside as Dexter forces the 5v3 and Eternal Fire's contact door. Magiski's had a rough game, but this should at least be one from this position. He gets early spot. He plays it smart. Blocks. Doesn't even want the fight. More nades. It's going to come at a cost. Great grenade there. Over 50 damage as they set up to just swing together. There's the entry. But Magisk is fast on the trade. He's able to reset as well.
Falcons just have all the info, right? They know where everyone is. They kind of have since the start of the round. And Magisk, who, as you said earlier, was having a dire game. He was 3-11 at one point, starting to change his fortunes a little bit down the final few rounds of Nuke. An important multi-kill there.
Check this.
After Dexter's a wild wallbang. What even is that?
Feeling. Reliable from Magisk. It's what we needed. Falcons looking like they're going to get over the line in the end. A bit of a hot streak for Eternal Fire's T side, but map point secured and Dust 2 poised.
Yeah, this game has certainly had its moments of levity, its funny moments, but
it's been a tense T side.
It has been a very different vibe here. You can see Eternal Fire trying to get locked in and focus up. They were all smiles earlier on when it was nothing but success. Falcons also have been kind of smiley. The one guy who's looked pretty stern and serious about this whole affair would be Nico on the side of Falcons. He doesn't look like he's having a good time. He wants to leave a good impression from the first tournament rocking up with the Falcons.
That's Nico's comms.
Yeah.
Right now. Oh, don't do it again, Dexter. Oh my God. Well, Nico's left his impression.
Yeah, all serious. No laughs, just business from Nico as he hits a blinder to open up.
Very nice. That should get them over the line here, you'd like to think.
I'm glad that we're seeing him really focus up and try to have that impact, because it's been a lot of this has been about Tesses, and I think Nico needs to be in the conversation even more. He had that one really nice triple kill round that stands out. That was in the first half, but across this series you're going to need a deeper activation from Nico, it feels like, in a series that feels destined to go the distance.
Yeah, Dust 2 is going to be the place for that. Nico v Xantara is really going to light up on a map like that.
This was the opener. Okay, if that's a sign of things to come, this matchup gets very exciting.
Upper pop here, hope for the best. Kixon getting into a really strong position right now. He's just going to make it. And Magisk got a 3K from Hut last time, so good block. Flash smoke, they're running in. This could get messy. Jota finds a double entry out of nowhere, but we still talk about Kixon, who gets removed with ease. What on earth? Not a single defensive kill.
No, that is a wild topside hit. Jota, the new face in the Eternal Fire jersey, replacing Calix, puts on a show on the openers. That was a lovely double up. And that round is over before Falcons even realize it. It starts off so well with a crisp tap out of Nico. But it matters not, as Eternal Fire secured themselves in 8th. There's 4 rounds between these squads, and the money's starting to bottom out for Falcons. Those 4 rounds are actually composed of just 2 rifle rounds, so this could still close up. Eternal Fire will not go down without a fight. And going back to talking about Nico, the reason why I say it's good to see him taking it seriously and you know, wanting to up the output here, up the ante, and go back to shots like this. God, for one moment, that kind of feels like CSGO. For that, in that one moment, that's a CSGO shot right there.
Yeah.
But, you know, Nico is a guy who's so good that every team he's ever joined has gone on to be pretty darn successful straight away, right? When he first joined FaZe, if you remember, you saw him in Kato. They managed to make it all the way to the finals there. When he joined G2, we were in the online era, sure, but it was still top placings. It was still reaching semi-finals. This would be the worst kind of debut for Nico in a roster if they lose this series.
Yeah, want to get straight to LAN in their first couple of matches. Gonna have to earn it right now. Eternal Fire playing like they have nothing to lose. Ramp rush through the smoke and a full buy, and they trade out the first. Nico dropped to the door, forcing a save. I mean, we have a pistol on Kixon. He needs to go grab that gun and get out of here quickly. Eternal Fire suddenly only 3 rounds away from overtime. I can't believe they really play like they have nothing to lose there. Through a ramp smoke.
Well, this is what we were saying, right? It's actually only 2 rifle rounds between you and tying this game up. You're gonna have one following in the next. If you win that, they're low on money again. They have to eco for the final round to fight for this in regulation. And so the margins are actually way smaller than they might appear for Falcons. Eternal Fire, finger to the pulse. Trying to get us all believing in this comeback.
Seen said, ever since that ramp kill has just gone for all these wall bangs through hut, through door, then through hell. It's a great map for it, sure, but some typing, maybe not live here for Falcons. Not live indeed. I don't know, don't count Eternal Fire out of this one.
You know, while we have the timeout, we can, you know, I want to just revisit the talking point there for NiKo, right?
Yeah.
I think the reason why that's important is like, you can 100% make, I think, the very valid argument that he was joining teams already firmly with a place in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike with the FaZe and G2 moves back in the day, right? So arguably this team is weaker on paper than they were. I think that goes without saying.
Sure.
But considering there were so many eyeballs on this move and it felt like a big question mark, and there was a lot of controversy around the decision for him to join this team in the first place, I think that's why you want to leave a bit of a lasting impression. At least say you didn't go out in round 2 of the Blast Bounty. You made the LAN finals. You feel like that's kind of a bare minimum for a player as accomplished as a NiKo, someone who, whenever he's joined teams in the past, there has been an immediate uptick in the results.
And NiKo's a factor, but you have to also remember what he's joining. He's joining a core of a roster that just made it top 8 at a major when 100%. No one expected them. Sure, it's weird because in one angle, that was kind of a dead team, right? The rumors were Dex is getting kicked, all of this. Then Falcons, of course, want the core for the VRS points. They pull in this squad. You make pretty much upgrades, right? Shush for Magisk. In terms of experience, it's a no-brainer. And then NiKo over Nerds. And I mean, also, you know, 2 very strong riflers, but you can't doubt NiKo right now in his form. He's really, think about how he started CS2 versus now. It's night and day. He's had a great run of things the last 6 months, so you would have higher expectations than losing.
Yeah, I think as well, like, you know, even when you look further afield, the NiKo bringing it back to that, you know, heroic core point, these guys did just have a lot of success. They want to keep that going. They don't want to feel like there is this immediate regression. I just think it's a sour way, a sour undertone to start your season when you join a squad that were best known for, or you know, the org that were kind of best known for their failures, the tournaments they didn't make deep runs in, the tournaments, the wins that they didn't get, and you don't want that to keep up when you've made all these brand new signings.
And when we've had a couple of teams that have actually not had prac time, even the new heroic, right, a couple of days. Actually, that's not the case for Falcons. These guys have been boot camping from the start of the year, so they've actually put some time into this team, expecting early results. And sure, they are still leading right now, but this is, like you said, 2 gun rounds away from overtime. We don't want to get dragged there and give Eternal Fire a second wind.
Even though it's the 2 gun rounds we've homed in on, rounds like this still can be very, very hard to put away.
And they're making the info play.
Because these are the sort of rounds where Falcons have to take risks. And so with that come gaps, with that come holes that can be exploited. And Kixan has looked to uproot this round. That hero M4 put to work, opens up on a Madja. They've lost a lot of the util for this top site here as a result. And now 4v4, they make their way in, they get past Tesses, they manage to deal with him. There's still this Dexter AWP to worry about. 5-7 push out of NiKo as he plays it through the smoke, and he will get locked out. Eternal Fire can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, they had all the info, but nothing they can do once they hit the top site. Jota has had a lot of impact on T-side entries here. Okay, shouldn't be enough. Don't give him another, though. Heaven position for Xantares, and Dex is given a second kill. Don't fight him.
He can't cross, so Jota's won the round. Jota knows just by not peeking, that's the way.
He swung main.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, he took the risk early, but it's paid off. He can't cross out of spawn, he's going to go hunting for him.
Yeah, he's got
the shot, wants to get that AWP out of play. Dexter backing off. Really wants to hold on to this AWP.
He's dead.
Pistol pulled, and so that gets removed.
I think he had no AWP bullets left as well, so couldn't even get that AWP back out. It gets blown away. Doesn't matter. Eternal Fire breakthrough. They were getting flanked. They walked into a stack. They went 4v5, and they still closed it out. Of course, it was only a couple of guns. Now Falcons with an opportunity to end this one. But dare I say, it's getting awfully tense, awfully tight here, as Eternal Fire have won 5 out of the last 6 rounds.
And now there's no AWP. That's the consequence of losing it in that save.
And even this buy's not perfect.
Yeah. Dexter could have ran the AWP glass cannon, but that's further limitations for an already limited CT side. This entire round is going to come down to the individuals. You don't have a lot of resources if you're Falcons, so every fight is so dependent on you finding success. Dexter falls early on. Tessez needed that trade, but Zantares is not in a forgiving mood. He wants this comeback and he wants it now. Nico, they're moving past him. The nade destroys him. And these M4s have to be saved as they will be the only guns coming out for Falcons to deny overtime.
That was Zantares on 25 health after the secret cross. He ate a nade, he ate spam, and then he crouches and waits. I can't believe he's ready for 2 players, but I think not seeing Nico there makes you think, hey, Nico's going to be the second guy trading this kill. It's Tessez. Zantares peeks in, and he finds 2 perfect headshots. What a play for Zantares, and what a time to do it. And now they want the guns. Now they want the spoils of war. Nothing to save for Falcons. Say Eternal Fire. Magis is boxed in, he's a dead man, and Falcons only get 1 gun in the last round of regulation. Eternal Fire, what an incredible long out of this match. I really thought it was over. I thought we were gonna go to Dust 2. They did not stop. All crafted off the back of these 4-1s, right? With these secret crosses early, Majoron lurks, Eternal Fire coming up fence. And they have only gotten stronger. These rounds have only gotten more decisive as we've gone on.
Battle's not done. But you're so close if you're Eternal Fire. There's a lot more util in this round for Falcons than maybe you're ready for, maybe you're prepared for. And so, Eternal Fire want to try and take this slow. You don't want to run.
Oh, that's a
flash through. Nade on the smoke, rather.
Oh.
Zantares.
I think he missed the nade.
Yeah.
I mean, it landed behind him, so it's not doing damage, but didn't see it from Tessez's POV.
That's
it didn't look
so
good.
awkward. And that's Tessez, top performer, top fragger, the guy who's been able to multi-kill in so many a swing moment for Falcons. Knocked out of the round first. And of course, it's Zantares to find him on the other side.
Actually, in retrospect, I don't think it was a missed nade. I think it's meant to land behind him and open up his vision, but they're holding it anyway because of the deep smoke.
So Eternal Fire 5v4 on this route to overtime. Dexter levels the playing field. They've lost their captain. Madja has to call from beyond the grave. Nico deleted! Zantares versus Nico, the head-to-head that keeps on giving. And it's all giving in favor of Zantares. He continues this tear, 3 kills deep on his way to the overtime. It's all about Zantares as the ace is laid up right ahead of him. There is no doubting Zantares wants this one over in 2. 5 rounds straight to lock in OT as Zantares puts up 4 to take Eternal Fire into extra time.
Yeah, Nico may have been in the top 20 HLTV players every year since 2016, but Zantares just entered, and now he's starting off 2025 with a vengeance, looking for even more. And he is absolutely destroying him in this head-to-head right now. In a game that Falcons felt like they'd already won. They are getting rings run around them. Overtime here in map 2 as Eternal Fire try and eliminate the new Falcons from the bounty.
It's already taken this hulking effort from Eternal Fire to force OT in the first place. And to do so, there were a couple of requirements. You needed, most notably, Zantares to get switched online, because up until now, Jota had been the kind of main guy driving a lot of these openers. And on this route to OT, there is no question Zantares has had so much impact. Once more, there's aggression out in the yard. It's a gap that keeps being available for Falcons, so why not take it? But my God, Zantares, it takes 2 players pinning him down to try and keep this guy on a leash. Wicadia will pick up the trade 3-on-3 as Eternal Fire try and grind their way back into this one. They might have got a man down early. They've got this control over at ramp. Now the question becomes, what are they going to do with it?
It's a difficult mid-round for Eternal Fire. Low player, only a smoke and a Molotov. So just got to get those trades out on the lower side right now. They know the AWP could be hell, so they don't want to route that way. Kicks in great position with the door open. It makes it look like he's single, but he's hiding out back of the site, peeking early for info. That's going to mean no rotations coming in. He's on his own. They shouldn't molly this position. Kixon, the repeat's so dangerous. He still takes one more. It's enough for Eternal Fire, for an open runway to get a bomb down. But it's all about this post plant. No kit right now in overtime.
That might be a decision that Falcons really come to regret. They're on the clock now.
There it is.
Gonna go and retrieve it is Nico, but even this is wasting precious time. Grabbing that kit forces him to start running. He's got to make noise. You don't want to spend more time getting the kit than the time you save by having one. And so now, pressure's on. Info gained for Eternal Fire. They know where both these players are coming from, and Wycadia might be low on health, but my God, you wouldn't know. 4 kills as he matches up to the heat that Xantares brought to get them into overtime. Wycadia with an equally impressive feat. 11 points of health, 4 kills, and the first in OT falls in their favor.
Yeah, the Turkish talent pool runs deep right now. Magic keeps getting shot on the roof, but Jota's had AAA entries. Xantares had multi-kills, madness, and now Wycadia enters the fray. Eternal Fire stoking those flames, leveling up. 6 rounds in a row, 8 rounds out of the last 9. Falcons falling through the cracks. And Xantares again goes on his main lurk. They're not even considering it right now. Kixon does have that cross stopped as they duck the headshot. Oh, Match has just left as well, but Tess has made a step on this push. Match is just not interested. 2 from the ramp. They get set up in B. Good timings for Falcons, but that door about to get swung open. Nico gets in position in time.
Oh, and there's the lineup. Nico trying to match this output, tees up Dexter for a freebie. And Magic, last man standing, not for long. We'll get humbled by Magic outside, so there's the return to form. Well timed from Nico, just getting himself tucked in there.
Finally closing a 5v4 round as well. We've seen Eternal Fire do it from the back foot so many times. And Falcons say, screw it, I'm sick of this B side. Let's just over-rotate, because we're not seeing any upper hits right now. 2 players anchored in.
Ooh, this is Magic's time to get very vocal.
Yeah, last round on T side, and this has been a game of T side, so make it worthwhile. You need that second round.
Everyone else stands to attention. They are listening, hanging on every word coming from the captain here. You want to capitalize on the fact that you forced this game into OT. It was not expected that you were going to get here in the first place. Had to embark on one hell of a comeback to make this happen. And so you don't want it to all be for nothing. You don't want this to still end on Dust 2. Does Matcha have the goods? Can he provide? Because Falcons have started to make the adjustments necessary to put a stop to these 4-1 splits in the lower play.
All can be forgiven if Falcons can close this out. A second CT round would be a perfect layup. Nico sees nothing on that outside cross, and now we even have secret control early for Falcons. It's been a long time since we've seen this untested. Second smoke's down. It's all a fraudulent outside take, though. No one even moving through. Dex's position now being wasted in secret. So Falcons have to put resources on upper, and Nico's come in. 3rd player here. They're not worried about this fake. They need to go soon, though, or Dex is going to realize it. Got 2 players back turned to this A site, but every time it's Magic throwing nades on top. They know what to expect. The setup looks good right now for Falcons. Top Hut even better. I think Falcons are realizing what's going on.
Here's that util, that volley getting lobbed in by Magic. Jota, he's been good at getting these entries. They lose Xantares, so now someone's going to pick up the slack. And why not Wycadia? Tesses, important trade, brings this back into a 2v2. Dexter now plays up in a main. Going to blow this open, try and stop that plant. Can't find it, and it's Wycadia securing the kill. Why not all of them? And as this has gone on into OT, it's no longer about Xantares. Wycadia has been the driving force in overtime for Eternal Fire. Both rounds they win, both 4Ks for Wycadia.
The young blood again, right? From the academy squad, 19 years of age, Jota right behind him. Eternal Fire keep finding diamonds in the rough, and they keep delivering at the top level. And Woxic getting loud. That's a huge round. This has been a game of T sides. Eternal Fire favored into defense, looking for the 2-0 in a game we'd already written off. Falcons had their ample opportunity to close this.
And this double, this like double threat of strong riflers, Antares and Wycadia, this was the backbone of the successes that Eternal Fire were able to field last year. So seeing Wycadia's form back in a big way, having Xantares be the guy to get you into the overtime, and now Wycadia come alive once you're there, this is so exciting for Eternal Fire.
Woxic and Secret as well. This is something Eternal Fire never really did. They didn't play for lower much. Back in regulation all that time ago. But he's going to stop any cross down Secret as Eternal Fire just try and plunge Falcons into darkness, block every position. Falcons fiddling with the grenades outside. It does seem like a similar round. Kixon doing nades on upper. But this could be the fake out. 3 players in the yard. Crossing towards main. It is that upper hit. Wycadia moves position to the back of the site. They're playing double backside right now. This could be good.
Yeah, this could look to give way to a little bait and switch, right? Have the attention taken away. It was meant to be by Xantares. He's done that at least, but now it's got to be Wycadia or it's nothing. The top side crumbles. Tesses, another one of these triple openers into top. Jota and Woxic, they look like they want to give this a go, but 2v4 in OT. This feels like a desperate move they don't need to make. They're going to hang around, see if they're given any reason to go for this. But that swing from Jota should seal the deal. Woxic, nice shot, sure, but will go no further in this 1v4.
Tesses, the T-side merchant, man. You don't talk about him on defense too much, anchoring it down, but every T round that Falcons are winning, he is at the forefront of it with another beautiful entry pathing. His POV is beautiful there. He is just running in, checking every single position, snappy aim, and such quick time to kill.
Yeah, one of the
exciting prospect that this guy could somehow be the best rifler on Falcons right now. He's done it back-to-back series.
I think it's a super sick storyline with Tesses, especially because even if you think back to, the most notable squad this guy was ever a part of, what would have been that heroic roster. And even then, he was someone who always just flew under the radar. He was on the team. You knew he played there. You knew he was there, but the front men of that squad were very much his old captain in Cadian and the supposed star of Stown. But Tesses being this good has felt like a revelation. This second win to this dude's career. It could be such a cool storyline to keep an eye on throughout the rest of this year.
Smoke shot, Nico with a tilter. That's just unlucky. Goes right through the smoke. He needs his team to bail him out again. Can the Danes do it once more? Magisk finds Wycadia in the top site. Oh my god, he's got a little bit more in him.
Bro, out of all the times to have your impact in OT, when it really matters, it's picture perfect for Magisk. Maggia,
they're out. That's the bomb.
Dodge this timing on Kixan, who's now in the Lion's Den, and Woxic chomps in with one on that AWP. Now he's got a clutch up. 1v1. Woxic has been trying to attempt these clutches all game long, but this one eludes him. Another clutch that Woxic can't provide, and it's Falcons moving onto map point.
Oh, we haven't really talked about Woxic. He's not really done too much in terms of impact in this game. That could have absolutely changed the story, seeing as every player on this Eternal Fire squad has given us multiple rounds to sing about. But Dexter walks in behind the smoke and Woxic has no idea. Some nice shots, but not meant to be, as Falcons again are thrust into an opportunity to close their map pick. They've had ample. Will this be the final? They use a timeout into an Eternal Fire timeout. Everyone nattering and trying to figure out how to finish the job here.
Finally, if I can shoot someone for us.
Sonic in the background.
Yeah, I like
Matches this right, though. He was, what was it? 3 and 11, and now he's 13 and 20. He's definitely had a step up. That's a huge round. 15 on the board. Can Falcons finish?
Yeah, in the same way it was worth paying attention to him at the lows, you've got to respect the build back into this game. That is a wild way to open.
It's one way to get involved.
We've been saying it's felt like he's just been left to the wayside in so many of these rounds. If you really want to, you know, slam the gauntlet down,
I'll do it.
That's the way to do it.
But think about
jump into the door.
Regulation, he was getting a lot of 5v4s on rounds they lost on CT side. So Eternal Fire can't make that same mistake. They have lost these rounds in a untraded 5-on-4. Woxic with a repos down B, and upper is the hole. It's Wycadia and Madja in heaven. Madja struggled individually in this position. And Wycadia not going to be necessary as they route ramp instead. Jota's chance.
Yeah, in position over here at ramp.
He's playing committed.
Playing the. He can fall back once he takes his first contact, but yeah, he's not in the drop down spot, so has to get out of there as soon as the util starts to flood in. That will force him away, and he fully commits to B. Now, in the past, Eternal Fire have been really good at re-aggressing and not falling for these fakes, but that's not a pleasure they're going to have in this round. Instead, they are playing 2 players committed to this B site, so the top site hold comes down solely. Wait a second, Woxic up through the vent. That's audacious, and it's given Nico a way in. Wycadia, last bastion of hope from main, ignites the first 2, and Wycadia putting on a show, tees up Xantares to drag this one into another overtime.
We just keep going, the game that keeps on giving, and no one's going down without a fight today. Seeing some crazy individual moves. Woxic has opened in seemingly every position in this map. And it's finally a finisher. I think him going up the vent and dying at least gives Wycadia the information. They're coming. Focus up. And a full door bust shut in the face of Falcons. Nothing coming easy right now. Woxic back to yard. Flashed off. And back in for more. That's an ugly peek for Dexter's POV. He barely looks trained in there. No surprise that Woxic, after the flash on a repeat, gets a 5v4. And they drop very heavy lower. Is Wycadia really going to commit to this? He's scared of a vent lurk smoke. But there's still 2B right now. This is a big gap.
I think even getting the info, though, that boost takes place outside and means you know a slower round is coming from Falcons, right? There were just 2 players out in the yard, so it's not like you had to worry about suddenly a fast top hit exploding your way, because there just wouldn't be enough players for that. By the time you account for everyone, there would only be 2 guys pushing out, so it freed Eternal Fire up to kind of jiggle around this defense a lot early on. Util in towards A. But Eternal Fire don't seem too stressed.
Crossing into Xantares. I'm a little scared. Nico's AWP is out. Picked up off Dexter. But Tessa's entry, I remember a Tessa's entry.
It's going to have to be. He's going toe-to-toe with Xantares. Nico's actually got an AWP kill. My God.
Onto heaven.
Anything can happen.
Here we go, Tessa's. Oh. Pulled into Woxic. Nico, it's going to be hard to path deep here with Norp into these angles, so he goes back up top, looking for an A hit. Wycadia again with a back turn. He does grab his kill. They're going to spill out the hut together. Wycadia is not missing a beat as he finds all 3, nearing on 30 kills for the young gun.
Yeah, you thought this was going to be a matchup all about, you know, Xantares versus Nico. That is not at all the story we've got. As we've headed into these OTs, it is a battle of Wycadia versus Tesses.
Yeah.
And Wycadia's consistency in these positions has been insane. They're actually very, very similar in terms of the impact they've had in this game, both anchoring down these very key positions, these key locations on the map in the CT sides, and then T-Harbs, they've been the guys running the entries, running the board.
Yeah, don't forget Xantares got us here, but his team are making up for it.
First an OT goes their way.
Again, new round, new position for Woxic. He's so hard to guess right now. He's got a drop. He missed it.
No!
He crouched.
What?
He got stuck. Wrong key. But the right result for Falcons. Panic for Eternal Fire. Look at that triple rotation. No way, Wycadia's going to go for this. It's a bit audacious. They're going to pay the price. This whole round is a mess for Eternal Fire.
I mean, your money's fine if you're Eternal Fire. You could just say to Jota, look, you're probably not going to win the 1v4, but what's the harm in trying?
One more bullet on the spam would have found Tesses, but yeah, you're not gonna win this one. You are right. It's an argument that just grabbing an AK is a better play right now, considering economy doesn't play a factor now, splitting the half 1-1.
He'd love an AK, but Tesses not in the mood to share, wants them all for himself. And so immediately this one ties back up. And it feels like we could run and repeat this all day.
Yeah.
I think when a team finally breaks through with 2 on the CT side, that's the turning point. And right now it's Eternal Fire, the ones with that chance. So sure, this one, I think in a way it hurts because Woxic did mess up on the jump down. Like that is just a rough error. It's not like you had some startling misread or you got shockingly outcooled here. It was like just a mechanical failure for Eternal Fire, and that's what led to the round falling apart. If they're able to win 2 in a row, they know that leaves them in a really good spot. And with Wycadia opening, wants to stop them. They've lost Magisk early on the side of Falcons. Nico takes his gap, takes his timing, clean shot onto Jota as Main is left wide open.
They heard him drop down bed, they know A's weak.
He's trying to path past them, but they've seen him make it into the door. They chase Wycadia down, and so his opener might all be for naught. That gap found by Nico has opened up this top site hit. And Eternal Fire, a man down, locked out. There's still util left to play with here for Falcons. They can take a lot of pace, a lot of time away from this retake. And so the best hope is that these Heaven players can take contact off the vent angle. Allow Woxic to fly up and do something mad. Madge's teeing up this one flash for last second retake. Xantares doesn't peek on the back of it. Woxic makes the first move. There's the second flashbang, but no love in this retake. It's all Falcons as they take the last 2 in this first half. The second overtime, a title almost as long as the game itself.
Yeah, you can't call anything at this point, right? It's going par for the course. It's going as it has been, a T-side favored half. Another good sign for Falcons. A couple of mistakes as cracks begin to show for Eternal Fire. Even that loud drop in vent is crazy, as there was only 1 player in upper after that 5v4, and Falcons find nice routing to walk outside. It's just been defense. That's been the difficulty. That's been the problem.
I think the momentum kind of coming into this overtime is very, very different for Eternal Fire. When they reached the first one, not only were they starting off on that T side, right, but it was them that had forced the overtime. They get to play the better half. They come into it very, very confident. Now, you are, you know, a round away from this being match point for Falcons, and you need a flawless T-half if you want to pick it up. And so it doesn't surprise me that this is far slower off the top. You're trying to minimize mistakes. Crossing, Kicksand can't hold on.
Such a nice fake on upper. It pulls the AWP away. Suddenly there's 0 eyes outside, and even Kicksand's getting aggressive. Those comms must be panicked for Falcons in that round. They're all going help on A, and everyone's repositioning. Now they're diving down lower into the darkness, and Eternal Fire are flushing them out.
Wait, bomb's here. Bomb's trapped. Both players for Falcons down at lower, and it's all Tesses. 3 kills as he's dropped that bomb. It's away from Eternal Fire. They had the top site. They had all the control, all the advantages, but it's Tesses being so damn good that has offered up the resistance from the Falcons. Goes back, roots for the 4th kill, and he's gonna get it on for the ace. Tesses, the one-man army of the Falcons. Can he do it? Madge plays to avoid. Madge plays to put as much distance between himself and this lunatic as he can. Fast up the vent. Tesses looks for it, and Madge, of all the clutches to finally come through, he stops Tesses 4 kills deep on his way to the ace.
Bottom performer in the server v the second top B, arguably the most impactful. And Tesses, poor guy, cannot close it. Madge gets off that bomb, and Tesses, great screen from the smoke. What a beautiful sequence from Tesses, but it is too far gone. Brains beat Brawn. And we go again. That was a bit of panic for Falcons last round. Now that it's an actual execute, I wonder if they'll react the same or if they're scarred by the previous, because Eternal Fire look like they want to go back for a little bit more on A. Backside nades, second exec, 2 players here.
Yeah, double pump on this. Kickstand and Magis, this is a really strong crossfire. You're going to struggle to get past it, but Wycadia makes it look easy. Nico can't hold the line. Eternal Fire break through, but when Tesses is still alive, there is still hope for the Falcons. Waits to head up into the heavens. I've seen Dexter be betrayed by nading this smoke one too many times already. Instead, he's going to try and flash to tee up Tesses on the heaven push. It's got to be a damn good flash. Moves in now. Tesses dead on the first swing. Eternal Fire looking to lock in match and series point here and now. It's 1 round between another overtime or Eternal Fire sending Falcons out of the Blast Bounty.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Eternal Fire have a match point yet in this series. They have been from the back foot every time. They pulled it into overtime. Falcons hit 15 first. There's not even an AWP save, but there is money. So Eternal Fire, if they're playing like this from behind, what's it going to look like from the front? Knowing just 1 round, 5 kills, sends them to land, shuts the day, steals $30,000 from the Falcons, puts it in their pocket, on their head, and eliminates this new roster in match 2 of their season. Eternal Fire, focus up. This is the best chance they're going to get in the game that should be on Dust 2 already. Xantares has been so incredible at getting these secret picks. I don't think he's lost an entry in this part of the map yet this game. But there is no one close. Nico behind the smoke down below. Xantares leads to Charles. These are the rounds that Eternal Fire were winning when they started their comeback. Madra on a solo look, back of the lobby, 4 secret. And they were contacting, they were destroying Nico in this position time after time. Can history repeat itself? Madra's got information. He's got an entry kill. And Eternal Fire just have to walk the walk into Tesses and Nico, and they can end this game.
That's the French connection from Madra, wanting a little bit of romance, a bit of poetry to this. He wants to end it the way it all started, this 4-1 split, and already the open has been found.
Tesses
They're going into the 2 big boys, Nico and Tesses. Tesses with a phenomenal game, needs now more than ever to be that bastion of hope. It's a double up, it's a double kill, but not even that might be enough to keep Falcons in this. Eternal Fire, 3v2, 2 kills away from this bomb burner of a series falling in their favor, locking in a spot in the LAN playoffs of Blast Bounty. It's Dexter and Kickstand left to try and stop them. A union that took so long to come together. It took a while to have Kickstand and Dexter on the same side of the server. Can they dig deep? Can they pull back this 2-on-3? It's just the captain. It's just Madra. Knife pulled as the captains clash. Defuse being held. And Madra seals the deal with a knife. Goodbye, Falcons. And hello, Eternal Fire, as they move in to those LAN playoffs.
Of course, it couldn't end any other way. Madra with the knife kill after an absolute war of attrition, which sees Eternal Fire securing their LAN spot here in Copenhagen. Not only that, they will be taking the 7th seed away from Falcons, who are now eliminated. Also 35k on their head as a bounty and 15k guaranteed in the bank. A lot for taking down Falcons in what ended up being such a tight game. I thought we were going to 3 after quite a slow start from Eternal Fire.
I think all of us did, to be completely honest. I think Falcons in the beginning of Nuke arguably were the better team by quite some margin, and then something happened. You know, Tesses overall had a fantastic game, but it was like without Tesses playing well, whenever he had a period in the game where he didn't get a couple of kills, where he didn't contribute, there was this off time on the CT side before we went into overtime. That's when it fell apart from Falcons. So it did feel like they relied a lot on Tesses having a fantastic game, keeping them alive. And then I gotta tip my hat to Xantares. You know, some of those later stage T rounds entry fracking that he pulled off when they were down 12-8, 12-9, it was a world-class Counter-Strike coming in from Xantares.
Yeah, I got a sting for Falcons in the sense that they were leading so heavily, and I even saw that Falcons made a lot of good decisions in terms of giving up rounds they felt like they could not win when they were leading by a huge margin. So they did the right things in terms of trying to deny the comeback and by keeping as much money inside the game as well. I mean, you know, Santaros played like extremely well, like especially the last round before coming into overtime, you know, with the triple entry. Just, you know, I saw Nico standing on the boxes on Ram, and I was thinking, this is the guy you want to have in that kind of position. But, you know, Santaros, he showed off that he's a world-class player. He has a strong aim, and the whole head-to-head thing with Santaros and Nico really got off the bat here.
13-3. That was 8-1 after the first map. This is cumulative for both series, for both maps rather, I do believe. That's pretty crazy when you're able to take down undoubtedly what is meant to be the best player on the side of Falcons that consistently.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point to raise, you know, because obviously there's a tactical aspect to how Falcons approach the game, and as we spoke about, Peter, I think Falcons were looking great the first 20 rounds in the game. They were the better team, but sometimes when you get into overtimes and when you get into the close quarter combat, so to speak, when you play 24 rounds, it becomes a little bit more about the individuals, a little bit more about the firepower than it becomes about the strategies, because in those 24 rounds before you head into overtime, you tried it all. You use all your different strategies, you use all your different defaults, you come up with all the different ideas, and the longer you get into the game, and from overtime 1 to overtime 2, it becomes a little bit more about the individuals, and that's where it felt like Santaros and Wycadia, for that matter as well, in overtime, they contributed a little bit more than Nico did in the server, and to me that was a difference from Eternal Fire to Falcons.
And overtime is always is where the mind games like really start. You start pulling off. Do you dare to pull off the same strategy? Do you come with new variations? Is there something in your playbook you've not been running that maybe you've
individual plays as well coming into play?
Like you maybe have an idea how things has panned out throughout the game, and you understand that this is what works for us, and this is maybe a new thing we can pull out, and you look back in your playbook thinking, this is a tactic that we actually talked about not running against him because this one doesn't work, but you still end up pulling it out.
We got to see that moment from round 5 where Santaros pulled out the hero M4. Obviously, things got hella complicated in that first half. And moving on to the second, obviously, Falcons move on to that, what we presumed would be the more favored CT side of things. I was super impressed that Eternal Fire able to put 5 rounds in a row on that T side. Where did you see the switch-ups for Eternal Fire?
I mean, you saw the score right here, 11-5 for Falcons. At that point, I think you're relatively comfortable that you're winning. Peter talked about the double entry coming in from Santaros. You see that right here, where Nico is in a prime position to do something, but Santaros is just denying him any sort of impact whatsoever from the get-go. I feel like Eternal Fire in this game, we spoke about it coming into it as well, they're not necessarily nuke specialists. It's not a map that they like to play. It's not a map they've won a lot. And that's where, again, you rely a bit more on your individuals. It's sometimes, you know, easy to just dumb it down to say this player played well, or this guy had some cool entry frags. But I think, and I firmly believe that when you're not comfortable on a map, you start to rely a bit more on just playing in pairs. We saw Eternal Fire constantly going for trades. We saw them constantly playing in almost like a wolf pack mentality, where they would play close to each other. They would make sure there would always be a trade frag potential, and then it would be up to the individual player to hit the shots, which I think they did more often than not. To me, that was the difference, and I think that's also a cool way of winning a map. When you know you're not the specialist on the map, you know have the technical depth, well then you swing your win condition into something else, and that's where you saw Wycadia and Santaros come alive.
And I think that we've also touched upon Santaros, of course, bringing a lot of rounds, you know, playing really great individually, but I think we should also just touch on the fact that they all kind of took turns on the Eternal Fire to have important rounds. It wasn't just Santaros that only put up the numbers. It was like the entire team tried to contribute. Then it would be Joda having a double kill with Wycadia, and then Voxy going for the aggressiveness. You know, they all tried to contribute to make this one going in.
Eternal Fire guaranteeing themselves a spot here in Copenhagen come next week. Unfortunately for Falcons, that does mean they are eliminators, but we do have a few words courtesy of Tezzers. First of all, commiserations. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us here, Tezzers. You yourself, you had some great individual form, particularly looking at Nuke. What happened? Where did it unravel for you guys?
Yeah, I think we had the lead and kind of threw it away on the city side, and just to show how it is sometimes, and we don't have that much experience together as a team, and today it obviously showed, but it's a process, and we have to be a little bit more patient, even though we hope like to go full gun blazing and win everything from the beginning, but that's also unrealistic.
It is unrealistic to expect too much from you guys early on, Tess. You've been part of this Falcon lineup for a short time as well. How do you feel the practice are going, and how do you feel you're developing as a team? Because we've only had to watch you twice, and it's been okay at moments, and obviously you should have won Nuke, but overall, what's the feeling when they came by? You moving in the right direction right now?
Yeah, I think we're definitely moving in the right direction, on the right path to become like really good, and we're developing every single day. And as you say, like in periods, it's looking really good, and we can play some beautiful Counter-Strike. But also like there's these small things that you just need time with the team and getting the protocols right.
Of course, yeah. I'm also curious to hear a little bit about your perspective about Nico. You get to play with him for the first time, and he's obviously a mega star of the game. I've watched him and observed him, and he's a guy that communicates an awful lot and does a lot of mid-round calling. Is that still the case here? Is he still having that big voice within the team early on?
He definitely have a big voice, and he's controlling the CT sides very well and making a lot of good reads. He's calling us into stacks where they come. We just need to win them. But hopefully we're gonna work on that. But yeah, he's a great player, and I really believe that he will put me onto a next level and a higher level because I will learn from him. So can't wait for spending more time with him.
Super cool.
Tezos, I spoke to Sonic briefly before the game as well, and he said you guys had obviously had that boot camp. You'd actually extended it over what you planned initially as well. What's the plan for you guys now ahead of Katowice, where you've got a little bit of extra time as you're one of the top 8 teams going in there?
Yeah, well, I think we definitely need a few days rest, even though we just came from player break, but we have really been grinding our hearts out here at the boot camp to make a strong foundation for the rest of the season, and a couple of days off and then start practice for Katowice is the formula right now.
Very much appreciate your time, Tezos. Thank you so much for your words, and look forward to seeing you guys and the Falcons in Katowice.
Thank you.
We can take a look at how that has updated the seeding rankings as once again a bounty hunter taking down one of the most wanted. How does this shake things up in your opinion, Jacob? Because they're going to be moving in a 7th seed, so it does make it tricky to get maybe the ideal team because you'll have to pick out of the couple teams that are left over.
Yeah, let's assume that some of the bigger favorites later on today will win their games as well. Then it's going to be incredibly tough for Eternal Fire to get a favorable matchup, but for them to be in top 8, for them to get into the studio, for them to take down Falcons in the fashion they did today, already by now I would crown them as winners, in their own right, and then anything from this moment and onwards, that's just a bonus because they've been doing well for themselves.
I think Eternal Fire is often a team that is a little bit overlooked. I think they're a team that's playing great Counter-Strike. Yeah, they can have their ups and downs, but I'm happy to see them getting in here to top 8. I think they are a team that deserve to be in the top 8, at least in this one tournament. So yeah, why not?
And they get very loud, I can assure you that. So I'm excited to hear how that echoes in this beautiful new Copenhagen studio. But we do have 3 more best of 3s going down to see which other 3 teams are going to be joining us next week. Rounding out the day, we're going to have Big versus G2, not before Virtus.pro take on Vitality. But we're going to hop things to a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be FURIA versus BetBoom team. Don't go anywhere.
What does mental health mean to me?
What Movember does is we're the largest men's mental health charity in the world, and we've identified that esports is one of the best ways to reach kind of isolated young men.
Are you with me? For me, mental health is so important to make sure that you're vigilant of how you're feeling. It's something that you can't take for granted just because things are going good. You always just need to be aware.
How should we try to cope with uncontrollable stresses?
I mean, I remember I walked out the Blast fall final in 2019, and before the game started, I was like, we know how to cast. You know what I mean? We know how to cast. It's a crowd, I've seen 1 or 2 of these before, no big deal. And then I walked out, and then I remember I was just like, I couldn't do my intro, I couldn't speak, and I didn't know what to do.
In 1 year, I had a child being born, and then my dad died of cancer later in that year. I had some crazy anxiety attacks. I'd basically be in my bed for 6 to 8 hours, just I could take deep breaths, but I couldn't, it was like I couldn't get enough oxygen.
I think the players, though, they get it the very worst because people don't realize that outside of the game, they also have a normal life.
You play so many matches, you have shit travel days, so many things that go into this. It's not really in your ability to choose how you perform in game.
I think definitely overwhelming part about Counter-Strike is the schedule. It gets just tiring to travel from event to event.
People, when they want to blame you for something or they want to criticize you for something, they come at you from a point of where they're anonymous. They don't have their face, they don't have their real name there. Death threats and all sorts of people get.
We're all human at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're going to get stressed out, it might be bigger than you, You don't really have a choice. You can only decide whether or not you're going to address it.
That's what this is day one of. How can we create psychologically safe spaces that help improve mental health such that the hundreds of thousands of young people that watch this tournament engage on Twitter and all the media streams go, I want to be just like you.
At the time, it was nerve-wracking to talk about it, but now I have no problem doing about it. And you see the wonderful benefits of being able to speak out about it.
So when those things happen, what strategies do you guys use?
Maybe it's praising them or saying, don't worry
Building
about
them
it.
back up.
Yeah, building them back up.
Part of being a pro CS player is looking after yourself.
I actually started doing this to people when I meet them, like talking each other up before going on camera. It just makes people happy.
First question.
That's actually just what you are.
You guys
Jacob,
were
you
the
shit.
first to be picking in the second round of the draft, and you decided to go for BetBoom. Why was that?
There is not a specific reason. I think from the teams we could pick, we thought that we had a good chance against BetBoom, and that's the main reason.
We saw FURIA picking you guys in that second draft show. Why do you think they went for you?
You know, we're a new team, like two new guys, and I think they just feeling like they have the better chance versus us, not this better teams like Navi or Vitality or something like this, you know. Maybe they a little bit scary of them, and they feeling like this is the great chance for them to fight us, and they not watching to like first match versus Mouse. They don't care about it, you know.
BetBoom team versus FURIA next up to go down at the Blast Bounty 2025. FURIA, they were 9th seed, so that meant they got to pick first in the draft show that went down a couple of days ago, and they saw a gleaming opportunity because BetBoom, they're seeded 5th because of how, Jacob? One of the biggest upsets we've seen so far.
Probably the biggest upset, yeah. Taking down Mouse in a game that obviously was close in many different facets of the game, but BetBoom getting that W against the Mouse team that were one of the few teams coming into the season not making roster changes. You thought that would, you know, bounce some stability. You thought that would mean that they would go straight into the top 8 right here. BetBoom said, hell nah, we can play Counter-Strike, and they did at a high level.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom coming up for the win must mean a lot to them. You know, I actually believe that they played better Counter-Strike than Mousesports did. So in that sense, you know, they also deserved their victory. I think it was great to see Boomish coming back into the lineup, getting an in-game. Like we saw a lot of people that's been praising Boomish for his time in Navi. Obviously, it's a different roster now, but him coming back into a lineup, he thinks he can lead with a lot of talent inside. Great to see Exile back. You know, he's a guy that has been outstanding for like at least the old Gambit lineup back in the days. Had a bit of a rough time in Cloud9, but you know, it's great to see him come back and play on some of the level that he showcased. You know, he's been a top player for like a stable amount of years. You know, it's great to see him have a little bit of bounce back as well.
Can I just set the scene for the lineup you're watching right now? I do feel like it's a scenario I've been in myself and you've seen before as well, Peter. It's kind of like a leftover team. And leftovers by no means is not necessarily bad. We all know that pizza as a leftover is absolutely fantastic. French fries, not so much. Lasagna can work as well in that regard. I think this is a great leftover team. There's a lot of prospects within that. We know Boomage to be a guy, obviously Navi doing a great job as an in-game leader. Haven't really found his footing ever since. Didn't work out in Cloud9. People forget about Exile. People forget that he was one of the best riflers the game had to offer for a couple of years. And yeah, there may be arguments that Exile is a bit of a beta and his stats is inflated, yada, yada, yada. But he was, as a matter of fact, a top 5, top 6 ranked player in the entire world. And then there's Sorti. Before Wonderful was joining Navi, there was rumors about Sorti perhaps being bought out of his contract in force to join Navi. Apparently, he was too expensive. So you got all the good leftovers collected in one team, which makes them very strong and which is also part of the reason why they were able to beat Mouse.
Not to get too ahead of myself, but just looking at the seedings coming into this, because we've got to consider the next round of the tournament. We see BetBoom in 5th at the moment, which means, Jacob, they would indeed be picking first in the next round. So if you are FURIA, like, man, this is a golden opportunity to get exactly what you want throughout this format.
It is a massive opportunity. It's a massive opportunity, obviously, to take down a team that has quite the bounty on them as well. Massive opportunity to get in here and get some LAN experience before you head into Katowice. And as you said, massive opportunity to get the 5th seed, which is arguably the most valuable seed you can have in this format.
Yeah, definitely. Should we dive into the map, Vito, to see exactly how this one is going to be going down?
Because we're having Train?
I'm curious, because Fallen did say he was the king of Train. Maybe it's old school Train, maybe not new school.
I'm interested. It's not
they can pick it now. Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think it happens?
Nope.
Nope.
Third map, maybe.
Suspense killed. Maybe a third map. Dust 2, Mirage, and FURIA banning it out again. I mean, they did the same the other day, right, against Amiga. So I guess no surprises.
We get the 3 dust maps. Dust 2, Mirage, also very dusty, and Anubis is also kind of dusty.
All the orange maps. We love
all the orange maps. I think it's a cool map pool. It's a map pool that opens up the playing field for a lot of the players. It's a map pool that I know BetBoom will be happy for, and I know Cello in particular on FURIA will be happy for as well. It allows a lot of personal freedom, and I think for certain players that bounce well, Cello being one of them, Boomage as a caller that's always been known to be less strict with his players. I think it should be a very interesting game in the sense that it's going to open up the playing field and probably be a little bit of a cowboy Counter-Strike, as we sometimes say.
And we need Cello to be, you know, really fired up. I think that was a huge difference maker in that game versus Amiga just yesterday, right?
Cello is like what I would call the straight-up soldier for Fallen. Like, he is like the guy that would just be sent out somewhere, and it seems like Cello's like, yeah, sure, I'll go anywhere you call me to boss. You know, this is the idea of you know, an England leader having the so-called soldier. I've been a soldier for Apex. You know, he's also have a soldier in the likes of, you know, Flamesy now. So, you know, for him to have this kind of soldier, the guy that will do the dirty work, that will go out and take the space, that is exactly what FURIA needs to get that space.
I was just about to say he's a worse version of you. No offense to Cello, but he is that kind of player that sometimes is a moody player as well. Off to a good start, he fires on all cylinders. Off to a bad start, we saw what happened against Amiga.
Well, either way, it is time to soldier on. We do find ourselves on the precipice of Dust 2, so let's fly this one over to Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, I'm really curious if this series is going to live up to the hype of the last one. It feels like it has all the makings of it, right? Both these squads, I think, most surprisingly, actually, BetBoom team's upset over Maus, but FURIA showing a really good face when they were facing the hot hand individuals the other day of Namiga. So I think I'm inclined to agree with the desk. Cowboy Counter-Strike. This is going to be wild. There's going to be a lot of plays getting made, a lot of madness, and that's exactly what we came to see today.
Absolutely. I think FURIA were looking in very strong form individually in their debut. K-Serata was a treat to watch, and Skulls, as we've seen, has gotten better and better every time inside of this team. We also start on Dust, which, you know, while it was a map FURIA got eliminated on back at the major, at the same time, they were the only team to beat Spirit in that major run post RMR, and it was on this map dominantly. So we know they can play it at a high level. Let's see if they've got it today. 2 national squads going head-to-head. And a new look BetBoom. With new leading and additional firepower, always a welcome sight. Axel's return to form has been enjoyable to watch.
I mean, that was always the big what if around him, right? What if he even reaches, you know, 80% of what he used to be capable of back in the Gambit days? So not going to happen in the pistol as he tries to force the play through the CT smoke. Oh, MagnaJez allowed to overstay his welcome there, tucked in at the corner, but they will run through this B defense. Boomich and Zorti now pulling up. Trying to get past Fallen. Boomich will secure the opening. Comes down to this 1v1, and K-Serata is a safe pair of hands indeed. Starts this off strong with a 3K in the pistol, a 1v1 clutch up to get FURIA off to a good start.
K-Serata, you know, while Yukinda has my least favorite seating position in the entirety of Counter-Strike, I think K-Serata is a top 3. He is. I love seeing the player cam. He's solo down, his arms high as his shoulders, screen right in his face. Locked the hell in with a 3K pistol that kicked things off for FURIA. No revolvers out, and this Cowboy head-to-head, but the Deagle will do for MagnaJez. In a full eco. Desperately looking for an opening kill, but it's not presented. Popping back to a mid to B. FURIA playing pretty decisive right now. Don't need to doubt themselves against pistols.
Yeah, you see the USP fighting you from window. Oh, that's weird. Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, this is starting to get odd.
No,
K-Serata, thank goodness you exist.
In general, or?
Yeah, in general. I think that is... Oh, God, how is this happening?
It's a very well done round.
But it's all good because Keserato's still alive. He never flops his lines. And so this will be a high damage round put forward from BetBoom team. They managed to take a lot of guns out of the round, and that's going to tee them up nicely. This was a full eco, right? It's not like you force bought into this, so, oh, the damage is nice, but now the eco round's coming. No, this was all USPs and one Deagle. You get out with just 2 players surviving if you're Furia. And so this next buy has a chance to have maybe hit the ground running. If they find success straight away, that's Furia instantly with their money broken.
Yeah, I mean, we saw BetBoom team play Mouse on this map, and they took it to overtime. They just lost it in a close affair, but in a match, they won in the long haul. So a very impressive way to start the season for this new squad. So we've seen a lot of roster changes. This one, I think, has gone under the radar. They could prove it today against ripe Furia, who almost made it to the major playoffs at the end of the season. I think that would be a brilliant way to begin 2025. Another contender. Proven players, young stars, and Zorti, who has he's always been on the tip of the tongue. He's always been on the cusp. He's never quite broken through. Fair to say, I think that he's had his opportunities, but maybe not in the right squad for him. Is this new squad going to be a different beast and a new chance for Zorti to perform at a high level?
That's sort of the story for everyone within this
redemption
BetBoom squad, right? Yeah, it is the redemption team. The leftovers, the ones left behind. Looking to start anew, but Yuri's found a great gap here all the way up into the window. The pressure is on. Good claps on Yuri in middle. Skull still gets past, but boy, does he have his work cut out for him. First shot connects. You can't count Skulls out of this moment. That's respect he earned after the major.
Needs that ball. He's got it.
Been able to retrieve it, but they should just push him on the plant. They run it down. Good awareness there from BetBoom team. They call his bluff. They play straight through the window. And so no room to Skulls. The bomb plant there was important. That's why you actually see him prioritizing it, even though there is some time left on the clock. With all that damage done in the second round, you actually needed that cash injection from the bomb plant. And so playing a numbers game there in that moment is Skulls.
Yeah, you don't want to be faking and then you're getting played with, you're getting your time wasted and they swing you together. Just take the one guarantee you can get. So that's something for Furia, but already a back and forth and an AWP brought to the table by Zorti. He's going to take it long with the spawn.
So the one guy in this BetBoom team is who isn't on that redemption arc is MagnaJets, right? He's kind of the young prospect looking to be brought through the ranks. So you've got hunger on everyone here. For slightly different reasons. Furia have come through with this force buy, and they've gotten some pretty good control on the back of it, right? They've been able to get up onto Catwalk. They have the util to just go for a standard A play. They don't have much to rely on here. They've liked their mid to Bs, so maybe we do just see them go back to that. And yeah, they use these 2 smokes instead, not on the Catwalk to go for the A play. Instead, they lob down these corridor smokes, but this feels like a bit of a ruse, perhaps.
Gonna go out with it late. This made steps up Cat. Now it is that B walk, but over the top. Axile's got a nice angle. That smoke actually missed in CT. It fell off the box, giving Axile a beautiful angle. Zorti from the smoke cross, and the B hit again delayed and denied. It's only Keseratow who won't be getting through anytime soon. So actually, one little miss smoke didn't feel consequential, but there's a reason you want to see it bloom on top of that box to stop that CT spawn angle for Axile. So a little mistake there for FURIA, and it will essentially cost them a lot. Breaks their money. Look at this. Exile's got full vision. Magnajez with a multi. Oh, what? Nah. That's not cool. Through the wall. Still Glock, so winning this is a tough ask. But Fallen's trying to make it interesting right now. Still begging for this mid pick. Zorti doesn't need to give it away. He knows the rifles should clean house here. And providing Fallen another pick is exactly what he wants. Zorti still, audacious angle, takes a second shot, it connects.
Yeah, once you know you've landed the tag there onto Fallen, it's no longer in any capacity worth fighting middle. He softened up nicely for the rifles. The one threatening thing in the round was this scout. Oh. Bit more damage done, softens up Boomich. That scout now hits like an AWP to that guy. Oh. Weirdly nervous after the blinder that Fallen hit early on. Oh God, more damage. And a kill from Skulls on the Glock. They lose Fallen over on short. Scout's been picked up. Can Serato wield it like Fallen can as he goes for this swing? Will nail Exile. This is happening. 2v2. The pistols are biting back, and BetBoom have been caught. This was not at all what they were expecting. This was meant to be a free round, a chance to keep it clean, a chance to build up some money. Oh God, more damage. Zorti now wounded as well.
Skulls, if he can get out.
They're all injured. Skull's gonna try and plant a B, manages to get across. This gets weird now. Zorti looks to chase him down, wants to stop this bomb plant, swings it wide, and Skulls a little too wide on the angle, gives that one over. There just shouldn't be time for Serato here. Knows where they both are, but can't pick it up. That is shockingly close. Could have been so much more.
I mean, super nice try for FURIA, but to be fair, that was winnable right there. If Skulls either fakes the bomb, goes to finish the kill, or just plants a bit safer. He's sticking out. He's trying to rush that plant, and Zorti's able to pick him, which puts Serato in quite a predicament. Sure, BetBoom win the anti-eco, but FURIA, a lot of damage with just Glocks. Charge out long here. Axel's good for it, but it's still a 1-for-1, which FURIA will take every day of the week.
A crazy 1-for-1 of that. Yuri stood in the smoke at the long doors, blind spam, finds the trade. That long area ends in a stalemate, but for BetBoom team, they're not content with that. They do want to re-clear this. You want to make sure that Yuri didn't get out after that cut-off smoke lands to obscure the vision on long side. It would have been too big of a gap. So they've done their diligence here, making sure long still belongs to this CT side. Cello gonna try and creep out, but in doing so, will play right into the hands of this Zorti AWP. He just takes the more standard angle here, watching it from the cross. Oh dear,
stuck.
That's a big misstep.
Walked into the car, and an open runway. Boomish can't do a thing about this right now.
Magnajez tries to play his hand now, but this A4 lands 2 dinks, 0 kills to come through off of it yet. Boomich, that's a lovely tap onto the full HP Skulls. And with the others already softened up from this M4, now the retake is very winnable. Boomich, another. He's been crisp, he's been clean on this push up through the ramp, but finally silenced by Yuri. Low on time now. BetBoom, and Fallen adds another to the tally. Well handled there, low HP, thin margins on it. But Yuri and Fallen keep the round safe in the hands of FURIA.
They missed the jump. They were trying to get up on those boxes. They would have been able to catch the cat player fighting ramp, but they had to double jump. Then they realized it's too late. We've missed our opportunity, and the clock's running dry. It's a nice try for BetBoom team, but little issue getting up the boxes, and it's going to cost them. Yuri farms in the post plant. Zorti's AWP still afforded. This is a scrappy game already, though. We can already see it's what we expected today, especially with Dust and Mirage being our debut maps. Zorti trying to pluck a player off lower, but pushed back by the Molotov. Shadow always at the forefront, aggressive out middle. Forces BetBoom into a 3B.
Just in terms of some of the moves he's making and some of the things he's going for, Cello's looking quite snappy, and he's someone who... he's such an oddity of a player, right? The Des described him as the soldier of this team. I think that's a good way of framing it, right? He will sacrifice himself for the good of the squad. He'll always do what's best to try and win the round. It's not so much about his individual impact, but in the games where he's feeling it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, and you know, it's every now and again, you just get one of these games where it'll be a Cello masterclass, 26 kills, makes K Sarao looks like any other guy. It's kind of insane. So a real oddity. When he's in form, you know about it. And I want to see what he brings to the table today. He very much embodies a bit of an X factor for this FURIA team because he can pop off.
They're contacting into B. It sort of looks like a cat play, so this 3B is getting pulled apart, but there's no door smoke, open runway, Siren overwhelmed, jump shot for Cello. That's what you were saying. He's here to win the round, no matter what it takes, and FURIA will do exactly that with this B contact. That's despite the B stack. They break through. Interesting, because BetBoom cleared middle after those corridor smokes. For fair enough, you think that's an A take. You don't think it's 4 upper walking. So FURIA catch him by surprise. And even Boomich's life is not guaranteed.
Oh,
lovely.
Just going to delay this a little bit.
Yeah, you can't go for the fallen kill. This is far enough. Oh, nice try. FURIA running the board right now. 4 rounds. T-side Dust 2. Good start. Respond to BetBoom's streak.
Yeah, one thing that's clear is they're coming in confident. Oh, this FURIA squad, and that's Fallen's whole thing. He's done a very good job of, at times, even almost forcing this team to play with confidence. He wants them feeling good. I think without realizing it, I don't know if Cello does it intentionally, but I think it's just because he's quite extroverted and out there with how he is on the cams. He kind of wears his heart on his sleeve. He is a bit of a kind of thermometer for this FURIA team of which to judge the vibe by. He's often the guy bringing the hype. You'll see him get super animated. Oftentimes the plays he goes for are an indication of how they're feeling. And so the fact we see him attempt all these jump shots on the Mach 10 and whatnot early on speaks volumes as to where the FURIA heads are at right now. It's just this AWP to worry about in this round.
Yeah, late long play it looks like for FURIA, and sure, the AWP is in middle, but it can get hit pretty quickly. However, Zorti might just be looking to save. They have nothing to get Axel around this corner. He tries to molly a box, but it's not exactly going to make FURIA uncomfortable. They're playing it very safe. Here's Zorti's AWP. Smoke will let them get into pit. Boomich going to get cheeky on the edge of the smoke.
Yeah, cool rooting for Boomich. You know, sees that as an opportunity to just edge around the outside of the smoke, come in with a bit of a push on the USP, and he's gone out with a dink.
FURIA like overthinking this, but it's okay because they've got time to. They just need to get this bomb back to B right now. 35 seconds. Fallen changes his mind. And it's okay.
This is like shockingly indecisive, but they're going to make up for it.
There's no resistance.
They've hit the right site. Fallen has got the right read on how this round is playing out. It was the kind of jitteriness and hesitancy in the mid-round that was making you nervous, but it's been cleaned up now. And as you say, yeah, Zorti is just saving that all.
If this was a buy, that would be a very scary round because you could see utility to block them. You could see a rifle get a multi-kill back plat, but it's only pistols, so FURIA just kind of toast them. And this AWP save is pretty important right now. They don't have any reserves. So if you want it in the next, better hold on. Uh-oh. Ooh, Fallen. Clean. And now literally no AWP. Even an option here for BetBoom team.
Already that feels like a rough sentence to be delivered if you are the BetBoom team.
Yeah, this isn't a support AWP. Zorti's meant to be a bit of a performer. Dare I say carry, but like I introed him into this game, always a prospect. We've yet to see him truly shine against top opposition. FURIA would definitely foot the bill for that right now, given the end to their year. What they showed us against Nemiga in the opening matchup here at Bounty. They have a very nice seed. They got the first pick here for this round, and comfortable.
Yeah, I also think, you know, for FURIA, they come into this, I think, with expectation riding on them. They are the favorites in this matchup. There's, you know, that BetBoom Mao's game was like the biggest upset from round one.
Whoa, that's cool. I've never seen that. Floating.
See, I think I saw it in a, I want to say, a Not Out Here video.
Yeah,
so,
he's got the tricks.
You know, this has been around for a little while now. Huge. Come on.
Boomich uses a floating pixel walk on the edge of the dumpster.
Go
to get
here.
an advantage on an off angle.
And jump throw. I do love them.
No, I love
They're
Not.
so
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, great content. Saves a lot of
You
time.
nailed it, man. Yeah. Now I just want to do it all the time. It's so tempting. Yuri's going to line up here by the mid box and jump throw.
Yeah, that's it. Jump throw.
Jump throw.
Keep it up, Not. 40 seconds, FURIA, TikTok. Let's get a move on. Again, hesitant, not made up their mind. There's no AWP in this A site to stop them, but Zorti tucked in on the ramp. And FURIA don't have the molly to block him.
Fallen did just feign the little drop down in mid.
That ain't going to change much, though. They just got to go.
It has given Axel a moment of pause as the B players have got to reinforce B. He's now not in the A site, instead watching that mid to B cross. So that drop down has at least pulled one player out of position. It's Zorti that they've got to get past here in a ramp. Boomich not able to help. Axel trying to move in out through the spawn, but FURIA, they leave it down to the wire. They feel comfortable playing to the extremities of this clock.
Yeah. Doesn't get better than that. On a late exec where BetBoom have no utility, they've got no AWP to stop the cross. And Cello again. The thermometer, red hot, double entry kill. I thought he got checked
I thought he
there.
saw him.
Yeah. It's annoying.
Knife and Cello though.
I don't know. I think you switch Cello on when you do that. I think you make him play better.
Like, out of all the guys you could have knifed, he's the one who now sees that as a challenge.
Yeah. Had a lot of cheeky knife kills in the bounty.
He said, okay, we're knifing, are we?
Yeah, oh, that's the game we're playing. 6 rounds to FURIA. 4 in a row. Maybe that could fund an AWP. I mean, there is a strategy to knifing. It is economically viable, Harry. You can tell yourself. Cello is not afraid. Getting stuck in. Yeah.
Back to middle for FURIA. This has been the big part of this T side, is wrestling for the mid control early on, and there's a bit of action over here towards the long doors as Boomich pushes up and hangs around, but Fallen. That's frustrating when you get AWP'd from the guy sitting in T-spawn. You know, you've been red, but this is all setting up for a bit of a bait and switch. However, FURIA piece it all together. Yuri with an important Molotov there. They were hoping, right? Boomich was really hoping they were going to chase him down, and that would bait them into the hero gun, but it's not panned out. And piece by piece, this is coming undone. Magna Jez on that AK, lost over on long side. It looks to regroup with Axel, but FURIA are already out in middle. They're grouping in the tunnels. This B hit is starting to take form.
Boost here in the box could be nice to set this AK up. I wonder if FURIA are ready for 2 players spawn side. He just needs to be patient. They've already crossed right side. He's not got that view just yet, but Cello's been spotted from the doors. Now, FURIA. Men walking out middle. Magnajez waits for the time to strike. K-Serato's holding, but you can't stop Magnajez with the hero AK, puts it to use. Both TT's position known.
Yeah, they have B, but they're staying around for the spam fight. They're giving Magnajez the fight he wants. Cello, you gotta get the bomb out of there.
Run.
Nade is huge from Skulls. It's alleviated a lot of the pressure. Magnajez has put Axel in a 1v2 with that 3K.
Yeah.
Armed with only the D, gonna need some equally keen shots landed from Axel if he wants to attempt this. And you wonder, is that 3K all in vain? I can't believe this is like the wild element, right? Like FURIA playing these slow, punishing rounds where it's all to the extremities of the clock. They're letting the nerves get to BetBoom. But hanging around in mid to keep fighting on the spam is certainly one of the wilder choices you could have made in that moment. When you could have just planted over on B for free. And Axel gets out with the AWP as a result. Still, FURIA are the ones on fire.
Yeah, we see glimmers of the talent. The reason Magnajez is touted as a future star. Was kind of wasting away on this previous BetBoom team, but with these pieces around him, I have high hopes. Win over Mal's is certainly a way to start, but FURIA are bringing the heat right now. Like you said, on fire. Cello and K-Serato putting on some great entry work and making these rounds pretty decisive. Gonna need BetBoom to come through with something here. Well, this entire map could waste away very quickly. Or back plat, we have a double orb. This could set BetBoom up, but Siren's got to be reliable here. He's 2 and 8. He's had a bit of a rough go at things at the B site. He's going to swap positions to play around that smoke, allowing Magnajez a peek into middle. But again, the corridor smokes for FURIA have been relentless. And you don't know how they're going to use them. Will they push through them? Will they wait them out? FURIA won't touch them at all. Lots of back and forth, like they're very indecisive in these rounds. Now blocked at 40 seconds. Gonna have to go at the very last second. Comes down to whether FURIA clear Siren. How many kills can the A1S provide? Going for the door smoke from mid. Here comes the pop.
Nerdy little smoke from K-Serato, but will that be enough? Cello leads the charge. Magnajez on this AWP, just good for one. And K-Serato, he was meant to be disrupting the rotates, instead ends up on the receiving end of a boomage flank. And so for the first time in a long time, there's a round worth retaking here. 3v2. Skulls and Fallen in the hot seat for FURIA. This 5-round streak, it hinges on one of these two making a big play. Skulls waits under the window. Fallen holds on to the door. These sight lines about to be filled with CT. Oh God. Oh dear. Fallen burns alive. And so the professor learns that fire is hot. As BetBoom team, that's how they get onto a fourth.
Sure, they'll take it. They need it at this point on the CT side, but that's a curious peak for Fallen. I mean, they were going very late. That's why he thinks someone's coming tunnels super late on the lurk, but very strange. Walking into the molly on low health in the last second. I think they're in good enough. Oh my God, what a monster mug for Boomage. I think they're in good enough positions. He could have just discounted tunnels and tried to pick that doors player, but hey. BetBoom's given a lifeline. Can they hold on and find 5?
Boomich fitness routine is buy huge, heavy, comically large mug and proceed to just drink that every day. That's how he's done it.
4 sets of sip.
Oh, yoink. That's free for Boomich. Mugged off is fallen as he tries to come out through long, but a key trade for Yuri. Keeps the pressure on. Even eliminating the sight lines for Zorti there, he gets forced to fall back, and it's a good degree of pressure put on without risking a hell of a lot here for FURIA after losing Fallen early, right? There's cut off a lot of info over at the long side. Look at where these two site players are having to play from. Zorti and Axel both within the bomb site, so you're playing a very reactive brand of Counter-Strike right now if you're BetBoom team, and that's going to free up more of the map for FURIA.
Long late is nice, but they've still got to get past Zorti. Luckily, FURIA have plenty of util. They've again left this to the final few seconds, 30 on the clock. Cello picked in mid, gives a lot of info and frees up another player for this A site. Zorti, he's not spotting right now, but he's going to hear the nades. There's no way FURIA can do this dry. They can't afford to. Don't know where this AWP lies. Smoke cross. Zorti looks for the shot. He can just win to the clock right now if he can back out. The AWP looking from afar. Yuri's still picking. 8 seconds. No way they can win this. They need this entry right now. And Skulls has got it with time to get that bomb down. FURIA, no business winning this final round of the half, but they're clocking in.
They are always down to play in the final few seconds, and with good reason. Everyone pulls their weight here. For FURIA, these 3 players all had to step up, all had to stand and deliver to make this happen with just seconds to spare. There was no room for error, and so no errors played from FURIA. 1v3 for Siren, quick transfer, and now it's just Yuri left to beat. Can he match up to this? Because time is of the essence. Time is the problem. No ammo in the AWP, so Yuri's got this one in the bag. 8 secured for FURIA, as once more another round left to the extremities of that clock does them well. commanding lead for FURIA at the end of the first half. Constantly leaving rounds down to the wire and looking great while they do it. Felt like nothing was off limits to this FURIA squad, including this final round and a half. This was monstrous. They're down by a man. They're playing up long in the final few seconds. Two of their players are like sub 20 HP as they do so, and they get out with some really clean entries put forth. Skulls are the defining kill in the round, combined with a low HP Yuri on the AWP of all guns to nail the BetBoom AWP of Zorti on the other side. And it's teed them up with a great spot here on Dust 2. 8-4 lead secured as they look to make quick work of BetBoom team. Util up now on this T-side pistol. You've got smokes, flashes, split between Boomich and Siren as a slow-burning pistol looks to open up here in this second half. In fact, they're rooting in towards lower. This leaves you with some options here. Mid to B very much on the cards. If you get up through Catwalk, you could always look to go for one of these execs. And the fact that they're playing this dry means they want both of those smokes. Damn. By the time this site hit comes through. Now, finding Cello over in mid, that might change the plan here. It's a bit of an internal battle because you've called one thing, you've prepped for one thing, and now you've been given the room to play another, but they're going to stick to their guns, try and move in up through the short side. There's that double smoke exec we were talking about. Going to give them open runway to try and move in. However, Serato has complicated matters. That kill slows the roll of this CT push, and he's able to link up with Yuri here on the ramp. This is a big problem for BetBoom. Axel wrestling it back, but it's the 1v1 now, and he knows where Serato is. Mid-air for Axel. 1v3, pulls up in the pistol. Axel means business.
Yeah, flying high in that one. What a turnaround. That felt done dead as a doorknob for FURIA, but Axile, here's that flank. And throws himself into the limelight. It's been a quiet map, really, from everyone for BetBoom team so far, but we know Axile had a huge performance against Mouse in their debut. He's trying to roll it back. And on the T side is the right time to do it.
Yeah, I think it's so important he's won that, not just because now you've won the pistol and you have a real fighting chance in this second half all of a sudden, but more importantly, just the fact that you saw the hesitancy after they got the kill earlier in that pistol. They were, I think, very seriously considering, maybe we do go B. We just killed the mid player. And they committed to A, and I think then if you'd stuck to your guns and you lose that round dominantly, that hurts so different. And so it's a huge round, both for the state of the game, but also the state of the mindset.
Oh, I like
this BetBoom squad.
Shooting gaps in the smoke so Fallen can see, and he gets a tag as well.
Who did we see bring that trick out at the major?
Oh,
I feel like it was
another Brazilian team? No, another Brazilian team maybe? Like a Pain? Not sure. Who cares?
Yeah. All we know is they did it.
Another execute up cat for BetBoom. Got a lurker at long. Oh no, another scout here. This could get weird. Okay, Cello with a 5-7 puts 2 in the grave, and Fallen one more bullet would go a long way. He's landed it.
No.
2v4. Not off. Not done yet, rather, for FURIA. Fallen is trapped out right now, but that jump behind Siren, he wasn't ready. Axel never even gets out long. He's dead in the middle with his knife out. FURIA find the force buy right back to their winning ways.
Everyone in that position kind of played it perfectly for FURIA, right? Cello up close, nails 2 on the 5-7. Serato deserves a lot of props there. Him and Fallen playing off of each other really well. I think when you're jumping up, it's so easy to want to help Fallen, but the right play was definitely to let him take that next bit of contact. If Serato had gone any sooner, Siren was holding for that, would have got that kill, and suddenly it's a very winnable round for BetBoom.
Your 4v2, baiting and trading is the best way to win that clean, right? Don't give them a chance.
So now suddenly that big 1v3 pistol round clutch from Axel might all be for naught, unless you can immediately upset back with your own force buy. FURIA, this is almost better. This is almost a better outcome for them.
It's not almost, it is.
Yeah.
Because this buy is trash. You don't get that extra bonus money from losing the first round. So it's 1,400. We've got Deagle, Kevlar, One flash, two smoke. Doesn't exactly give BetBoom a lot of options or ways in. Got a close long position for Yuri. This could be a gun given over, but if he can go 2 for 1, that's more than okay. Good angle, we don't see this often. And they line up, 2 for Yuri, maybe a third, win the round, off long. Simple as that. Looking for double digits for FURIA before the guns even come out on this T side.
It just feels like whenever you get one good punch in, if you're BetBoom, they hit you with like 3 haymakers. It's kind of brutal. You know, in your 4-spy round, not only did you not win it, it wasn't even close. You got mowed down by one guy over at long, and then the round came through flawlessly for your opponent. 5 alive at the end of it. FURIA in full control over this game with an eco round to follow and a 5 alive up against the Force. They are about to be very well off.
It's a FURIA returning to form, a FURIA I want to see on LAN here in Copenhagen and see what they can do against some of the best teams in the world. Making quick work of this Dust 2 at the moment. Want to see if these late T-side XX are viable against top teams. Had some very slow rounds against Namiga as well. This is FURIA flexing. Shallow's not even scared about top middle right now, just tucked in under with that cover.
This is what I mean when I say, like, without realizing it, you can tell a lot of where the FURIA headspace is at based on what this guy's doing. And the fact that Cello is just standing in the mid double doors fighting everyone
completely
speaks
open
to where the mindset of FURIA is at. Fallen might die. Nah, Cello's got his back.
4 kills.
Not about to let his captain walk to his death up against Glocks.
You knifed this guy, remember?
Yeah, bet you're regretting that now.
How'd that go? Here we go, 11 rounds to FURIA on the edge of a quick, clean Dust 2 game. But BetBoom team have a bye, and it's got to stick. Got 7 rounds on the T side against Mouse the other day. Tracking. Go back to that A side just in case this is a quick exec playing 4-1 right now. Cello can't afford to die. Oh, Yuri, his own teammate's nade gave away his position, but that beckons BetBoom into the stack.
Yeah, the Skull's nade did kind of full sell Yuri out there over at long. Falling too shallow to help Yuri out in any meaningful way, but going just deep enough to get him killed. Still, Skulls is the type of guy who can make up for something like that. Don't underestimate him. I think he's been a huge driving force behind the FURIA major run. If it wasn't for him looking so good, Queserato didn't get switched online till far later on in that tournament. So
I feel like
Skulls has very much upped his individual firepower here as BetBoom now start to poise for this A hit. 3 on Cat, 2 at long, and FURIA not in the right place.
Queserato just getting anchored in, but he needs both these kills. Fortunately, you have no nades to push him off this position, so I trust in Queserato.
Yeah.
That would set FURIA up for a man-up retake, but he's gone in an instant. It's flank or nothing here for FURIA. Still tucked in on B is Cello, so Skulls also hunting a multi-kill. It's picked back up, but it's going to get put down in time, 10 seconds, and FURIA now have to save. That's awkward. They pulled away from that A stack. I don't know why. They never got info. Maybe just scared Cello would get exploited at B. He had no grenades to block them. So Fallen and Skulls went back to fight middle together. They missed the timing entirely. BetBoom team with one more round.
Yeah, it felt a bit like Fallen banking on BetBoom overthinking that round as opposed to anything else, because they get the kill on Yuri. You know that he's the guy who's been trying to push and prod over at long, and so hoping that that's where the misdirection came in. It's like Fallen's trying to be 2 steps ahead of Boomich there by calling for the B rotate, anticipating that BB play in reaction to what FURIA should be doing. So he goes against the meta, the standard decision in that moment. But not to be. Those are risks that Fallen can afford to take at this point in the game, right? With such a strong lead banked up, you have to take some sort of risk, some sort of gamble when you've got a man down, whether that's playing for info, whether that is gamble stacking a site. And so it doesn't pan out this time, and now you go back to the drawing board. It's a new round, a new day, and a chance to reach that map point here and now. Boomich has made good progress down through middle.
Very quick.
Oh. And like also, Cello accidentally threw a great smoke. If he was T-side, it was one that blocks off even the top.
I think he wanted them to go cat because Fallen's there. Went for the fake reload as well, but just shot through the smoke. It's a hell of an opener for Magnajez. Skull's solo B right now, and no one even close, so might need someone to cross. Will Magnajez allow it? Queserato looking for that fight to allow safe passage. Even drops the same smoke. He just wants to go. And then Skull's actually grouping in the middle. Is this a retake B setup? Or will they decide to commit together and play for the round? The whole map is quiet. It feels blatant. 40 seconds. In come BetBoom.
Double car. A bait and switch?
Oh no.
Oh, no. Oh God. Falling.
Surely. What?
No, they don't clear Queserato. The bait and switch works, but it's just for one more kill.
Yeah.
You needed a multi-kill there if you wanted to even stand to attempt this. 2 on 3 now for FURIA, and saving is their best option.
I feel like if he didn't make those jump noises, he may have held the shot a little bit and tried to squeeze 2 out. But he only had 1 on his screen, so he just wanted to take it in case there's nothing worse than when you let one player pass and the second guy checks you hard. Okay, ugly. I don't know how that happens. They had the perfect setup. But BetBoom team keeping it basic right now, and it's working out.
Yeah, the thing that's going to feel a bit weird if you're FURIA is like these last 2 rounds, you've almost been able to write them off to an extent. It's like we made a play and then gambled wrong to lose the first of these 2, and then in the second, it was a wild smoke shot, right? Just out of the blue. Magnajez taps out Cello over in middle. There was kind of no accounting for either of these deaths, but it's in the follow-through that it fell apart for FURIA here. That's a very awkward situation, no matter how you try and slice it. But Skulls and Queserato, you know they were expecting to get a bit more out of that. Little drink for Boomich. As he is slurping up rounds. FURIA call in their first timeout. That's also a sign of the times, right? Like, you forgive yourself for the first round. You think you can still play off the momentum. Now they've won 2 in a row. Fallen knows better than most how quickly these sorts of games can close up. So time to get ahead of that. Time to stake your claim to Dust 2 here and now, because if you lose this round, suddenly, you know, this is a game of margins. It's super close. Losing here puts it down essentially to a 1-round game for FURIA. And so this is where they have to deliver. Boomich once again on this good pathing in through mid. Whenever BetBoom have wanted this mid control, they've had it. I like the Queserato's peeling back, because Fallen's far more passive this time than in rounds gone by. Just playing the crossroads, he's able to help long and short. In the meantime, Zorty goes fishing with this AWP over at the B site. That was a good chance at the opener. The reposition from Skulls is extra ballsy, and he actually takes a follow-up swing. Confidence hasn't faded for FURIA, but could it be their undoing? That skirmish for the tunnels ends with Zorty coming out worse for wear, brought down to half health.
Yeah, pick attempts. Got to try somewhere else now with this AWP. Question is, will Fallen give it away? He's full blind, still on the angle. Zorty misses another shot.
It's starting to become a little bit painful. These are two great opportunities to find openers, so might have to fall to the riflers to make magic happen, and Magnajez has.
They're in.
This is another save, I think, already being called for FURIA.
Uh-oh.
As we said, their money was resting on winning this round, and now they're not even going to get out with the 4 guns they needed. They only stand to get out with 2.
Uh-oh.
And if you're BetBoom, you almost have every reason to start to go hunting here. Throw at least 1 player in. You've lost Siren. You could justify 1 more. You want to take everything you can out of this round, make it very expensive for FURIA. Now, there's only 1 player actually in the bomb site, so it's important that Fallen doesn't get the info that there's 3 players hunting, because then suddenly Yuri could make some dastardly dash. Enough time has elapsed now. Fallen will get that info. There's a lot of players hounding him down. But right now, it's looking good for him to get out with this AWP. So something to fight back with in this next round, but there's no ignoring the obvious, and that is that BetBoom have started streaking together these rounds, and they have been one-sided. There has not been much hope in them for FURIA across the last 3.
Yeah, they've kind of been 1 pick, and BetBoom team win the round, or in that B crunch, you know, both car players cleared, 2 for 1. But it's simply just been coming up cap, finding that entry onto Keserato or co. And FURIA have tried aggressive setups, but they keep pulling back from them and not committing. I want to see FURIA commit to something on catwalk. Try and get a player in lower. Here's another try on the boost or over. But the default has been methodical. They've been using their util well, BetBoom, flashing off cat, pushing Fallen back with Molotovs.
Yeah, I think this round is going to be deceptively hard because of these little gimmicks, right? Now a boost up over in the long doors, putting Yuri in a position that Axel just won't be ready for. Gonna have to flick to this, and he hits it. All right, Fallen Zorp sees ahead, but it won't connect.
This is a nightmare right now for FURIA. Nothing's going right.
Learn where the AWP is. You know you've dropped that gun over at long. Skulls finds 1 on the 5-7 to try and make matters a little more awkward, but Fallen's been tagged up, still threatening, still scary, and Skulls flings himself into another fight.
Fallen just sends him in. Trooper.
B fake out of Siren while Boomich sets his sight on A. Okay, the thing that's scary here...
They don't believe it.
...is firstly, FURIA haven't over-rotated to this. They're at least going to dodge the AWP. So that's really the diamond in the rough here for BetBoom. But they are split up. Keserato's got no idea. Hasn't seen Boomich, but Boomich knows about him. Still, the dink belongs to Keserato. This USP putting up enough resistance. Suddenly, Siren being so far away does matter a hell of a lot. And it's Sirens you can hear, the alarm bells going off. As these pistols are dangerously close to breaking through. They've got no info where Cello resides. Boomich actually makes the decision to drop on down. They've teed this up for Siren to try and win in a post plant over at short. Boomich can also jump up on the boxes, and so as Fallen falls in rotation, there's no winning this for Cello. Bomb planted for both the BetBoom players, and Cello knows it. Best he can do is tap and hope for damage.
No chance.
Gonna full commit to this. No one's peeking yet, but that swing will come eventually, and there's Siren. That's what they teed this up for with the plant there. So well handled, well contained. There was so many ways that could have got out of control.
Yeah, Keserato fell for that fake, and he just tries to finish what he started. Would love to see him. If he's dropping that smoke, play it. Play the smoke, play safe. Wait for your team. Everyone's so out of position, but they're not expecting BetBoom team to be so split in that 2v2. Keserato could have won the whole round right there by dropping the bomb. But forcing the kill is exactly what Boomich need to give BetBoom a chance in this game. They've really come back onto their own on this T side. 4 rounds in a row now. Zorti, if he gets a pick B, they just explode in. But a good flash for FURIA keeps him honest. Fallen's had his AWP. He must put it to use on this CT side. Now owning the angle on upper. Can hopefully free up Skulls to assist in middle. They're gonna need it. A slow mid-round for BetBoom again. But they will be ending B. Axel's no longer holding the long push. Mid to B smoke. And in they go to Fallen.
Right place for this AWP. But the lurk smoke in already gives Fallen a moment of pause. They even wait for that nade on the smoke, so no freebies found for Fallen. Gonna try and spot over the top. Sees that util coming in, knows the sight hit is on its way. Magna, Jez, and Axal both secure openers for 3-on-3 in the retake. This is one of the best spots that FURIA have been in yet, and Cello keenly done for that kill on Axal. Teed up on the back of the nade. FURIA attempting to claw their way back into this. They look to play with momentum, but now they have to slow it down. It's K-Serato and Yuri. FURIA's main spotlight duo left up in this retake. Just extending their contracts at the tail end of last year. And as they make their play, that duo that is supposed to bring the pain ends up shut down. BetBoom, 5 rounds in a row, and now it is the dreaded 1-round game. That huge lead that FURIA once possessed, kicked to the wayside, and a long-distant memory.
What a commendable comeback in this match for BetBoom. 4 rounds on their CT side. They were getting just obliterated in that first half, but it's been slow and steady. The util has been solid. They've countered every AWP they've run into, and even though Zorti's not exactly finding any entries on this orb, it's the riflers dragging them through this game. Magnajez with so many entries on this T side. Axal 2. And FURIA kicking themselves as they fail yet another close round.
The thing that makes this even wilder is FURIA got to this strong scoreline with Fallen calling a really slow game, right?
Yeah.
Everything was left to the final few seconds, and BetBoom are kind of mirroring that. You'd think that with FURIA employing that style all first half long, they know what works against it, they know how to exploit it, but that is just not the case. They've often been flying blind in these rounds. They haven't had the info. They haven't had the ability to rotate everyone around early or react to anything. It's very stagnant thus far.
We've also had just no long takes in this entire match. We're in round 22. I can't, like, we've had like, we've had like 1 long take in the match. Zorti, huge opener. Just said he hasn't really been providing them, but just comes through by picking Fallen in middle. He's now 2-1 in those first fights. And they can just, again, contact this B bomb site. Sure, Skulls is 5-7. We know it's a beastly weapon, but just too many targets. They should be able to trade out here against the top box position. Like, even 2 kills is not enough for Skulls to win this round. 3 is unrealistic. In they go. Skulls spraying away, gets his 1. But BetBoom team walk the walk. They talk the talk.
Oh my God.
And still, a lucky shot through the smoke, I don't think is enough for FURIA.
Cello!
Doing everything he can in this game, him and Skulls, but...
He said, don't worry, guys. I'll toggle now. This is it.
Gonna need more than 1.
Yeah, got to be a series of well-placed shots for Cello's Deagle, and there's this crossfire teed up between sight and the doors. Ooh. Oh my God, another from Cello's Deagle. Hold your horses. He's pulling the strings. Cello here. K-Serato scouting with another. Time is running out, but FURIA, all the kills, none of the glory. They won't win the round. They do maximum damage. They come as close as you physically can. But in the end, the scoreline will read 11-all. BetBoom tie this up, and that's in spite of Cello hitting some blinders to try and bring FURIA back in to a round that they had no business winning.
Dude, that's crazy. The opening shot, the pre-fire under Siren. And he keeps painting damage across. Very nice try for FURIA, but it's all about that save of the orb, hoping it can once again bring them into the game. They're not going to be touching the money of BetBoom, nor this massive 6-round streak. But can FURIA break the momentum right at the end of their map pick? Mirage is next.
Yeah, for BetBoom, this round is the game, right? Like, if they win this, FURIA are left with next to nothing. For FURIA, this is one of 2 steps to try and close this out. At minimum, you'd be locking in overtime, but considering the lead that you fielded, the fact that they were set up on 11 a long time ago and haven't moved a muscle since then, they just need that reprieve. They need that moment to get back to winning something. And if they don't, this one's over. So it's all riding on this round.
Yuri's played this position before. It got kills on an anti-eco, but they might be ready for it this time around.
Last time he was here, he was able to get 3. It's the same challenge laid out ahead of him.
Cheeky spot, but they've got rifles this time. You'd expect a trade. Salty takes the angle. Magnajez with a brutal headshot.
More of those openers from Magnajez. You credited him for it earlier on. It's another round where he has opened things up.
Oh no.
Cello and Skulls do put a stop to this over
Look
a
at
B,
the
and the
bomb.
bomb's there. Oh, well.
This is such a weird play. I thought they at least...
You have gone ahead and lost this round on the back of that.
I thought they'd at least fake long before BetBoom walk out of B. Now they're faking long, but the bomb's going to be very, very late, and they've even picked him.
Okay,
so
wait,
Kesarata can clear this entire position. Sure, they're going to have the plant, they're going to have the site, but they've got to win a 2v4 to find Matt point.
Oh my God.
Cross.
Gonna try and make it over, but man in the doorway, shot connects. Zorty can't find a thing on this AWP.
Go.
They give chase, they stop the plant. FURIA, daylight robbery, it's all Cello. A hat trick and a defining round put forth, one that BetBoom tried as hard as they could to give away.
They would have fallen for it, man. FURIA absolutely would have bit down on that play, but within seconds of finding the long pick, they're lurking 2 players out through a B smoke, doing it left-right. Not only is the timing off, but they're doing it so soon. If they just let BB throw in a long exec, car molly, cross smoke, show Zorty getting into pit, I have no doubt FURIA would have rotated. But they did not bite down that quick. Boomich trying to keep the troops calm, get them back in for an overtime.
You can tell just from the way that mouth is running, the way the hands are throwing up, he's trying to calm everyone down. That is an almost unforgivable round to have given over in that fashion, especially after Magnajez secures them that opener. They got all the real estate that they were hoping for, but the plan did not go the way that Boomich had envisioned. And if that is how, after this insane comeback that BetBoom team have embarked upon, this all falls apart, it's going to hurt the most because you feel like you have no one to blame but yourselves.
Yeah, and even Boomich shot a pistol for this last round. 6 rounds in a row broken. FURIA, was that all they needed to take their map pick? It's slow, it's steady, it's this default that we've come to expect from BetBoom on this T side. Pushing back Cat. Fallen takes the AWP on long again. Might just be this mid to B pop. Making a lot of noise on A. Boomich looks to lay up the nades. FURIA burning everything right now. They have 2 smokes left. 1 at least on this B bomb site. May be required in this round, but can't help but think this is all a fake from Boomich.
Oh my God, and Yuri's making the play to call the bluff on this. He knows ahead of time it's not Cat. And so Kesarata never shuffles out of position down in CT. He even retrieves that second nade. He can blow this smoke open again. Kesarata on a tear, and there's Cello swinging it wide through the doors. There's still more chances for Kesarata to play into this. That second nade on the smoke, punished by Zorty, as BetBoom once again have to claw their way back in with just 2 players. 2v4 as this begins. Awkward for Fallen, sure, but it's left to Zorty's AWP, and Skull silences it. FURIA capitalize on every mistake that BetBoom make to finally walk this one over the line.
Truly a war of attrition on map number 1, and one where FURIA almost fumbles, stumble, and hand this one over to BetBoom. It required such a monumental attempt of a comeback, Jacob, but simply cosmetic for BetBoom, and that is quite a heartbreaking way to, lose it, fumble it at the end.
Especially considering how well they played in that second half. I'm sure we'll get back to it, but I think the level of Counter-Strike we saw from BetBoom, Peter, you said it pretty well in the green room. It's simple, but it's effective, and that kind of is Dust 2 in a way. T-side, you do the simple stuff, but you do it to a high level and you're going to have a good time. And I think that's what BetBoom practiced the first, let's say, 10 T rounds, and then there were a couple of blunders at the very late stage of the game that perhaps could have cost them a fantastic comeback.
I was still impressed with the way BetBoom approached this whole map. They seemed to be understanding how the Dust 2 was playing out and how they played to their own strengths. They had a good variation of fast and slow, but majority of things were slow. Like, they really ran down the clock, but they just wanted to go and play the numbers. That is at least what I saw. They went a lot towards the B-bomb side, getting a lot of rounds just by using like a small combo of doing one smoke doors and a molly and then just trading himself out of it.
Particularly impressive considering the start that FURIA had to this map, right? Cello was looking so confident. I loved how Harry kind of framed it, right? He's a good vibe check, he's a good temper check of the camp of FURIA, and he was just out the gates hot from the very beginning.
There is no doubt that if you were to nerd it, and if there's any nerds out there who don't know what to do on a Sunday, then try find out what the correlation between Cello playing well and FURIA winning the maps are, because I think it's pretty goddamn high. As me and Peter discussed coming into the game, he is a player that thrives when things are going well. He's a mood player. He's getting off to a good start, as you see in this highlight package, and once he does that, he finds an awful lot of impact. He's always the first guy in, always the first guy creating space for his teammates, and obviously when you're having a Cello that is playing at this level and actually getting some kills out of it and getting some impact out of it, that also leaves and creates spaces for the likes of FURIA and Quesorado. So no doubt and no shame in saying that Cello in the first half, big part of the reason as why FURIA got that early lead going.
And I also think it's great to see Cello, like, yes, you mentioned that he's a mood player. He definitely is, so he will play better he will play better if the mood is great, but obviously he could also come to a point where he will play worse if the mood is bad. He is, as you mentioned, also he's the hype guy of FURIA. He's the one that brings the entire thing. But what I think is great about Cello is that even if, yes, he might be in a bad mood or the vibes are bad, he will still do what's needed of him, even if he will not succeed. You know, he's not the guy that will all of a sudden turn down not to run in first or do any kind of things. He sticks to his role and sticks to what he's good at.
You know where you got him, and I think as an in-game leader, if you're fallen, you love that, you know.
Yes.
And as Peter said, it's one of the most underrated, values you can have as a player. Even as an off player, we often speak about it that if your player is not hitting your shots or not really getting the entries that you'd like them to, they still got to continue to do what the game plan is all about, because then it doesn't affect the players around him. And that's the exact same thing with Cello. Regardless of the success or not, they know where they got him, and that's easy for Fallen to work with.
Probably one of the factors, one of the main reasons why, you know, BetBoom had such a slow start in that first half, only netting 4 rounds on the CT side of things. Then we move into the second, and this where the cogs, you know, they start to turn, the turning point starts to begin in that second pistol, because Axel's pulling off God's work here.
Glad we called him out, you know, coming into the game saying that people forgot a little bit about him. He showed it this game in moments that he still got it, you know. It's a very, very important pistol round as well. They got the entry kill, they got the trade right here, they're playing it 4v3. At this point, FURIA is doing a hell of a job to try to fight their way back into the round, and then Exile happens. He has a habit of always having been great with the Glock, and then I absolutely love the confidence play right here. To go for the jump with low HP and bursting, that's an old classic Exile play we haven't seen in quite some years, Peter.
It's great to see him coming back. You know, also the fact going for the jump, thinking he needs to do that kind of thing. He knows his position exposed. He's down to like 1 HP, so he's got to pull a trick out of the hat, and that's exactly what it does to make the combat happen.
FURIA did, you know, convert off the back of that, though. They stopped the conversion, rather. 3 rounds netted in a row. But then I feel like Boomage really came alive in terms of the cooling, right? There was quite a significant switch to see when he kind of just really tuned in, really locked in, and BetBoom started getting some rounds on the board.
They did, and I echo Peter's sentiment. I think BetBoom, the way they approached the T side, they had a great understanding of how to make FURIA sweat. They played slow Counter-Strike, they played simple Counter-Strike, but the detail, or I guess the devil is in the detail. The way you take map control on a map like Dust 2 is by using your nades and by constantly communicating for each other. You flash each other up short, you flash each other out middle, you smoke off certain choke points, you use certain Molotovs in order to gain position, and I think BetBoom did a lot of that throughout this game. And then we had a Boomage moment where, as we spoke about, Peter, Boomage has always known to be a smart player. I believe it's round 20 we can call up, where you think to yourself that this could be a round that would break BetBoom. You see Boomage walking over catwalk right here. It's a bit of a force bite coming in for FURIA. He spots the player on ramp, and I don't think the player on ramp, Quesorado, in this instance have actually spotted Boomage. He walks up, he keeps his calm, and even though Quesorado does what Quesorado does best with a USP, no armor, he gets the goosh, he gets Boomage into a tough position. Boomage finds the kill in the smoke on the left side, and then there's a small little detail, Peter, that we want to point out right here.
As he goes to get the kill on Quesarado, obviously planning a bomb so he can set up his teammate for the after plan, he drops a flash, and as the flash explodes, he drops into CT spawn. And this causes Cello to not hear where he actually decided to go. He's now going around looking for him. He doesn't actually know where he went. He goes around looking for him. You can see Fallen trying to come up catwalk. He maybe thinks he went to catwalk. His Siren's just sitting there waiting for him, and then we have Cello looking around like, where the hell did he go? And it's like, oh, he's not. He's in CT. Uh-oh, this is going to be a difficult situation because my flank has just died, and now I'm down into a really dire situation.
And that's where I want to give all the praise to Boomage to understand that in such a pressured scenario, you're down 11-9, you're almost about to lose a force buy. That flash play where you use the flash as masking your sound into jumping into CT spawn, I bet you 9 out of 10 players wouldn't think of that. 9 out of 10 players would be like, I trust in my aim. Boomage, he knows he's not the best aimer. He knows that there's a great likelihood with low HP as well that he's going to lose that duel to Cello with a pistol, so he plays the only right scenario by doing exactly that. That is high-level Counter-Strike, and that's how you can win Counter-Strike, by using your brain sometimes.
And I also think it's actually funny because, you know, this is the type of play where people could be sitting at home thinking like, oh, Boomage is a genius. But let's say Cello would have stand in spawn and Boomage would have jumped in spawn, getting killed. People would think, what are you doing? So it's actually one of these plays that makes you look like a genius or like a dumbass.
Yeah, definitely genius up until round 23, I believe, because you said about, you know, the simplistic way of playing Counter-Strike that BetBoom were really deploying. Do you feel like they outplayed themselves in this situation?
They kind of did, because they had the bomb laying outside of the B bomb site. They got an entry on towards long, and then they had 2 guys pushing out B, expecting a rotation coming in from FURIA. I don't want to say it's a mistake by BetBoom. I think you can argue they overcomplicated, but it's also a way of moving away from the simplicity, right? You've been playing simple Counter-Strike, you've been doing your ABCs throughout the entire half, and to make that call at 11-11, I respect Boomage for that. And as Peter said, Counter-Strike is sometimes in the finer details. Maybe a slightly better timing on the walkout on B, just a little bit after they made that rotation, then we would all be praising Boomage, saying that was a perfect call, the balls and the guys to do that after having such a great T-side. But Counter-Strike, you know, is it random sometimes, or is it just the small details that, you know, it makes you either a genius or an idiot?
I think it was good. I mean, I liked the call. Yes, it was down to details not functioning. You know, they even get the first kill on long, and that is the cue for them to start searching B. It still went a little bit too fast because the B rotators did not move, so they will still be on the bomb side, and they just look foolish. And obviously, with the bomb drops outside of tunnels, it just makes it a little bit complicated.
I feel like this was a very enjoyable map of Dust 2 to watch. There was like people taking risks, really pushing the envelope. I mean, Cello is a perfect example of that. But I liked getting to see how both these guys were approaching it, right?
I definitely think that, you know, Cello has always been instrumental in how FURIA works. We've touched upon that he is the guy that sets the mood. He's the guy that wants to go out and get that space. He is by far the most aggressive player in that team, and they need him with all the passiveness in the likes of Quesarado, but also Fallen. I mean, Fallen has been known for doing these crazy peaks, but he still needs to get this soldier in and get things going.
Let's bring up the seeding graph just to reiterate exactly what is on the line coming into this matchup. BetBoom currently seeded 5th, which, Jacob, we were talking about. That's a very, very tasty prospect for FURIA to be putting their teeth into, because come next week, come the LAN in the studio with the top 8 teams here, they'll be the first to pick. So there's a lot on the line, right?
Seed 5 will be the first team to pick. So if you can guarantee yourself that seed and guarantee you the bounty as well that is on top of BetBoom right now, that'll be a great scenario for FURIA to be in. However, there's not going to be any easy games inside this studio, so as much as we want to label as I guess as an advantage, it's still going to be tough regardless of BetBoom or FURIA winning this game.
Certainly not. The red carpet isn't laid out for the Brazilians just yet. The map pick of BetBoom team is laying in wait on the other side of this break. We'll see you on Mirage. bounty hunters of FURIA hungry to take down BetBoom. That's not least because they've got the 5th seed, not least because they've got a bit of money on the line. But if they do indeed take them down 2-0 fashion, that means they'll be coming to the studio in Copenhagen next week live for the LAN playoffs of the Blast Bounty 2025. So much on the line. But let's hold our horses for a second. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Peter, because this is the map pick of BetBoom coming up on Mirage. What do we know about them so far?
I mean, we've seen that BetBoom can play good Counter-Strike. They are a team that likes to play slow. I wouldn't be surprised if that's also the case going to happen on Mirage. I think we're going to see a team that's also want to try and be proactive. I think, at least from what I remember, is that Sorted likes to go for aggressive plays in this one. I think we're also going to see a team that, you know, like they have already proved they can play good. They almost beat them now on Dust 2. Maybe they felt like they should have won. So they come into this map thinking that we should probably have won. This is also a map that we can play. So why not just give it everything we got? Because we want to go to the studio.
Who was it FURIA played in their opening game? Nemiga. I remember their T-side versus Nemiga was quite horrendous. And I think that's the issue and can be the beneficial part for FURIA as well, that they rely a lot on Cello. I remember Cello on that T-side, he didn't find any openings whatsoever. I think he was 3-11 in the first half. And to me, FURIA is a team that when they don't have Cello playing well on Mirage, when he can't open up the map, then there's not that second layer of aggression coming in. We spoke about Cello being the enabler of Quesarado, being the enabler of Yuri, and I think on Mirage, it is probably the prime example of exactly that. If Cello is not playing well, FURIA is not gonna win, and that's a lot of pressure to put on one guy.
We also had some questions about, you know, the CT setup of FURIA on this particular map. That is the side they're going to be starting on. What do we know about that, like, B-Apps position? Did you like what you saw in the few rounds we did get to see from FURIA playing on that half?
He was jumping.
I mean, like, he was jumping, you know, and, you know, Quesarado is still playing B-Apps, which I still somewhat question, you know, but obviously, I mean, it's also hard to say that it works, you know, like, it's not like FURIA was playing, like super good on Mirage, so maybe there is something to be looked into it, but if he's comfortable and their team is working in for that sense, you know, that's good, you know, but I still personally think that it would be fucking... Sorry. Very nice.
It's taken you 6 days.
Oh yeah, get out of here. You know, the fact that maybe Quesarado will move into more like a connector position.
I think that would make sense, but does it make sense with the other kind of chess pieces around in FURIA camp?
Could be. I mean, we didn't get to see much of the CT side, so I agree with Peter. You know, on the landscape of it, when you think of it, Quesarado, is he being utilized well enough in the B apps? Probably fucking not. There you go. Did you won?
Thank you.
To be completely honest, I think it's a question of time before we get to see that change, whether or not they find success in the map. But we didn't get to see the CT side. To me, it was the T side that was very lackluster. It fell short with Cello not getting the openings towards the A-bomb side. When he was poking up ramp, when he was poking out apps, when he was poking out middle, he didn't find anything. So first and foremost, FURIA got to focus all their attention towards the T side to give Quesarado and the rest of the team a chance of doing anything on the CT side.
Either way, Jacob, our time is up. It is time to dive into Mirage.
You're welcome, Peter.
Yes, indeed. All right, hold your horses, hold your tongue, Dupree, as we get into this second map.
Dropping F-bombs on the desk.
Who does he think he is?
Acting like he's been here 20 years or something.
Yeah, well, we'll forgive him. I let him off, but I don't let BetBoom off unless they win their map pick, Harry, because that was such a shambolic way to lose the game after a great comeback from BetBoom. Team 7 rounds straight on the T side. They choke it.
They do. We all saw it.
Yeah.
We all saw it. It was horrible.
Yeah.
And it made you feel just that. That's how you felt at the end of that round.
Really?
But now, as we get ready to head to Mirage, speaking of feeling, that's exactly how you were left after FURIA picked into this in their matchup versus Nemiga, and it was a disaster.
Yeah, it's not been a good map for them in the last 12 months at all. And I like the desk keep questioning the Quesarado B hold because it's just so unique, so strange to see your star player put in a B anchor position. But hey, maybe on this round it'll work. 4 CT on A, and Quesarado with it all to do. Get a contact into this site. Good luck.
There's no kit, in spite of the fact this is a full retake setup for FURIA.
Dangerous.
So they need kills, they need them quickly, they need them cleanly. They can't get bogged down, trapped in market, or else this is a done deal. Flash dodged. Magnajez continues his hot streak of openers, but it's Yuri in the kill feed next. Putting on a show, it's another put forward from Yuri. Cello's run down Axel, and they're on the bomb. It's not Plied for Siren, he's going to close the distance, but getting off that bomb, getting off the defuse, that might cost them dearly. Yuri had to hit that. And luckily enough, in this pistol round, hitting things hard was not a problem for Yuri. A huge 4K to get FURIA off to a good start.
Everyone got goosed, Harry. They were all Glock headshot. I thought Axel was about to finish the job, but absolutely not. Caught on a reload by multiple low players, and even though they make the mistake of getting off the bomb to drop a smoke, like miscomm, still Yuri has that cover. 4 kills for Yuri, back in business on this B site. FURIA got to deal with a force now. These rounds are very hard to get past. 3 kills with no nades, and that's probably not even going to hold them back. They got the firepower in middle.
Got nervous there.
Yeah.
Because the last time you saw Cello spam a smoke and Magnajez was on the other side, he got deleted. That was back on Dust 2. Very puggy pool in this one. Oh, Cello will still get deleted by Magnajez. Some things never change as this force buy looking to come up trumps for BetBoom team. They've been able to get through middle relatively unscathed, and they've gotten out with a hell of a lot. It's just Skulls left to get past Boomage with a mid-air slide. His signature move in a lot of ways. Just not in the ones that matter. It's a bomb plant for BetBoom on this force buy.
Well, that was...
Oh, little bubble in the throat there.
Thank you, yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, yeah, all right. Well, you take it away, the save. I got nothing.
Yeah, try and follow
Someone called
that up.
Dupree, curse him out. I'm sure they're laughing about the jump shot. Dirty entries. Surprised to see FURIA give BetBoom what they wanted, which is fight in middle, considering there was very little utility on this T side. Could have played the range game. They had rifles as well, but I think BetBoom are going to have a lot more ideas on this map. It's kind of a go-to for them. Managed to take down Mouse with 70 rounds yesterday or the other day.
Forced by their own now for this FURIA squad, but you don't have a lot of hope. There's really not a lot in it. Just this Famous on Cello, MP9 for Skulls, pistols for everyone else.
In it.
Boomage.
Oh.
That's a nice opener.
Free.
We'll get run out. B-side take now coming in. Serato, that was a good position for him, but Magnajez just quicker on the opener.
Oh. Had their chances, it feels like. As soon as that bomb's planted, I think we're into a locked-in round. Fallen eats that grenade. How can you save this situation? BetBoom not rushing the plant. Trying to remain diligent of every position, but no one's in B. No one's given away this pick to Skulls either that could entice FURIA. Instead, they look to save their guns. Let's BetBoom build a T side early in this match.
Even though I think, you know, as we head into this, you could argue that this is favored map in this series for this BetBoom team. I hope FURIA just bring more to the table than they did in their opening game versus Nemiga, because it was kind of painful to watch just how out of steam they felt from the get-go, how there weren't a lot of ideas and they never really got warmed into it. It just doesn't sit right with me, the idea that FURIA would be bad on Mirage.
Yeah, it is a strange concept. But the results, or lack of, speak for themselves. Do you see a lot of solo plays, I feel like, when we watch FURIA on this map, which I wouldn't typically doubt, but I've already seen a few punished. Skull swinging mid, solo, shut down. And Siren doesn't look like he's going to let Cello get away with any funny business on ramp as the bomb rejoins top middle. Going to do a lot of B contact hits, so I guess that's good. The K-Serato is there, but in this round he's gone back to window and have to boost Fallen quickly to get back into that B bomb site. Miss smoke. Boomich just missed a molly and a smoke in this round.
Oh, maybe he meant for that smoke to go.
Because I could tell he was like, he didn't know where to aim.
Okay,
right.
Well, hopefully it doesn't cost him everything. That would be a crying shame.
Oh dear.
Oh God, here we are.
Oh dear, Harry.
With it looking like it could cost them everything. Time is running out, but suddenly Axal and Zorti remove all the pressure. And so Boomich on his solo venture over in mid, giving one away, and that B play getting slowed down as they walk into the stack won't come to matter as the individuals get BetBoom through. Cello. He's getting boxed in, so gonna get shot in the side of the head here by Siren. 3-1, the T side off to a good start as they upset in round 2 and have stuck the landing ever since, but now the true test is about to begin. Or I guess it would, now the eye test of Furia's CT side is about to begin.
Yeah, we need something. I think it's slow mid takes right now for BetBoom, so even if Furia go for a mid take, which is pretty typical on CT side, right? We've seen Cello swinging under and trying to do a high-low setup on mid. I think BetBoom will be ready for it. Or for both teams, Fallen blind shot, but it's the con hold for Zorti as they try and set up their AWP. It's not going to hang around though. This looks like a pretty fast A split for the T side. Will Boomich hit his lineups this time? Gonna need him to. Jungle smoke on A, Siren trying to keep them attentive to that A side, but it's all to set up a boost in the window. Yuri has no info and has no way to stop this. Oh my.
Magnajez just been a monster in terms of these opening kills, and in amidst all the madness, Axal's even been thrown up through the window and makes it all the way into CT. So from positioning alone, BetBoom, there's a there's almost no way this could go wrong. You need a huge individual effort from Cello, and even then, that's just to keep you in the runnings for the round. Dead immediately, Magnajez keeps up appearances. It's this double push off through short. K-Serato and Yuri both getting out with a kill apiece. Furia suddenly interested again in the idea of this retake. A 2v2 laid out in front of them. Siren and Boomich left to beat. And both players for BetBoom occupying this ramp position.
Smoke kit on K-Serato. Gotta commit to this now, though.
He's got a stick, Fallen's got a cover. That's how this has to play out. They will not be given a fight here till they tap on that bomb. Smoke goes down. You could justify swinging out now from ramp, but BetBoom stay conservative. They tuck in, playing to deny. Oh God, Fallen didn't jump up successfully. Nid on the smoke. He will cover second time around. Fallen's up, misses the mark, and the Siren spam comes in just in time.
They really must have thought there was someone hiding backside, but even when he cleared it with a jump and saw there was no one there, I don't know why he wouldn't run back and try and provide wide cover for ramp. That's the only position left for that bomb. FURIA just take a little bit too long. Gets the Tetris kill, but spammed off the smoke. Siren prioritizes the defuse and wins the round for BetBoom team 4-1. That was the eye test. It's not a pretty picture for FURIA. Sure, Yuri dragged it back into an interesting round, but this is going to spiral out of control pretty quickly. They keep leaving KSerato solo B, and for some reason, BetBoom keep pressuring him, and more often than not have dealt with him easily. Again, this 4-1 for FURIA.
Yeah, just off of the early game here, I'm inclined to agree with the ideas the devs are talking about. This KSerato-Yuri duo, you've got, you know, short and com players trapped in B player bodies. It's weird. In the rounds where they've tried to get aggressive in mid, it's always been Yuri and KSerato challenging from short, but then that leaves gaps on the apartments. So usually what happens is it'll be Fallen playing the rotate, sitting over there on the AWP. That now means you're 3 strong at the B site and having a fight mid from one position where you want, you know, one smoke and that's it. You're done fighting short. One molly, you're trapped in. There's a lot of ways to nullify it. And so FURIA never really feel like they're in control of any of these rounds.
They're going into the stack, but there are 2 layers of lurkers. So after FURIA find one, are they ready for the second? Could even end up in a boost here, but the clock is ticking. BetBoom feeling the pressure, double entry. The wallbang works wonders, and this stack goes nowhere. Yuri gives away his position, only setting up to save. KSerato literally has nothing, no armor, no reason to run away. So he'll join the death toll as BB rack up T rounds.
So odd, because you kind of think about like every generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike, Mirage has always been, at least, a good map. And so to see this FURIA squad now have back-to-back issues here, and they're not small problems. It's not like 1 or 2 tweaks feeling needed to get it over the line. They got steamrolled by Nemiga on this map day one.
Yeah.
They got 2 rounds in the first half. That was pistol conversions, and then they didn't win a single round.
Yeah. That was T-side start, right? Sorry. I just remember them doing all these, yeah, it was 2 rounds T-side,
Yeah.
all these XX, and all these like pops out of spawn, and just very early executes.
It's like now we're seeing the other side of the coin, and the CT half does not look much better.
Super static. Not really trading well. It's, yeah, I mean, guns now, double AWP, that's an answer. Often a FURIA answer. Gonna have KSerato peeking up a B. Yuri could boost him. They want to get him in position quickly. BetBoom have middle every single time. KSerato looking for a 5v4, something to alleviate some pressure here. BetBoom just walk the walk down towards middle.
And more ideas from BetBoom as to how they can go about finding these opening picks. Boost up over the con smoke, but nothing given to them. It's another one of these passive defenses laid out from FURIA. They're trying to change that a bit now, skirmishing through the connector. They will wrestle back for this mid control, and that sends BetBoom away. At least for the time being. They actually lean over towards short. Don't really have the util to get up short, though. They will be fighting connector every step of the way if FURIA decide to fight this.
Doesn't look like they are.
And so that does give this sudden open runway. Like, there's no smoke con. This should be getting punished. Fallen just arriving here in time. Will have a say deleted by Axel. There's kind of no accounting for that. It's KSerato's AWP having to light them up as they maneuver through the short side. Cello here lends a helping hand, and there's that final from the KSerato AWP.
All right, triple AWP, glass cannon on the B-bomb side. That's more like it for KSerato. Finally gets his chance to have impact in this game. Feel like he's been relegated to pistols far too often so far. FURIA may concede middle, but BetBoom beckoned into the belly of the beast. Slow and steady on this T side are BetBoom, though. I still like the pace. Will they go for something a little more poppy now? They're set up early at ramp with 3 players. Boomage trying to make it look like his typical mid default. FURIA read this well. They start close A with multiple players. As long as KSRata can block B, they can again leave him alone. I guess that is the freedom that this putting your best player on the B site is providing. It's just like, how much can you really do when you get B popped? We will see that this half. 4 strong, here comes the smokes. Succinct execute, but a missed stair smoke.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster. Suddenly, Cello has an option to help his teammates here defending the site, right? He can play over the top of the stairs once they take contact. Skulls will open up, even slipping down under Palace, and goes on a tear. 2 kills from Skulls put forth.
They never knew.
And there's the support Yuri concealed by their missed stairs smoke. Was never known about, and they learn about him the hard way.
Oof.
You know, and you were talking about the freedom, you know, to an extent that having KSRata on B gives you to kind of free up Yuri a little bit more. The kind of just elephant in the room, though, is when there's a reason why your captain's usually the B player, right? And that's because when you go B and you're getting B rush, the expectation is you're going to get one and done, and then the util, the flood of players is going to be too much. That's the weird part to me.
Yeah, I mean, if there were any guy to be able to get more value out of the position, it would be KSRata, but yeah, like you said, it's expected because it's so difficult.
Yeah.
Because a proper B hit, like, say what you want, you know, that they missed their smoke there, but the execute was actually, like, what the nades they were throwing were nice. They had, you know, ramp Molotovs, they had triple smoke. So the point I'm making is, BetBoom play this map a lot. They have a lot of success. They have a lot of different pops. So when we see a B hit in this half in a gun round, I'm going to be excited to see what KSRata can squeeze out.
This is something for FURIA, finally getting a taste of what it means to win rounds on Mirage.
Miss smoke.
A couple of these creeping up.
Yeah, it's happened 3 times now.
And there's no one in lower, so this isn't the case that this was all by design. Fast out into the A site.
Oh,
Magnajez was deeper than they were ready for, but Cello keeps his wits about him. Couple of key kills to open up here for FURIA, leave them in a 5-on-3.
Bomb's committed.
Yeah, Axal's super deep, out on an island, and it looked like he'd been spotted there. Spam will not connect. Axal knows about this player over in jungle. Hoping he can catch him on a response, but eventually just has to get that bomb planted. Somehow Axal has opened up a route to make this round winnable after all.
Yeah, FURIA need this right now, though. They have the nades, they have the kits, they have the man advantage, and BetBoom are just sitting in their positions waiting.
Yeah, there's no reason to give this one away if you're FURIA. Oh, Skulls!
Didn't even think he hit that. How about a third?
Just Axal left, the one that opened this up, and he's not long for this world. FURIA, a must-win round, and thanks to Skulls' sharp shooting, it goes their way cleanly. They don't lose a single player after that bomb's planted.
That's just horrific. It didn't even look real. What a flick for Skulls. And a nice, slower retake. Again, look at this smoke. Was there a molly or something that put it off? It's completely whipped. Oh no, I think because the stair smoke is meant to bloom and fill that gap. But again, no stair smoke. These are some, oh, it's so nice. These are some weird mistakes, because on one hand I'm like, oh yeah, these executes are nice, but actually I take it back because they continue to not have their T's crossed and their I's dotted. Window smokes and mollies missing, stairs, jungle, gaps. This can't afford to happen for a team that is well drilled on Mirage. It's your map pick, it's for elimination. The last 12 months they have a great T-side record. So BetBoom needs to be careful to not let FURIA back in this map right now.
And as we're seeing some of these weird errors come out from BetBoom, it's only starting to call into question more. This early lead is the, as the cracks start to show. Boomich deleted. All right, here we go. We've been wanting to see what Serato and his output is like.
Hello.
These are the type of rounds that he will be given as that B-site anchor.
Good nade, no spot though. He's gonna have to drop a smoke on the bench. The taco move.
Oh, well.
Oh. Yeah.
And so that's why the B-site does kind of suck for the star player.
Headshot.
You're gonna have Tech9s running at you. MagnaJez in midair has cracked open this B play, and on the back of it, the round might follow. Cello desperate times, calling for desperate measures, tries to get activated up through short, but he was all alone in that push. One and done is not enough, and already with damage the other way, FURIA, the best option might be to save.
Yeah, I mean, B's hard enough, you know, when you get dealt a pop like that, but it's even harder when you have no one supporting, spraying the balcony, able to help you from the short side. He's completely alone there. It's pretty unlucky he gets headshot on a jump. But you see the result it has. BetBoom find the weakest site, they break in with an eco in a 4v5. But really a 4v1.
It feels like negging, but he's too good to be doing nothing at B, right? Like that's.
Oh baby, you're wasting your life on that site.
Yeah.
Come back to connector. I'll show you a good time.
Like that's the best player on this team. And that's
his round,
his round is like, wait B, they're not coming B, Tech9's pulled. Oh, they've come, I'm dead. And the round's, and we lost the round actually because I died.
Orp is out. On this B site, it worked last time on the short split. Yuri starts B, then he leaves. Skulls has made the cat jump though, so he has early info and can fall back. Sortie.
That's something else that's wild about this two-man setup. That backstab is free. Skull's just out on a platter. You'll take that every day of the week if you're MagnaJez. And the other thing that's odd is like Yuri's the guy with all the freedom to go and rotate. And the places he rotates to are never like nearby. It's not like he's peeking ladder room or he's always, you know, taking these deep lines all the way to the other side of the map. So in this round even, as the bomb waits back in apartments, Serato fully alone, dead to Siren, that's the round. It's over. B belongs to BetBoom. Team. And there's nothing that FURIA can do about it.
You're dead. All of you are dead. There's no escaping here, Fallen. Oh yeah, good trade, well played. BetBoom onto 7. This is what they got against Mouse, and they won this map in regulation 13-11. So already part of the course, if not more. FURIA's money won't be in a nice spot. MagnaJez beat the Molotov. Skulls didn't hear a tick of damage. So 3 kills here offered up by FURIA, and BetBoom take him every step of the way. Broken by with the AWP at least, but only 1 AWP, 1 M4. Bit of pace here from Boomich, feeling confident right now. Fallen might be a dead man walking, scoped under. Oh, they're caught in con. Fallen tries to trade that. Pistol running and gunning. We've seen that before. Skull stuck behind the site, pushed back by the util. This execute coming in, great cover. Fallen needs to respond.
Yeah, open the round with a 6 sequence down in mid, but more is required of the FURIA captain. This AWP is the big ticket item.
MagnaJez just gonna go around the world before he recommits, get a lurk on, try and find a gap. I like the BetBoom given the time here to play. Thrusts FURIA into darkness, they don't know. Fallen goes searching for answers. Meanwhile, battle in mid. Serato in a good position, but turns around at the wrong time. Free kill, not taken.
They found the trade on a Yuri. Bombs rotating away, but now they've lost Magnagez. Okay.
Is it really going to go
Case Serato goes to go occupy the B side, but that bomb, there's only really one option left, and that's to recommit into this A play, but they've lost ground here. Oh, Fallen lands the no-scope, and now it's just Zorti left to find. Will Fallen teach him a lesson, or can Zorti clutch up? Doesn't know where Case Serato's gotten to in all this quiet, and there's so little time left. The only option is to run right in to this crossfire between Fallen and Case Serato as FURIA salvage something on this CT side.
A BetBoom in T-side showing up in this first half on Mirage. It's their pick, and it's, well, for good reason. Finding ways to catch FURIA sleeping, avoiding the stacks, and really just overwhelming two bomb sites at the same time, Harry. It feels like a pretty good situation for this CIS squad. For FURIA, on the other hand, this has always been a troubling map for them, and the cracks are starting to show.
Yeah, I think if you're FURIA, you're left really frustrated by the fact that you lost the anti-eco here in this map. You could have won out this half, or at bare minimum been 6-6. Would have been a very different game if that were the case. Now, BetBoom get to have a nice cushy advantage heading into this second half, in spite of FURIA putting a couple more rounds on towards the end. That first half of play, it was the T side where they struggled on day one in the tournament. Just 2 rounds, and that was on the back of a pistol round win. That feels like a prerequisite here for FURIA. For BetBoom, that would be them very, very quickly approaching the finish line on Mirage. Zorti has opened up, and as they try and chase him down, he's not even alone in the window. And he might not need support. It's all Zorti. His teammate tries to come in and help him, but Zorti's got this one under wraps, or so you'd like to think.
2v2.
2 on 4, starting to go the other way. Skulls and Fallen making this interesting, and maybe even more than interesting. This might be a FURIA round after all. This was a disaster of an opening with Zorti tearing through the FURIA ranks, but now it falls to Siren to finish what he started. Nothing being given, and a double swing out of Skulls and Fallen seals their fate. FURIA lock in a pistol round from nowhere.
Skulls is such a pistol talent. I feel like he gives us so many multi-kills on Glocks in this team. Poor Zorti. How is that not enough? His team are trying to bail him out as well. And they just add fuel to the fire, fed into FURIA. Got to convert it though, Harry. It wouldn't surprise me if we see BB buy up here. They're going to have strats on a CT Force on this map, and it will be full eco. That will level the playing field. And when we talked about FURIA on this map the other day over Namiga, it was a lot of pops, a lot of quick A plays, pushing into a lot of stacks, not much defaulting, not many mid takes. So I want to see if they've adapted from that, or if it even works maybe against this squad once we hit those gun rounds. Tightening the net on this A site, but Skulls' AK is fed to Boomich.
That's the best weapon in the round, knocked out by a USP. FURIA weren't able to convert on their pistol win in the first half. This one is supposed to be way easier. It's only
nervous.
USPs.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
You should be. Serato now dead as well. Damage inflicted onto Fallen. There was nothing going against them in this round. Suddenly an armada started to take shape. Boomich armed. Tucked in inside of the A site, and that AK springs to life. Don't have to wait long with just pistols. BetBoom might be on the cusp of really rubbing FURIA's face in it. Yuri doing all he can to pull this one back, but tapped out by the P2K. Whew. The gun that was retrieved only putting up 1 kill in the round. Everything else coming from USPs and P2000s. That is embarrassing for FURIA and a celebratory moment for the BetBoom team.
It's even it's more of what we saw the last time. It's like they could have slowed it down. They realize they're going into a stack. They know the AK's here. I can't believe FURIA still commit just because they have one guy, Yuri at ramp. They want to split A with him, and they could have just gone up catwalk into an empty bomb site. FURIA know they're running into the worst odds, and they still take that gamble. A deal with the devil, they pay the price. Serato thrusting himself out of the window right now into B. Caught Axel looking the wrong way, but Siren backside should be reliable. He's got an M4 here and a bit of support from the Orb. Cello takes him down. Careful. You don't want revenge dished out right back to you.
FURIA just can't overplay their hand here. Right now, they have good crossfires, right? These players at bench just shouldn't move a muscle because you can put a lot of stock in this close market player. Yuri holding this line.
One kill. Yeah.
There it is. He gets his one. Even stronger that there's no immediate trade. That only strengthens the position of those bench players. And so FURIA, all right, fair enough. Got to give them props. They do come through with that force buy, thanks to the opener at a Serato and some nice positioning, some good interplay between Yuri and his players at bench.
Yeah, nice pathing for Serato. I guess Axel's blind. He doesn't realize he's just being run down on the backside. Still a crazy round for FURIA to win with just Tech-9's pretty standard B-pop. And no util to block them on that push. FURIA will take it. There's still an AWP that was bought in round 2 and saved. Round 3 rather, but BetBoom team gonna have to put it to use.
Something that is interesting is, like, even though FURIA were getting beaten down hard in the first half for a while there, haven't used a single pause yet.
Interesting.
So clearly not feeling too much pressure just yet on BetBoom's map pick.
Harder half here, though. At least they can take more agency on their T side. But this is far from a weak buy after BetBoom won a full eco. It's just Siren. Everyone else more than dangerous. Missed window smoke from Furia. Man, can no one hit their nades in this game? It's getting crazy. Running up Con. Opening kill, make it a double. Extra cheese on a nade on the smoke. BetBoom find their openers.
I mean, you zoom out, like, even just outside of the context of this series, you look at what these games at the Blast Bounty have said about Furia's Mirage. I think if you're a lot of the top teams, you're now looking at this as a real kryptonite pick against this Furia squad. Even here, you know, it's disingenuous to say that this was going to be easy for Furia. What with the guns saved out of it? And as you say, the win in the Force meant this was like a very put-together buy round for BetBoom, but this start has still been disastrous for Furia, losing 2 players in these mid-fights. They're going to group up in the connector, but it's just 3 players walking out contact. That's really all you've got. Flashes are good at least. Keep Boomich modest. He's trying to be the bait though right now for Magnajez to tear this round away. Siren's even waiting to swing a little bit later. He could look to grab an M4. Instead, it's plant denial, and with only a few seconds left, Siren will spring into action. Fallen can't win this. 3 kills deep, but there's no chance to get that bomb planted. His only option is to run away. And so BetBoom with an immediate reply. We are going tit for tat to open this up in the second half.
Yeah, no one can get 2 rounds in a row right now, but I think this is where BetBoom should be able to run away with it. A very awkward round loss with a peek through a Molotov to stop that bomb. Boomich knows he can win the entire round off of 1 kill. He makes the perfect play. Or Magnajez, sorry. Furia, they hit the B-pop with the Tech 9s. This is going to be a lot harder here. AK's now in the hands of BetBoom. Boomich playing close under with MP9. Perfect gun for the job as they explode into this site. There's no stair smoke down yet. They peek before it, so easy entry for the CT side. Everyone's blind, breaking the smokes. It's a cluster in this site. Even K-Serato gives them the bomb, hands it over the stairs. You're not getting out of this one alive, Furia. They just don't seem to hit the nail on the head on this map.
I mean, Cello was doing his best Taco on Cash impression. Full blind, couldn't see a thing, shooting the air, shooting the ground, you name it. Yeah, very awkward sight hit. They try to go early, like as the util's coming in for that element of surprise. It's a very sudden pop, and then you go straight away before the smokes are even down, but it does not pan out for Furia. Cello, a dead man walking as he has now been spotted by Axel. Look at all the eyeballs. There's a 3rd guy coming over. They all want it, and it's Magnajez to secure it from short. So double digits achieved. BetBoom in pole position as the money runs out now for Furia.
Yeah, winning from this point in the game with the rounds BetBoom given us is going to be quite an achievement for Furia. Feels like the Mirage experienced team is going to be coming up with a dub. They did it over Mouse. They eliminated them just 2 days ago. They want to add another top team to their death note.
Doing one of these sort of slow burners, but a flash pop into the top and middle. You at least gave yourself a bit of time to talk about this coming rifle round. The last chance you're going to have if you want to stay alive on Mirage. For FURIA, it's all resting on this next gun round. For BetBoom, they're hoping to long this out, take us the distance in this series. Third map is Anubis, locked and loaded, ready to go should we need it. And with the path that they've carved thus far on the BetBoom side, it feels like we will. FURIA really going to have to dig deep if they want to save the day here. And thus far, they just haven't shown us that that's something they're capable of.
I mean, that's a better map for both teams, really, especially for FURIA. If you compare it to this, it's been a bit of a struggle bus on Mirage. Zorti's had a far better game, though. And Boomich's 5-14 has not held this team back. They made the right moves, had good sight holds, know when to give it up. FURIA is trying to do the unthinkable here, and it's all off this gun round. Got to start the 6-round streak here and now. BetBoom just trying to finish what they've started. Good A stack, 3 in the sight. Boomich gets pushed in. This is a perfect setup for BetBoom.
Yeah, the round weighs heavy on the shoulders of this mid lurk right now for FURIA, because you assume this ramp play with the setup that BetBoom have is just going to get locked out. There's so many crossfires here. The aggression is punished. Cello gets a freebie. Boomich gives one away, biting off more than he can chew on the walk down ramp. Zorti full blind as they now start to spring the trap out through the connector. It's Cello providing the openers here. Serato falling back, gonna find Magnajez out on an island on shore. Plant coming in, Fallen plugging in those numbers, and with Zorti bested, Cello finally gives us a round that we've been waiting for here, where the individuals get to shine a little bit for FURIA. Lovely 3-piece.
Yeah, it's a whiff off in this round, with the exception of Cello. Everyone else having a bit of trouble converting their kills. And so a save assembled as FURIA, they have an option. Usually only take this when they're feeling pretty desperate. So yeah, now's the time. On the T side, 8 rounds, 5 to go. BetBoom with a rebuy coming in. Plenty of room for now.
Scoreline-wise, this is still a winnable game for FURIA. That's the wild part. And it's rare that at 8-11 scoreline, you still feel so disenchanted with the team's chances, right? Because in reality, there's really not many full buy rounds between you and pulling this game back.
Yeah.
The big question for FURIA has just been the depth, and these plans not really coming together where they get to play as a team. So we're going to have to rely on some more individual moments here from this FURIA squad. Now, it was Cello in the last round, but eventually you need to have your big, whether it's Skulls, you know, landing some sick openers. Serato, as someone who's always on the tip of your tongue, he's had a very slow game here. The few chances that he had to be involved early at that B site falling on deaf ears. And so never really got the ball rolling, did Serato. Fallen's done well at least to dodge this angle that Zorti possesses over in the apartments. He decided not to go peeking that and is instead just regroup with the team in middle. FURIA do have this control, but it's on a bit of a timer with BetBoom stacking so heavy over towards A. That's facilitated by the Zorti orb. Locking down that B site. They know they have these extremities covered, and eventually they might even make a bit of a play for middle. They're going to flash through the smoke. There's the play being made, but Magnajez, wishful thinking, goes in all alone, and That first kill once more comes from Cello to find the 5v4 for Furia.
There's still a stack in this side though. Boomich just called some nice stacks in the CT side. So 3 players with a crossfire. Boomich in an unorthodox position. Skulls won't be playing first though. It's up to this contact out con. 30 seconds. Axel ready on a moment's notice to swing out and shoot them in the back of the head. Bomb loose now. Boomich taking his time. He's been cleared though. We need Skulls to get activated to provide some presence because there's a player tucked in. 15 seconds. There's no bomb plant. Siren can stop this whole shebang right here, right now. Cello going for the stick. It's Axel instead. And Furia just static, not in motion, not moving.
They need the kill. They need the kill.
Oh, they got it. They got
it.
With a second to spare.
Skulls had to make a move. You were saying it all round long. He had to get going. And boy, does he leave it down to the wire.
How did they win that?
There was milliseconds on that round.
They were so static. 3 seconds, no one moving. Skulls runs in. And a bit of wall bang damage for Yuri, and he finishes it. That's a crazy win.
Almost too close to call.
I thought they lost it. No way. This is a crazy game. This is unorthodox. Furia walk into yet another stack. This one they pick up.
It's never Scenic shots with Skulls. He bails out. The Furia squad keeps them in this.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
So now things do get interesting. BetBoom are out of money. Furia are going to make this. Well, actually, I'll hold my breath because they have.
Don't call this. They've lost this round.
They have lost this exact round.
Fallen's got an AWP.
That's surely
Dude,
fine, right?
I've never seen more missed smokes than this map. Both teams are missing smokes. No one is safe. No one.
That's like a complete failure to launch as well.
You couldn't even get it out of spawn.
No.
The wheels fell off in the pit stop. Got to screw him back on. It's your whole thing. That one lands.
All the smokes landed this time. That's good. Swing out in the mid from Boomich. And he ends up on the receiving end of the... Just tuck it. Just wait. Yeah, there you go. Yuri's got your back full.
Clean up.
You're all good, man. I know you're 2 kills deep in this round. You're wanting to kind of strike while the iron's hot. You're probably feeling like you have to do a hell of a lot at 16 and 13. But Yuri did have his back there down in middle. And so this looks to be picked up by Furia.
There's a full buy coming next, but I just want to prophesize how devastating this would be if BetBoom lost this game, because not only did they pull a huge comeback towards the end of Dust 2 and then choke the 23rd round with that awkward long entry and then B-pop with the bomb loose and yeah, and just losing it last second. Well, this one, they've been in full control of the map the entire way. They had a great T side. Sure, they lost a couple of clutches, but generally this has been them. They won a full eco in the second half after losing pistol. They did that twice. They lost both pistols. They won both forces or ecos, and they've been sitting at 11 for 4 rounds now, 3 rounds. So if they lose this game and get eliminated after taking down one of the top teams in Mal's, that would just be devastating.
Yeah, and it's rare that in the series that would look to eliminate you, you could say you were so close to winning, not once, but twice over.
Can Furia really do it right now? Like, they're certainly up for grabs. 1 round behind on a full buy. Gonna need some heroic moves here for Furia to finish the job. 4 buy, AWP out, 1 kit on Axile. Smokes are good. K-Strat has been very slow on these B-lurks, but maybe we'll see him look for a pick in this round. He's often been that backstab guy on these B apartment lurks. I've seen him in many games in the past. Drop out a window last second on an A execute and flank CT. I feel like if you're K-Serato, now would be a great time to try and put some pressure on this site. Open up a world. Oh my god. It's fine. Everything's under control. Take a breath. Everyone knows the importance of this round. No one wants to make a mistake.
The game is riding on this. And so that's where the pressure's at its highest.
Land for FURIA.
Or a third map for BetBoom. That's what we're looking at. Under the weight of these sorts of circumstances, usually you look at the more experienced team as the favorite, the ones that are able to keep their cool in these moments. Zorti in the right place on this AWP. 16 kills deep, top in the charts alongside Axal for his team, but that one sails past FURIA. They managed to get out over at ramp. Starting to gain some ground now as even this mid-lurk looks to come to fruition. Yuri dead sure, but it's K-Serato that was meant to be the nasty surprise. He doesn't get anything done. Now that he's knowing about it, he's got to get out of there. So K-Serato is just lost to the hands of time right now. FURIA only have 3 players in the site, and it will be a long time before K-Serato gets there. BetBoom, the time is nigh if they want to stick the landing on this retake. Fallen opens. Connects twice over for Fallen, and Boomich can't make the play. Skulls boxed in, and here's K-Serato arriving over at ramp. There's not just that AWP here. You got to worry about the rifle as well, Siren, and K-Serato, palm of his hand. BetBoom, it ties up at 11-all. Their best chance to win this game has shot past them as now they are broke. And FURIA is surging towards that finish line.
I mean, who else but the most experienced player in the server of Fallen to show up on a map that historically was his hunting ground on the AWP. 3 kills, the entry onto the CT side, Orpa, who whiffs his shot, and he closes the post plant as well. Great reset for K-Serato. That's FURIA in a 4v5. Putting BetBoom on pistols. Careful though, these can be lethal. K-Serato crept in, they're gonna be considering this. He thinks he's getting crunched, boxed from upper B, but he still finds his clean shot. There is another man, he has no idea. Axel's got the element of surprise.
Oh! K-Serato knows the importance of this fight. He doesn't want to give it up, but he has no choice. Run out by the Axel P250.
And now they're going to charge into the
side of the map goes dark, and so that's going to trigger FURIA to move into this A stack. 2 players through the connector. And a late lurk from Skulls over at ramp.
Maybe too late.
Molly, nade. This is good to do damage to Boomich, but he smokes it off already. That's a big problem. Cello found in the crossfire. Skulls trying to make this move, but it's Fallen's AWP. Cover from afar now needed to clutch up, and it won't happen. Axel arrives on the backstab for the 2nd time over. BetBoom win a full eco. This one, though, sends them onto map point.
Yeah, you could see the panic for FURIA, right? As soon as they lose K-Serato up at B, I think they think they're getting crunched up, but there's no one else there. Full panic for FURIA. And they just even go through the con smoke. They jump the gun. I guess they're burned because last time they went into the AK on A in that 2nd round of the half, and Boomich wasted them. They try and avoid the rifle pickup. Instead, it's the pistol stack, and BetBoom do it with nothing. With no business. Not knowing where to look.
It's just insane because if FURIA had beaten an eco once in this game, they would be winning right now. They would be on the finish line. They would have already crossed it if they won both of them. Like, it points to some pretty major issues when you lose to an eco not once but twice, and now this one has come up so late in the game, at the latest possible time in the game for that matter, that I don't know if FURIA can bounce back for this. They're gonna need overtime. They're gonna have to do it in extra time. That means more rounds, more Mirage, more ideas needed. Do they have the depth? Do they have it in them?
More Mirage, FURIA. Hate the idea of that. But a 3rd map with BetBoom. coming back off of an eco win. We saw the laughter after that one. FURIA, hook, line, and sinker into the stack. FURIA maybe want to up the pace here, putting a lot of pressure on middle. Grenades thrown in by Yuri as FURIA look to just explode. It's going to come down to that spot. Boomage calls the troops over. He's seen everyone on this ramp push. Cello with the entry, shot through the smoke. Break on the next, they're in trouble. Fought face to face. FURIA looking at that third map. Can they stop it?
The trades have been fantastic here for BetBoom. No good deed going unpunished. Anytime FURIA looked for an edge, they immediately reclaimed it. And so the reward for that is now their 3v2 in this retake. It's Yuri and Serato. This duo. The duo that is supposed to bring hope to FURIA fans, that is supposed to be the best in Brazil. They've got to be the ones to keep FURIA in this game now.
This is ticking quick.
Smoke on the bomb. Yuri holds for first contact. Serato can trade peaks with his teammate. You gotta hope that this years of playing together is worth something, but Yuri tapped out straight away. Serato can't get his bearings. And so onto a third we go. BetBoom, a couple of ecos put wind in their sails, and now they're ready to face FURIA on Anubis.
By no means the prettiest map of Counter-Strike, but BetBoom just about scraped this one over the line. Things got messy, things got down in the dirt, things got downright ugly for a few moments, Jacob, but we are going to a third, and I'm very excited to see how that turns out.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited to see how the two teams are going to come out and approach the third map, because the story for Dust 2 was that it was two well-playing teams. I think there was a lot of, I guess, synergy behind the BetBoom comeback on the T side. FURIA played well on the T side as well, and I was praising them for playing good structured Counter-Strike. Mirage right here, Peter, that was some of the ugliest Counter-Strike I have probably ever seen. I'm not going to hold back right here. I think 6 or 7 force buys were won in this game in itself. We may as well start with round 23, which is the most impactful one of them. Again, a player pushing up underground, a timing gets off right here, you are getting caught off guard. Serato is doing his best right here. He's not aware that there's a second player coming in, and we saw this over and over and over again in this game, and we're going to see more examples of this. FURIA on their T side, when they're playing against force buys, they completely lose track on control of where they're walking straight into a stack. Again, take nothing away from BetBoom. They did a good job at masking the fact that they were stacking, the players staying alive on the bomb side right here. There's a lot of elements to each the specific rounds where players are doing good decisions, but as a whole, as a concept, if you're FURIA, to lose this many force buys in a game of Counter-Strike where you could book a spot into the next stage, unacceptable.
Definitely wasn't pretty, as Jacob mentioned. You know, this whole round itself, like, it's fair that Serato, he does his job well. You know, he tries to defend his position. He even almost kills the second one. The whole thing about them just walking into a blind was, for me, what caused to be a bad call. I mean, I was more into them just slowing it down. Yeah, sure, they had lost controls, and they know that they gave up an AK, but there were so many cases they could just have went somewhere else, or they slowed it down, or tried to do something else. It just seemed like the mess got to them. Like, it's like the mess that just happened throughout the game just got to their head, and it was just like messy all over.
But it's also part of the fact that they were conditioned, right? Because they had already at this point lost 3 or 4 force buys. Because I agree with you, the call to walk blindly into a bomb site, not the best call. But when you think of it, the context of that situation is that they've already lost 3 or 4 force buys in this game, so the pressure was getting to them. And I guess they put them into that position themselves.
Jacob, I have a feeling you're absolutely going to hate the duration of this post-match.
No, I'm going to love it.
Because I think we're going to dive into every single one of those force buys. Let's go back to round number 10. This is BetBoom coming up, trumps. But yeah, just once again a situation where FURIA should have had this one on the palm of their hand.
Yeah, they kind of should. It's a 5v4, and they're allowed to explode into the B bomb site. Unfortunately, what happens here is that Serato is not spotting them early on enough. And Peter, as a B bomb site player, you know that when you're playing Mirage, the earlier you spot the first guy, the better you can position yourself into staying alive and call for backup, and perhaps, you know, I guess get all the company and get all the help sort of that you need. But for Serato to die in the fashion he dies right here, because he spots him so late, that kind of loses control over the B bomb side and end up losing the round at a very important moment in the first half, because FURIA were mounting a bit of a comeback on that City side.
I was uncertain what Serato was doing that given round. I did not watch what he was doing prior to when he got caught off, but once he jumps and spots the guy and gets the ding off immediately, he tries to put down the smoke to just buy himself at least a couple of seconds. He doesn't get that, and everything just ends up getting a total mess, and they end up losing another.
And again, it's a timing issue, and it's easy to put fingers on showcase around and be like, that's not well enough. But the timing was also perfect from the BetBoom player coming out, and the aim, I guess, with the Tech-9 to instant goose him and to go for the kill. Again, when you dissect every single round, you can always find moments where a player did well or a player punished someone. So it's always easy to point fingers and be like, that's not good enough. But overall, as a concept in this game, it happened too many times.
It did. We're going to dive into another one because FURIA, they win the second pistol. What happens next in round 14 then,
You want to take a guess?
Oh, is it a force buy again?
I think so.
Oh.
And at this point, I guess we can paint the picture that as much as I want to say that FURIA were unacceptably playing in these rounds, again, it's USPs, no armor. I have no idea what the hell they're doing. Give credit to BetBoom for making the most out of these scenarios. Yeah. It's not easy to win rounds like these, but they had a good idea of how to punish FURIA, and they did it over and over and over again. Once more on the A-bomb side, walking into a bit of a stack right here, and it's just falling apart for FURIA.
It just seems sloppy. Like the way they're approaching the bomb side, the way that they're allowed to walk through smokes and get kills and not clearing their corners, and they seem to be so focused by this one guy killing, then everyone shifts their focus toward this guy, that activates another guy, and then it just starts falling apart. You know, that is what occasionally loses you these type of rounds, and it just, you cannot allow that. I mean, one thing it being against MP9s and being against 5.7s or Deagles, someone's hitting like a good shot or they have a special setup, but this is just something based on like, BetBoom would probably just call, let's just stack A, and then, you know, the round just plays out, they get opportunities, they grab them, and, you know, it's just a poor play by FURIA.
And what's the only way that FURIA can answer back to round 14? With an eco psych, it's a force buy. Yet again, FURIA really putting everything in the kitchen sink into this one, and they do come out trumps, but I think it's just, this was just symptomatic of this game, right? It was so messy, so chaotic.
At this point, you had no idea who were going to win the game because no one was immune to that. And we call them force buys. I will say in BetBoom's defense, 2 of the rounds they won wasn't even a force buy. That was just them ecoing, you know, and winning the rounds. Again, for FURIA, I guess they took a page out of the BetBoom playbook right here. A lot of pace, a good execute coming in. And as I said, isolated, you look at this round, well executed by FURIA. For BetBoom to lose 1 force buy, that's okay. You know, that can happen for once in a while. And the Tech-9s are strong when it comes to Mirage, and they are strong in CS2, but it's more so that FURIA ended up losing 4 of those, and that's where they lost the game.
And force buys in general is just like, it's something that is always so hard to solve in Counter-Strike. I don't know why. I mean, like full ecos like USP happens rarely, or Glocks, but going up against force buys like a Tech-9 pop on B, what else comes to my mind? A pop on Nuke as well. You know, all these very fast tactics with the Tech-9s. If you just get that first kill or you get someone really blinded, you know, you have good chance of winning them. It's not like easy, and sometimes it seems like when people have full buys, you have a better idea what to do. But against force buys, it's like, holy shit, I don't know what to do.
Aside from the chaos, I love to get to see once again that Axel was standing tall. Once again, he was, you know, a big condition for that map number 1 that did slip out of BetBoom's fingers. I love that he still kept his head level in this game.
Yeah, it was good to see, and I will give the credit to BetBoom as well for overall playing a decent game of Counter-Strike. Again, I think part of the context of why we are a little bit disappointed by the display by maybe both teams, but in particular FURIA, is that we saw in Dust 2 that both of the lineups could play very well. They played good Counter-Strike, structured Counter-Strike, really good at playing off each other, really good at doing the simple stuff, but doing it at a high level where it felt like Mirage, everything just went out of it and it became more about the individuals and a little bit more chaotic. So good to see some players stepping up in the chaos, and Exile was definitely one of them.
Yeah, and I think it's very easy to spot that FURIA just seems more uncomfortable on this map compared to Dust 2. On Dust 2, you had a lot of great ideas. They seem to have a lot of good understanding how to approach each other, and they had a good team play. On this one, it just seems like they were a bit more off. But, you know, gotta give it to Axel. He had a good one. He also saved a lot of rounds. He had that one where he almost, just by surviving winning a round, he almost got that one.
Almost.
Overall, I think, you know, BetBoom, again, they're showing they can play good Counter-Strike.
If anything, ugly Counter-Strike is the most fun Counter-Strike to watch.
It
may be messy and it may annoy us and it may be a little bit fun to laugh off, but in terms of the raw excitement we got out of the game, none of us knew who were going to win. I had no idea whether FURIA were going to move on and win 2-0 or BetBoom push it into a third. You're constantly on your toes because you couldn't expect anything, you know. It was just a game of cards at that point.
I wanted to pose that question to you as, you know, the most recent pro player. Obviously, you come from a school of, you know, risk versus reward. You play the percentages totally accurately. What is it like for you then to play against this kind of style where you're not sure exactly where the economy is going to be going for the opposite team, what they're going to be throwing at you?
The worst type of games is always these force buys war going back and forth. Maybe you win the pistol, you lose the second round, you win the third one, and like this constant shift in momentum, both mentally but also inside the game, that, oh, we gotta win this next one, and if we don't win this next one, let's not hope the other team is winning, you know. It's this constant thing going back and forth where it seems like you have to wait maybe 7 or 8 rounds before one of the teams gets an actual buy round. It's all about who breaks down, like the force buy was the first, and there's a lot of things coming into it because you always want to be winning these type of wars? Like, who's the first team that's going to give up? Is that the team that's going to win, like, or lose 2 rounds in a row? Or do you actually want to just take a step back and take an eco so you can get a full buy because maybe you are on a more favorable CT side or whatever it could be? There's a lot of things coming into it, but it's definitely very difficult.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. 24 rounds required over both of the first 2 maps in this series, which does leave us awaiting that third and final decider to see who will be joining us in Copenhagen live next week. It goes down on Anubis after this. say things got a little bit chaotic on Mirage. So now let's reset, let's reframe our expectations as we move on into Anubis. That is going to be the third and final deciding map to see who will be joining us in the studio in Copenhagen. And this has a lot on the line. Of course, we're going to be talking about the cold hard cash that the teams could be getting their hands on. But I think more importantly, we've got to touch upon the seeding, because we see BetBoom, they're currently 5th. FURIA, they're down in 9th. If FURIA win, they'll take over that 5th seeding. If BetBoom do indeed defeat the Brazilians, they'll keep the 5th, which means what, Jacob?
That they will be the first team when we get into this arena to pick their opponent in stage 2, which is on land, which could be very beneficial for FURIA and very beneficial for them if they want to stand a chance of moving into the semifinals. So a lot is at stake. Of course, loser goes out of the tournament. That should be enough pressure. That should be enough reason not to lose the game. But if you win, you get an extra little carrot.
It's kind of priceless, having that opportunity to be the one who starts the chaos, who stirring the shit a little bit in the studio. I'm excited to see either way how that's all going to be going down next week.
I mean, they will definitely be kicking themselves if they lost this series. I mean, that is just true. That's just true facts. I think that FURIA, like they know that they are the better team, and they also need to show it now. I think coming into Anubis, but even though it's been a really close series, I would still favor FURIA. I mean, I don't know what specifically to expect from BetBoom, maybe compared to like if you think how they've been playing in the previous matches. Yeah, sure they can put up a fight, but I still think FURIA is going to be the favorite here.
The players are going to be standing right here next Wednesday at 9 p.m. when they're doing the draft as well. They're going to be with James Banks. We're going to be talking all about the theory as exactly who is picking who. But we've got to find out who is going to be going there, who deserves that spot. Anubis, it's a little bit of a complicated one. How do both sides weigh up coming into this?
I mean, we've seen FURIA played it once at this tournament already against Nemiga. Again, Nemiga as an opposition, you'd argue that should be a playing field where FURIA can express themselves in the nicest way, and they did. I believe they won 13-7 or 13-6 or something along those lines. I remember having a great game. I remember Cello as well stepping up. So I expect FURIA to know what they want to do here, and I expect them to have a certain level. We spoke about how messy it was on Mirage. Anubis is not a map that allows for these force buys to go back and forth. CT side Anubis, it's incredible tough to win rounds in general, even more so if you only have pistols and 5.7. So I expect a cleaner game and maybe also a slower game if you're BetBoom. You want to see if you can pressure FURIA, you want to see if you can sweat them out, and I guess BetBoom have a decent idea of how they want to approach the game. Whether or not they're going to be successful with it, that is the question.
Sure, they have an idea how FURIA plays, since they played it recently. But I still think it's all about how comfortable FURIA looks on this map. And I think it's one of the maps that at least they have shown more comfortable on. And I think that is also going to pay off. It looks like from the outside, at least, like when FURIA goes into a map that they feel comfortable playing, surely they also play better, and I think that's going to be the case on this one.
No, I think we've seen that comfort, paying off for them. I'm curious to see how the Knife's going to decide this one, though. Do you think this is one of the maps where it really does matter if you get that T-side start?
Normally, I'd say no, but given it's Anubis, it's a map where you would love to start on the T-side. You would love to control the pace. You would love to not have to, potentially fear being down 3-9 or 4-8 after the first half in a third deciding map. I'll also say, Peter, and I don't know if you agree, but when you just had an experience like you had on Mirage, the first team who can come into Anubis and stabilize, find a bit of control, maybe feel the dance charts of the game, that's probably the team gonna feel more comfortable, and that you can do on the T side of Anubis. So normally I'd say no, I don't give a damn about the Knife, but in this particular instance, given the context of what just happened on Mirage, I think it's quite important to get started on the T side.
For sure, like I definitely think it's important for whoever is gonna win this to go in and get a good start, especially because it's been very messy. They are probably thinking that we've made a lot of mistakes and we should be playing better and everything like this. So I think FURIA, as the main favorite in this matchup, they need to get us to a good start. Otherwise, I'm a little bit worried that it might start falling into being, oh, maybe we could lose this series. Instead of being confident, they might get into negative thoughts about themselves. And I think it's important that we get Cello a little bit on the run. He's gonna bring up the mood. He's gonna be like this temperature of how FURIA is feeling, and if he can spread that good vibe that we know he can spread, I think it's gonna be very crucial for him to also get a good start.
Might be a little bit tricky for FURIA. They did lose the Knife, and means they are starting on the T side of things.
Right.
But it is time to get this show underway and see if either FURIA or BetBoom are joining us in the studio next week.
Deciding map of this series, and it has been a struggle. It's not been a clean game for either roster. Smokes missed, Eco's thrown, and now we go to Anubis to decide it. Predictions out the window, bets out the window. Let's just get into it.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at as well. This has been a very, very close series where 1 or 2 rounds have really made all the difference, right? And in the same way you can say for FURIA on that second map, if they didn't lose to some of the Ecos, or just one of the Ecos, they would have won that game. You could say for BetBoom, well, they actually had their chance to start this off on Dust 2, 5v4, and they threw it all away. So both teams have had their missteps, and the other squad have always been there to capitalize. But it's nice, I think, now that we end up on a very even map, one where these squads have got ideas. I still give the edge to FURIA here. I think their track record is more consistent. For Boomich, even when he was in Cloud9, this was a map they liked to play, but the success wasn't always there.
Yeah. It's been a T-sided match so far with 8 rounds, 7 rounds on T-side on these maps. And so now we head to Anubis, which is the king of that. BetBoom, no strangers. They make their way through CT spawn on a fast mid-push. Skulls are going to try and regain some ground with these dual Berettas, but won't overdo it. Mid-rounding now for BetBoom, not wanting to jump the gun. And this A-push has set FURIA up with a 3rd player at B, but still undecided as to where we're ending. BetBoom can't find a kill for free. They're going to have to commit.
FURIA win the pistol and convert. They win 13-11. There's the call. Here we go. Falling.
I said bets off the table, Harry.
Yeah, and I've thrown one out there. I just can't help myself. Boomich. What does he want the rest of his crew to do? They have all this control in mid. They keep thinking, like, surely we're going to get given a fight eventually. Someone's going to come this way. He's throwing in a weird smoke, and that at least gives some pause to these B players, leaving the rotate far away.
This is good for BetBoom.
Fallen, here's them moving into his site, and he'll just wait in main, because right now you need the rest of FURIA to get grouped up. It's a fight. It's like role reversal.
Yeah.
They're role-playing right now.
Teaser CTs. Here comes the A main push.
5-man rush through main on the retake. Smokes and flashes gone. They're doing the full exec. Here we go. Pinch me, am I dreaming? Magnajez nails the shot on a cello. There's the flash that was meant to help them out, but nobody's blinded. BetBoom playing full tuck. They've got the bomb to play around. It's FURIA feeling the pressure, feeling the burn, and they get chewed up by these Glocks. It does not pan out for FURIA. BetBoom open up with the pistol.
Yeah, you won't see a pistol like that every day. The shift walk through CT spawn, BA. They finally find their final position. And great post plants as well for BetBoom. Getting that heaven control, like you said, that exec back in does nothing. They grab a kill before the smoke blooms. Flash blinds no one. FURIA, you're not going to beat Glocks in that endeavor. The first step on the right direction. We need a strong T-side, right? Like, not just because this series has been the game of T-sides. Both these teams having almost, if not over, in FURIA's case, 60% of their rounds won on the T-side last year. It's like 59% for BetBoom and 61% for FURIA, so gonna need that stat to keep up in this series. Whoever can get, say, even 5-round CT is gonna be in a very good position, but that's why I like that BetBoom started on this half. They get to set the momentum, set the pace early in this game. It's slow and steady as it has been on these Boomich-cooled T-sides.
Yeah, I mean, this game is so much about those T-halves, not even Boomich's giant mug, and I'm not referring to like his face in like some British-ism way of doing it. His giant cup is the only way to
where are you going
to store all the T-sides. That was the joke. Sorry, I kind of derailed it.
Yeah, you did derail it. Kind of explained your joke again.
Yeah. Oh God!
Oh
God!
well.
No one can beat the Pistols. A taste of their own medicine, perhaps.
Oh dear.
FURIA lost to 2 of these in the last map. Can they get their revenge now? They swing Boomich together, kind of.
No,
waiting behind the pillar. Now they count down, and there's the swing.
Full eco.
God, just don't buy guns. USPs are goated.
Oh dear, Harry, it's happened again. It didn't take long. Finally, it's FURIA to join the fray. And BetBoom.
And are we celebrating that the USPs are winning so much? I don't know how I feel about it. I kind of hate it, but it's working. Somehow. It's a huge celebratory moment, though.
Yeah.
Cello is right in his read of the situation.
Look what it's done.
It's suddenly given FURIA a chance to really min-max this CT half.
Oh, Fallen's just rushed B main as well. Full blind off that flash. He doesn't care. Wants to get in the face. FURIA know that punishing and pushing on this CT side is so effective. It'll be very hard to win rounds on eco here. Ooh, tag the smoke. Flash is good. Skulls with 2. A swift start.
Gonna try and run at Yuri, but there's so many layers to this that even if you found Yuri, you were so far and away from winning the round. Siren wants to try and waste a bit of time here on the route all the way back through spawn. Longer he takes, you know, there was any damage is worth it here. So hoping he just catches someone shuffling around the map out of position. It's well worth it to take as long as he can.
Oh, take a bit longer though. A bit longer than that.
You took all that time, but then rush the shot. Feels unnecessary.
All right, FURIA off to a storming start now. They get an anti-eco before the guns even come through on this T side. So It's going to get better.
Just clocks now. But even in rounds like this, you still want to take your time. You want them to be burning through util. I mean, already the rounds just started and a lot has been thrown out by FURIA. So it is in your best interest to go very slow here. It might not be the funnest, but it is the most cost effective. Like a holiday to Butlin.
No one gets that one. Little con drop. In they come. Fallen. Oh, the jump just offsets his spray. Yuri's still there to keep it clean. Everyone comes swinging for the kills. FURIA 3-1. Good start to this game. Very thankful for their full eco stack on that B bomb site. But now BetBoom have to earn it with guns.
Yeah, this is the real test of this T side, what it's made of. I hope FURIA go aggressive in this round. I kind of want them to set that precedent early. They have some really nice takes, especially over this kind of like water area that you can look to throw in, and I think that's what they're going to do. Double in dark. They start here early. Gonna maybe blow that open and peek behind it, trying to offset the timing. There's the molly for the stairs, so looking for that early control over the water. They didn't see anyone. BetBoom weren't there fighting. It's a super passive default for this T side as far as it goes. They kind of let FURIA make some opening moves, let them waste the time and the util to do that, and now they take the real estate late. So good awareness from BetBoom to not fall down to that.
Yeah, they hold on to a lot of smokes for their late execute. Might just be this camera split here as they take middle. That's a bit of a bait smoke. They are way further in mid than FURIA should be ready, but FURIA just playing for information. You can see Cello trying to block this one. Says thanks for the molly. I'll replenish that very quickly. In it comes. They're going to beat the first one. It's a CT molly after all. There's only so much respect you need to give it. Magnachez goes through. Queserato stuck in heaven. He's got two players in the site. Bomb making its way in. 40 seconds, FURIA have to set up for the post plant. Good molly.
Where the nade went, but not onto Magnachez. Queserato still with output, but finally bested. Fallen's only just now arriving as he's joined the rest of the gang over here in heaven. That's delayed the retake a little bit. They got to get past Magnachez and Axel. Terrifying duo to try and break in through. Skulls with the opener. Siren attempting to lend a helping hand, but he's a little limited in terms of how much he can help out here. It's going to come down to him clutching up. 1v2, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb already. They're chasing this kill. Fallen with the commit, with the stick, but Siren cleans house. Clutch up at a big round at 2 find. All the makings of a FURIA CT roll getting started, and Siren has just put a stop to it there with that 1v2.
God, it really just shows how the meta's not favoring the CT mollies in any capacity. If you throw them down, you're going to get disrespected. Sure, the first player beats it. The second player runs through it. The full throttle takes like 30-something damage. It's just so worth it to disrespect that CT molly. Cello's in a position where he can't really back out. He can't reposition. He's relying on that molly to actually block. And BetBoom know they can beat it every time. Good trades on A. They don't overcommit to the heaven fight. They re-smoke. They force FURIA out the same angle. And some nice crossfires. Don't wait long before their T-side guns get put to use. FURIA still have a buy. The orb static on that B site, but BetBoom not the kind of team to just go swinging main dry and look for these entries. FURIA are the ones who force it. Down in connector, nothing to be seen. This is just the standard for FURIA, right? 3B with trying to get a lot of info con, and 2A barely playing middle in the CT side. The boost allows players to walk up on the right half. We might have a flash peek in middle here. Something's being set up. Cello's getting close. Will K-Serato help him out, or is it just a bait from the camera? Dangerous behind the wall bang, but they haven't figured it out yet.
Oh. Oh my god! It ends up working out quite well. K-Serato still a threat in middle. They'll just smoke him off.
Ace point's perfect right now. It's only this orb.
Fallen in the firing line. K-Serato making a play, and he will force that play to happen through the back line of BetBoom team.
Bomb loose.
They're going to be able to retrieve it 15 seconds as this plant looks to take shape. These rounds all coming down to the wire, but BetBoom will get that bomb planted. Smoke's now retrieved. That goes in over towards camera. There's a re-smoke on Siren. I think on the util alone, FURIA can't actually win this round anymore.
They'd have to just flash through and go together, but they're not looking too interested. Fallen with a rare miss. I think the jump sets him off there on the camera. BetBoom takes stock before they commit to the A split, even though they know they had a very weak A site. Able to get a jump peek, so Fallen's first shot goes astray. And they'll even get out with that AWP as well, so it seems. Got to stay in A main. Skulls is here patrolling. Ooh. Confirms what they already know. Salty will be on that orb. Similar to Mirage, BetBoom have the tape. It's a map they play a lot online. Got a good track record on it. FURIA is, of course, against more top teams. But not always to the best of results. Hasn't been a great day for K-Serato either, right? Think about him in that Namiga game, how sharp he was on this map. He started T-side, he was just running at the man. He was multi-killing so many rounds. And today he's been neutered, very quiet.
Yeah, I don't really know where to place him, because on Dust 2, I think he was totally fine. And then on Mirage, I just feel like he's misused, and I don't think we're going to get many good K-Serato Mirages come through with where he plays right now. So yeah, I can imagine he's coming into this feeling a bit cold, like compared to how the series started especially. Yeah. On Dust 2, there wasn't really a weak link for FURIA, and don't get me wrong, it took Cello going above and beyond to still pull that win out, but it's not like you looked at anyone else and were like, okay, you're letting the team down a little bit here with this performance. I think everyone pulled their weight. Sure, you're always expecting K-Serato to find himself top in the charts, but then after that Mirage, which was just horrific, and he never got going, he never got warmed up into it. I think it is fair enough he's having a bit of a stone cold start here to the third. So defo something to keep our eye on, because that can't keep up. I'll write it off on Mirage. I don't like where he plays. But here on Anubis, this is meant to be, you know, a stomping ground for K-Serato.
They blind themselves out of middle. And it looks like it's going to be a execute. They don't even leave a mid lurker. You would usually expect Magnajez to stay behind the mid doors, try and either cut down B rotates or come in on camera. BetBoom need assistance. But this is a 30-second smoke. They're going to have to go through it. They got a nade on Axel to break. This has got to be a quick push for BetBoom. FURIA have 3 here.
Might have to be a K-Serato moment. He's played it to perfection. Flash is good, gets out with a double. K-Serato's lived up to his part of the deal. Now it's down to the rest of FURIA to finish the job. 10 seconds left as his bomb gets planted. And that's enticing Fallen to want to take this fight while he knows he's got that 1v1. And the rest of the gang pull up. Beautiful stuff from K-Serato there.
Flash,
nails
dude.
the timing, had that flash pulled, ready to go. Knew exactly what was expected of him, exactly what had to happen. And so K-Serato warming into things now. That could be a real saving grace for FURIA.
That's the danger of taking A main so late in the round, right? FURIA hadn't been forced to use their grenade. Sure, they had a stack on that site. They're not playing mid at all on the CT side. No bridge peaks. Maybe a one-round Fallen will go for a pick, but for the most part, they're leaving it completely open, saving their util to try and block rushes, and that smoke causes such a commotion for BetBoom. Actually take a full eco here as FURIA. I mean, they're poised for a good CT side already. A 5th round looking likely. Fallen's AWP bears down. Magnajez shut up quick. It's just some pistols outside this B site. But you're not getting any picks with these Glocks.
It's an awfully hard commit here from Cello.
Not again.
No.
Yeah,
Fallen, thank God, man.
Enough of these today.
Don't worry, Daddy Fallen's here. You guys go make the mistakes. I'll clean up after you.
Oh, Skulls will hear this as well. If he wants to run it to B, he can make it, but there's going to be a quicker rotate than he's anticipating. Exile taking his sweet time, but yeah, now they're moving.
Still has the potential to get odd. The creep for Exile feels weird. Like, he ran most of the way. The expectation was that you want to go quiet here. You want that element of surprise. Should have been sneaking the whole time. As a result, he's given some room for them to move over. Still, the plant is available. That timing is still available to Exile to get this bomb planted. But it is starting to close. Each passing second, FURIA get closer. He's going to go looking for the kills. Skulls and Yuri have his number. So thankfully, Exile does not play fast there, so FURIA go unpunished.
As far as Glocks go, that's a decent round, but looked like it could have gotten out of control. Thank goodness for Fallen's AWP. Just a messy series.
Cello with like the Eco Hunter tunnel vision.
Yeah, I need that Glock kill.
I need this one kill on this one Glock. Nearly cost FURIA dearly. Thankfully, Fallen was there to keep the round in check.
Is Zorti finally going to go for a B main peek? Because they've given him nothing outside B main, but he's got the AWP and he's creeping up closer. K-Serato making the play, but won't see anyone, doesn't want to push in. Skulls jiggling. Still winnable for Zorti on a timing, but he gets spotted and blocked. Oh my God, careful. Careful. AWP revealed. They're in con. They want to go.
It's an awkward flash. Cello through that, and it full-blinded Yuri. Nearly cost them everything, and it still might. Yuri dead, Skulls falls, and the B site along with it. BetBoom team pull up, and they get through this B hold with ease.
Speedy.
I want FURIA to be more inquisitive in the early round. I know K-Serato went aggressive main this round. I know you're going to say that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was.
And he did, and that's fair. You know, credit where credit's due. They did make a move on the other side of the map. But since they attempted that like super early aggression of the fighting dark, nade flash on the smoke, they have shied away from it a bit. And I think it could be really lucrative to FURIA. And they do have good set pieces to go for that real estate early on, especially now as in these last few rounds, these groupings outside of A or players crossing up dark has been a bit of a problem. You can see how constricted you feel in the B site if you just give up that space down in connector from the get-go.
They've tried a few opening moves at least, but yeah, wrong place, wrong time. BetBoom call a pretty fast B split. They've set a slow tempo in this half with mid takes. So FURIA aren't ready for just an instant commit like that, but they've been 3B every time.
They're going back to the peak and dark this time.
Yeah.
Fallen's going to head there with the AWP. Lobs in a bit of early util. Doesn't take an insta spawn, so instead he's just scoped up waiting for a player to walk in.
They know Zorti's
like,
AWPing, so it's a little more dangerous here.
It looked like they were going to get aggressive B main, because like you've started 3B, so you want to make a move here. It makes sense that they're feeling a bit antsy. It's a lot of resources over at the B site, and in doing so, you make life harder for the A players, because now they're watching middle and A. So there's the move being made out towards B main. Oh, smoke break, but the flash blinds Axile. Still, he's able to double dip and go back in for a little bit more. They deal with Skulls getting aggressive. Fallen has been waiting all round for this exact fight, and it's Zorti on the other side. Yuri's even crept in. They're playing this dark bait and switch. Something to bear in mind is like Fallen is just back turned to main throughout all of this. It's one hell of a mental timer to believe that they weren't going to creep up, and he was right. Now smoking it off. Axile's got to respect it. Fallen.
Better angle.
Eventually, someone will win this fight. Fallen's getting impatient, and well, it's worth its weight in gold. Nails that opening kill onto Zorti.
Oh no, even a missed flash. Blinds there. Now they can't trade. Siren goes without Magnagez, who's full blind. They're in the site. He tries to run out. He's not going to get away with that one. Fallen spam through the smoke by the captain. But
the bomb's down. The bomb's down water.
It's deep in the water. 15 seconds. Cello, a well-placed shot will end this whole round. And he's even got the cover that falls a bit short. The fight comes up for Boomich. 4 kills, 5 rounds. The captain puts his team on his back.
Boomich does everything there, from the spams in the site, the fast push down in the lower, and deals with that perfectly.
Queserato tries to bail Cello out, but he just feeds the beast there. Look at that drop. Could have done it later. Yeah.
It's a nice way to remove some of that tilt, though, right? When Boomich goes on, because you saw how frustrated BetBoom team were. Like, no one was happy at how that played out. There's a lot of reasons to be frustrated, but your captain has just bailed you out. Now comes the hardest round of them all for some reason. You're up against the Pistols. Ooh. These are the most dangerous. They have been all series long. They've decided the outcomes of entire maps. But Yuri will fall as Axile just waltzes in to an empty B site.
We're looking good in this one, at least, Harry. Disaster avoided as FURIA picked apart by a contact play. Gonna find all the glory, except that bit of glory. And that other bit of glory is also gone. But the rest of the glory belongs to BetBoom. Here we go, last round of the half. This is the difference maker. If FURIA find this, it's a good defense.
It's like a truck stop bathroom with the amount of holes in the glory that they were trying to find, Hugo. But they did win the round, and that's what matters.
Surely.
This has been just such a struggle fest for both teams. The BetBoom team as the underdogs, it feels a little more forgivable. They're the ones in pole position with a chance to move into this second half. 7-5, they've got full control over the dark position. Magnagez takes it away. Oh, that smoke's down. Teeing themselves up for another one of these B splits. It looks to be the order of the day for BetBoom. They've had a lot of success here. Something's called them away. A lot of noise has been made. At this point, they know FURIA are feeling pressure at B, right? They heard footsteps made. They know they've lost that control over dark. And so fanning out and looking elsewhere is good, because you see the adjustment there. Cello making his way over towards B means the only thing they've got to get past to own middle is Fallen on this MP9.
Creepy crawly through the door. Fallen's MP9, not built for it. It's a quick clear for Axile. Now suddenly all on Queserato. We're looking at that 7-round T half. And it could be coming right through. Keserato trying to bail from his position. They don't allow that for a second. Scared of a stack, can barely blame them with how little FURIA have tasked themselves in middle in this half. BetBoom get the plant, and FURIA, there's a kit on Fallen at the door, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to get it. They're locked out. The door is closing. The clock is ticking. And the half seems locked in for BetBoom.
Cello will barely even factor into the retake. He has to clear middle as he moves in, right? You're 3v5, you're cognizant that they could still be holding on to mid this late in the round, and so he will be lost for a little while, giving an open runway for this orb to just pop off. There's the support from Siren, and so a winning T-side put forward from BetBoom team. A matchup that's kept you on the edge of your seat for all the wrong reasons here. This one continues on with BetBoom sporting a slight lead on the T side of Anubis. FURIA now move over to the favored half.
Dare I say it's part of the course right now. 70 rounds seems traditional in this game. It's been going on all night long. And now
70 rounds is not traditional.
It absolutely is in BetBoom v FURIA. There is no stopping it. BetBoom getting aggressive. I like this. Contact, though. Will they actually have a flash? They're holding it. But if you don't use it, you don't reveal the intention behind this move.
That's such a boomage, big brain, cool.
Good luck, Magnajez. You're all alone. He's going to keep it up. Oh, they cross mid instead into the USP stack.
Oh,
that worked.
Bit of follow-up damage on it. It managed to get through. Kisaro,
they have to wrap B.
Jump over the top. And now they get out into middle. But now they're wrapping Temple. Gonna go towards B. Magnages, you thought your job was hard before, having a solo anchor this side of the map. What if now they're behind you as well? He makes the right decision to back up out of there. Magnages gonna get away back into the spawn side and wait to play out this retake 5v4 with so many timings found here for BetBoom. They are all around. They have encircled FURIA. They have them completely surrounded. Will FURIA come out hands up or guns blazing? Yuri locked out first. Follow-up kill to Fallen. And it looks like it might be the surrender of this pistol round as only Skulls is left in it.
Dude, every single position, CT, Temple, B main, they are flanks on flanks, or even in con. There is nowhere safe in that round for FURIA to set up. They had to take something. But BetBoom closed the net and closed the gap on them qualifying to the LAN finals here for Blast Bounty Season 1. This would be against the odds, against the grain, taking down Mouse and removing FURIA from the equation. Could be an excellent start to the season here for this new squad. I mean, these players, this team only added Axel and Boomich days ago. And they're already looking at outdoing their last year. A disappointing major run in an RMR. They went 3-3 in, but they lost that final decider match to Gamer Legion, the major merchants. And 2 upgrades in this team, a change of leadership, a firepower piece on his redemption arc in Axile. And BetBoom look to come storming into the new year with instant results. It's FURIA on a force buy. You know, no one is safe, obviously. If you've been watching, full ecos have won enough in this game, but Fallen Scout probes this B bomb site, looking for a pick. And there it is. I love that routing. They both play together, but still a trade out for Magnages. Nothing comes for free. Certainly not the finish. 2 players low.
This is, oh, that's smart from Magnages. Juggle
out.
the gun away
Yeah.
to your teammate in CT. If you'd lost the sight, otherwise there would be 2 M4s. All of a sudden, though,
scared of mid.
It's not much of a gain here for FURIA as they look to move in. Oh, that was a really good chance for Yuri. Skulls is going to be there to capitalize,
There
though.
it goes. There she blows.
Oh, wait a second. Sirens bought the intrigue.
Still a low player.
Follow the sound of the siren song. That's how FURIA will end up on the rocks here. This was looking like a force buy win for FURIA, but now it's left hanging in the balance after that spam from Siren. Dink onto Yuri.
Nice.
Another bit of output from Siren before all is said and done. It falls to the captain. Boomich makes his move, plays his hand, and it's leader v leader. Boomich versus Fallen. Tap on the bomb. Who's got the bigger brain? Boomich will bait that peak. BetBoom team put their faith in their new signing, their captain, bringing home a 9th round and saving the day against that FURIA force buy.
Yeah, for the first time, it feels like conversions actually coming through. There weren't any on Mirage, Eco, or Force wins for both teams in the previous map. But BetBoom do it here and now. That's a huge sigh of relief. It's a huge lift of the pressure. CT rounds hard to come by, but arguably the most important one picked up here by BetBoom. Is this really going to happen? 4 rounds from the reality of LAN finals. 2 tier 1 teams falling in their path. They want to make the most of this. Pause even coming in. They expect a buy for FURIA. Brazilians not going to let up on the pressure. 4 kills and a plant. That's enough temptation, surely.
Tactical into the technical. This is maybe a bit more time for Boomich to hatch some plans, as he is anticipating that force, as you say. Yeah, just to build on your point, man, this would be a mega legit run if BetBoom team are able to pull it off. You know, they had the crowning upset of round 1. FURIA picked this BetBoom squad to face off against, and they might come to regret it.
They had the first pick, Harry. They had the pick of the litter. They could have gone with whoever the hell they wanted.
And they chose who they thought was the weakest.
A new team. New leader. A squad that haven't accomplished much as a core. Paling in comparison to the rest of the competition. At least on name value. But right now, BetBoom, more than the sum of their parts, looking to storm their way to the 3rd round. To take FURIA's 20 grand right back in their hands. Here we go. Here's that reforce we talked about. FURIA putting it all in. High risk, high reward. Zorti's AWP. And he goes very quick to A main.
Swing and a miss for Axel. Damage done either which way.
Yeah, even. He just shoot to the blast tune. I swear I heard it. Zorti with the pick. A dry peek in main for Keserato again. Just having a tricky day in the office. No worse time for it online. Interesting smoke. Is that the lurk one out con? No, it's the lurk one out main. Will they put the pressure on? Axel can break this. He doesn't want to go too soon, though. He wants him to be right behind in the open so his team can help out. Magnajez, is he ready for that fight? The nade comes in, but Skulls is the one to get the kill. Magnajez looking unprepared for that play. Zorti's AWP is here. It's got to kick up a storm.
Axel steals himself away as well at the back of the site. Boomich even drops out the mid window while all this is happening, so he's hot on their heels on a con flank. Can't find a thing, however, those Skulls ready for that exact move from Boomich.
Done.
And so on the second time around, the FURIA force will prevail. There's no Boomich heroics this time, no siren spams to save you.
Just felt like, you know, Magna just wasn't ready for that. He was focused on getting his own util in connector to stall out FURIA, and then Axel breaks a smoke and Magna just gets picked. Even if he was looking for it, he was just completely in the open with no cover. And they go hunting. Oh, if Fallen finds this AWP, that is going to be devastating. Pick out the sky. They're coming in from above as well on that heaven position. Skulls low health. Kept clean enough, it seems. Oh, yeah. AWP is going to make a return.
Yeah, that makes this next round still pretty scary if you're FURIA. They have an AWP, you won't get your hands on one just yet. Reassuring kind of entry duo of Skulls and Cello able to provide. Skulls topping the charts right now for the FURIA squad. He's the one piece we've been able to rely on. I think all day, actually, Fallen's been pretty darn consistent as well. At least he's far from being an issue here. I'm looking at Keserato, I'm looking at Yuri. Even Cello had a really hot start to the series. I'm thinking we just need a bit more output because this is still a very winnable game for FURIA, but you're going to struggle to do it with your stars offline. So even though they've won out these early Force Fire wars, there's still some twists and turns left in this, thanks to that save of the AWP and the M4. On this T-half, Keserato has a lot of responsibility, right? He's the guy responsible for taking away this control right here. And so if he isn't feeling it, your kind of A-lurk can very quickly feel like a liability. And that's why it's going to be so important that he can recover in this second half. Sure, there are other ways to go about it. You can always make sure he's playing a buddy system. He had players with him, but usually he's very self-sufficient on this corner of the map. And so in padding it out, concessions are made elsewhere. In this round, they've had made the entire time, and so they are going to bring that bomb back around. Look to group for this A hit.
30 seconds. Bubic has a re-smoke. This is going to go wrong. They have an HE to break this open. Skulls is meanwhile looking B main. He can't get any value from this position. They just have to go through this right now and hope for the best.
Yeah, not what you want. The smoke push and pray, and it doesn't pan out. Boom it.
What is this?
Help from Siren. There's the M4 spotted.
Yeah, no.
The round is lost. FURIA cannot win this. It's another fall down to a low econ round.
I just don't even get the call there. Like, Skulls is lucky to be main, but he's putting zero pressure on. He's not keeping them honest. He's not stopping a rotate, even if his team get into that bomb site. He's trying to play a post plant. Boys, you need to get into the site for that to matter. They're blocked by a smoke. They don't even scale with the nade. That's just a desperate, ugly round for FURIA, and BetBoom win it on a force.
At every turn, it was kind of hideous. Even the spacing coming through this smoke. First guy in at the bomb as well, so like you're committed from that point on in. There's just a lot of, for how experienced and how good this FURIA team can be, they're making some real, you know, rookie errors, especially up against the pistols. Like you don't lose so consistently in this series 2 pistols unless you're making mistakes.
Absolutely.
You know, your opponent can be having the best day ever. They can be hitting every shot. You're still supposed to win those rounds just on the back of solid protocol. And you can forgive one of them going against you in a series. What I really can't look past is like, what, are we up to 4 now?
Oh, more.
It's crazy. The consistency that these low econ rounds, sometimes full eco, are finding success for BetBoom team. And in that round, even though they had the saved AWP and they had the saved M4, the M4 got 1 kill, the AWP didn't fire a shot. Like that was not a round won by the hero guns.
Big boom.
Now you're reset. You have no money. BetBoom are in double digits. Like, this could all be over for FURIA on the back of how bad these rounds versus pistols have been.
Re-flash back in. Zorti wants some more, but he's got to give it up. Don't get blocked. Get out. Bubic swaps sides, but he gets caught in the open. Still sprays down 2. He's had a lot of multi-kills in this series and in this map. Zorti, quick shot connects. They're trying to chase him down. He blocks them. You're not coming through for free. Siren supports, and FURIA just come crumbling, bumbling down. This is the money gone, and BetBoom facing 11 rounds.
Yeah, by forcing here, you made the admission we are either playing to win this round or we're playing for overtime. And that's what FURIA are going to have to do now. They're going to need 6 rounds straight, pending a win on the full eco. BetBoom might be on the cusp of a very impressive tournament run here.
That's a nice shot, but Zorti ain't buying it. K-Serata goes for the gun. Bomb is in camera, 40 seconds. Team are not even playing here. They're grouping back in mid. Everyone's pulled back. They've given K-Serata, they think, what? They think he's going A or B, rather? Zorti just went...
How is this been allowed to happen?
Zorti just went B.
But now he doesn't believe it because, like, why would K-Serata believe that this has happened? They had the bomb in camera for crying out loud.
20 seconds.
Okay.
Oh
God.
No, don't
so you've only given, like, one of the best player from Brazil a chance in this clutch. Magdajez finally comes in and lays it to rest.
That's terrifying.
Oh, my God. What is this game?
Why did Zorti go B? I get backing up. Like, you want to pull back, you want to hold line, wait for your team to join you. He went B to the site.
This game is aging everyone. Magdajez is going to be a 50-year-old veteran by the time this is over.
Fallen's going to be retired by the end of this match. Again. But that should be it, Harry. They don't get a plant. They half buy again. Fallen's got a scout. You're hoping for luck. You're hoping for a pick here onto the AWP. It's not going to connect. They are scaling fast. Zorti still has to hit some hard shots as they chase him down. Jumping corners, he hits 1. Headshot connects. Double block at main. He pays the price. BetBoom calling for support.
Axar's picked up the AWP. And then he decides, God, that felt weird. And then he switches quickly back out to the M4. Not needed, as Magnajez has been a pillar of consistency for BetBoom team across this series. He has constantly found openers. He has created a lot of space. And on these CT sides, it feels like you very rarely are seeing him set a foot wrong. He keeps that round in check and puts BetBoom team now on the match and series point, 1 round away from making it to those LAN finals with the most impressive run of any of the teams to get there, taking down Mouse in round 1 and now about to beat FURIA in round 2. They've got 6 chances for this massive upset streak to continue.
Oh my God,
how have they lost a nade behind the bench, man? It's so over. It's never been this over. The bench is against them. So let's see if FURIA can do this. It's a big comeback being asked of them.
6 straight, T-side Anubis.
Pending the ground opening up and swallowing Fallen Hole. I don't see many more ways this could go wrong.
They missed the smoke. Welcome back to Mirage. Zorti, naughty, gonna find his 5v4. BetBoom on the cusp of qualifying. Playoffs right between their fingers.
And for a team that's this fresh, that's this new, composed of players of a mixture of experiences and backgrounds, you want that exposure, you want that experience on LAN, and to have done it by beating 2 heavy hitters to get there only legitimizes it further. BetBoom team feeling like the real deal, and FURIA having to learn that the hard way. Magnajez, we praised this guy in the last round, but he will fall at the hands of Skulls.
Are they saving already? I think they might be. The money's not great for Zorti if he wants an AWP in the next, but 2 low players. BetBoom don't know how close they're getting to winning this round. FURIA, luckily no one here. 10 seconds on that stick. They will survive 1 more. For the longest time, this was the team of the rejects, the afterthoughts. Players like Chiron, like Nafany. Results, not much to speak of. But this combination of the old heads, players we've seen at the tip top in the major playoffs, with the next best thing, big thing in Magnajez. It feels like BetBoom may have found their concoction. To capture the playoffs of Bounty. 5 chances to finish the job. Pick for Zorti again, attempted. He's going for a lot of openers. He's found a couple on this CT side. Two 2-0, actually. FURIA on their default. Keserato waits for aggression, but BetBoom won't be dishing anything out. They've got more eyes in the middle than FURIA really ever had, with Boomich jiggling in the camera. Molly's going to middle. FURIA can scale.
Yeah, they are being given this room anyway, right? So as they move on in, it's an area of the map that BetBoom already knew they had conceded. They've got eyeballs on it now from Boomich watching over here at A. Smoke over at Temple is missed.
That's A smoke. One of the smokes available.
It's missed fairly horribly.
No
enough
here,
that it
though.
might give you pause about creeping out middle. Fallen does at least have a resmoke. He can straighten things out on this one. And yeah, he's lobbed that in now.
I mean, even skulls are shifting around here. You don't even need to walk here. They're so scared that someone could have even pushed water. But this will be that A-split attack from FURIA. Not a lot of time to do it. Block of the Molotov. It will force some respect. There is no more blocking util for BetBoom. They've got to do it on gunfights alone. Boomich and Siren side by side. Put the knife in the back of FURIA. And this might be the final hurrah.
Cello and Fallen. These are the two left to try and keep FURIA in this.
Tick-tock.
Bomb down over at main. Magnajez close by. Waits. He times his strike to perfection. There's the backstab. And in this series, you couldn't bank on Queserato. You couldn't rely on the pistols or those anti-ecos. You should have bet Boomich because, man, this is one hell of a tournament run into those LAN finals for BetBoom team.
And BetBoom keeps stepping up and they keep delivering, even when they might be counted out at times. Especially here on this Anubis, that was one hell of a fight.
It's a very legit way of qualifying into stage 2 of the Blast Bounty, dare say. Taking down Mouse, that obviously was a big surprise. We were all caught off guard by that. We saw the potential of BetBoom. Then you come in against FURIA, and after that second map on Mirage, I was starting to wonder, maybe it was a blimp. Maybe it wasn't really BetBoom playing that well against Mouse. Maybe it was more BetBoom getting a little bit lucky, but I think they again showed me that they could recope and they could recreate the good level Counter-Strike we saw on Dust 2, the good level Counter-Strike we saw against Mouse, and here on Anubis they again were the better team. So fully deserved, fully fair. BetBoom, they beat FURIA by being the better team.
By far, and I actually think, you know, it was a very sloppy day and a very messy day on the office for FURIA. It was a lot of mistakes, it was a lot of missed utility. It seemed very uncoordinated in 2 times. And I think overall, BetBoom deserved this victory, and overall they just seem to be playing better.
When you're saying that like Fallen and the FURIA guys were playing a bit more sloppy there, do you think that that's BetBoom pushing them to make them do that and make these kind of mistakes?
Both yes and no. Maybe in certain scenarios, yes, but I think overall, like, it was more about FURIA making too many quick decisions. They forgot to clear stuff. They will miss out utility, which stresses out the communication. There's a lot of things they need to compensate for when they start making these mistakes. And I think overall, like, FURIA just looked uncoordinated.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment. I think BetBoom tonight made the fewer mistakes than FURIA. Again, it wasn't the most clean game of Counter-Strike, but you can also appreciate the pressure that BetBoom is under. They're well aware that beating FURIA right here and, you know, booking a spot into the LAN stage of the Blast Bounty, that's massive. They get seed 5 as well, which means they're in a prime position to be the first team to pick their opponent. So a lot was at stake, right? So I can understand why it was a little bit sloppy maybe for both teams, but you'd expect FURIA to be the experienced side. You'd expect them to be not making that many mistakes, and on the other side, BetBoom, they punished every single one of them, and by then they booked a spot in here.
For FURIA, what would you say is the main worrying side, considering this is the start of the season, when you're looking at their overall game here? Because we obviously expect so much when you've got these names on the team.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be too harsh on them this early. I want to see them play a little bit more, and I want to see them play against different opposition as well. But it reminds me of the old story about FURIA, where we look at the lineup, you look at Queserato, you look at Yuri, you look at all this potential the lineup has, but it's always just going to be close but not quite there, and I'm afraid we're heading into another season where that's going to be the case. But before I go down that round, I want to see them play a little bit more before I make up my mind.
Yeah, I can agree with you. I think the likes of Queserato and Euro has always been a very stable core on the FURIA side. They've been playing alongside each other for a long time, and they've always been like the 2 stars standing out. Obviously bringing in Fallen, you know, he brings a lot of experience, and also an all-being in-game leader. You know, is that the way you want to go? There's also the likes of getting Skulls in the team. You know, he has been playing well in the FURIA team compared to at least what he did in in Liquid. And you know, right now it just seems like they need this little thing extra. Like, they are lacking a little bit of firepower in certain situations to back up the likes of Yuri and Queserato, and where to get that, I am not certain.
Well, let's try and find out some more info of what's going on with FURIA. We've got Skulls standing by for us right now for the interview. Skulls, I know this is not the result you want there. Certainly a tough fight here. Can you just give me your initial thoughts on this series against BetBoom and what you saw the struggles were for your team?
I mean, it's always hard to play against some team that you don't like have some preparation, because can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we hear you, bro.
Oh yeah, so yeah, no preparation. I think it hurts a little bit, but it's not the main problem. Of course, we had the game on our hands for quite a few rounds, and we weren't able to close the match in a few situations. I think that's the way that this game went, and of course it hurts. But it's only the first tournament of the season, so we need to keep grinding, and if we want to maintain our last event on China performance, we need to try harder, for sure.
Yeah, you said it yourself, Skulls. It's almost felt like you showed two different faces at this tournament. You've been playing well on certain maps, you've been doing a good job, and then there's been certain maps that's been very messy. Why do you think that you've been inconsistent in those performances? And it's something that you're worried about, or is it just part of, you know, getting started into the season?
Honestly, I don't think it's something we should really worry about. I think it's more about getting the rhythm back, because it's the first tournament of the season, so we need to just be more prepared individually, because I think this is where we lacked our consistency that we had last year, and yeah, I think it's pretty much it.
Fair.
Well, Skulls, thank you very much for joining us. Sad to say goodbye to you, but good luck throughout the grind of the rest of the season, my dude.
Thank you, guys. See you.
And for that, right, it's a tough one, especially for the FURIA camp, but it's like he's still unsure, right? It seems to be the same position. I don't like the fact that he said there about like Shanghai and that result being where they're aiming for. I would expect a team like FURIA to be aiming much higher.
That's always been my argument as well, that when you have Keserado, when you have Yuri, you should be aiming a little bit higher, but maybe we also have to be realistic with our expectations. One thing I do like to say, and that's maybe also to remind the fans out there, that you have 8 teams, maybe 10 teams who all want to be the best team, and not everyone can be the best team, so someone will always be disappointed.
Yeah.
My issue, and the way I want to summarize FURIA though, is that they're not a bad team, but they're not a great team, which leaves them as being a mediocre team, and I don't think that FURIA should be a mediocre team. I don't think the spearhead of a Brazilian Counter-Strike with all that talent, with a big budget as well, should just be all right. They should be a great team, and right now they are on the cusp of that. As you said, they lag a little bit before they get there.
Yeah, and you know, like even Skulls touched upon the whole idea about them lacking a little bit of individual form when it comes to firepower, and like, you know, and that's what I touched upon with the whole Keserado Yuri.
How's your Portuguese? Can you help them?
Obrigado or something like that. That's what I know to say. I don't even know if it's correct, but I try, you know. But that's what I feel like they're lacking. They touch it upon themselves, and we know that FURIA can play better. They have showed they can play better, but you know, this showcase was just not good enough. It definitely wasn't good enough for the FURIA camp of what they want to see. But with that, BetBoom do keep 5th place, which means they will be picking first from the studio. And that's a huge opportunity for them to be able to pick their opponent. But all the games only get tougher from here. But they have been bounty hunting successfully so far throughout the tournament with that first pick against Mouse. And FURIA weren't able to undo them here. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys now, because we're done for the day on your side of things. Dupree, though, I got to have you for a brief moment, a little bit of time. How did you enjoy your time on the desk? It's been enjoyable. It was fun to try something different. It was fun to see that I could figure out doing anything else and just playing video games, and and I hope I did a good job, and you know, I just jumped right into this and I felt it was comfortable from day one. So yeah, it's been enjoyable and I've been taking really good care of it.
5 majors, great as an analyst, and also becoming a pilot in his future life. So I think Peter is pretty set for the future.
And you also could deal with Pimp. That's something that you deserve a lot of credit
Why
for.
does everyone say that?
Because you're a difficult person to be around.
I got Pimp right where I want him.
Right where you wanted. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the games we've got coming out today. Still 2 more best of 3s later on today. G2 going up against Big. But next up, after the break, it's Vitality taking on VP. Let's get it. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving into our third best of 3 of the day. And we've got Vitality with Rops, Largen in charge, taking over from Spinks, going up against Virtus Pro with both Ice-T and Flammers coming into the mix. And I've switched things up here on the desk. We got rid of Dupree and Pimp. We brought in Maui Snake and Vu. Vu, how you doing today for the last day? You're still dreaming of Diamond?
Sad to be leaving, but I'm hoping my pick'ems pull through and I'm not in last place. I'm hoping I don't come last. That's all I really want out of this.
Do you think he's got a chance of not coming last, Maui?
I gotta see what he's working with.
I don't even know if it's statistically possible for him not to come last.
You got a few games in the upcoming weekend though. You'll still be voting on those.
Okay.
You'll still be picking.
Yeah,
them.
you gotta take part.
It doesn't end today.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All hope is not lost, Vu, and all hope is not lost for our teams that are just fighting out for this LAN final. It's all about the bounty right now, and some of our most wanted have found success, but others have not, and they've slipped away as the bounty hunters came and took the money from them. BetBoom's probably the biggest success we've seen, and they've already made it to the LAN finals, taking down Mouse, initially grabbing that 5th seed, and then FURIA wanted a piece of their pie. Well, they were not going to grab it. Maybe there's some more bounty hunting to be done today. More so, I think, Maui, on the last game of the day than the next game.
I would have to assume so, James. I mean, Vitality, they've looked pretty strong right now. G2, I'm seeing the cracks. I'm seeing some flaws right there. A lot of firepower, but maybe not the most cohesion.
Yeah, it's not been looking too good. But let's start with the Vitality side of things, because they've been looking damn good. And okay, it was only against Metasport, but the reason I say they're looking damn good is because everything now just looks like it should work. We should be feeling so happy about this team.
I mean, in theory, it should work. I mean, in the game itself, I think it worked on their CT side quite well, but their T side was tested. And Metasport, I mean, the games were fairly close, and if it wasn't for some individual star power, which is exactly why you get ROPS in the first place, they definitely could have, Vitality definitely could have lost.
I would say that with ROPS coming into the roster, the CT side does look better, actually. They look dynamic, they look like they're playing off of each other well, but the T side is something where in the past, the few complaints you could have for ROPS were probably surrounding just how slow he is on T side. There were actually rounds when he was playing on Dust 2 with them where he's still in spawn and everybody's dead. Like, that already happened in the first series that he played with Vitality. That's just kind of what you get with him, though. He's going to take his time.
So you're going to have to wait and see, maybe do they try and speed him up a little bit, or do they just let him play exactly how ROPS does?
The thing with lurking with a team like Vitality is that you just need to know when you need to pull the trigger on whether you want to push your spot or retreat and group up with the team. And so the more he plays with them, the more he'll gain the mental map on, like, when should he be doing whatever he's doing on the other side.
Yeah, one of the interesting things with the ROPS pickup is firepower-wise, you could argue that Spinks, for most of last year, was the better player, but ROPS is the more complete player, and he fits into the roster much better. So the CT sides, as you said, instantly better. T sides, I'll give him some time.
Okay, well, we'll have to give him some time, but I want to find out how the time has been going so far. Apex caught up with me earlier to talk about ROPS. What were you able to learn from your first official with the new team?
Well, to be honest, that was a bit stressful to have just to do the first official with Robin. Even though it's only one player, we changed a lot of things, and it's not the easiest. We wanted all to do so well that at some point we had some struggle on our T side of Mirage. But at least we stay focused and gave our best to finish that map at least. But I don't think we played the best, yes. But at least that was a win, so that's the most important.
Yes, the wins is what you want to hear. And I want to just ask you, how different did it feel with ROPS and just the changes you've made?
Well, Warben is more like taking the game by himself in a way. He likes to have moves. He likes to do a lot of stuff, to be honest. So it's really good to have he doesn't have the second voice as a team, but he has a lot of plays that can help the team to succeed. That's the fun part when on HLTV, if you remember, the beef we had. I mean, not the beef, but HLTV wrote it wrong about what I said about ROPS, and because I never said that, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? But yeah, he actually have a lot of plays, and as he has in phase, and I think for me it's important to let him do what he wants in a way, because he can be such a big star in the team, and he loves to be aggressive as well. So it's just a lot different than what we had with Lotan, but it's just a way to adapt, but that's really good to have such a nerd and hard-working guy among us.
Now, that's an interesting topic of conversation around Rob, especially around him maybe not being the second voice, which we were maybe thinking he'd have more of a voice.
I had expected that he was going to be the second voice for this roster. When he was playing with FaZe, Kerrigan and him were oftentimes creating strategies based off of Rob's finding new smokes, new ideas. You know, he's pretty much a huge demo grinder, and so usually it felt like, at least on FaZe, he was contributing a lot. So I don't know, is the second voice Flame?
Well, I'll answer it for you because we didn't play it in the interview, but he did actually. Mezzy is talking a lot more, but Apex is going for the approach of just everyone being able to chime in, so using the whole team, not directly having just one person locked down. It is the beginning though, so maybe that might change.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. We'll wait and see how it goes down.
Well, thanks for the insight.
There you go, don't worry. When they won't play it, I'll be able to say it. But we do need to say some more about Virtus Pro because they don't just have one change coming in, they have a huge amount of changes. If you think Electronic back to IGL, you know, that's not something I'm positive about. Then you see Icy coming in, who still needs to show himself on a tier 1 level. But the hot piece is Flamus.
Well, Flamus, it looks like he's just kind of calling his own number a lot. That's what I'm liking about him so far. I really think that he was doing a lot for himself on that Gamer Legion team. You know, he was calling his own plays in terms of like CT aggression. I feel like he's controlling what's generally happening on his T side of the map, which kind of leads the question of like, how much is Electronic controlling him?
Yeah, because when I was looking at that last VP game, you see them on Dust 2, they go down 8-2 on CT side to start out on Dust 2. They come back with the T side comeback. They look flawless on that side, but how much was Electronic really necessarily making the calls? As much as some of the rounds, Flamus was just kind of ran out, got himself the space, and then the call was it was trivial. It was kind of made around Flamus's play more so than Electronic making some 300 IQ read.
What are we thinking about the other side, though, on Icy coming up into the mix of this? Because obviously Icy has been touted as what could be a good AWPer for the potential coming out of this region, but still, I'm not wowed by him just yet.
That's the thing. Icy is just pretty consistent. I'm not really gonna say that he's just blowing you away on the eye test, but in terms of efficacy and in terms of just kind of at the end of the game, you're like, it's one of those, honestly, it's one of those things where you're just like, I remember a Monacy flick, I don't really remember an Icy flick. That's kind of what happens with him. And unfortunately, he's been swallowed up in moments here and there. Like, there was a half where he played it against Complexity on Train, where he got at most 1 kill in it, I remember. And so he's going to have to try to find a little bit more consistency. That's probably the main thing for me. But all in all, from the Cloud9 time that he was spending over there, he was a really solid late round player. And I think that's kind of how he outlines himself.
I feel like with a team like VP, you've got Electronic, you've got Flamus, you've got Flit. You shouldn't need him doing anything insane. This is like if Shiro needs to do something crazy with Spirit. I feel like something's gone wrong beforehand.
Okay, so this style might suit them, and that's maybe why they went in for Icy. But against Complexity, it wasn't super pretty. They had to make some significant comebacks in this one, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, 8-2 down on CT side Dust 2. I kind of, I'm going to put it a little bit on Electronic. I feel like their setups weren't great. They weren't in good positions. I feel like Complexity kind of got the better read on them to begin that Dust 2 game. And then on the second half, to some extent, I put it on Flamus. I feel like he had some really good reads, some really good aggressive plays. But also Complexity was kind of walking into them. They almost let them play that kind of passive VP, like, oh, you're just going to re-aggress into us and die, right?
Exactly, and that's kind of what happened on Train for them too, where VP kind of having some difficulties in the beginning, but the thing with Complexity, when they played them and tested VP and this initial debut for this roster, was that Complexity, again, was on Train pushing into them a lot. They pushed Pop Dog a lot, they pushed T-Main a lot. So VP were basically just testing their default in that game, and we didn't really get to see a well-constructed strategy start to finish, which would have been brought to you by Electronic.
Yeah, and Electronic needs to be tested here as an in-game leader as well if you're the opposing team, because he's still maybe not as good as what we might have thought coming in here. The Vito's rolling in right now. Nuke and Ancient Band's coming out.
They picked us 2 last time, VP. I'd be, okay, well, that's a little bit of a shocker, honestly. I mean, they played it against Complexity. We saw them win it, but I mean...
But Complexity picks it last time.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I'm not sure what they thought was so great about their own T side in this game, because again, like, their default was just punishing Complexity. It wasn't that they were really constructing anything in these rounds for me.
This feels like one of those YOLO kind of, we're the underdog. Vitality is an insane team. Let's take a bit of a risk and see if we can get some practice at least on Train. Maybe we can catch them off guard.
Well, you guys might have not known, but I did know. So I actually caught up with the players to ask them about Train. So let's see what they say. Now, today you're going up against Vitality, and we've seen the Train pick come in from Virtus Pro. Obviously, it was picked against you last time. You got some extra confidence in this. Was it always the plan to pick it?
I mean, last time it wasn't, but right now it is. It's just the way how we are playing right now on this map. I mean, you cannot still say that you're confident on this map because there was like 5 games on it and everyone is playing different game. But since this map don't have defaults and meta for that every team is playing, you cannot be 100% sure about what's gonna happen inside of the game because we don't know their ideas and they don't know ours. So we're just confident that our ideas are great and better.
Okay, I like the confidence of that. And do you expect them to maybe have been surprised by this pick?
I mean, I don't know. It's not my work. My work is shoot in head.
And you're going to do that against all the Vitality players today?
I hope I will.
Now, you're also going to be playing Train today, Apex. How ready are you for that? How much practice have you had on this map?
Well, we had a few practice because we wanted to be ready as soon as possible on the map. We also had like a lot of theory crafting with Robin. I mean, we all know Robs is a really nerd in that sense, so he had a lot of stuff going on. Actually, we had a lot, but it will never be enough yet because it's a new map, and they have the advantage that they already played once the map in official, which we never had. But I think it's gonna be fun. We want to get experience from that. I think last time I played Train really as a team was probably in G2 back then, and I was probably in 17. So it's gonna be a fun part for me.
See some nice fucking
a Melania blade of Mikkel.
When you look at the difference here is that Apex says we haven't had a chance to play this in official, but at the same time, they have a chance to watch what VP showed against Complexity, and they can try and build a game plan around that.
I'm mostly just curious about whose spots or who's going to get what spots on this kind of one. Is Mezzi going to be left alone on B, or is it going to be Rops? I think Rops is going to take Ivy. I think he'd be a great Ivy player, and I'm curious to see if it plays out in the match.
Well, let's see how it goes down. We're always blessed with some Train on this desk, so let's get into it with Scrawny and Launders.
I'm telling you guys, it's something about us, Mohan. These Train games just keep coming, but
I ain't complaining.
Me neither. Let's go. I'm right there with Maui Snake. I want to see how the pieces fall into place for a Vitality on Train, because when we talk about Vitality, we're discussing one of the teams that make one of the more exciting roster moves of the year, or of the season, let's say. The year has only just begun. So much more can happen. But we got to figure out what Vitality are going to look like moving forward, and just, no offense, Virtus Pro, but I have Vitality on a pedestal in terms of potential throughout the year. VP from here on out have to prove more to me. So I'm watching for Vitality this evening, Launders.
I am too. I'm a little bit worried about their T side, but since it's Train, I think that makes things even more curious. How's it going to look when we switch over? As for Virtus Pro, they had it picked against them. They weren't actually that impressive, but they probably learned a ton playing one official on the map. They may have had some long discussions. I'm sure things could change radically map to map, like Flamus mentioned. So wouldn't be surprised if they made some improvements now. But they have to do some guessing as to how Vitality are going to set up.
2 more places here for the LAN finals of the inaugural Blast Bounty.
It's just great to see people picking Train so frequently, though. Giving it a chance.
Mezzi to make first contact.
Clean peek.
Him and Apex doubling up on Ivy's side in the pistol. And this, what was 4-player pack, is able to punch through. Flamus getting the response back on Mezzi as Apex peels away to the opposite side of Icon. We get Robs locking into the back of the site. Flit and Apex in the smoke, bumping into one another. But Apex gets away from this.
They're waiting to actually go back outside, it looks like, if Fame is going to come back through pop. But Zywoo spots him and Apex still waits.
Nice positioning from Apex, catches Flit off guard, so he'll go down empty-handed. 3 versus 3 with Fame barely standing. Electronic makes a bunch of noise as he rotates behind Red, so that's what allows for Zywoo to walk up like this and catch him off guard. Little audio goes a long way. Oh, Zywoo, last player solo. 7 HP to get Fame done for, but that's a triple kill out of the Woo to kick off Vitality's CT side.
Yeah, that's the other thing that VP have to go up against, is just a lot of really skilled players that are going to learn fast. Zywoo's he's maybe the most natural talent in history, right? In terms of how fast his career has taken off, how long he's spent at the top. To place him on a new map is always such a fun thing to see.
And just for anybody that's going to just yell donk in response to what you just said, we have to remember that donk
1 year
had some slow starts as well. Like, you know, this was his big rookie breakout year.
It's also
but,
only been a year.
You know, ZywOo is somebody who, even back in the Mountain Dew leagues, like, it's always been that.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, Donk, when we cast him in the Academy League, it was just an above-average player.
Yeah.
I remember complimenting him in one of his games where he didn't top frag because he did some smart things. But, yeah, ZywOo, everyone just thought he was cheating the whole time.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's natty.
So I mirror your sentiment, Mohan. Natural talent is a good way to describe it. That's what happens when you're born on the day that the game is released.
Another Ivy walk. Lots of use of Ivy. Similar situation here for Virtus Pro, but Mezzy awaits. And Maui was wondering who was going to be playing Ivy. It looks like it's Mez.
Mm-hmm. ZywOo this time with him.
Oh,
Good
the flash
time
is
flash.
incredible.
Ooh, well controlled there. ZywOo whips out the Berettas. Flawless, good answer, but is it too little too late? His other teammate tagged up inside of T-Con. Flamesy knows he's got the train to block off the potential of a Flawless peak, but Flawless is going to try to wrap this. Oh, timing. Timing, he just missed it. And then, then Flamesy, he's able to try to walk backwards. Apex gotta clean that up. At least he will get there. It's a little unfortunate missed timing, but
Flamus didn't realize Apex was a different person. He crossed to the left.
Yeah, exactly.
Bomb, Rops has it in hand right now. Fame, you know, it's gonna be hard to read that he's coming from this direction, but time is ticking. There's actually maybe a small chance he could get this and go B if, you know, it's an insta-kill on Rops or something.
That would have to be a hell of a sprint. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, you got to shoot.
Fame gets dropped. Vitality convert the pistol. Whoever threw that flashbang for ZywOo deserves extra points.
That was wonderful. I'm guessing it was Apex.
One would think. Yes.
Yeah, Apex definitely goes underrated when it comes to the utility conversation as well. Fallen, obviously, the go-to flashbangs.
To this day.
To this day. For years and years.
How's he gone and done that?
I guess it'd be weird if your flashes got worse.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Oh, he's getting pretty old, you know, those flashbangs.
Oh, they moved the palm tree. Lamp? What lamp?
Looking for the pistol flurry. This will be Robs' first test on the B site by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's played B before.
Made timing. Perfect. E-A. Almost gets 2 kills with that bad boy. But the bomb didn't come down. Electronics still got the bomb upstairs. Where are you? Hey.
Join us, friend.
He's like, hey, man, maybe we go A.
These crummy teammates couldn't get a kill.
God, guys, I needed 2 entries. Come on.
They actually threw so many bodies in front of that, he could have got the plant.
Hey, Flick, get in there real quick. I need someone to cover this bomb plant. So, unfortunate VP aren't... I mean, they had the site. If Electronic runs down there with him, that's a bomb plant. So many bodies ahead of what could have been Electronic. Flit will get the Deagle trade, but now you've got all of Vitality coming over. So, no plant for VP, no extra injection of economic funding. Unfortunate.
Lots of alliteration. I just had to really absorb that. Appreciate it. Think about it. Let it ruminate. Swish it around.
I put Flit in my Blast Fantasy team, and Maui Snake said Flit lol. That was his response. Quite rude, in my opinion.
What?
Flit was a bronze.
He's a bronze. Okay.
Yeah, dude, that's a
solid bronze.
snag.
Yeah. You know, I'm thinking even medium silver. You know,
that's why I saw him down there.
Yeah.
I said, can't say no to a good deal.
On a good day, light gold.
Right?
You know, I mean, on a great day,
that's a bargain.
A great couple months. He's a platy. He's a platy. Dimundo. So early game plan for Virtus Pro has been leans to Ivy. They haven't really netted much. Vitality's positions look so good already, actually. Everybody seems to be in the right spot. Robs is the right guy. I've always, like, you know me with the old Vitality lineup as it was. I never really...
Nice, I like that.
Oh,
very cool play.
Oh, it's still fine. Okay.
Very cool play. Haven't seen that yet.
The lineup's actually off, obviously, but once they get that smoke in the right spot, that's really great. That's funny because people in CSGO would do that nade, but just for the nade.
Sure. CS2.
2 for 1.
It's deeper now. Flawless, yeah, is getting his feet peppered by Apex. Flawless looking for the double, but he can't control the spray as Flamesy's got good cover behind the plant train. Nice re-peek into Fame. That's going to lay him on his ass and leave Electronic in an unwinnable 1 versus 4. Not with this little time and Rops on that active flank. This is a very comfortable map looking like for Vitality.
For sure, but again, CT side, when we watched their last series, CT side was great. When we watched the T side, whoa,
nope,
looked a little awkward.
I'm ready to get way ahead of myself, Mohan.
Okay.
I'm ready to get crazy tonight. I'm ready to call a 13-0.
You're ready to call a 13-0? You're going to use your 13-0. You've never done that before.
I'm getting ready.
I don't think Connor in our careers has ever called a 13-0. He's always left that to me.
Yeah, we got a couple days off. You know, this is the last day before we fly the teams out. I feel like I got to do something a little crazy
Hey,
tonight.
man, if, you know, still, it's
but I didn't say it yet.
You did say it.
No, I said I'm
do
about
it.
to. At 6-0, I lock it in. Okay?
Just come on. Just stand on it.
Okay.
Ruining it. Don't ruin it.
Right here, right now?
Yeah. Come on.
Right here, right now?
Say it now.
Right now, 13-0.
Okay.
It's official.
He said he's locked it in. 13-0. Wow. That's a first ever, I think.
Apex. Easy does it. Tech9's done for. It really does feel like the spawn changes that Valve have implemented on Train have already immensely shifted things for the outer yard, right? With the amount of teams that we've seen just kind of, now that the timing is possible to take T-Con, that's really what we got out of our first few games.
Yes.
Not yet in this matchup have we seen Vitality kind of press into those same positions.
So I actually got a comment on that because in taking T-Con control, as people did in CSGO, the problem was there's not really a good way to hold it for a long time. Only as long as your smokes last. And right now, Vitality are not playing inside of it. And I keep wondering, because we saw interactions. It was Nico and Kaspersky who kept fighting inside of T-Con. The T was winning that duel because there was no one to stop the fight from happening or to trade it. So why would that problem not be the same in CS2?
Ivy flash. Mezzi's got a blind player up close, but he's made a lot of sound, so Flit's on higher alert than Mezzi. Mezzi jump spots him.
Saw him. Wow.
And it's a good recovery because they did lose Flamesy in the outer sight in an opening bout.
So what I was going to say about Vitality was that previous lineup, I was always critical of Mezzi as an anchor. I always felt he was a good player, but that old version of the lineup was interesting because Flamesy could have had better spots, and I always felt Mezzi, you know, could use an anchor to replace him in some positions. This map looks like one where they'll benefit. He's got an anchor-ish spot, obviously, but a little bit more active, right? This is a spot that Coldzera played in, you know, not Taco. So, and Rops as a anchor in this
full dedicated B player.
So comfortable.
Rotator goes down in Zywoo. Icy the only player to get one since that Flawless entry. And so he'll walk away with the bomb, but
yeah.
No, I think your role emphasis here, Mohan, is dead on.
Huge on it. Again, the only questions are when we switch over, but you're calling a 13-0 because their CT sides look fabulous last time we watched. That's no problem. New map. Virtus Pro might have overrated their game plan. Vitality, they have no idea what positions they're playing or how good they're going to be in it. Everyone looks comfortable right now. Maybe they don't even have to see a T side. It's interesting because Apex and Kerrigan both said the same things. We've changed one player, but it feels like we've changed 50% of the team. He dies before time at least, but doesn't save the op.
And it's fun that they would say that considering Vitality's new player is from FaZe.
Yeah.
So Rops is 50% of a team confirmed. And he's really come in and had this he's been talking a big game for this Vitality swap up, right?
And I think you just missed the interview right before, but Apex said that like his comments that Kerrigan responded to, he never said them?
No, it was taken out of context.
Right.
Yeah, it was misheard.
Misheard, okay.
Note has cleared that up officially as well with HLTV. This one gets absolutely smashed. Your pistols will find nothing.
They're doing just fine without that T-Con control. I really like this so far, better than any of the CT sides we've seen. Because if anything, right?
Yes.
Smokes were stronger before. Now
True.
if you smoke off T-Con and that's your only way of holding it, a T can blow it open at any moment, which means you have to be watching that 100% of the time. You don't get 15 seconds guaranteed of control. I expect to see a little bit more sandwich offing though, because you're really blocked off from Ivy when you're playing sandwich now like you weren't before. That was something Fallen was really good at, and I think that position's only actually even more powerful now. You can watch ladder, you can watch T-Con, and Ivy, they have to wrap around the entire back six to get to you. Get vision on you. Or get out Icon, of course.
Oh, 5v4 though. Looks good for VP. Time to break through this 7-round streak.
Actually, there is that sandwich offing setup right now, but for this to work,
nice.
They need Apex to lock down Ivy. And now the best chance so far here for Virtus Pro. Connor, at 4-0, you said that this would guaranteed be a 13-0. And you know what? It's still possible.
That it is. Because you got Rops, Flamesy, and Zywoo alive.
Right.
And this is the trio that's supposed to take Vitality to new heights in 2025.
And Rops is rotating outside, and it might look like they're going inner, but we still have an Ivy op. We still have a T-Con player.
This flank is happening at the right moment.
But even just him standing in there allows Zywoo to stand out in the open.
Flamesy hunts down this B play. They're coming into him.
But they're gonna fake and go outside.
Fame and Flit versus Flamesy. Electronic joins this pack. He is locked into the corner now, doomed. And so Zywoo's gonna have to go absolute heavy carry. He strikes down Electronic, hits the second shot onto Fame. That Op's got 3 bullets still. Zywoo hanging on for dear life. But they lose Rops in the background. Icy getting a triple kill in this round. And the Virtus Pro breakthrough occurs in round 8.
Blame Apex.
I do.
Yeah, not your fault. I've always thought if there was more Zywoos on this team, man, they'd be in the money.
Do you know what the exact translation error was? I'm going to say it with a French...
Oh, no, go for it.
I'm going to say it with a French accent, okay?
Yeah.
So
I was the total headline reader for this. So
what Apex said was, what's been had?
Was this Shakespeare?
Okay, no, sorry. Him and Note heard what's been had. What Apex said was, what's been had?
Spinhead?
Spin had. What's Spinks had?
Spinach?
Spinks.
Oh, what Spinks had?
What Spinks had?
Like what he ate for breakfast or something? Like what he had?
His roles, his position, etc.
Oh.
What Spinks had? What's been had?
What was the rest of the sentence?
Can't remember.
Okay.
I just saw the corrected translation.
What's been had? Gotcha.
Right?
I actually feel for you, Note, because made it, I think, about just as much sense to me.
Also, very professional of Note to come out and correct what he did.
I mean, that is his job.
Yes, it is. But not all journalists are made the same.
Let's keep the bar off the floor.
What's been had? Rob's ready. In for the peek, nice and clean.
He's so confident.
Fame not ready for the fight either. That grenade's gonna fall him back on 17 health. He gets around the corner.
He's still peeking?
He's thinking about it.
He is. He's still peeking.
Wants a little bit more.
Such a curious mouse, that Rob.
Oh, nice shot from Flawless.
Wow, Flawless Flamesy. Match made in heaven.
I could watch it all night long. And also, keep it up, Icy. That Op's starting to find its impact on the T side of the back-to-back rounds. Rob sliding out, denies the bomb plant. Flawless, he scoops up bomb, but he also tries to go for the kill.
Oh, it's too late, I think.
Flawless had to bank on Icy getting the kill so he could plant. Instead, he tries to go in with the frag and then recover bomb, and that mismanaged bit of timing costs them.
Whoa. Jumping across to default when you could have just ran. Don't give Rops that opportunity. Look how fast was Rops as well. Oh. Look how fast Rops was as well. From inner upper, spamming them, pushing them back, peeking and peeking, to getting into that Z connector right behind Mezzi, just in time for that moment.
Okay, Robs. A little wild on this one, but it works out perfectly for the opening kill. That is
around.
A 2 in 10 electronic for the record. They know he's still up here, so he's going to have to fight to the death, and death doesn't take long. Fame clears out the halls. And we get VP being given a chance to collect themselves after dealing with a hyper-aggressive Rops in round 10.
Forget who it was in the interview that praised Pop. I think it was Nico. He said that just opens up so many new options, and he really liked the way it is now. This long hallway, obviously, is hard to commit to, but we can see there's lots of room for setups like this now. Double peaks from both sides, which makes it interesting, and obviously opens up a big flank to inner if used correctly. Apex sitting back, just spotting, readying the, let's see, the molly for default. Untimely death for Apex. Great shot from Flamus, though, gotta say.
Molotov goes down when it needs to, where it needs to. Flamesy trying to get this ramp fight going, but Fame's got the upper peak to hand, a helping hand. And Mezzi gets popped by Flit. So the riflers starting to come together now for VP. Sick shot from Flamus, kill from Fame and Flit. When I look at that trio of riflers, okay, Flit, Fame, Flamus, I mean, the peaks that James was able to get out of Flit and Fame back at the Rio Major, right? When Fame was looking like the best damn headshot machine in the world for that run specifically. Now you add Flamus to that. I can't see a world where they don't own Mohan. And that's what frustrates me so much about Virtus Pro.
People said that about Alish.
It just doesn't sit well with me.
It's a bit of a joke because they both can become good, but that's the tempo addition, right, to FaZe.
Yeah.
It's really going in the opposite direction. Adding some speed to a team that actually was 3/5 quite slow. And yeah, same thing with Virtus Pro. Didn't mean to beseech your point there.
Flit, Fame, Flamus. That's got, and then that means Electronic is your, you know, he's what? He's just your 4th best rifler? If he's bogged down with in-game leadership? Come on. How's this team not sick? Why doesn't it work?
I mean, you can say all those names, they don't compare to Vitality, so what's even the argument?
Why isn't it closer? Nice cleanup here from Flamesy. Easy does it on the T-Con exit. You can see Virtus Pro starting to get into their groove, thinking they're going to get away with a bit more individual moments, but nope, shut down by Vitality Outer, as you have been for the most of this half. No chance for Icy to get that op rolling. He has had some key opening moments with it to post the first round.
He did struggle last train as well, though, if I'm not mistaken. I really like what we're seeing from Vitality in a lot of different ways. The aggression, I love the way Rops is playing Inner. That's so far my favorite player to watch.
Okay.
They've had a lot of different plays. We had some really cool smokes to take control from other teams, but they were mostly like the same play over and over again.
Falcons.
Vitality have been doing different things every round, and some of them are passive and all of them are working. And there it is. Oh my god, so much damage. An extra kill here.
He really has been doing all these aggressive moves alone as well. Like this time it's a little bit util supported by Apex, but there's really no trade potential, and they're seemingly happy with that.
Yes, because if you do die there, at least even still, you can be a little lazy on the rotate, and it's not that bad. You have so much time to get into positions. People can't actually just run down the ramp because of Z players.
Oh, nice
Speaking
snap.
of Z players.
Flamus gets blown away by Flamesy, who then gets caught with a grenade out. We'll see Apex slip in with the trade frag. It's going to leave us 2v2. Both oppers still stand. Mezzi takes a more passive angle on Icon. He will allow for Electronic and Icy to go E-box side if they choose, but if they wrap around this train, Mezzi's got a great chance at shutting it all down. Smoke doesn't go deep enough.
Yeah,
that is
that's
such an
really
invitation for
shallow
Mezzi. That is Electronic giving him a golden ticket to deny something on site, but they're also wary of it. Icy approaching, as he does, with caution, and that bomb to be planted. So ZywOo clutch queued up, Deagle in hand, op on the back, and one player turned to him. Easy execute on the first one. Electronic goes up, and it's going to be enough. A third round snagged by Virtus.pro. Well, the test has been set for Virtus.pro as they decide to take this series to the very same map that Complexity challenged them on. 3 rounds on the T side, Mohan. It looked like individually, positionally, we just had some rock-solid stuff out of Vitality, didn't we? Mezzi looking good on Ivy. Rops just being such a nuisance up inside of the B halls, and Flamesy pressing into T-Con really suffocated VP on the attack. But no chance to catch their breath as we get this immediate pop-out in the pistol. Good flashbang to stun the players at the front, but they will still recover with man advantage. We get the Z fallback from Electronic to give over sight. That's a bomb plant for ZywOo in a moment. Fame's Berettas get close, and this pressures the retake now. You've got 2 players relegated into the corners of the site, and once that Z-smoke's done, watch for the VP retake 3v3.
Watch for the ZywOo P250.
Oh,
maybe, never mind. Watch for the Mezzi Glock. Ooh.
2 shots, 2 deaths, and Fame, unfortunately, with Berettas in hand, but it's only the 16 health, so he's got to dodge as many bullets as he sends downtown. Pushing up, Mezzi triple in the post plant. Once he got his footing on the bomb site, it is all his.
Man, every single player in Vitality has a Z in their name. Very silly coincidence. Except for Apex, of course.
Yeah.
But he could be Zapex.
Every single player Except one.
Yes.
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Still, it's an extremely rare Scrabble letter. I mean, this is an unlikely situation. I like the point. He's got an X as well. That's good points.
Okay, that's fair. Pretty damn close. Fast fight from the MP9s. Charging up the B ramp, charging up through Pop Dog. Back turn to the 5-7. The one player that can slow things in the outer yard.
They want to molly. You probably want to molly Pop here, just smoke it, and then you can pretty much just go for the plant. They know that there's this huge interplay, but worried about Icon. Fair enough. Is there a chance that VP can pull this off? I feel like with the MP9s rotating in, this is maybe one of the harder directions to come in from, but there's a lot of them. You see the angle that Mezzi can take on Icon and back 6, and it's...
Keeping that head down, letting Mezzi draw attention away from ZywOo, who won't have to worry about Z.
Oh.
Smoke comes out. He's just got to lock into this back corner, and he will do so despite a little damage. It's a good trade frag from Mezzi to make sure that that funneled attack out from Icon gets swept away.
Yeah, I think if the MP9s obviously don't have much time, but you kind of want the really big flanks like T-Main and Ivy, but not possible. But those would just be, maybe you can catch someone in the back, but here, these are just long angles for the AKs to take their time, fight how they want to. And only because the MP9 is this strong, that Flamus can kill Rops from that distance. But NT anyways, they had to force up. And they will again.
How long until the MP9 nerf, Mohan?
You know,
how long?
If I was at Valve, it would have happened already.
Uh-oh, double smoke.
I'd love to know what data they're looking at, actually.
Well, maybe they nerfed that Mac 10 at the same time.
Damn.
Rob's making it look like an MP9. And Apex, will he clear close left? Yes, indeed. Doesn't stop Flamus from getting the kill back, and a double.
Oh my god.
Now the bomb can double back towards T-Con. Fame's managed one, and Icy's position catches him off. So ZywOo 1v4 queued up. And Flit's leg's gonna give him a warning, so ZywOo's able to snap over.
Oh.
Not enough health though. Icy here, 2 members survive, all set up by the Flamus Ivy hold.
You mean the Flamus MP9?
Yes.
Yes. That was four MP9 kills that round?
Yes.
Wow. This 2K. And you know what? He's confident too, right? He's like, I still got this gun on my HP. Can't do that with an AK.
Very true. Robs could do it with an op though.
And maybe a Mac 10.
Vitality to the force buy. Tech9 to the dig for ZywOo. 20-7 is ZywOo at the moment, so we're starting to see his star potential shine through.
Yeah, he's looking amazing, man. The way he's moving around.
Good. Monacy and G2's struggles so far at Bounty. It's nice to see somebody trying to keep up to the superstar potential of Donk. Nicely held back here by Virtus Pro, making sure nothing goes south in what should be the cleanup round, and is indeed. ZywOo 1v5? I think not. It's a 5th for the Virtus Pro camp, and now we can start to discuss the potential shortcomings of another T side.
We'll see.
Because in Vitality's first couple of games, strong CT halves, but the attack, Mohan, that's where things got weird.
Yeah. And that's where I think Apex's interview sort of alludes to, well, maybe there's more problems than you would just think, but great to have a fantastic CT composition. What I really want to see here is they know Virtus Pro are going to take T-Main. If they aren't taking it, then they must know a counter to it. That's what I'm feeling. So let's see what their reaction is going to be on T side, and if they're actually intimidated about it, and if Virtus Pro will commit to trying to push that a lot. Here they don't.
Flit gonna keep it active. He shall feast, as will Fame. Fame's already had a real affinity for the pressure. We saw Robs kind of play B-site cool for a few rounds, but obviously started to unleash himself as the success of Vitality continued. Fame not wasting a moment to get up in their grills. The sudden upper B pop, hoping that they'll catch the defense off guard, maybe get a bomb plant, best case scenario. No chance. Electronic and Fame gonna lock this one in, and Virtus.pro's defense makes some extra money. All's looking good for the moment.
Now is when the real ideas come out. The Flamesy green screen has been used, but he's not making any funny faces on it.
True.
Not drinking any, he's drinking like water, you know.
Boring.
Boring. This could be his milk moment.
Right. Into the outer yard, Flamesy looking for the entry, but as they're boosted around on this site,
okay.
How awkward does that look? 2 players trying to boost bomb site. Why?
It worked. It was a big distraction. Electronic 2 frags.
Trying to recover it. We'll see Apex getting 1 back and a beautiful smoke spam to get the head off Icy. Flawless awaits the follow-up attack, and they walk right into his hands. Man advantage, Virtus.pro. ZywOo catching Fame into the site. We go back even 2v2, and Flawless is already half health. Flit inside of Z, found out. It's him versus ZywOo, but the bomb belongs to Z.
A little bit, you know, and Flit has a smoke he can use, but he's got to be careful with it. Doesn't want to allow ZywOo to dip in. And ZywOo's going for the very long round, so this will be extra pressure on Flit. Bomb's in such an interesting spot because it's hard to camp. There's so many open angles to it. He's coming back to check on this.
And he nails it.
Perfect.
Flit that internal timing to a T. I wonder if you boost 2 players onto the middle of the train, can they then boost on each other's head to CT-con?
Yeah, that's why they're doing it.
Yeah. What else can you see?
Why else would you do that?
I don't know. Get crazy.
Look at work, though. Maybe you could see in a window.
That's what I want to know.
Can you see those? Can't see those windows though.
No.
Oh, you can see those windows.
These are on the other side.
Oh. The other ones though?
The other ones are boarded up. Recession.
Tough times on train.
Yeah, that inner bomb site's got holes in the roof. And toxic slop on the ground.
And see, this I think is like maybe the best version of the T-Con control. You throw a smoke, but you don't even push.
Right.
The goal is to delay so that when the Ts come in, they have to use utility just to clear out the position. Even if you're not there, they still have to use that utility. Holding for their pushes. Oh, brave play from Flawless, but
works.
Wow, pays off at least for 1 kill.
2 players within the bomb site. Waiting for the follow through with the flashbang, but only Mezzy comes out through the smoke, and Icy hangs on to the lane. Corralled back towards E-Box. It's an easy cleanup for the rest of Virtus.pro, who now find themselves on fire and only trailing by 3. Not quite a 13-0.
No, not quite. But I mean, if they got 12-0, there was a super high, it would have been. You know what I mean? So again, they just didn't have. They just needed to not see the T side, which was a possibility, with how clean it was for the most part. But luckily, they don't have to do much.
2 away from a win here, Vitality. Back in with guns.
Okay,
here we go. Is there anything other than deep T-Con vision? A fun wallbang, perhaps? They're right there.
I smoke it, honestly.
Yeah, right, if you're gonna hold it.
I mean...
Well-timed movement here from Flit to get into the beep site. Vitality going to give us a different look with this emphasis from upper. ZywOo down to half health off that nade.
Didn't even notice.
Didn't bat an eye. we go. 2 players able to drop down. Fame, you got players running past you, already on the oil tanker. And if they turn, he's just got this blue box behind him to help him. Good cover. He gets popped by Flamesy, who gets into the deepest of lines. Flawless finally takes him down. But that's the danger that they ran by allowing those T's to go so deep, and with Flit playing up top. ZywOo was softened before he ever hit this site. That nade's gonna end him. And as it does, the flash comes out to set up Apex. Can't manage right away. And even with the 96 damage dink, Flit hangs on for dear life.
The whole setup is to get Flamesy down oil to the back lanes. They do that without anybody seeing him, and he comes up with 2 kills. But he does it just late enough that the player holding for the lower attack finds one, gets a little damage off, and that's just enough. Apex comes close to the clutch, of course, but it's not a round. It's Virtus.pro on a massive streak. And the interplay gets shut down.
What's great to hear is Flit should have full vision on Flamesy. Flit was still up there.
It was smoked. Was there a smoke there? You mean when he was running by?
Yeah, there was. No, you're right.
They threw some kind of
there was something going on over there.
Smoke, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was actually pretty cool. I was wondering if it was like a missed CT smoke or a landed T smoke, but it looked like a waterfall smoke that you could almost see over the top. And then I think they used that to drop down.
I wish we had a top down of the bomb site for that.
Yeah, definitely some new stuff going on, of course.
Obviously, you're not going to stop Flamesy from getting to oil, but once he's swung out that deep to like catch Fame in sight, for example,
yeah.
What's holding Flit back from killing him?
He would have at least heard him, that's for sure.
Right,
yeah.
The whole time, so. That one got chaotic. And the first time we've seen such an emphasis from Vitality at B. I think they run that back, close to pulling it off.
Honestly, that round ZywOo dies 100 damage to HEs.
True.
One in the setup. One Thomas, that's what we were calling Thomas, right?
Yep.
The first train out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
They're here. Big old Tommy. Big Tommy. He's seen better days.
Could use a scrubbing.
Ooh, this time they're just going to creep down the ramp. Already on the smoke here. Fame with a reposition onto oil instead.
You called it. They're going for it again.
Yeah. A little bit different, not coming from upper as much, but still really emphasizing this deep control. Icy gets blown away. Fame just trying to buy time, but he's allowed Apex, who then jumps up. And that's just going to give the duel right to Fame, who gets the reload off, comes out with a 3rd kill that he has no business collecting. We go 2 versus 4 here from ZywOo, and Mezzy on the late lurk through Zed.
And the bomb is planted on the right side of the bomb train. This is an interesting situation. Also, it's a tap.
A fake. Mezzy strikes one down with the smoke to cover. Fame on the defuse down to the final second. He can stop it. He does. And then it's a quick sprint here from Flit all the way over. I think this gets close.
Yeah,
but I think he's still good.
Yeah, Mezzy looked like he needed to get away too. Flit was definitely in panic mode right there. Woo, he had to reload his gun, get to the top of the train, hope that Mezzy doesn't shoot him. Another close call, but another win for Virtus.pro. I mean, Apex has had some awkward moments. I think this is one of the more egregious ones. But it is hard to calm on a new map in terms of exactly what's happening. So it was like you said, they tried a B play, they just made an adjustment to make the last strat work. And they get close again. Honestly, they might be thinking about how they can give it one more shot.
Burns Icy out. He has no chance. They try to push. It works. It works for 2. No trade back.
Okay.
And I mean, they're on high alert for that because the Team Ollie from T-Con flushes those CTs into the gunfight. It has to be the commitment. I mean, maybe they don't anticipate 2, but maybe you just win your duel.
Yeah. I think they just believed they were better.
Virtus.pro on an absolute tear this second half.
Ryan. This is a bit dangerous from Flit, though. There's not even a flash behind him, so... Oh my god, if this works, if they cross him, we'll see. Oh. No.
Goes about how you'd expect it. But Flawless has been so constant in getting these multi-kills, Ivy.
Yeah.
16 kills on the half, the entirety of Virtus.pro putting up numbers to hold back this star performance from ZywOo. Mezzi trying to keep up with ZywOo to give him something to lean on. But in what world does ZywOo win this? 30 seconds to spare. Bomb can be grabbed. And right now, there's a good timing for it to be scooped up. Grenade in the hand of Electronic, so ZywOo's gonna take it and go. T-Con flank and feign to pinch. 8 in a row from VP now.
11-11, my goodness. And even though Flamus only has 16 kills, I've only seen quality frags from him. Such good trades overall. And this setup obviously works beautifully. You feel like you should be the one to be able to swing. They could throw a flash just to get the CT's confused as to how they can play anti in a spot like that, because they're already knowing they can't run back out of it. So maybe it's a slightly rushed situation for Vitality, but now it's officially in the past. And we look to them defending against map point with a single AK. Man, Rops on CT side was schmovin'. Here on T side, though, struggling to get in the game.
It's wild that we see this T-side struggle coming out of the new Vitality when we consider how good their T-sides were in 2024. Maui Snake, for example, having such high praise for them specifically.
That's what Apex is saying. A lot more work than it appears to get things back to where they were.
You don't have much time at the bounty. Single elimination, very unforgiving. ZywOo, while blinded, will collect Electronic. 40 seconds. E-Box to be held here by a 3 HP Icy, so those Tech-9s looking to run through him. And with the smoke down between, in the middle of the train yards, Icy's gonna be playing a critical role here. And he dies. And as he does so, it's a bit more pressure towards the Z player in Fame. 20 to the clock. Huge moment for ZywOo to connect. But a back turn to Mezzi means Flamus has to react. Spinning around, Flit holds his, and he is now the last man up. A deagle shot that whizzes right by him. AK ready for the kill. The bomb gets passed over to Flamesy, who has his hands on the M4, and now it's a retake needed. Flit looks for the fallback. He creeps his way out with a kit on his waist. A smoke for Rops, but he's over towards the Pop Dog, and Flit has just silently carved his way into Zed, now spotted. And as he gets on top of this bomb, it's a 5-second stick. Flit all the way, but Rops denies in the final second, and that is Vitality's 12th.
Of course, with the AK in the right hands, ZywOo makes that happen. Yeah, it's a worrying sign that it's the round where you have the least invested to be able to pull that off. And Sour, the comeback here for Virtus.pro.
4v5 while blind.
Yeah.
The Deeg. Boom. From Rops to drop Flamus. That really opened up the door for the players to move out.
I can't believe Rops waits that long. Because, I mean, his teammate's in the 1v1, but, you know, he's meant to peek first, obviously. Flit knows that when he's going for the stick. First timeout's going to be called this game, or one is called for each?
One is called for each.
One is called for each, okay.
Win is a win.
I think, yeah, it absolutely is. I mean,
if they get this next one. 12 secured. A little sigh of relief for Vitality. What you up to, Flamus? Bomb sits in T-spawn. And that Ivy smoke's got Mezzi's attention locked in.
This is kind of the first time that Virtus.pro this game have like committed to playing inside it. But even now, see, they're leaving early. They're just going for the smoke. They've made some adjustments since last time. which is definitely good to see. And creating low time situations is critical on Train. It's hard to get map control.
I feel like Flawless has just been so good at holding back any kind of Ivy play that to see Vitality try to send 2 players at it yet again.
With utility, though.
Icon Smoke comes down when it needs to. Flawless is going to push through it. Him versus Apex, and Apex gets the headshot. This could be it. Regulation end for Vitality, perhaps, or a 3v5 needed. Icy up front with that op. A walkout through smoke from Apex. And it's an easy hold for the defenders still within this bomb site. Deep peek from Icy's big. That stops the bomb at 20 seconds. Somebody's going to have to go back and grab it. Not ideal. Rop's looking to take control of the site, but that's a team damage.
Yeah.
Fame shoots inside sight. Rop's on high alert. The second peek out from back sight. Down to the wire. Mezzi wins this. A moment of foolishness, but a closing regulation nonetheless.
Not the easiest of fights, and maybe a bit of a surprise with that train pick coming through from Virtus Pro. But Vitality do grab themselves to win. But my, oh my, Virtus Pro proved they were going to make them fight for it.
I mean, Vitality just got lucky on that last round. The guy that was in hell dinked the guy that was on the site. They knew where both players were, so Rops was able to just hunt them both down right there with Mezzi on the trade. Wow, I mean, that was so much closer than I expected. The CT side was great from Vitality, but it was similarly excellent from VP.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the T side, and I was kind of questioning the VP pick. It felt like a desperation pick. It felt like they might not have been too confident on this one, but then they go into the CT side, and they're doing everything right.
And this is it. This basically could have been overtime had this mistake not happened.
So Fame just shot Flit in the back of the head because he strafed in front of him, and that probably surprised him. And you could see that just set Flit into a scramble.
Yeah.
And then they just peeked right into Rops. They had no clue.
If Rops gets that kill and then goes forward like he might do if he doesn't know they're both there, then he gets traded.
Yeah,
instantly.
for sure. For sure.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. It can get a bit messy, especially when a new map comes into play. Looking at this, though, from the train side of things, you said, like, okay, good CT side from Vitality, then VP do exactly the same. Are we back in a CT-sided train world for the beginning part of the map?
It's still pretty early. The rest of this tournament has shown that the map is like slightly T-sided, just barely the percentages. But I think that's now the 5th train that we've seen so far at this event. And so it's pretty balanced, honestly. Like I think maybe you're expecting a 7-5 CT side on this map where it stands today.
Yeah, it feels a little more balanced, but that does feel like, we mentioned in the pregame, right? Vitality's T sides don't look amazing so far, and that looked like another Vitality T side that could use some work.
Well, the CT side at least was very positive, and Rops had some positive moments throughout all of this as well, right? Okay, it wasn't towards the end. The second half was a bit quieter from him, but CT side, interesting position.
He's playing B. I felt like he was either going to be playing Ivy or playing B in this game, but yeah, they slotted him onto that B bomb site and did pretty well. Every time he was attacked, he seemed to come up with multi-frags fairly consistently, played a couple different positions. I think he really liked that kind of opposite heaven spot, like more towards the back lanes primarily. Like he loved being here. This is where I felt like Rops did his best work, whether he's cleaning them up coming out of upper or he's using the sliver angle to hold them as they're coming out of the lower ramp.
The problem with inner is the problem with B on every map. It's if you're good at it, they're just not going to go there, and then they're going to be running to Ivy. Ivy, they can't avoid you, right? If they're going outer, you can activate an Ivy. Rops is going to struggle to find consistent activation if he just holds inner well.
Can you explain to me, Mary, why you thought it might be good for Rops to be an Ivy?
Similar to what Vu said there, I felt like Rops is so good at decision making and having such procedural clears that, one, he probably isn't going to give up too many dumb deaths at Ivy, which then open things up so much for the T side. On top of that, once you secure that you have that position, like you just go for any kind of swing with a flash or anything, then you know you have about, say, 8 seconds that you don't have to worry about Ivy at all. You can help towards the outside fight, and Rops of all people has that incredible internal clock where as soon as he maybe helps one person outside, boom, 8 seconds, turns back to Ivy, might get somebody on a timing right there.
The good Ivy players hold Ivy, they do a good job of it. The great Ivy players hold Ivy, and they also make that impact on outer. They make their outer player jobs easier, and that's what I would expect Rops to be able to do that.
Well, it can still change, right? They might adjust as we go through it. It's a brand new team coming together. Looking at ZywOo, though, this is a man obviously getting his first train game in there. This is a role he should be thriving in, a map he should be thriving in.
ZywOo on this map looked like he could do practically everything. There were very few moments where he looked out of place, whether it was early round, mid round, late round. Like the sheer firepower on this guy just thrown into the fray at any given time is still incredible, and he hasn't even played this map for years. So this is a great sign for Vitality, as we're seeing the first time ever ZywOo showing how you should play this map if you're a superstar.
And that's what superstars do best. That's why he was able to dominate like this. The impressive thing, though, was that VP at least were able to fight back in this one, right? And we have to highlight that because it looked like all hope was lost for him here. What particularly impressed you about Virtus.pro?
I would say that the CT sides and how proactive they could be on that side, whether that was understanding what's going on at TCon, whether that's understanding how to push towards Pop Dog, all of that seemed very well orchestrated for them, because the T side left a lot to be desired, but they had some really strong rounds. Like they had some moments where they were able to not only put some great stuff together on T-side, but the defense too was just very active. That's what I wanted to see from them.
I have been a little critical of Electronic in the past. I think when he actually joined VP, their CT sides got a lot better. It felt like they were kind of archaic at times, but their T sides are kind of where I'm interested in Electronic IGLing, and we actually have round 8 where I thought he made, it was kind of a classic VP call. You know, they take Ivy control early. This is what VP does well. They choke control of the map. So they've got Ivy control early, and they leave Icy there. So he sees this flash as a fake. He knows they're not actually taking control of Ivy. That means they can easily walk straight back through ladder, knowing, well, there's two options. Vitality's either stacking inner here, or they're playing close up, so they can pinch them from T-Con and from ladder. And even though Vitality stacked 3 players outer there, they just have the perfect setup to actually take them down.
Looking at Flammus, though, we put him under the microscope for sure, because he is the new player coming in. He's still standing this test, right? He's still doing great work for VP, and we can see why he was such an exciting prospect on Gamer Legion.
Flammus is taking the right level of initiative that makes VP scary. I feel like when Flit and Fame came into VP under Jame, I guess it was even maybe outsiders at that time, he was doing, they were really, these high-flying fraggers that almost felt like over the course of years had slowly become neutered, like 1 inch chopped off at a time. Like they lost a little bit as they were playing with him. But Flammus is that new blood, and he's gonna just bring, like, I hate using this because it almost feels like a lazy comparison. I see him a little bit like Flames. Like, I know their names are similar for one, but they just both take a lot of initiative, a lot of onus, and they're just willing to create a new play in a round that I don't always think the IGL is necessarily calling for them.
Okay, so very positive stuff there. We've also got round 20 to look at here from VP, where they actually made the right decision on stacking B.
Yes, I mean, I think this is a great round to show how great the defense was. This is something we haven't really seen before, a boost on the train where Icy's going to be peering down into T-Con, and now you could see 3 members from VP after they smoke T-Con stacking the B bomb site, and at this point, it gets close. Like, Vitality almost bring this all the way back, but the numbers were always going to be incredibly difficult to overcome.
Yeah, that round seems like a big gamble, but because they got that angle from top of bomb train onto T-Con, then they smoke it off. They know if Vitality want to retake T-Con and take outer, they have to nade open that smoke. They have to use some utility, so they know they can stack inner and respond by rotating outer if there's utility outer. Instead, Vitality just move inner. They've got 3 players there.
Is this though, right? Okay, we see Virtus.pro pick into this train. We've seen some nice moments from both teams on it, but Vitality still get the win. Do you think this is now maybe a mistake if you're looking at VP? Like, you tried to catch them because it was their first one, but you actually did have other maps you could have gone for? Because they didn't do this against Complexity, right?
That's true. I mean, they went for Dust 2 in that game versus Complexity, but I feel like for VP, you've got 2 new guys coming in. Electronic is still a budding in-game leader, despite how much he's played in Tier 1. And so to try to catch Vitality off guard, it was a worthwhile bet. I actually feel like if that one last round didn't go awry where Fame shot Flit in the back of the head, we'd be in overtime right now. Like, that's how simple it is. So it could have paid off, and I think even map 2 is going to be more telling for is it a good pick or not, because if they just get blown out map 2, this might have been their best chance.
The thing is, you have to accept Vitality is Vitality, and Complexity is not Vitality, right?
Well, you're saying that, but Vitality have now struggled in every map we've seen, right?
Ooh.
Yeah?
They've been close.
It's been close in everything.
They've been close, and their T-sides have kind of felt a little bit less punchy than what they were before. You know, Romps in that game, we highlighted him for what he did on the CT side there. I'm pretty sure until the last round where he got the ending kills there, he was up to like 3 kills on T side that whole half.
Maui, is Romps Estonian blame F?
Many would want you to think not, but in some way, I mean, at times I think just the system wasn't really servicing him whatsoever. Like he was just kind of like getting caught in the weeds of just they're not really taking control well of anything on the Vitality side.
I'm not gonna go with the Estonian blame F too harshly yet, okay? But you know, if he's struggling on T side, I'll give him some time. I'll give him some time before I make those comparisons, truly.
There's a lot of adjusting to be had, right? It's still the very beginning of the season. And as we march on forward in the season, we're going to be marching on forward onto the next map. It's Inferno coming up after the break. The opening map pick from Virtus Pro and maybe the train surprise to Vitality didn't go their way. And now Vitality looks smoothly set to try and close this out 2-0 on Inferno. But surely there's still a chance here for the Virtus Pro boys. And that's what I want to start with. They are making it competitive. They are going for some growing pains, but the individuals can shine at times. And Flammer still looks very comfortable no matter what's happening.
Flammus has, in some ways, just made this team more exciting.
Yeah.
That's what I want people to take away, even if VP lose today, is just that this is a new look VP. I know a lot of people think the drudgery of watching them play every round out to the final second gets pretty boring after a while, but Flammus is just a huge injection of adrenaline for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, Electronic is still relying a little bit on the James system, but I think Flamus is absolutely what he needs. On T-side Inferno, you need someone that can actually get aggressive at that like drop of a hat, immediately get aggressive up lane or out arch. Flamus is exactly that guy. You want him doing that.
And with that, right, when you're adding someone like Flamus, do you think this is where Electronic can change it? Like, yes, they're going to rely on this old style for a little bit, but can we now see Electronic make his own way and change him out of this horrible VP style that's been going on for too long?
I think you're going to have to see Electronic come into his own. This is, I said before, this is the test for Electronic. Can he make something work? Because I think he did a good job adjusting VP, but he needs to make it his own.
Well, making it his own is not so easy, but let's see how it goes when we go into Inferno. Let's see if they can battle back against Vitality.
Definitely not going to be easy, I don't think. At least not on one half of this, because the CT sides continue to be rock solid from Vitality Launders. Maybe the train pick also set them off kilter. Who knows? We move into the next one.
That's true.
You know?
It wasn't their pick, and
right?
They still put together that CT side. So
listen, I'll stretch for silver linings.
So Mirage T side was not great. Train T side's not great so far. We could see directly that Robs is so much better on CT. There wasn't much. It was Zywoo was pretty much the only player that was looking very reliable on T side to make something happen, and he did in the second to last round. And with the help of Robs too in the clutch, and the 2v1 at least, with a deagle that brought it to make it possible to see a 13-11. That was so likely going to overtime. It's unreal. Both those rounds. So now they get to move on to their map pick. Hey, it was Train, you know? It wasn't your pick, and it's a brand new map, so you have every excuse. This T side, however, should matter, but look at Vitality. 2 CT side starts in a row.
Easy does it for Vitality. Maybe. They've kept it stressful.
Rops and Mezzi working together on the A side. I kind of like that.
You like that?
Yeah, I think I like that.
Yeah, you like that?
Like that.
Peek around the corner from FlameZ for the first one. That is Fame Dead. Still a good amount of util, of course, on Electronic's belt. But Zywoo is tucked behind sandbags, and Apex is about to blind this entire VP team. You can see the counter flash from Icy. Once the first player dies, it's actually Flamus to come back in with one, and Icy recovers vision. A little awkward there with the timing as it all goes down, and a Molotov for the back of the site means Apex will be fine because it's actually a bad molly. Smoke spam for good damage. Apex empty-handed.
One bullet would have done it.
How have they managed to pull this one off? Virtus Pro. Get a bomb plant at the very least, but we've got Rops and Mezzi, those A anchors, moving over for the retake as need be. Huge health advantage on the double up back new box. Both players soon to be found out in a moment. And Rob's taking his sweet old time. I feel like Robs and Mezzi have a certain coolness to their pace here. The tempo, there's no panic. I feel like if those are your two guys on a retake,
they're both extremely good at
it's never going to be flustered.
They're both extremely good clutchers too. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing this work. As you know, as anchors, you also have to be a good clutcher, right? Shout out Perfecto. Shout out Zipix. You know what I mean? These guys you want back on a team. Well, Zipix has a team, but for Mezzi and Rops, like retaking, even having a low percentage win rate on retakes is still valuable, even if you win a couple, because Inferno's so difficult to do that. And the B site, just as hard as the A site. Here they grab it. And Virtus Pro going to the next round. And we look at like FaZe changing their roles up on CT side Inferno, and it's kind of like, you know, Kerrigan says these are the dream positions I've wanted Rain in for a long time. I feel like he could be an anchor, but like to the outside, it doesn't really look like that, so we'll have to see. But with Vitalities, everything just looks nice. I mean, you get Spinks for Rops, that's just kind of on point.
Very passive second round from Virtus Pro, letting the defense throw things at their will. And FlameZ climbing up to hang on to Banana with Apex in the back of the site to support again. Timing was a little weird with the flashes last round.
He was like white knuckling that flashbang, did not let it go.
And then Flamus was able to recover. Oh, nice. Good swing around from the electronic flash. FlameZ not even given a chance to fall back. Apex is going to try to push himself forward.
Apex kind of held that flash too long again because you saw that FlameZ didn't fall off immediately. So I guess was kind of expecting it to come out right away. I don't think it would have been fair, though, for FlameZ to have expected that flash to save him.
Cutting their losses here, gambling in a round with 2 M4s, 2 MP9s. Soon enough, they're going to find out that this B site's clear for the taking, and Virtus.pro with a single flash and peek on Banana have stolen round 2 of map 2 of game 3 of day 6.
One good flashbang, that's all you need. But yeah, no kits, very little utility, none of the important stuff, and lots of guns that you'd rather save. However, look who's on the flank. You know what? Bomb's just getting planted now, and the CTs are starting to make their way over. They did get all the way up Banana for a second, but again, no kit, no smoke, no molly. It could really punish a lot of exits, though. We know about how big that bomb goes.
Yeah, very unruly explosives on Inferno. Thin walls here in Italy, I guess. Can't stop that C4. Electronic can afford to die. That was the pistol player, but everybody else, eesh.
Oh, come on. We're going to get a nerf. Accuracy at range, please.
Just like that. It's a little too accurate.
You see what I'm seeing?
Yeah, man, it's a little nuts. It's a little nuts. We were having this discussion in the green room before our match started with our shift with one Vu and Maui Snake, and we were discussing, of course, the MP9 nerf, but then it feels like without the MP9, you know, CTs need something else that kind of works.
So is that FAMAS is overpriced.
Right, so is it I've still believed that the FAMAS should be reduced to the same price as the Galil. $1,800 FAMAS.
Yeah, that or just make it worth the money, because CT stuff is generally more expensive.
Okay.
But it's not worth that price tag.
$1,850. Uh-oh. Go for your fight down middle, and you are met by one of the Galils, so FAMAS wasting no time getting onto the board. Shoot that M4 over, thank you. Mizzy, nicely done, taking a glance out through alt mid, rewarded. And honestly, this could boil down to a very valuable equalizing kill. He gets out unscathed despite his 2 teammates on half health. Flamesy playing dangerous games as he goes peeking into middle, and all this time, Virtus.pro have just been confidently sat back waiting for those moments. And Apex throwing util a little too deep and not having any kind of a fallback. Bomb gets chucked on the ground as the fire burns. Electronic takes a ton of space. It'll get scooped up as they come back into the site. It hasn't been cleared, but they'll find it completely open for the taking, and this is VP to take an early lead on Inferno.
That was a little laissez-faire for Apex. You know, on the jump spot, of course, it was just a very standard one, but yeah, not being aware they could be closer than they appeared.
You've been working on your French?
Oui, garçon.
Not bad.
Donde esta biblioteca?
Ah! I'll let you have it. We got some early warning signs, Mohan, on this banana play from Vitality.
Yeah, but it's kind of silly mistakes, so it's not like... I mean, Virtus.pro are throwing a window flash and rushing banana. It's not the first one Apex has seen in his career. I don't know. If we see some sick setups, I'll give credit where credit's due. For now, I'll say they're not doing too much. They're doing exactly what they need to do. If they overcomplicated it and slowed it down, then Apex would have got away, Flamesy would have got away a couple situations, but we're just seeing mistakes. It is what it is.
Mistakes can be mended. They keep limping into these next rounds with still tools to use, so double M4, MP9. And then those devilish 5.7s. They're just going to show one M4 and then disassemble it all. Everybody peeling back to the cross. Feels like Virtus.pro have just been playing a very reactionary game so far. They're not rushing into anything. Yes. Revolutionary. Vive la résistance.
C'est la vie.
Zywoo. Oh, that's what you want. Zywoo from the back of Banana gets blown away by Flit, who doubles down And then that M4 gets scooped up. Dangerous move here from Apex, but hanging on to Banana for now and coming at this bomb fight. No?
He somehow wins Banana, gets the gun, up in the boomage position.
Yeah, gets read by Flit.
Mowed down.
Third kill from Flit, but Mezzi slipped the net. He's in between the two. The pillar on short side saves Fame for just enough time for Flit to go back and grab bomb.
Did anybody see the bomb? Because Mezzi seems confident that he's going to go Banana.
They wouldn't have seen it, but maybe still a safe assumption. It's been tucked down at the bottom of ramp this entire time. Flit decides to start running. He's got that full belt of util. Could drop a smoke behind him if he wants the extra cover. Mezzi's going to waste no time chasing him. This is a strong start from Mezzi after a great first map on Train. Flit is not looking the right direction here. But if they cross paths, now what?
Oh, we just saw, but barely, maybe. You know, we had the X-ray right there, but Flit very careful on that peak, and he's low HP. He needs to make something creative happen. That's a great round from Flit, man. 2 kills top of Banana, takes out Apex.
And the 1v1 clutch sprinkled in. 4 frags from Flit after the 5v3 established. He was the only piece left here on Banana. And this is the kill we didn't get to see, but Rop's going down with nothing on the A site. That's a 1v1 duel where he had the advantage on the first shot. But remember, he had a 5-7. So not much of an advantage at all.
Looking to retake Banana control. The T's have to get out of there. A lot of damage taken to Icy. More of a classical position. Put some pressure into Zywoo, which is what he's looking for. And now they have to make a hard decision. Are they going to do something crafty and just walk through the smoke? It looks like yes.
Yeah, Icy already made it through. We've got Rops chucking nades deep, but Icy's already down beneath this. Easy kill for Zywoo. Or on him, rather. Loses the teammate on the exit of balcony. Mezzi comes out, sees that player just sprinting up. Rops down to half health. Mezzi with the element of surprise. There's a second player there, and they know it, because Electronic takes Icy's place as the front runner. An additional rotate soon to come through from Apex, and it's perfectly timed. Vitality keep the numbers up, and they'll get themselves a second.
Yeah, it's a pretty great hold. It's a more classical attempt at the CT side with a late Banana control deep. Instead of all the interactions happening at car, we're just not working. Apex is making some weird decisions. The flashes were a little late or not thrown at all. Like Flamesy wasn't getting his kills. So going together, focusing all on utility, that was enough to just swoop all the T's out of the smoke back to T steps. Then they get action for Zywoo, which is again what they're looking for. We saw a map at this event so far where Zywoo is really opping a lot. And, you know, oftentimes he'll be a hybrid CT Inferno. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But it feels like we're going to get a change of Zywoo this year. Lean more into it.
Yeah, on his journey back to #1. When Donk comes knocking, Zywoo starts opping.
Can't beat him off him.
Having a strong series despite the first map loss. Ended that with a 1.30 rating, off to a 6-3 start here for the T side. And continues to be the tip of the spear for the Banana contact. But right now, this grouping of Virtus Pro waits out the smoke that has faded. Cross smoke for Apex to deal with. He continues to try to challenge behind it, drops some more of his util. Flamesy given Sanctuary backside only momentarily because the fire lands on him, but he gets Electronic and Fame. Nice shot out of Flamesy. Good damage from Apex with 1.5 frags. And that timing on the cross smoke will allow for Icy to guarantee bomb plant. Flit takes position on Coffin at half health, and Icy will be the guy to get the lock-in backside as the guarantee. Yep. We've got kits on the retake for Vitality, but no incendiary, no frag grenades. They're going to be looking for the duels.
Yeah, they will be. Flit, I think, in the position was hoping Icy could double up with him, but if Icy wants to peek into CT, that could work, but they just sort of feel like they're doing their own thing for now. Flit's been a key player for these trades.
Yeah, he turns around and gets killed. Both players dropped with nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
They may have put that bomb down, but Vitality's retake. 3 strong stand strong. 3 survive as we're tied at 3 rounds a pop.
Felt like they couldn't decide what the optimal thing to do was there. There's no bad thing to do. You could focus on CT. Sometimes if you drop off into a pool, you could use that to get the kill and then push through if the rest of the players are going to go for a con retake. But great hold from the CT side here. Great trades back from Flit. It's a very competitive take. Finally success on the B site here for Vitality.
That was a double entry again from Flit, so trying to remain relevant as the T side lead comes to an end. So does the money for Virtus Pro. Ouch. Could have been worse. Flit just starts to move towards Banana at the right time. It only takes 20. We've seen Vitality be far more frisky with any kind of mid peaks, but not this round. They're going to lean back, let VP come to them.
They will be coming to them too. Yeah, popping on this arch. So I was spotting and seeing all the Tech 9s, and they can fan out to spawn. Apex gets only 1.
ZywOo suddenly under pressure here. Nice snapshot up to Icy. Knows there's more pressure coming. The pistol's out. And ZywOo's P250, known to knock socks off. Mezzy on cleanup duty, gets the other 2. Well maintained there by ZywOo.
They're scared of him. Icy could have...
Oh, he's happy. Okay.
I never know with him. Icy could have definitely swung out and traded ZywOo here. I'll just say that, right? After this kill. Or when this shot misses, yeah. He just decides to shoulder peek it and then maybe runs out of ammo. Sorry, Flit. But I would be scared of ZywOo too. I think if there's one man to stand up right now for VP, it is Flit. In most of these rounds, but it's only half by.
Gonna keep that pressure up. Rob's looking for something. As Banana burns, ZywOo posts up top alt. What you doing, Robs? What you doing? Smoke's about to fade, so he's got to make his decision. And they'll peel back entirely. No deep glance down alt mid. No fight versus Flawless, who's locked in good cover. And a smoke after all the fires have burned out on Banana. Bullets just off the mark. But everybody pretty unscathed.
The question is, who's happy about this? It's a good amount of utility still left in spawn. Full kit will go back with Apex towards B. Along with Mezzy. Ooh, minute smoke on bracket, and that'll be like confusing here for Virtus Pro. I think they were just about to take it. Their arch smoke comes out. Flamesy playing quite aggressively on Banana, but there's this flash behind him. Nothing spotted. Always got to be careful in these swings. Flip's been doing an excellent job on the T-side approaches.
Especially when a peak like that doesn't even net you guaranteed info.
This is weird because Flit doesn't make any presence, which means he's unknown, but the odds that he lurks through B into A, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
very
mostly
low.
about the A rotations. There's 4 here for the CT side.
Apex gonna play on a nice off angle for the arch side. Yeah. Oh, but Flawless steps right into it. Double entry comes out from VP. ZywOo in sight. Of course, 2 defenders still, but time, they're gonna run at B.
Oh my God.
It's all gonna boil down to Flamesy, whether he can survive long enough and even stop a bomb plant. If they can get there in time, Icy, he's the tip of the spear. He's gonna sprint in. They don't have time. They literally don't have time now. Flamesy slides out and gets it.
Yeah. Oh, they didn't know he'd be second oranges. Yeah, he had enough time to get the bomb planted. It's weird because if he really does run out in front, he cannot shoot. So he does stop for a second, but he actually had to. It was either that or pass the bomb back as you're running, because then you can actually be the rifler in that situation.
Which I'd say, if anything, probably the better bet.
Yeah.
Throw the bomb back behind you, take the front, make contact.
Absolutely. But as you could see, they weren't even worried about second oranges. They thought maybe quad. It was a good spot for Flimsy to stand in. When you have 1 second clear of angle on the site, that's going to happen. But
it's also such a spur-of-the-moment decision.
They got 2 kills and saw ZywOo still on A, which means they know Rob's still alive, which means they know they're going to the wrong site. So
Well, I think Vitality will be happy to nab that one. Pistol pressure for Robs. Swept away with ease. 5v3 in a buy round out of Virtus Pro as they bottom out the bank accounts. Electronics going to give chase silently to this short fallback, and for a second he caught them off guard, but Robs is going to get a triple so far this round. It is too easy for Robin. Little try his hand towards Banana yet again, but he's got no teammates barring Icy. Bomb back towards Spawn, and Vitality's CT side really starting to come to fruition. You know, I think a really nice tempo change so far throughout these first 9 rounds of like poking and prodding alt mid in this round. At other times, like versus the Eco, we saw how passive ZywOo gets inside of Library. I mean,
yeah, and let's call a spade a spade. It was just awkward on B. Like there were some standard rounds that Virtus Pro won off their simple flashes. They didn't miss their nades, and they had Flit, who was getting really good trades. But Vitality have adapted to not making as many mistakes now, looking a little bit harder to beat.
And it's more of what we've seen from them since the very early days of this season. Only 6 into it, and that's solid CT sides. That's not the part of this formula that is under the microscope at the moment. And it's the same 2 players that were succeeding back on train for Vitality in ZywOo and Mezzi.
Well, actually a little bit dangerous for Flit. He gets a kill, but now he's really in danger of dying after time, and ZywOo waiting for the clock to go. Nice headshot to get out. ZywOo wants to approach this. My goodness, dude. Flit upgrades to the op and then gets a 4K clip. Why not make it an ace? All after time. Wipes the board of Vitality. This half is not over yet. Those kills, even though they're just essentially save kills, they keep him alive after time, which is the most important part of all of it. But he even brings an op home to Icy.
Yeah. He just burned through their bank accounts. Playing with house money. And that puts the op in Icy's hand in a round where we go Armored Tech 9s for the rest of VP. Let's see if that save from Flit can come back to haunt Vitality, either economically in a later round or right here, right now. Flamesy stepped in the fire, would have been heard. Flash to try to get him out of here. He's gonna hang on with ease. Gun goes dry, so the Tech 9 able to get the better of him. Apex gonna have to let that one slide, and so 2 rifles now here, Mohan.
Is nice. Material advantage still Vitality.
Is nice.
My wife. But I see we haven't had too many moments to talk about him here with him, and this could be a big one. One bad shoulder peek, and he's the star.
But Mr. Merryman walks into the back of sight, tucks in before the op rings out.
He didn't see anything.
Icy panics, and that just cues up Apex to beautifully put down the final 3. Easy does it. Not even a chance to get footing on that B site. So Flamesy 2, Apex 3. Vitality keep on racking up these rounds.
Looking like, in some senses, like Train. It's not 3 rounds in the same fashion.
13-0.
Yeah, we'll see if it ends like Train.
What was Icy shooting at?
I don't know.
Why is
Maybe
he so
like
jumpy?
One of his hairs went in front of his eyes in real life.
Okay. Shave the bangs. Looking jumpy. Flamesy eats the flash.
If Flamesy joined VP, 5 player. No, sorry. Damn it. It's only 3 Fs. I thought it was 5 Fs. I thought I was onto something there.
Back to the drawing board, Mohan.
Incredibly pointless. Right. This flash has come out so late every time from Apex, but now it's perfect, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. Flamesy's gonna go down with nothing, all on Apex, leaning back. CT cross smokes down, and do they follow through? Yes, sir. For sure. Way too easy as well. Popping open the smoke grenade, catches Apex off guard. Round 11. There's a good amount of money in the back pockets of Vitality, but I don't think everybody gets the full buy with nades next round, so this one feeling so dire, they'll let VP have a fourth. How generous of Vitality to let this one slip.
A gift. When it's worked, it's been this exact setup, right? Top car control, FlameZ is only getting a kill here and there, and not doing too much. Aim and Apex not really having the best day on this site. And Flit has been consistently killing them. He's on a 13-6 game.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Terrorists win.
But Rops drops his. That's okay. Plenty of cash for Vitality.
Flamus looks like he's fits, man. We've casted Flamus for some time since Gamer Legion, since he first joined. And, you know, he was the kid who was very exciting to watch, but he was consistently getting, you know, going 23 and 24 and like dying so many rounds. But, and I wondered, you know, is he ever going to be the guy to, obviously this map's just, he's just 6 and 9 or whatever, but Train was good, and he did still have a lot of deaths, but they were tradable kills, they were impact kills. It feels like he's very quickly found a balance of how to be impactful, but still himself.
Well, he's surrounded with enough experience. And it looks like he can turn down that carelessness somewhat. I think as well, he always kind of believed that he had to be the guy. And maybe now banking on the teammates around him.
Flit goes, actually, I'm the guy.
Yeah, it's me. And Fame says, no, I'm the guy. And Electronic says, I used to be the guy.
Used to be the top guy, man. Electronic is still one of the best riflers of all time.
Just another player gobbled up by the in-game leadership role.
To be fair to him, though, he's been playing for a long time.
Yes, very true.
He was still good, so that was one question, but...
It's not been an easy transition. Final round of the half. Utility basically dries up here for Vitality before VP even get to brackets. We're going to have one player from Virtus.pro up in the apartments in Fame. We'll see if there is at any point that Rops gets into the duel, but Mezzi's going to go down with nothing. So now Rops, his time of holding this exact angle is limited. Apex comes over. That Moto smoke buying critical seconds as we hit 20 on the clock. Fame inching outwards from balcony. Apex is going to have backs turned to him because everybody's worried about the site, and it's the bomb up next. If Apex gets that kill, big if, it would have been impossible to have recovered it. But now a smoke goes down on Moto before FlameZ can come through, and so we've got Virtus.pro in a post plant, and they find FlameZ through smoke before ZywOo arrives.
Shaking his head, knowing that this is probably 5 rounds here for Virtus.pro, but it's ZywOo and he has to try. And last time he tried a 1v3 like this on Nuke, when he had to, he won it.
Well, then cue it up. First, the player on site might overpeak, then he reaction snaps the pit. If, big if, not allowed by Icy. So another round of the tally here for Virtus.pro, a decent T-side. Who let the dogs out? Who? Vitality. Big streak of CT rounds there. Started with a pistol. Little hiccup, Mohan, when VP were able to win in the second round. This is a definite effort put forth by Flit. He had multi-kills all over the place. The most multi-kills, tying Mezzi throughout that half. And, well, we'll see if it's enough on the defense, because Vitality have a 7-5 lead as they take to the attack of their map pick.
Yeah, this is where we'll find out if it's enough. Really hoping that they've got some figured out for T-side on this map. Otherwise, it will be 3 rough T-sides in a row. Maybe 4. I can't remember the other map that they played. Train Mirage and something else.
Train Mirage and Dust 2.
How was that T-side?
7-5.
Okay.
They won the map 13-9.
Okay.
Versus Meziport.
Triple arch setup is wild. But look, they're breaching lane here, except they get spotted and they haven't committed, and the CTs are just waiting for their opportunity to swing, but
Yeah, you try to go first there.
That whole thing kind of just felt very obvious.
Yeah. So it felt like those 2 Berettas were ready to rip and roar. Yeesh. Gush on Electronic down to 5 and 11 as Apex comes out from the corner. Vitality going to give themselves the best chance of closing this series quickly with a T-side pistol win. Flamesy stepping on his teammates.
So I think the way this works is if you're walking up to that hunter position, getting close where Icy was eventually, but without getting spotted at first, then I think the flash does a ton. But once you get spotted, everyone's on full alert, and they're wondering why someone's peeking arch, or maybe 2 people. I think you've got to reassess the setup entirely. Or throw the flash, but don't full commit. But this is a very clean round out of Vitality as they sit and wait in bracket and get their kills.
And Fame is doomed. Flit wants to hang on to his Berettas. You think he keeps them?
Yeah, man. In the exit, I'm betting on him every day now after that 4K. Rops is literally turned around.
Yeah, everybody's so ready to just dogpile this A-site off that. Yeah, that's a disgruntling result of the pistol.
It's akin to missing a boost and then just assembling it anyways.
Right.
The info was there.
It's like, I understand you want to be adamant, you believe in it, but you already fumbled it. You undermined yourself. Tough map for Fame, Launders. I gotta call it out.
Yeah, for sure.
2 and 11.
That's one thing, even with the Jame lineup, I thought it was a really cool pickup, and Rio was awesome to watch, but I never really felt like Fame reached its potential in any meaningful sense. Not for any long period of time.
I mean, like, listen, he was owning in Rio, but it didn't feel like it was capped out.
Yeah. So was Drop.
That's a fair point.
But Fame is a high elo demon that they picked up specifically for his individual skill. So still time to find out if we get that maximized Fame. The paparazzi are waiting.
Flom is pushing into the apartments. Could have bode well if he gets that gun out of Rops' hand and turns, because Icy holds up his end of the bargain. Double MP9 kill. Nothing to laugh about. If you're Vitality, you will have a 3v3 on your hands, but no kit. Nice grenade damage for Zywoo.
I think 100% of the conversation for Vitality is how explosive can we be. Like, that's what I'm taking from the last games that we watched if I'm Apex. So seeing a round like this is nice. It's just enough map control that we need. The rest is fragging out, and the follow through is what we see here that we haven't consistently seen from them. But what is this? But an anti-eco, anti-force buy.
Yeah, their windups have been great, but it's just that.
Yes.
It's that oomph on the punch that we've seen them kind of miss their targets.
This could be a very interesting late round trio, though. Rops, Zywoo, Mez. Even it was already interesting with Spinks, so makes sense.
but Rops was a part of like one of the most infamous on FaZe, you know, between him, Twist, and Brokey.
I wish we got to see more A action, as you highlighted the Rops and Mezzi A setup last half on the defense. You know, that's a duo that I'm really intrigued with. I feel like that defense is going to be stellar. Zeus. Flamesy gets zapped. Flit finds a dual Beretta kill through smokes. Things getting a little bit weird. Luckily, ZywOo and Rops already have that bomb in their possession towards the apartments. Mezzi disengages from Banana. And Flit steps out, but just puts his head on a silver platter.
Yeah, did Mezzi reload? Right there.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah.
I was staring at the radar.
Flit was looking for a small time. If he was given one more second, he could have really tucked in.
He just didn't reload, though.
True.
Quick switch, too quick.
Oh, just now.
Just now, he's still on 17 bullets, according to the HUD.
Yeah, there is actually no reason to switch, since the full audio plays anyways, globally.
Zero contest in terms of holding them off of the bomb site, but short peek. Short peek. It's good damage. Dude, look at Robson ZywOo there. That got awkward because of the Zeus. He tried to pull out a grenade, and then they had a Zeus in his inventory.
Yeah.
Little sketchy, but VP not able to capitalize despite being in the right place at the right time. Just didn't have the guns for the job. Galil versus 3. And remember, low health here, right? So it's just about getting a little bit more damage in. That bomb is going to kill Rops unless he runs for the hills. Mezzi will be fine, and obviously no kit, but you can get an AK and a Zeus. There you go, Fame. A reward for your efforts.
Little spot for the Zeus there on the HUD.
Terrorists win. Do you know what HUD stands for? I knew you wouldn't. I knew it.
Huge unilateral display.
Heads-up display.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
Gotcha. All right, Virtus Pro, let's see what you got. These T-sides have been imperfect. Time to punish them. Keep the question around Vitality's offense alive with a bit of pressure, perhaps. Flom is already up into the apartments with a teammate right behind him. This could be a dangerous climb up from Flamesy and Rops. Rops is looking to get active. Flamesy over towards brackets. Nice chase here by Flommus, but Flamesy's able to win his duel on short side. And Electronic going down opens the door, but Flommus on the chase.
That's so key. Flommus full committing to that swing on Rops is amazing, because Rops does that all the time to people. He just goes after it, and then catching Flamesy on that timing.
Not letting him get away.
If he doesn't move with as much conviction instantly as he doesn't find either of those kills.
And that's where that confidence comes out from the kid.
Ooh, Fame's got to be careful, though. He's going to get up in a fallback position.
Is he going to flash Flit through?
It's a little late now because they're going to cross pool. Flit goes through. They're going to pay for this. Fame, I mean, they might pay for this anyway. They're just so close.
He's got a flash out, just standing there with a flash
Wasn't
out.
spotted, yeah.
Okay, switches out to the gun. Flash comes at him, fully blind. Dude,
man.
Fame can't do much tonight.
Yeah. I mean,
Flit at least trying to save the day with the Apex kill, because that does drop bomb. Makes it a little weirder. Buys time for the rotation. ZywOo concerned about the swing here from Flit. Mezzi's going to cross over, and Mezzi survives. Planting behind the fountain. Good coverage here from ZywOo as he switches towards the coffins, and we've got two CTs, but they are indeed split. It's Icy with the op from Banana. Flom is sliding out. Head taken off by ZywOo. Mezzi so low already, but Icy's got the element of surprise.
Maybe. They just naded his position, and they're safe from it as well. Now, that nade,
1 damage.
Damn. Fame, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
Brother.
okay. The thing is, he's not calling the flash, right? Flit is calling the flash. Fame isn't going to say, now you peek. It's going to be Flit when I'm ready to swing from CT spawn. So if he never does, then it's ultimately up to Fame if he wants to switch back to his gun and then start holding angles. But if he does that and Flit goes, now flash me, then he's screwed over his teammate. So I think this is actually Flit's fault in the sense that he needs to either call something or just call it off. But it was so quiet, right? I mean, obviously there's a smoke down CT as well. It's not like it was like they just walked by an open CT spawn. There was a chance that could happen.
Vitality recovered it in the site. And also, I mean, they lose the round, but Flawless up in the apartments, confident, dude.
Yeah.
On the swing, on the chase.
Yeah, the 2 best kills of the round.
Yes, sir. He's trying to give Flit a helping hand, but maybe Fame fed to the wolves that last round.
How many people try to play the Jiggle Peek game with Rops in that situation? 99%. And that's the guy you don't want to play it versus, is the king of that, 100%. So Flamus was a nice counter. That round could have been even worse for Virtus.pro.
Rough. Icy has to give up his angle. He is a solo B defender at the moment. We see Fame sprinting over. A couple flashbangs on Fame. We'll see if it gets disruptive. Icy drops his util. Fame standing in that smoke just in case. Now it's Electronic to set him up.
This is a moment where Vitality should be waiting because they don't have bracket, but Virtus.pro don't either. And they need rotations back to the other side.
Oh, he didn't see.
Oh, he got spotted.
Icy's down to 18 health.
Oh, they both
Zywoo
die.
stuffs him on the smoke, and Icy just gets taken down with nothing. It felt like Virtus.pro were putting something in position, but I mean...
They threw a smoke that was so poofy that Icy had to peek out so wide just to see the edge of it, and Zywoo was playing with him.
But it's that smoke that gets opened, and Icy not able... I mean, it's just unfortunate positioning.
What were you thinking about?
When the smoke gets opened and Icy didn't see the player that starts shooting back at him, right? The reason he gets shot down is because they could have seen each other if not for the cover that's right in front of him. It's weird for Icy. It's weird. Like, not like
so weird.
Not like the fun weird either. 12-5, folks.
Hey, at least for Vitality, this is a great look at T side.
Yes, yes. And I think after, obviously, their opening game versus Metasport, like, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for Vitality to throw their name into the ring alongside the likes of, so far, Spirit and Na'Vi, right? That's the most convincing rosters we've had at Bounty. We've seen shortcomings from some of the other
all the ones who are still here.
Squads. Yeah, exactly. You know, we've got some upset potential with the underdogs, perhaps, come the land phase of Bounty 1.
Base Heroic, Falcons, Liquid. Or sorry, did
Falcons got eliminated today.
Yeah, it was...
See ya.
You're always so confused because Heroic versus Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
You done got spotted. But Flamesy
hit him.
Takes the op shot, doesn't get any damage back in return. So all things considered, that could have just gone horribly for Virtus.pro and this game could have just ended. But they'll be given another chance in round 18. Can they at least extinguish the streak of Vitality? Feels like quite the daunting task at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
Some missed chances here, right? Flamesy could have punished the Icy op peak. Zywoo could have just killed Flit. And that B site overwhelmed, so VP at the minute still alive here.
So who's got the map control? You've got the landlord up in the apartments here, Rops, perusing the place, not seeing a soul. All the brackets hasn't been spotted as well. Icy just walking into this angle, and he goes... Oh, okay. But there's no one there to trade that kill. 2 shots in to take Flamesy out. The job's finished. Bomb left back and by the stairs.
30 seconds.
I mean, yeah, going B makes sense. They have top banana already as well.
Fame hanging on to that incendiary. He's going to chuck it out soon enough, you'd think. 25 seconds and the smoke's about
Apex
to come
is bringing
up.
the rotation over just by walking.
He
Icy's
doesn't
calling
throw the volley. Fame comes back to Coffin, gun out. He will find Mezzy. Then we get Flit fighting back from CT, so the split gets turned upside down. Deep angle here from ZywOo at 10 seconds, but he's got the bomb, and that's an awkward position to go for the plant, but it's going to go down nonetheless. Post plant for Rops and ZywOo, 2v5 to end this. Triple banana retake.
How you going to do this, ZywOo?
ZywOo's going to peek in, dies to Icy in the backdrop, so the counter op has been fantastic. It is a clean sweep of the Vitality team as Virtus.pro nab a 6th. And I got to say, Icy, the double shot onto FlameZ, finding ZywOo with ease.
True.
Picks up for some of the slack, like that missed molly on B.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, 5 alive, but there was a lot of weird moments there. But like you said, Icy finished the kill he was looking for by rotating all the way around to Arch to take out FlameZ, so that's huge. And they get the round. That's what really matters. But this moment that Apex set up actually looked very promising for Vitality. I like that all he did was take a fast step on Arch instead of using utility. He was really just showing how deep he was in a position that Virtus.pro had no vision on. And I think, you know, if you oversell a fake in that spot, no one moves. But they actually did pull 4 players off B with just that small moment.
The second peek comes out and doesn't trade back. Flit stuck here for a second. Frag grenade with his name on it. He's hanging on. He's been the beacon of hope for Virtus.pro, so to have him in this very critical engagement as the double peek comes over, ZywOo, nasty angle. Great rifle work, but a third player almost enough to turn everything upside down. Rops here's Flawless, and that is where this one comes crumbling down around Virtus.pro. A great T-side on Inferno, a hyped Apex as improvements shown on the offense, and an easy day in the office, all things considered.
We won't be talking any negative about the Inferno T-side from Vitality because that was almost perfect. Solid stuff coming out from them. Virtus.pro looked very uncomfortable, but this is a 2-0 going the way of Vitality and done in a very convincing fashion.
Rops looked right at home there on the T side. Just, you know, taking up shop in apartments, just making everybody's life miserable for Virtus.pro. You never know when he's going to strike. Flawless was able to get him that one time where he just full committed to the spray swing on him. But other than that, yeah, Vitality doing what they do best.
I might have to take back the Estonian Blame F comment. I'm going to walk that back. I never truly made it. I just questioned. I mean, yeah, that's what you want to see from a practiced Vitality. That's what we're hoping to see when they're like fully informed. We'll see them doing that type of thing on every map.
And this is it, right? When we look down these names and we look like how the players are performing, it's a good sign for Vitality, but also we have to look at it, the fact that it's also against a VP that is going to go through some massive changes. It's not just the 2 new players, it's also Electronic IGLing, which means he's going to output less as well. So does that give them a bit of a breather of us being too harsh on them?
We wouldn't want to be, too critical of this VP versus this Vitality because Vitality are working through a single change. In some people's minds, it's an upgrade, side grade, maybe like the slightest of downgrades in terms of firepower, but like, no, it's really, it's a good match. It's a good match for Vitality, whereas VP have to work through so many issues. Like, think of who they even replaced. Like, they got rid of James, they got rid of Norbert, a very supportive piece. Now they're working with Flamus. Flamus isn't really a supportive element. Like, that's not really his thing. In fact, they're shifting Fame to do some more supporting, and I feel like that's the one concern I have. Like, I think Fame, through all this mess, might be the one that's losing his identity the most.
Yeah, Flit, I mean, popped off in that game. Electronic, I mean, he's going to lose his identity a pretty decent amount. But yeah, in terms of other players, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And listen, if you're being reasonable about VP and you're a VP fan, they did well on their map pick. They lost their opponent's map pick. That's a good start, even if you didn't get the win.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against Vitality. And I got a very happy man on the other line. It is the king of the United Kingdom. It's Mezzy joining us here. And that was a very good game and also looked like a pretty comfortable game. Mezzy, how you doing?
Yeah, no, feeling good. Happy to get the second win and qualify. Yeah, it was a fun game to play for sure.
Yeah, you'll be joining us soon into the studio once again to play on the LAN finals. I want to just ask you how you are finding Rops being on the team and the changes you guys are all going through.
No, it's been really enjoyable so far. I think all the practice, and as soon as Rops joined the team, we could definitely feel like the chemistry instantly. Like he fit really well, like not just inside the server, but like also outside. So I think it's been, of course, you always have it when you get a new player. You have like a lot of that, I guess, that honeymoon phase or that fun part. But it feels like really different at the moment, where like instantly felt everyone's on the same page. So it's been really fun so far.
So far in your games at this event, you guys have struggled. I mean, excluding Inferno, you guys have struggled a bit on the T side. Is that something you're feeling in scrims? Like you have to, the CT side's easy, the T side's struggling a bit more? Or is that you just haven't been able to show what you've actually got?
Yeah, I definitely think we've got more to show. I think, of course, there's been limited practice and still the start of the season. So, and it's also trying to give Rops his space as well on his plays and how he likes to play on the T side. So I think it's still a work in progress, but I think overall practice has been going pretty well as well on T side. We knew CT side was going to be strong. Of course, there's some newer positions for me and Flames on different maps, but overall, I think I'm kind of happy with how we've been playing so far. Of course, it's always going to be rough in the first officials with a new player anyway.
Mezzi, when you came over to Vitality from Fnatic, a lot of us felt like because you were an in-game leader before that you were going to probably be a big secondary voice. Do you think that voice of yours is growing on this team?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely taken a lot longer than I would have hoped. I think it's always tough coming to a bigger team, like especially for me, even though I was IGL before, I'm with some big names, so it took me a little while to kind of get comfortable, not only in game but also being able to speak up a bit. And now I think Apex does a great job anyway, like the tactical side, and Rops also brings a lot as well on that side of things. So I think it's definitely more of like a support and like hype kind of guy to help in that sense as well. So I think kind of just try and give some wise words or whatever, like between maps or before games, just to like help that, because we didn't really have that so much before. So yeah, I think it's something I'm definitely growing into a bit more.
Well, very positive signs. We'll let you get off. Thank you very much for joining us, Mezzi, and we'll see you in the studio in a couple of days.
Cheers. Thank you.
So good start for Vitality, even surviving the test of closer games coming in there. Very interesting. You can just see how not only is Mezzi quite positive as a person right now on all this change, but his results are positive as well. He's been doing well in all of his roles and positions.
I really liked how he was taking Banana that time. Very few deaths that felt needless, working well with ZywOo. That's a way they've kind of tethered for a while now. And all in all, I feel like it's not really much of a secret anymore, but Mezzi and Spinks, you know, they probably had some light clashes. I don't want to get too deep into it, but now that he's able to just play alongside Rops, I feel like Rops is a much more collaborative person and is going to not only give his ideas, but be welcoming to what Mezzi has been doing and what he's succeeded with in the past.
Yeah, I feel like he might be giving a little bit more space to Mezzi to actually impose his will, to make a call, say, hey, we're going to make this play, or I'll throw this flash for you, and Rops will just say, yeah, do it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens later on with Vitality as well. For now, we're going quickly to a break, and when we come back, it's the last game of the day. It's G2 going up against Big.
Go to the two Xbox. They wanted to go big. They are shooting now. Nice.
Long player alive. I have long as well. Lower tunnel was one. I have long and short. I tried to have both.
Hunter was short. Malus is long player. Short out one. That's one short.
In short. I'm so bad.
Maybe coming back. Maybe coming back.
Il doesn't have long, Mathieu. Doesn't have long.
Non, mais d'accord, on a la bombe. T'as la visu ou pas? Je peux te sur contact. Non, il fait à droite. T'es solo pour l'instant, je reprends le spot. Vas-y.
Nice, Mathieu. Big fucking round, bro.
Nice round, bro. One long. I'm walking through mid. Just walk up boiler. Just walk up boiler. F. Two out boiler. Look, Apex long.
Go up.
Long one.
F. Nice.
Flashing nib. Flashing nib. Nice.
Damn, nice loader.
Nice loader. Bro, let me go.
Bro, take the last one.
No,
nice. Good job, bro. Sick loader.
Nice loader.
That's what we need.
He wasn't. He was Apple. I don't see. He wasn't out, right? No. Ben. Out now. I have out. I don't see it. Out inner.
Two outdoor.
Side. Two.
Side.
Side last.
You got this.
Here to main. Towards main.
Planting full.
Hold on. Hey.
Sun.
Going A. One A main. One A main. One A main. They might come back.
Not taking it yet.
He's faking it.
Hey, one guy.
Mid. He's putting it.
Mid.
They're just running mid with bomb. They're going camera on you. Two more mid side. One more camera side. Nice. That's pretty good. I mean, I'm running him in. You have nade smoke. That's it.
I'm playing
He
first
can
when
go
you get
anywhere,
close.
Ross. He can go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm playing first when you get close. Ready?
Okay, I'm walking in.
I'm grabbing informations now.
I'm strafing him in.
I'm picking heaven soon.
Looks like side or camera.
What's heaven?
Side. I'm nading him.
I'm picking up the nade.
Nice.
Now, what's very interesting in this matchup is you guys picked into G2. They did struggle against Bait, so tell me, what is Big cooking for this matchup?
So yeah, first of all, I mean, G2 is like the #1 seed for a reason. We are definitely not underestimating them, but as you said, they struggled against Bait, so we think we have a decent chance against them, and we're like pretty comfortable. At the end of the day, it's like a win-win situation for us because they're the #1 seed, and as long as we show the best Counter-Strike possible, then we are more than satisfied. And I think that if we show our A game, then we definitely have a chance to beat them.
Is there something specifically that you guys noticed where you thought, okay, this is good for us?
I would say the map pool. It benefits us, and that's also like a big factor which went in our way to say, okay, we want to play against G2.
Big did decide to pick into you guys. How much of that do you think is because of what they saw in the Bait game?
I mean, if it's because of the Bait game, I don't know, because like, okay, we can lose ecos and everything, but we were playing decent, I would say, overall against Bait, so it's alright. And I don't know, like, one team said that we were a comfortable team for them, and then they lost. And then, at least I hope Big didn't say that we were a comfortable team against them.
No, I didn't hear that from them yet.
Okay, that's good. So it's going to be a better matchup, I guess.
And I absolutely love the way Balbs is taking that. He's laughing it off, he's shrugging it off. But you do need to be careful, and I do respect Big because they are going bounty hunting and they want to take on G2 and get a slice of that pie. And it's a very big one that they would be able to try and take, but certainly not an easy one. But at least when we saw that Bait game, it might make us think the other way. For this new G2, obviously, we're talking about Mal's going to his roles and positions, but the conversation really needs to start with the Heavy God, because this man, we know what he can do, and you've been praising him a hell of a lot, Maui.
Heavy God was my favorite rifler in Tier 2 last year, flat out. Great anchor, had to switch to some rotator roles eventually, but coming back to this G2 lineup, we're seeing a little teaser, a taste of what he has to offer in the first day, and I feel like there's so much more to build on if you're Heavy God in these anchor spots for G2. I just hope the team works out for him in terms of their calling, their strategizing.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy God wasn't perfect on their, in their first matchup, but he was, I feel like you can give him a gold star, all right? We gave Elige a 7.7, we gave a Rops a B+. I'm giving Heavy God a gold star. He did...
A gold star now, there we go.
It wasn't perfect.
Not a diamond star like you love.
But it was solid, it was solid. He did pretty much what you wanted. There was a couple of rounds that were a little iffy, but, I mean, you can't expect much more.
And I would say, overall, you guys have been saying the problems we see within G2 weren't even just from this roster change, right? We've got an example of some problems that keep going wrong for G2.
Dude, G2 have played the clock down to 20 seconds again.
Boys, no.
Wanders.
Surely not.
Where are we going?
Oh, guys.
Smoke for the CT cross once this one fades. CTs themselves still have an incendiary on Essential, which means him playing backside with a Molotov at 7 seconds.
No, this is terrible.
I mean, is that's got to be a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke. That's a full-on joke, man.
Go on, Maui. I know you want to say something.
I mean, I already said I'm not going to say who called that or how that all happened, but it did feel like there was a mix of voices in some ways. Like, it feels like the way they pulled back there was probably because one person said that A might be a better hit, and then they realized there's only 17 seconds left as they're moving away from Banana at that point. And so G2, in terms of calling, it does sometimes feel like that is what is truly handicapping them, because they've got incredible people on that team, incredible players, I mean. And so they just need to make sure that the finishers, the strategies, all of that is ironed out, and even just at a C level, like a C- for what the other teams in Tier 1 Counter-Strike are working with, and they should just blow everybody out of the water. But it's a big if.
Yeah, I'm going to back you up on that one, because not only was it that round, there was other rounds on their T side of Inferno, on their T side of Ancient. They looked lost at times, and Malb said, Bait said we were a comfortable team for them. I mean, G2 looked uncomfortable. Bait looked more comfortable than G2. They're supposed to get blown out, and that was extremely close.
And is that now a very worrying sign for if you're G2? Because Big, I would say, has a lot more to work with than even what Bait has.
And that, yes, exactly. It is incredibly scary if you are G2, you've been exposed in that fashion, and you're against a big team who is known for prep work, who is known to anti-strat, who will come up with things in the interim in order to try to counter what you are doing. And when G2 looked as flat as they did, I'm going to say Tabson, probably even Crimbo and Kakafu, all in the lab together, are constructing some kind of plan to activate the new stars, JDC, Hyped, QB.
And for Hyped, he's back. He's got an epic opportunity once again, but he looks like he's grown a lot as a player.
I mean, he already impressed in the first match. The first map against Saw maybe wasn't the best, but the second map, he carried. He absolutely carried that game. He was absolutely dominating Saw, and that's what you want to see. Finally, Big, maybe finally they have an opera that can actually push them to the next level.
Surson was at times great for Big, but he was just a bit inconsistent. I'm glad that they gave him a second chance because he worked with Toby, he got a little bit better, but all in all, Hyped can blow everybody out of the water. He does look like a legitimate talent. His op looks faster than Surson's at times. Actually, I'd say frequently it looks better than Surson's, and also he's just more willing to be creative and experiment and limit test, whereas Surson fell into this bad habit of just going for the same plays over and over again. I've seen Hype go for 7 different peaks in the same half.
We're taking a look at the veto right now. Big going in for the Ancient, Mirage coming out from the camp of G2, and a Dust to Decider. Anything around that prep work? Was it more just what you expected?
They went for Ancient. They went for Ancient. They saw what kind of mess G2 were running there on that ship, and I feel like if they put up a even remotely decent T side for themselves, Big, they're gonna feast when they go on that defense.
This is where G2 get to redeem themselves. You know, we saw Malbs kind of aimlessly walk out mid with no flashes a few times. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Let's see it indeed. We're about to watch it go down. G2 versus Big.
This is my favorite iteration of Big since Gobby was on the team. And we haven't seen much just yet, but even seeing Hyped back on the roster, I think is a sight for sore eyes.
Yes.
Even when he got cut from the lineup originally, it was like, they did not give him very long at all.
Right.
And, well, of the teams that have had debuts, Big App's absolutely impressed. Even though they're more a low-key team here, we've seen a lot better teams get eliminated already. So, I feel like this is a prime opportunity for them to take out a 60K bounty. They had the opportunity to pick them. Everyone watched that G2 game and knew they were vulnerable. But now Big have to prove it. And G2 have had a chance to think about what went wrong on Ancient. Let's see if they can find their improvements.
I think Maui and Vu set this one up perfectly in terms of Ancient being the opening. Big saw soft flesh, and G2 will have a chance to prove they can improve on what they wanted to do with Malbs in mid. Heavy God's gonna find the first blood as he just sits back. But the bomb's been planted, so clean shooting coming out of Heavy God bodes well. It opens the door for the simultaneous short push, but QB goes chasing on and around. Now Tapson's got a distraction served up from ramp. He's got players a little bit flustered within this site as the smoke remains up. It's good cover, it's good damage, and it's an easy cleanup in the site itself. So finally, Snax is afforded a chance to get into the action. Big hang on, and the pistols there for the taking.
That was super solid. I mean, there was so much fighting going on, and a lot of it had to do with Heavy God getting those first 2 kills, but with the bomb planted, the pace they moved, and everybody willing to consistently fight for trades. They stayed on the same page as QB in that spot while he was floating. They were hard to find, and no more shots were hit.
So G2 will lose the pistol. And it was Ancient, it was more Ancient T side that was the worrying part. So if you missed it, obviously, G2 lost their last Ancient game after Malbs got 32 kills and 11 multi-kills because their T side seemed to be called by him. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it. Even if Snacks did a poor job calling that last series, I would never accuse him of making someone do the same thing 6 times and watching them die over and over again. That's something you do when you're egoing a situation. We've all played with players like that. And that's something that you can say, well, Snacks shouldn't let it happen.
Sure.
That's for sure. But now they'll have a chance to redeem.
We'll see if
that perspective.
If and when it happens again, if it's at least a little fine-tuned. Hyped will gun down Malbs, so the Desert Eagle gets nothing from Donut. I think unfortunately as well in that last series from G2, we actually didn't get a superstar moment from m0NESY until the last 3 rounds of the third map.
Just to win the game,
right?
Yeah,
Then he starts popping off with the AWP on Ramp of Dust 2, and he was definitely the guy who hammered the last nail in the bait coffin. But his first map was just as uninspiring.
Yeah. And at Shanghai, we saw worrying signs from him, so it's after a break as well. m0NESY's he's in the super elite. He's not just in the elite, and so we're obviously gonna just sit and wait for him to,
of course,
instantly turn it up, but we don't know when it'll be.
Willing to give him the time. Speaking of time, down to an awkward 25 seconds. Molotov hits backside. Good on JDC to come from the CT spawn and sweep away 2. Hunter's got 4 health. Tapson's gonna plant in front of him. But it's gonna get covered, surely. Yeah, they saw him come around the side of the box, so 4 stand tall for Big as they convert the pistol. And like Maui Snake said, all Big have to do is give themselves a good enough T-side at the start of this map, and then truly we should expect them to dominate the second side.
Yeah.
If what happened last time on Ancient for G2 happens again.
Yeah.
Right? So the pressure is now on Big.
What do you think, by the way, like in terms of it happening again?
I think it will happen again.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Nico's second voice lacking in this situation is going to expose maybe this 2025 G2.
Sure, yeah.
At least for the start of the season.
They could have definitely won that game, and we wouldn't even have them here, so I can fully see that. Yeah.
Nice 5-7 kickoff from Malbs.
But this is the one thing. Despite all that, Malbs actually almost won the entire game off of his own kills.
I'm surprised they're this adamant about coming to get Malbs. I mean, Crimbo's going to wrap around in a moment, but there's other CTs on the site.
Can't even do it safely. He can only hold his fall back, but they do that.
They don't anticipate that one, huh, Malbs? The bomb was on Tapson, so things could have gotten real dangerous. Green Molotov's a little bit short, but it's all good. Snacks found out. Heavy got good deagle shot. That's the bomb scoop back up from Crimbo. JDC on damage control again, like he was in CT spawn a round prior. So you could push up into Crimbo, hope you catch the kill, drop bomb once more. Would have been something more to work with, but as you'd anticipate, the guns come through with success. 3 alive again for Big Clan.
QB definitely had something special, I think, to Big Clan in this iteration. And an injection of young talent to the team. Looks very unshakable in moments, just willing to do exactly as he would normally do versus any team. This will be the biggest test so far. And Heavy God as well was a little awkward in the debut, but he's thrown into a whole new mix of things.
Here we go, Malbs straight towards elbow, caught out by JDC, who taps the edge of that smoke twice.
JDC Ancient.
The best player on Ancient by far for Big. And in that instance, Malbs meets his maker. Good recovery from m0NESY with a double kill to his own name. Heavy God from the A site takes man advantage back. This 3v5 is turned into a 3v2. m0NESY almost gets team killed.
Dude, that was right on him as well. He's lucky to have 4 health in this position. And m0NESY is running back. They're going to hear this.
Let's see it. It's the new blood for Big. Missed shot from Hyped.
Don't let rounds.
m0NESY's not alone here. Everything that's left of G2 on an attempt to hold this back, but Snacks actually just ends up losing the duel. We go back even 2v2. m0NESY over towards the B site should not be looking for this fight.
It's crazy the amount of opportunities that are being created. m0NESY's only got 4 health. He's doing an around the world here. And Heavy God's tucked in. He's in a great spot to get 1. It depends really how close these guys stick to each other.
But Heavy God's just hoping and praying that they just walk by him. Oh my God, it's the right mid-round call. m0NESY's going to maybe wrap back to Cave. Heavy God doesn't know if they've actually walked into the site.
Right.
That's actually a real consideration for him. So m0NESY on 4 health. It comes down to if they find him.
Man, they would have loved for Heavy God to get into the engagement. 4 HP is going to have to make a big difference. They cross over and they clear him.
Wow, perfect.
m0NESY trying to capitalize on maybe stopping bomb, but we'll watch the Heavy God 1v2 attempt. No kit. Eats the flash, eats the off shot, and hyped with Kubi. The 2 new guns go big.
Absolutely, man. That was a solid round. I would say this is actually a very strange round from G2 with the way they dealt with mid. The amount of times that m0NESY could have died running back and forth through that mid timing.
By the way.
That was a crazy shot. But he gets them into the round by getting these 2 kills back. But this whole situation is like great utility, great patience, perfect site pick, and identifying m0NESY's the one who's low. Like, let's go there. But let's do it after some time. Like, let's let this situation settle.
Let it breathe.
Yeah.
Let it open up.
That's really great to see. Big will always be the team that, you know, if they're going to be, they're going to stick to a full German lineup, you know. They're going to have sort of limited players to pick from, like, for how competitive they can make.
m0NESY's flashbang from Red Room. Thrusts Big into another awkward position. Now that's nice. I mean, like that utility usage out of the defense, we were hoping for something like that to support Malbs on his T sides in their opening Ancient game this season. That is great interruption offered up by just a solo flash and the setup itself. So good. That's the kind of Counter-Strike I want to see all night long from G2.
People get better and better with these 5-7s too. But it's another call that actually makes sense. Now the Malbs Dig can be one of the strongest.
Scott spotted, I think, on that last one. Pop shot hits him.
Hits him and QB.
Smoke grenade goes down in front of Donut at 35 seconds. This is going to get real awkward. You can see Snacks activating. Don't overstep.
Oh, man. This actually allows them to go back if they wanted to, but...
Because they stay. They don't sprint away.
It's interesting because, yeah, G2 don't need to leave. They have m0NESY already pushed out, and they don't hear anyone running. So they should know that it's still going to be A.
Good call by Hunter to go for A main control. We get everybody here for G2 coming back.
Oh, smoking the flank is interesting.
Hype gets Malbs down. Bomb's going to have to be covered, though. Hunter's going to fight this from main for sure. He gets killed. And then the temple peak's not deep enough to stop it. They just squeezed enough site control in for the bomb plant. Then they get off site. It's incredibly low health, but it's all m0NESY. A 1v3 as Heavy God dies, as QB also gets taken out. He's got the health advantage over Crimbo. There's an op still for Hyped. And this is awkward for m0NESY, who obviously won't have a kit nor armor in this situation, so he cuts his losses and goes. Big squeeze water out of stone.
They have something going, man. I mean, the way they paused it in Donut, I was thinking, they're opening up to flanks. Snacks makes a huge mistake by pushing around when they could have fallen back to him. All he really had to do was stay alive in that position, and he would have been an extra man for the retake. But when they smoked the back of Donut, instead of thinking they need that for CT or something else, it allowed Hype to focus forward on Donut, and that was actually the correct move. There was m0NESY waiting to come in from the flank from window, and that set them up for the A-side attack. That was really beautiful. There's 2 really beautiful moments here from Big already in this game.
Can we get a Hunter camera right now, please? He started this timeout being very vocal, and I think, you know, again, we've been discussing this lack of second voice, so I was curious to see as the series goes on, I want to see who's making the most of the chance to have a conversation.
3v5, they win this. Because of that Donut smoke.
This too. I mean, Crimbo wasting not even half a second on denying Hunter, who unfortunately, despite getting those first 2 5-7 kills, never got a chance to grab a gun, and he's spamming away on a bomb planter, doing damage, but not doing it fast enough. So Big on fire have clearly been tested in the first 5 rounds of this map, but you've got 5 T rounds on the board, and no one can take that from you. Cutout player makes contact. Tabson ends up dying over towards Cave. Malbs getting the better of him and hanging on to the climb up position, so doing a good job of deterring Big from mid, but what if they just slice through A instead?
m0NESY's op is rotating around, and if they're getting off this position, They're not setting up nades from outside, so there is a chance that they run by him, assuming that he's Temple. I wonder what happens here between QB and Snacks. Oh, Cave Smoke. QB can just walk by it now.
There's no other set of eyes on mid. Just missing with that last burst of wallbang. He's not alone, so you'd think somebody maybe moves forward.
It's a really interesting moment. That smoke is super poofy. Whoa.
Scouring backside or the potential climb up. Monacy's not going to take it, though. He's going to double up inside a donut.
I definitely like that move.
We've got 2 duos here. 1 donut, 1 cave. QB doesn't clear close corner.
But
30 on the clock.
They're still not going to go beat. Mob should be calling this, however.
Good support of A-Smoke. Goes down on the lane. That's going to give the right cover for the A-site to commit. Monacy coming back from donut. 15 to the clock here. Missed shot. And now Hunter's back inside a donut. Double down from JDC.
Come on now.
And as he's being covered because Crimbo's planting bomb on the corner, it is a man advantage in the post plant. The supportive smoke on lane. All they had to do was take donut to JDC is shredding.
Man loves this map. Man absolutely loves this map. Okay, shocking to see Monacy miss because he actually puts himself in a prime spot to ruin the round. If he gets to 1 kill, there's no second player to trade him instantly. But he didn't hit the shot, and his form has been off. So, big 6 straight masterclass so far. Another moment that displays both their patience, their mid-rounding, and their composure when it's looking a little hairy, honestly.
JDC simply not missing headshots right now. Big have got to be feeling this momentum. Calls have been clean. Team plays strong. And they're making the most of these missed opportunities that G2 are having. Like that missed shot from Monacy. Now they're going to go back to pistols.
It's kind of like Bait, except they're a better team than Bait.
And that's why it's still 0 rounds for G2 so far. Mid-rounds have been excellent from Big. Flash on ramp, couple bullets pop off, taps in. That's going to be the alarm bell ringing. Mob's looking to come out from cave. Nicely done, but QB's got the cover, so they go 1 for 1. Heavy got the solo M4 out there. A little arm was just spotted, so if Crimbo comes out main, they know.
They spotted him watching his flank, so Crimbo looks like he's going to speed up.
Yeah, trying to come out in transition. Hunter finds good timing, but the A-site entries go well. This, however, is the X factor. That 1 M4 they tiptoed into the round with. You've got Hunter's hands on an op now. Snacks grabs an SMG, and they're going to try to go for the CT lane peak, but JDC's in the middle of it all, and we saw what he's already offering tonight. Looking for another. 2 players along this wall. They're going to swing into him. Shots cannot be missed.
Dude, that's beautiful.
And JDC back-to-back triples.
I love the conviction in the setups here. Like, instead of pushing into CT spawn, they have the read that op is taken or that they're going to join up, and they assume it's CT for the next few seconds. They have an aggressive setup. It's going to be impossible for G2 to know they're going to be both spotting from this spot, and they play together. They get their kills. They pick good fights, and they win again. What a map of CS out of Big.
Then instant into the A play, so picking up the tempo here. CT's close enough to react. Yeah, skip a protocol and pay the price.
Okay, that was nice. All right, now surely this is the first G2 round.
You want to bet on that?
Yeah, I do.
Hunter from backside given a chance. I feel like we've seen the rumblings of a good map from Hunter with a moment or 2.
Kills.
Yeah. But doubling his kills right here, right now with that M4 spray down. Succulent.
Sensational.
So into the minute save we go.
This is what we were hoping to see today.
Yes.
You know, we're also hoping that G2 improved from yesterday, but that's kind of like we're waiting for the T side to find out about that.
Did you predict big?
I didn't do them.
You didn't do your predictions. Launders.
So maybe.
You're going to get us fired.
How am I doing so far in predictions?
Better than Vu.
Let's go. Got some smart staff in here.
I picked big, but I did it because
I would have, yeah.
Yeah, I much like the analyst kind of highlighted, right? It's the system, it's the ability.
We watched the G2 game. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah.
Big pick them so early in the draft. That speaks for itself.
100%.
The format shows us people are putting skin in the game by not only saying that that was a weak performance, but they are literally choosing to fight against them right now with their tournament life on the line.
Kick them while they're down.
That says more than anything.
With a $60,000 bounty. Yeah. You know, and I think as well, the schedule.
Everyone would have picked G2 first.
The schedule also, in my mind, plays into Big's favor because they play on day 2 of round 2. So that extra day to prepare, knowing the system that's in place, knowing the preparation that they'll have, and knowing
love
the
a bit of homework.
lack of prep, more so of G2 coming into the season, seemingly off of that one rodeo we've had versus Bait thus far. But triple spray down from Hunter. Reality check for Big, but if they can come right back, if they smash them in the follow-up like that, then so be it, you lose a round.
Better utility, better cohesion, and just as explosive. And they've already picked the correct site, running up Donut, no one here to fight them. They crushed again.
It's the same tempo they tried to hit the A site with, but this time you don't have a single CT hiding in the corner with a perfect, accurate spray. Hunter saved them in the last round with the triple kill. This time, blink and you will miss it. Round 9 goes Big, quick as could be. And they could very well be standing on 5 players alive. Go and hunt, sweep this away. That G2 cash in question. And Heavy God hits the ground. All 5 players dead, 4 strong here, 4 big. JDC tearing through this T side.
Seriously, man, performance of the day for sure, and also it's the best T side we've seen at the whole bounty, honestly. Incredible. You see in these moments too that even if JDC dies, they have 2 guys more to trade out that haven't been killed that are right there to save them.
Taking over lane, some great grenade damage for Hype to have to deal with. Flash just completely stalls this, and Snacks is afforded a position in cave. He'll keep trying his wall bangs, but there ain't nobody on those lines.
We've only gone B in like the pistol and 1 mid-round.
Yeah, true. That 2v2 where they ended up here versus Monacy. Barring that, site hasn't seen too much action.
So this position normally gets mollied, you know, back default and with cave as well.
Nice, perfect jiggle from QB.
Yeah.
CT's feeling flustered, fire at their feet, trying to use their incendiaries, but now you've got no sight control, no vision, no control of stopping this bomb.
There was no counter smoke there. It was just leave when the molly comes in.
Heavy God comes out of the smoke. Mobs is find a simultaneous frag. That's JDC down, so man advantage. Crimbo goes peeking deep. They know that there's a second. We get this walk up from Hunter. Can he save them again?
He goes into cave. They walk in behind him.
Tabson and Hunter in the exact same smoke. They bump into one another.
They are sharing a wall.
Tabson's able to get behind that box. Second CT could get caught off. Yeah, that's unfortunate here for Mobs, and Tabson clears it close. Success for Big yet again.
His teammate's so confused. I've got Hunter and Cave waiting for me, making sure this is clean. Oh my god, that B attack. It's honestly though, this one's like, all they did was molly default and G2 had no plan. And as he pointed out, QB was extremely careful about those shoulder peaks. And at this level versus players like Monacy, that actually matters more than people realize. And he has not been giving his life away at all, man. cruising.
It's a timeout. Snacks didn't say a word.
It was a stress break.
Not even, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
not one word.
Yes. And who did?
Who's the leader?
I don't know.
Nobody said anything but Taz. TeamSpeak confirmed. So Taz just wanted a chance to speak. That's fine. But
he is the coach.
9-1.
Timeouts are for him, technically.
Let's get him fired up. Let's see if he can instill some confidence in a struggling G2, to say the least. Because, you know, back on their last Ancient loss, at least Mobs was trying to go God mode.
I would love to hear that timeout, by the way.
So would I.
This is a moment where, you know, sometimes you get the emotional ones, sometimes you get the tactical ones.
Right.
But this definitely should have been a tactical one.
Yeah, give me the listening. Give it to me. Let me have it, Blast. Pull back the curtain. It's a flash to try to deal with Hyped. He's gonna eat it, but he's covered. QB turns fast enough, and Hyped stands despite G2's best efforts.
Good teammates around, man.
You know, again, just trying to mention it, like Mobs last time went lights out, so we had that going, but, you know, Monacy's 4-9, Mobs 5-9.
Yeah.
Snacks 1 like, poor Heavy God. Trying to hang on for dear life as the system fails G2 on Ancient. But I think it's just been picked apart so well by Big. The tone was set excellently by the analysts on the desk, just saying that this was going to be kind of like a vulture picking flesh off bones. They've had their way with G2 throughout the map. We've got a clutch attempt here for Monacy.
I think you might have
given up. No, lagged out.
Yeah, probably lagged out. Unfortunate.
Problems dogpiling now.
Yeah.
Well, we said Big just had to have a good enough T side to give them a chance to lock down the second half. Ladies and gentlemen, we might barely get a second half.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, sorry. The walls are falling down.
It's going to be fun to get the players in the studio here on Wednesday. To be here for the first time in the brand new studio.
Yes, in the spaceship that is the Blast Studio for the live draft show.
Yeah.
Our last draft show took place after the broadcast. This time we have a dedicated day to it, Mohan, which is going to be fun because I feel like it's another thing to pick your opponent through TeamSpeak, but to look them in the eyes and say,
you're not good enough
to
win.
You're not good enough.
Yeah. That'll be great.
I think also the bounty format's going to have a chance to shine because that's when teams can start betting their banks. Yeah. You know, for example, let's say Big win this series. They get $30,000 of bank instantly cashed. And that $30,000, in addition to the 10 they already have accumulated, they've got $40,000 to gamble with. As long as the team they go up against has as much of a bank, play a best of 3 for 40K, double or nothing.
I would bet it's going to be the teams who are favorites who are going to pressure the teams to get rid of their banks. Though it doesn't have to be accepted. Taps in. Wow, A-Site's totally found out. They just get out entirely.
Wide for the taking.
But he throws the molly, gives his position away.
Still kind of flustering Mobs to try to deal with this. Taps in.
He commits, but his teammates aren't a donut just yet, but they still get donut for it.
JDC takes over the red room. It's him versus Snacks and Spawn. Donut fight for Crimbo, and he wins it. So this A-Site, prime for the taking. QB doesn't have to get active because Snacks is going to come to him. And JDC is going to do the same thing. Remain patient with an angle he has earned because of the frazzled defense that Tabson sent for a spin, and we see it. Snacks and Monacy both just stepping into a stagnant crosshair, delivering death in round 12. Hunter saved them once with a 3K, and this time it's a solo frag from him. Heavy God clutch attempt queued up in the final round of this half. Hyped hands busy, bomb planted, fallback guaranteed, and you've got Crimbo in the sight behind Big Box. Heavy God coming out. Stepping forward ever closer, makes a ton of sound, and that's going to queue up Crimbo for the close. An 11-1 half. We said they needed something to work with, but that is a blowout.
Turns out we're here for a good time, not for a long time. 11-1 Launders.
Low key, just let's give some flowers to QB for this half.
Yeah.
I mean, JDC was obviously the star of the show, but my goodness, did he make a bad move?
No.
He was there in a lot of late round situations. He was there on the pistol round floating aggressively. He was there for the clutch. He consistently contributed throughout that entire half, and he's brand new.
13-7. You know, we've seen Big give a lot of chances to some of their academy players, the younger German members, in an attempt to kind of foster that next gen. But I don't know, man. Bringing Hyped back for a second run has bode well. And QB might be one of the better debutantes for a big season.
Definitely.
So welcome sight. And of course, off of the back of the JDC Ancient performance that we've all come to love and expect. So consistent on this map particularly. Let's see what the pistol round's got in store for us for G2. Looking like an all-in exec towards B. Forward setup from Big inside of the cave. Tabson's going to come rotating over with a flashbang. And we'll see what those dual Berettas can get done. They decide not to challenge the lane itself, but rather just keep an eye on the forward half of sight. Flash for cave, they eat it, and the T's go tearing forward, but they're denied. QB double Beretta hold.
He was blind.
And now Monacy's gonna try to get one, but this G2 game has fallen apart. There is no silver lining, there is no saving grace, unless Snacks goes massive from the ramp, and 2 is all he's gonna get. The bomb is not even for them. Big just end this.
How did QB get a kill? He ate that flash like it was his favorite meal.
Take that flashbang, put it in a Frankfurter. Wash it down with some Kolsch. And get on to Mirage, shall we?
Wow.
I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but this one is done.
Who just told us there would be a comeback? Overtime was promised. But then again, you called a 13-0 on Train. That went 24 rounds.
Yeah. Well,
can't trust all Canadians.
What's the plan here, boys? How do you get back in?
One hell of a T-side.
Lane smoke, red smoke. Lame smoke, get smoked. They're going to walk up into Donut where JDC, that's the last guy you want to see right now if you're G2.
Oh.
Svenny movable, but this time the Molotov forces him into an awkward fight. A-main held onto. Snacks just peeking out, unsuspecting to the green play. Hyped is hot on the heels of the 4-player Donut push, jumping MP9. Pressure for the bomb plant, but he kind of throws caution to the wind. 25 to the clock. Bomb is on Malbs in Donut.
He's just, he needs to go out to the site, especially while the CT smoke's still fresh.
Crimbo hanging on to A-main control will let the bomb go down. So Big wanting to play into the retake itself now that Tabson's no longer smoked off on lane. Crimbo does have a smoke. He flashes out Tabson, who eats it. That ain't ideal. Malbs gets the better of it with the Mac-10. Monacy at the further back distance, and suddenly this force buy looks like it'll work out.
Okay.
G2've got a little life left.
To be fair, that flash, it didn't look like it hit him.
It didn't at all.
But it really, really did.
And it didn't even hit him like a little.
No, he was, that was full on. Okay. It's a start.
1 down, 10 to go. Force buy, obviously, for Big. You done earned it. Because of the shots in middle, they anticipate a climb up, and they're going for the B stack now. Or are they? Still leaning back, giving the site over. Careful.
Oh, he smoked
Snacks
himself out.
smoke, bounces back in front of his face. He still pushes through it, and that's fine. Takes over cave control with it.
But they won't commit just yet. It looks like they will soon. They will soon anyways.
tabseN trying to get a little crazy. And crazy looks good on tabseN. They're not able to stop anything here. This is good. A clean conversion from G2 paints the road to a very long comeback.
Yes. The longest so far was the Liquid phase comeback, right?
Yeah.
CS2 wise.
This is.
But there must have been some kind of 12-0 comeback.
Surely.
somewhere.
Launders, there's
Just
so
not
many
tier
games
one.
of Counter-Strike every day.
Yes, but in tier 1, of those games we see most.
Yeah.
But I can't remember any.
But there has to have been one out there. HLTV confirmed.
But this could be
one for the record books.
One for tying the record books, maybe. It'd be one. It would be historic, I think.
Sure. Bless you. To be a fly on the wall of the G2 camp. If this half goes on and we get some real legs to stand on, I would love to see how the growth of Malb's entering mid goes.
They're coming.
But again,
they're coming full commitment towards the B side. But Snacks, he could find an opportunity to lurk as well. Lots of utility here for G2 coming off that last round.
Uh-oh, good flash. Great flash because the second player's blind, and JDC puts Malbs down after the double. Good thing they put a Molotov into the corner of the site because it denies QB any footing.
More utility is great to see.
JDC's AK in hand, 18 and 8. Great half. Won't be able to stop the bomb plant, so the retake now demanded of him. Heavy God blasted away. JDC, okay, dude, settle down.
Yeah, man.
Settle down. You've got all season long to show off what you've got. Don't have to spend it all this evening. 2 kills regardless. They keep the cost effective, but G2, they won't die yet.
Yes. Was big just saving up for this next round, so. But what we're seeing that's better up already, straight up, it's just G2 using more default utility, which was just missing before. They were going more for brawly plays, less mollies, and now they're actually zoning. And like, you can default while you're running too, right? Like you can throw some utility for teammates as they're like, look at Spirit, look at Donk, you know? He doesn't have to put his hands in utility, yet the whole site's mollied, smoked, and flashed out entirely. It's an unlucky bounce.
Heavy God gonna chuck one back.
Oh, dodged that nicely.
Hype putting the AWP in cave.
See the bomb outside B for now. They have been doing a lot of set pieces. With looks like, you know, intention out of spawn. They were doing that last time too. This kill makes things a little easier. Oh, nice find, Snacks.
Beautiful return. Crimbo gets a couple bullets in, but that AWP in cave will catch them off. Makes a couple loud steps back and then returns for second servings.
He didn't believe it. He didn't believe he would stay there or come back. And I think he ran a few steps.
Yes, he did. And now Hype coming out from the cave. If he turns around for mid, it's a good position here from Hunter. Hype feeling like he had to go above and beyond.
Yeah, he was actually something they were afraid of, though. You know, definitely could have changed pace, but JDC on the 1-on-3 is unspotted for now. Watching his flank and covered by Malbs. Nice round between him and Snacks. Key kill inside a window.
Yep, Heavy God getting the wallbang kind of softens things up.
Yeah,
that's what gets Hyped active, right? On the recovery, trying to make something happen. And I think that Hype deserves a little credit because he almost did. But also remember how Snacks kills Crimbo. This frag, sit down. You don't shoot at me.
I think he was taking, yeah, he took some damage too. Nice and calm from Snacks.
Yes, sir. No panic, can be afforded at this point for G2. So 5-7s, MP9 back here for Big. 7 rounds to go for the comeback of comebacks in CS2. Molotov for the lane. They're going to pressure out. They're going to pressure down to the bottom of ramp. And Snax gets the kill back. QB tries to chase. Double kill here for Snax as he hangs on to lane on his own. A lot of utility being burned towards door to keep the other 2 players of G2 back. We've got JDC taking a sniff at top cave. He's going to emerge here to the corner. He will best Snax, but at this point, the door push can come through for G2, and this is a recovery despite Big's best efforts.
Crimbo just chilling. There's a lot of guns that he could like try to get to by just going around the map instead of just rotating through CT spawn, so that makes more sense for sure. But this is a G2 round. Mob still has time to give us what he did yesterday on his initial performance 2 days ago, whenever that was.
I mean, mid looked quite different in the first gun round that we've had out of this half.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he taps back into it, but also we want it to look different.
Yes.
Mobs can still be the guy in elbow, but it needs to be supported with the proper utility this time
game,
around.
They were just like, oh, damn, we got to work on CT side too?
Yeah. Shit.
Terrorists win.
5 straight. All made possible by the force buy in the second round of the second half. One mistake away from a map 1 victory. As we've watched Malbs kind of climb that leaderboard, hopefully we get a chance for m0NESY to give it an uptick too, because to be honest, not inspiring.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's true.
You know?
Just not really saying his name much. It's one critical miss in the first half.
I take no pleasure in putting him under that magnoscope. Magnoscope, what?
Magnoscope.
That's crazy. That's a crazy, yeah.
That's just a telescope, I think.
Microscope. We are talking about the #2 player of 2024. So here comes JDC. Look at a challenge into lane. Grenades both directions. Tons of utility here. Lots of presence. This could end in seconds for either squad. Tapson gets the better of the wall bang, but he gets frag damage returned. So he'll drop to 44 as Snax hits 36.
They'll give up mid entirely. Mob's just looking to take this in a few seconds. So yeah, once again, appreciating G2 taking their time with mid, but still giving it love. And these spams. Extremely useful versus Big in this previous round. And here's the play set up by Malbs. The lurk he was looking for, but not just going off the config spawn. Instead, taking his time with setup now to do it.
Add to that these lane players who could have come to help, but there's in fact a redirection here from G2. It's big emphasis on cave.
Actually, Big are totally out of utility right now. So m0NESY's Molly's going to be massive in this position. They can do a set play on B and have the CTs in full rotator spots. They won't be able to retake. And so you might want to see them play more committed positions. Even with an extra rotation with no boost or no committed spots, what are they going to actually do here? Let's see.
Still nobody moving forward, and Crimbo just took a dink through the wall bang.
Did they smoke this properly? Oh, no, they didn't.
We've got a smoke in front of JDC trying to find vision. Double boost on both sides, and they stop bomb. It does 15. Get one trade back. We've got 10 seconds, so bomb can be planted, no problem. It gets evened out to the 4v4. There goes that last Molotov on long side. We see it fluster the defenders back into the lane. Hunter goes on the chase here And now they know they've got him locked in. He turns from the flash, sprays away for a double. 3 kills come through for G2 and taps it on half health due to that wallbang early on. G2 step forth into the B site despite the best efforts of Big. The double boost not nearly enough to stop them.
Yeah, it's just when you have no utility in that spot, if they had one more molly for default, then they could have delayed and made that really scary after the kill. But instead, we're in a position where unless the 2 boosts do anything, there's 4 players there, but only one's actually actively helping to stop this round from taking place. And then Hunter's spray is obviously wonderful with the flash that comes out. So much more effort in the staging for G2. It's noticed, it's appreciated, it's working. At least Big didn't stand behind the smokes with no ideas. They had 2 boosts happening just to see if they could really punish. But this is G2 drawing out all their utility. This certainly still feels like a game that it could end at any time, but you can see it on G2's faces that they want to make the comeback. They had definitely, I'm sure, more of a plan for this T side than anything else, and wanted a chance to give us, to show us. So. Big actually win a lot of space here with not much.
Good position from Mobs to make sure the flash does nothing. And that's Big's King of Mid down. JDC stagnating on 20 kills, 13 deaths. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that Bait sent G2 back to the drawing board for this T side.
That's actually a really well-timed smoke. That's a lot of utility coming out. But they're still coming through this.
They still got a full belt of it on Monacy. Heavy God still with some to offer, but they've been deterred from the push.
I wonder if this feels like an A play, actually, from Big's perspective. I'm not sure. Yeah, they're starting to move QB over. But as you can see, the bomb's outside of B at the moment.
30 seconds.
Tabson will be able to cut him off at Cave, but, I mean, as soon as he dies, rotations are very far away. And they're not even going to bother with Cave, actually.
What if he prods this in the middle of it all? What if the peak's well timed because Hunter's not covering? Oh, that's okay. Whew. Monacy had given the bomb over, but that was Monacy getting shot while he threw those nades. All's good, Launders.
Yeah, this is solid.
Don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, it's a solid. I mean, they take a long time, but it's all for good reason, and they end up getting the rotations they're looking for as well.
Man, I'm glad this T side's looking better.
2 days ago, we saw G2 running into stacks.
Yes.
We saw them foregoing any kind of mid-utility. The first half is a different conversation, but
right, yeah.
The T side improvements are definitely noticed.
Yes. You know, and if there's anything they walk away...
It would just be insane to think that, just because Nico's on the team, they've now forgotten all of everything that they were doing. He wasn't throwing all the nades. He wasn't taking all the space, so it didn't really make sense what we saw.
You know, it's a little nerve-wracking that, of course, we also saw weird things over on Inferno as well. So it wasn't just an ancient problem.
Yeah.
It's clear that there is still cracks to be filled on this new G2 roster. But it's undeniable that Bait sent them back to the drawing board and that they have come up with something to improve this T side. Leave it to Big to let G2 make this close.
So the problem they ran into last time is running out of utility before getting enough trades. They have been trying to create late round situations with aggressive openers, which I think it's good to see when you're in the lead. But G2 are not giving them those frags. One thing for sure is Big have not tried to use A main pushes, which is, you know, for the late round B plays that have been taking place, I would definitely be thinking about it. And if they do that, they don't have to use as much utility on B. They can hold more, stack more,
and then keep it for those late round moments. Okay, there's the A push. It is coming through. They're calling out the tendency. G2 are going to do what's been comfortable for them. And Crimbo has some kind of timing, but so does Malbs.
Interesting. How does this change things?
But it looks like Malbs is going to gear up to try to flank B or just catch a rotator on the B exit.
Man, if they push down ramp, the bomb's going to get cut off.
Crimbo hasn't pushed.
If QB stops this bomb, then what does Malbs top mid really open? Not much. The bomb gets handed over, but there is still a challenge that can be had because Heavy God's hand busy. That second kill would have stopped this in its tracks.
Bomb's going A now.
Yep, that possibility.
And they've still got 2 here. Crimbo, he's coming through.
Yes,
Wait,
he
they're
is.
going
He's
back
got
and
the timing.
forth.
That's the bomb. Bomb is now dropped. It gets chucked forward at least. A bit of a saving grace as it's thrown forward towards the donut push. The all-in at 15 seconds. Obviously, Crimbo's position's going to be well known to them. Hunter's job is to hold him back. And as we get tabsn into the donut, Monacy's got the scope up, fully blind. Sight hold doesn't happen. Malbs gets the trade, but this is both T's. Hands busy, Crimbo clears, and Big's adaptation throws a spanner in the works. The 7-round streak for the G2 comeback denied. Hype's gonna defuse this. Big finish off what was a great game plan and a clean, clinical execution on the T side.
My, oh my. A Maui Snake told me before we went into this game that Big would just need an okay T-side. Was that okay enough for you?
That was fantastic. Near flawless. That reminded me of 2020 Big when they were in their era. It was online then.
Yeah.
This is online now.
Okay.
But I am still excited about it regardless. That was fantastic stuff. The mid-rounding, the openers. There's a reason that Big go for this pick over and over again on Ancient, with JDC delivering on top too.
I mean, it didn't require only a good, decent T-side. That required a very good T-side. Otherwise, I mean, G2 started the comeback if they had any semblance of a CT side. And to be a little fair to G2, it did feel like everything Big did was working. It was like every time they took a gamble, they gambled correctly.
Well, let's take a look at round 4, because JDC has shown us he can be quite the Ancient specialist.
This is exactly why they pick Ancient, to see JDC shed the narrative that he was just a support player for Mao's and Mao's NXT. Well, he's a star in this roster. So gets the 2 opening picks, and actually, to G2's credit, they clawed back a little bit right there. Off the back of Monacy, off the back of Heavy God. Now 2v3. The mid-rounding here was so fantastic from Big. They try to molly out this position from Snacks. It works out. They had the option to go A or B here, and this is a little bit of what Vu's talking about. Things were getting a little fortunate for them as Monacy kind of weirdly peaks right there. And I will say this is a little bit of an off game for Monacy, though.
Yeah, I mean, to support your point here, up 7-1, Big only got the entry twice in the first 8 rounds, right? That's mid. That's not opening game plans necessarily going perfectly. That's finding a way back into a round when you're 4v5 already. That's executing well. That's mid-rounding. I mean, that is tabsn. We were saying tabsn might outcall Snacks. That felt like tabsn outcalling Snacks.
You guys were quite critical, though, right, of the T-size last time around from G2. Obviously, it looks better this time around, but it also felt like Big was trying to end the game a bit earlier.
It did feel like a lot of the players from Big, I think a few of them took their own individual turns at it. When the CT side was going rough for them, they did kind of swing for the fences on some of the plays. Like tabsn went for a wide swing by himself. I think Crimbo probably did at one point. Hype definitely did in a man deficit. But other than that, I mean, still, the real big part of this game is just how incredible that T side was for Big.
Should we look into some more detail? You got round 10 for us as well?
Let's do it. I mean, yeah, I mean, Vu said the openers weren't going so well, but they always had really good plans, okay? And so here, Molly goes out on the default plant site. They actually do get the opener this time around with a good execute. And this was just clinical. Like, I want to just highlight how well the people were playing off of each other on the bomb site fight itself, because Crimbo realizes his site guy is pinned, so he goes for a swing. That opens up the angle for tabsn to swing from default too. tabsn somehow slinks into cave, and he just was in the zone. Like, this was a moment, along with some kind of like mid-round antics too, where tabsn's read of the game was simply phenomenal.
One of the really small things on that site hit, they molly out cave, but they don't instantly flash. They let Monacy, a lot of the time you molly, then flash, then peek instantly, and Monacy might be turned playing anti-flash for a second. They delayed the flash, Monacy turned back around to look at ramp again, then they flash him, then the peek comes out, QB gets the kill instantly.
Now, I want to keep touching on JDC because he was obviously the star of the show when it came to Ancient, but he does seem to be like doing so well at this. Why do you think that is? What gives him the X factor, especially on this map?
JDC has gotten in so many reps as the mid player, and I feel like something that's been really interesting about JDC and his development is that he really wasn't an active brawling player for MOUZ at all. He actually really had to go to 0-0 Nation, start taking up this role, and I feel like the happy-go-lucky glue guy attitude that he had for MOUZ somehow hardened into a bona fide killer. Like, I can't really exactly explain to you, James, how he got so much better in all of these things, because he was just playing completely differently on MOUZ. Like, usually I can say I can track the development of a player. Yeah. He switched all his spots to like star rifle space taker spots from support anchor spots and suddenly just became one of the best Ancient players in the world.
Friendship with Malbs ended. JDC is my new best friend. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Can JDC, though, be this good across all maps? Can you look at him as like he has that potential?
He's been, to me, it's him and Crimbo that have been Big's best player in the previous season. With the additions of QB and Hyped, I hope that the burden is spread a little bit more evenly.
Okay, yeah, and Hyped has been looking good, but QB, we've not been talking about him massively so much, right? We're not sure what he's going to get, but he certainly is proving to be the upgrade that they needed, especially in the roles that were being played.
Yeah, I mean, in those mid rounds, that's where he was finding some plays in the after plants, in the mid rounds. He was, I mean, he just wasn't making any mistakes that were noticeable. He was kind of being that safe pair of hands that you really want in a lot of these spots, and that's a nice kill that we mentioned already on Monacy.
QB was frequently set up on the B extremity in their defaults for their T side, and so frequently he was the guy that punished, and you could see some of the highlights here, like he kills Snacks maybe a handful of times. I would love to see the head-to-head between them, because he was so frequently, when G2 were in the dark because of the mid control from Big, they tried to make some kind of extremity play towards QB, and he was so ready to punish that. And I'm gonna be real, in CS2, that felt like it wasn't really the meta for the first 6 months. Like, playing to punish was really hard because Peeker's advantage was so strong. I think it's reasonably like doable now for people like QB.
Well, he's definitely making it doable, and he's shown up, but can he continue that in Mirage? That's what we're going to next, so join us after the break. You're going back into your old roles. There's obviously a lot of hype, more hype around you of like, Morbs is back in his position. Let's see what he can do. How is that for you coming back into this? Does it feel natural? Do you now need to adjust again? Explain it to me.
It kind of feels natural, but not at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. It's probably mostly because of like tier 1, as I was playing the star roles in tier 2. It definitely has like a big impact, of course, like having to be more vocal, having to control more of the team and that kind of stuff. But I feel like I'm doing a good paper. I'm doing really well, even though we just started Bootcamp like, what, 10 days ago? So I feel like I'm getting kind of used to it real quick. And overall, I think me being aggro and that kind of stuff, I feel like it's this kind of stuff I always had in my blood, you know. But like, I had to mix that a little bit with being an anchor and then coming back to star roles again. So it's like back and forth, but it's always good to be star player, of course.
It's definitely a lot of fun to be star player as well. You mentioned there that you have to be more vocal. Are you having to have more voice in the team overall across everything and put more of your ideas forward and when you want things?
Yeah, like if I wanna have like for CT mostly, yeah. If I wanna do something, for example, Mirage, I wanna do something to Smith, the team is gonna listen to me. But of course, if the team feels like it's not the right call to do or something like that, they're gonna overcall me, of course, because like, for example, I was not paying attention at the Seco, and Hunter's gonna be like, hey, no, let's not do that in Seco, you know? So like, this kind of underexperienced kind of things that I could call, they're gonna like correct me, I would say, so it's really good.
Okay, and that makes sense to why I probably saw Hunter calling a lot more as well, right? Is he being vocal alongside to help with all of this?
Yeah, he's being really vocal as well, and sometimes when I can go quiet a little bit because I'm having enough game or something, he's being really vocal, and I feel like even these days, like on bootcamp, when I saw him being really vocal and trying to coordinate the team to what we were doing, I felt like he was being more active and more like the old Hunter that people was used to seeing, you know?
And having that old Hunter back would certainly be a positive sign, but it's a telling sign because we've seen this many times when we can look at the cameras in the green room, that Hunter's talking more than most.
Hunter might be talking the most on CT side of anybody. I think in the freeze time, Monacy actually likes to call his own number, but in mid rounds, I'm seeing Hunter's gums flapping. They're going.
Yeah, we've seen, I mean, Hunter was talked about calling the pistol rounds for G2 for a long time. He's probably being one of the more vocal players on their CT side. And when I think about Hunter, I'm going to be real here. Hunter either needs to be a second voice or he needs to start shooting back better.
Yeah, and that's it, right? He has had some of these moments where we've not seen the Hunter evolve, so maybe this is a way for him to fight his way back into that game. But I would also say that this is maybe them realizing how much Nico was doing in being the voice they needed, because we talk all the time about the firepower Nico has and how good he was, greatest rifle of all time, up until Donk. And now they're also seeing, actually, maybe a lot of things have come undone because he's not here.
Definitely, because remember, the Dallas run was called by Nico. Nico was an IGL temporarily for FaZe. He's definitely capable of doing it. He just didn't want to do it, and they picked up Snacks because he wants to extend his time as competing for the world #1 rifler spot.
I think one of the things we're seeing is people have talked a lot about Nico. Was Nico the problem? Is he is he a problem? Should he have won a major by now if he wasn't a problem? Well, maybe Nico was the solution to all the problems.
And the solution they need right now going into Mirage with Nico not being there, I'm not looking at Malbs, I'm not looking at Heavy God, I'm looking at Monacy. Where's he gone?
Monacy's form has been really kind of scary, actually, for the last month and a half or so. Like what we saw at the major, I just hope that's not a sign of things to come. I hope that is not a bad foreshadowing, a bad omen, because what he showed at the major, people could look at the stats and say, I think he had like a 1.2 or something like that, but still, that's still beneath what we expect of him. What we saw today, where he's peaking when 2 guys are running onto his bomb site, giving up a very strong position, that's not what we expect of him. We expect him to hit more shots, we expect him to make smarter plays, we expect him to use out-of-the-box thinking paired with his opping ability to blow our minds. And my mind's not getting blown by Monacy at this tournament.
Does it feel like he's not just on the individual level, though, but he could just be a bit lost in all this change that's gone on around him? Is it too much of a change for a young player like him?
I think we kind of forget Monacy is still young. He's, 19 years old? He still needs a little bit of work in terms of, being used to changes, losing possibly one of his best friends on the team, you know, losing such a big voice, losing someone that maybe m0NESY says, I want to make this play, and NiKo goes, no, you don't want to make that play in this situation. You want to do this or that. Nobody else is going to tell him that, I don't think.
Now, looking on the other side of things for Big, they've got the first map, they picked G2 for a reason, and I know maybe their Mirage, you'd say, okay, this is definitely going in G2's favor, but I remember multiple times where it was the Big clan, and it was tabseN leading them to take down someone who was predicted way above them in order to take a big win. It's not out of the realm of possibility right now, right, Maui?
Big clan was a little bit awkward with searsN and Regon in the last iteration, but historically, Big's perma pick was Mirage or Dust 2, so those are two maps they've always felt a lot of comfort on. tabseN himself has a lot of great mid-rounding experience on that, and I will say, like, with Hype's energy, that is where I am looking for Big to pull off this upset in a 2-0 fashion, because he can just be such a crazy X factor, break open so many plays from G2.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage is strategically the home map for Big. They're never causing problems on that map. I think they have a pretty good chance here.
Well, let's see if that chance can come off for them. This would be the biggest bounty ever taken. Let's see if they can get it done on Mirage. It's G2 versus Big.
You're damn right, James. It would be the biggest bounty claimed, and wouldn't it just feel right for that to go down in the final best of 3 before we get to the land stage, Launders? I mean, we would be talking about a Big entering the land section of bounty with 40,000 bucks in the bank and a $40,000 bounty on their head. So suddenly they themselves become a target. And it's the trade-off of pulling off these upsets.
And if they take down G2 and they make this a 2-0, I think people will be hesitant to even pick them to try to take their bounty when we get to land. The only thing I disagree with slightly with the desk here is the numbers show that Big like to play the map, but at the same time, I've always felt like they still struggled on it to stand out. Again, the individuals you see on G2 on a map like Mirage, that can sometimes just puncture through any of the tactics and strategies that you put together. But looks like a solid setup here for a B attack that's coming in from G2.
No grenades, no kit here for Big. Just banking on Crimbo to pop some melons. First 2 players through. He will put m0NESY to the dirt. Malb's right there to follow, so the stars hit the ground. And Crimbo, he's got Hype now to help him. This is the cleanest of sweeps from the CTs.
Absolutely smashed. That's a really great round out of Crimbo. You know what the deal is when you're playing from that position. There's 2 flashes coming over. Usually one guy's got a kit of utility, and you're just trying to get your teammates out of the window. And Crimbo has that window of time to be able to get his kills. And then you've just got to fall back. And he finds 2. The fact that he gets 2 allows everyone to play way more aggressively as they're rotating in from the back of the site. And as the setup stood in the beginning, it was just a cat setup. It wasn't even market window. So really great shots from everybody involved. This one falls through from G2. But we are just beginning the map.
Of course. G2 certainly could still win this. Should still win this.
Another heavy cat lane and another potential B play, but it looks like a change of heart as G2 step back a bit.
You know, one of the things that extended playback on Ancient was them losing pistol but winning with the force buy. This time they come in with just Glocks at a single P250. Gonna give Big a little bit of room to grow that lead. And I'm very curious to see if we start to see, you know, some op fireworks from Hype throughout map 2. He really could serve as the fuel to the fire that Big really want to bring entering 2025.
This one's no flashes, so if they're gonna walk up, oh my god, a dink, nice.
Not bad. Too bad it's just with the Glock. Deagle would have had you in entry. P250 not even needed. Malb's Glock able to get Crimbo down.
Oh, wait a second.
Now the P250 comes through with the single kill, but tabseN's got one of his own. Pistol party on the B site.
And taking Crimbo on bench is crazy.
Majority survive.
Yeah. Nice shots at least. And you know what? If the G2 did not get smashed at the end of Ancient. They actually made some kind of comeback. I think they still showed some issues, especially on that final round, where it was the only time they've had to change their mind on the site they were going to, and that's when it all fell apart, and they were really jostling back and forth between mid and B. So they leave the map feeling a little uncomfortable. They can be proud that they actually put together some like more healthy looking defaults, more composition to the rounds, more staging. And again, I think that's so important with the thought that now you've got to play Mirage and Big are feeling good.
Big are probably glowing at the prospect of Mirage and Dust 2 to follow if needed. A margin of error that they deserve after the performance they put forth in the first half of Ancient. It was one thing to kind of put that game away, but for a moment, it felt like G2 weren't even in the server. JDC, a big part of that. QB, the second man in command when it came to the frag department for Big. That's not where that's supposed to land.
Yeah, that could have been a really solid nade. I do like the setup, though, off Cat and Connector.
2 players per side. Tabson, he sees this as a field day. He's just going to go charging top middle. That's the bomb here on Monacy. Malbs brings 1 back from Connector, but like we said, 2 per position.
In and out, but they're through the B site now.
Awkward. Tabson's going to be falling back. He gets completely caught off. And the crazy part is that, well, I thought Hunter would catch them all off guard because Heavy God makes contact. They didn't know how deep Hunter could be. And the bomb will eventually come and join this B site.
QB ran through the molly. Heavy God would hear this, but they're worried about just getting the bomb planted now.
Heavy God's not watching window.
Wow, QB's playing this so aggressively, but kind of in a smart way, I feel like. He's
Yeah,
actually
he's gonna
found
get
a gap, yeah.
Did Monacy see that?
Oh,
Yeah, it looked
nice
like Heavy
shot.
God had a red flag thrown towards him. Full confident peek in. We get G2 first gun round, first round win.
Nice. I mean, I like that. I mean, it's Hunter who gets the space. He doesn't get a kill this round, but he's the one who opens up the opportunity to just attack B. And it was once again a heavy cat setup from Big Clan, and they drew a lot of attention into middle. But as we can see, the trade's going down heavily in favor of G2. Great answer back and a solid round from Heavy God. Heavy God. This was cool because you could see that Tapson was really intent on this specific peak. He wasn't even wanting to go too far up. He was running up knowing that that flash gives him a few seconds to run, but not trying to turn the corner at the top of mid, being very aware of the potential for a top box player to be there.
Yikes. This ain't the prettiest buy, is it?
No, it's an opportunity for G2.
I like that the op is in the formula, and I like that they're trying to get it active out of the gate. Here comes Hype towards B Apartments. There's been an affinity set for this so far, so this looks like a good chance for Hype to deal with Heavy God.
Did Hunter hear him scope is the question.
There's a chance.
They're really waiting for this, and he did a second scope in.
Sitting on it. And waiting and waiting, and nobody, of course, nearby to support him. This time, the nade just lands perfectly. Heavy God still yet to come around that corner.
And Hype doesn't really have a reason to fall off of this angle.
Would have been spotted, yeah, get out. Yeah, Hunter immediately coming in for that, thinking he could best the op up close. He does have good timing. Unsuspecting peek from Hunter, catching Tabson off guard. Hype having to deal with backside control. JDC moving forward to the window peek. Did they just want out? I mean, this op's valuable. Your next round buy is non-existent. I think that with the timing, yeah, a little bit of footing on this B site, and that's enough to have Big to concede.
This is definitely a moment for Hyped where I feel like if he knew he could have found another opportunity, that would just be, you know, holding standard from the edge of the balcony and looking for a second fight there instead of going for the full rotation out. But once he got spotted, really wanted to make an active situation happen and didn't think that Hunter could have pushed into the kitchen already. No, he was sitting patient, and Hunter has been doing that continuously. Another big moment for Hunter.
Big humble enough to just write off the losses. And honestly, solid. FAMAS M4, MP9, and op.
Yeah, Money's in a terrible spot if they decide to overcommit in this round.
So
it's everyone getting utility. Full strength round for Big moving into this next run. I mean, maybe one player on something like an MP9, but is that really a concession these days?
Not really, Mo. Not
one
in
MP9?
2025.
I think that's a benefit to most setups.
Not a problem. What is an issue that will need to be dealt with, I'm assuming, is pretty successful B hits so far, huh?
Krimbo's doing all the talking in this tack.
That is Kareem Krimbo Musa. For the record.
A delicious sounding name.
It is very dessert-like, actually. Cream mousse. Kareem Musa. Cream mousse. USP is the biggest concession here for Tapsin, but still a winnable round, especially if G2 think they're just going to strong-arm this. Oh, you think you're big guys. Big man on campus. QB's MP9 is going to be problematic, but he's only got the one frag. Popping open the smoke. Goes a little deep. Yeah, Hype does not give himself the best chance to deal death on sight. Snax trying to cross over to the bench as that volley of utility comes out. So good jungle control. The bomb is the last player to join them on the site. And with Connector being fully smoked here, m0NESY's got cover to just lean on this side. Hyped would love a wall bang. Saw an ankle. Isn't able to punish. Sandwich players pop though, so
one Apex spotted as well.
Hunter hits the ground. JDC wants to get into the engagement. He will find no kills. Whoa. And Heavy God's going crazy.
Kill machine.
3 players survive, and I like that G2 keep this one simple.
Yeah, another really good I feel like Big were totally expecting a slow round, something really tricky, lurk involved, maybe mid control. So that's something that makes a lot of sense. And the flashes are super effective. They turn the corner on under balcony, path of default, and even though they don't get both kills right there, QB is spotted. He can get mollied. There's not much recourse for him. But because of those saves last round, they still got money.
Yes, sir.
And it was actually a full save on the 5th guy.
Look at m0NESY go. Op is already on Cat. There are players on Snax. He is just going to try to hide in front of the smoke.
What is happening, guys?
Just looking to survive. And Big, they have taken the fight to them. The bomb is sitting at the top of mid.
m0NESY's in ladder room.
Holds off on the bottom. They don't know about m0NESY, so 1 kill back, which means he has a real chance to do all of this himself. It's a tall order. But it's a free first frag. That's not where that's supposed to land.
Okay, well, they know where he is, but he's still in a very annoying spot that has a lot of utility if played correctly.
You want this, Crimbo?
Wow. I mean, he's the cutoff for B, which will free up Tapsin if he wants to move.
Do it.
Yeah.
Here's the utility being thrown. Players jumping around. This is prime chances for Crimbo. Love a Crimbo lurk like this. Back turn to him, so Hunter's the easy frag, and then watch Crimbo just disengage, man.
He knows m0NESY's ladder room, and the other player's right there shooting back at him.
Never, ever greedy, that Crimbo. Oops. Who greased up those rails? Heavy God dies to Hype, who, despite not finding opening picks, was here to close it all out.
That's a cool round. They get the top mid control. m0NESY's running by them, of course, so it's a little unfortunate what happens here. But with them running up against the wall, it would have been awkward for m0NESY trying to fight that when he's really trying to get the connector pick off or someone on Cat, who obviously wasn't ready at first, which was good. But
he might as well go take what they wanted and hope whatever he's leaving behind just
plays
hangs
for
on.
themselves. Yeah.
You know, if m0NESY gets into Cat and Snax manages one, it's not half bad. But if he turns around, the play goes south, and then it's just this weird impromptu situation, screw that. m0NESY tries to go deep. Gets 1 kill. We saw him catch off the Cat rotate, but that's it. Now, I like that Big go into a heavier A presence off of that, right? G2 showed their hand with the aggressive play not long ago.
They start the op on CT spawn, so they're waiting for the attack that worked previously for G2.
m0NESY with bomb on his back, met by smoke, so we're not going to see it yet.
They're right about what's coming. This can come down to if there's a lurk, if there's a push through smoke. It's really all about Hyped.
And also QB, which I'm excited to see as we go map to map with him. A player that we don't have all the game tape on yet. New piece of the formula for Big 2025. Flashed into ramp. He drops his incendiary.
Nice, and he has the smoke as well.
We will have Snax contesting on connector soon enough, but with the smoke, it gives him a chance to reposition. Nobody can do anything about QB moving around right now. And he is pretty freely moving around. We have the op ring out, challenge out from ramp going very well. Connector, not so much. That's Snax dead, and JDC looking to take up some kind of an angle here. Wary about the Palace peak, and he should be. Not wanting to force the issue as the fights flood forward into him. It's a double headshot out from Hunter, 4 versus 2. And that sends Big scrambling to the save.
Oh, we're talking 3 kills for Hunter, but 3 rounds where he's had huge impact. 2 walkouts onto the B site, and here the double kill to release the tension as they are able to scale. They could have stopped him right there and swung momentum back in their favor, but
critical impact when it matters from Hunter.
Love that. It's a moment where G2 don't kind of force it again. Much like when there was lesser weapons inside that A site. They're doing a good job of not tripping up on their own 2 feet, which I think, unfortunately, was something that played into the bait match. You know, the mistakes were obvious. Right now, they're minimized. Even without the one player coming up connector in Snacks finding a kill, the rest of the team very adamant and ready and well tethered to move forward with the stairs peak, clear all that out, deal with JDC, who clearly was looking to get frisky.
I wonder with only 2 kills, do they try to buy behind the op? You can drop an MP9 to someone, everyone else gets grenades. It depends how many concessions they want to take, but they've been pretty, like, careful with their money. I'm not sure if they'll try to, yeah. Instead, it looks like they're going to prioritize keeping this op alive for the next rifle round. Economically, it was pretty impressive that they got that second buy after, even if they had saved.
Really making the most of the money so far. Giving themselves chances, but G2 giving themselves round wins. We are 2/3 of the way through this half, and Crimbo's looking to get active. We've seen Hyped obviously post up on an angle, but this time it's a flashed M4 walking up, and Heavy God regains vision in time to deal with the aggression, so the game plan goes south. Now it'll have to be from Hyped, but seeing as he's revealed himself over towards the A site, Bad Smoke Connector maybe let that happen.
Yeah.
You'd assume they should still chew through the apartment push, but more damage offered by the Deagle. It's only the USP now inside of the site as Malbs' flank comes out. It's still one from Tabson, but the trade frag's effective, and a 2v2 should be easy enough for G2 with the amount of time it's going to take Big to get there.
Yeah, interesting that they have the op situation, but Monacy's got the better angle. He'll go to throw a smoke, and that is fine.
Let's see it, Hyped. 2 kills deep into the round. Close enough to attempt the clutch. Oh, the snapshot that could have been, and the follow-up also. But Hunter's going to put him down. We go 5 for G2 over Big's 3.
Yeah, looking good here, T-side. Very nicely done so far from G2. Everything that they found has been real clever, real careful. Splashing in the aggressive play here and there. It's a moment for Crimbo where you can afford to take one fast step, and if he did, he obviously catches Heavy God off. If he's planning to shoot after that, which I think he was hoping there was no one there, then he was going to give himself away anyway.
I like that you can see Big coming in with plans, as they always seem to have in every round, and now Hype freed up. Kind of let off the leash somewhat. He's having a strong half. He's 8-3 despite trailing by 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was nice.
The op's been effective in whittling down the numbers of G2, but...
They saw the poofy smoke and knew probably what he was trying to do, but didn't confer that information, it seems like.
Ooh.
Right away to their underpass player.
Good move there from Hunter. Gets off bench before the nade nails him. But as Tabson throws out that utility, he then peels away from the catwalk. Look how much that frees up Hunter to just do as he pleases, continuing this journey up con, or at least, you know, making it feel so.
Yeah, he's been real crafty. I'm really curious to see how he can maximize alert here. Oh my goodness.
But what's QB up to?
Yeah,
just
I'm not sure.
Jumping around on ticket, nobody holding Palace. Maybe made possible by the pressure Hunter created on JDC to worry about the window climb up, to be concerned about Connector, when in reality, G2 are coming out swinging towards this site. Hyped responds, second in the round. We got this flank out from Crimbo, and things slow down long enough, this could work.
This is a better position, I want to say, for the CT side, unless G2 make their way out of the site. But they're wondering where everyone is. I mean, as long as Big don't overplay their hand, Crimbo's flank should be...
He's not going to stop bomb plant, though. Sure, maybe Snacks gets shaved off. Oh, drop the ball!
Oh, my goodness.
He will recover. The gun is empty. The retake comes through fast. It's going to fall on Hunter, who did a great job of serving up that mid distraction to get the ball rolling. But a smoke in front of him, and Hype is the hero in round number 9. Man, 3 kills to his name.
He was everywhere. He was sharp. Opening tactic to underpass is really great to pick apart the default. And even though there's a lot of mid control and jungle control here for G2, they were expecting to see more fights. But Tabson was sitting in CT, holding it for the retake, allowing Hype to get in position, and the whole time they knew Crimbo was coming into A. it would have been very hard for G2 to find out that they could have like walked out a window or something like that.
Although that Crimbo moment could have also cost them.
It definitely could have, yeah.
Gets a shot off, misses.
He did.
As obviously he's scared.
He could
attack from the back.
Could have 2 shots off or no?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
You know, but he was also prancing around in the hailstorm of Crimbo's M4.
Another set tactic here. They've been loving these out of spawn calls.
Again, they're going to try to pop it. You've got a Palace player hanging on, and Hyped hits his first one. 2 backs turn to QB. Not able to double down, but JDC ready to rock, as he's always been. So swift from Con through jungle onto bench when he's needed to do something on stopping this line. He's going to even pop open smoke to try and serve up a problem for m0NESY.
They're going to go for the boost.
Yeah, they'll throw Snacks over top. Oh, Hyped actually misses the chance to strike him down, but that obviously confirms both are here.
Yes. So, can they get the bomb planted is the question. They have CT wide open. Snacks has to go find it.
Or he turns around and deals with JDC, but that's a little crazy. Trying to get the op in hand, trying to do some magic. He leaves it on m0NESY to clutch. That would have been nasty. Fake plant to try to elicit the repeat. Doesn't come out. Bigger gonna give him enough space to go for the bomb.
Oh,
nice wall bang. That's gonna soften him up, and an easy cleanup here for tabseN. Big tie up at 5 apiece.
Yeah, not bad, but it played super strong this round. That last round as well. Really in the game. Now we got a real game. You know, that like Ancient was stomp versus stomp, whatever. This game is going back and forth. Quality plays now.
What I like that you brought up coming into this round is it's another set piece clearly being called out by G2, and it feels like their T-sides, even back on Ancient, are just a little more prepared than what we had versus Bait.
Yeah.
We even said the round they end up losing, the one that costs them because their CT side was so poor, not the offense, was the one round on Ancient where they had to go into mid-round calls.
Yeah. I think they're a little bit insecure about that still. And
but opening gambits look good.
And yes, the nades are landing. The nades are everywhere, and thing is, though, Hyped has this one opportunity to get his kill. They're doing the exact same set play again, except without mid even this round. And he's been sharp about, like, punishing this one entry.
He's going to take up triple box, land the shot to Bulbs. Misses on the second attempt. QB taking damage as he's forced down from Palace. And now we've got T's just ready to go, but JDC again. Just enough space to give Hyped a chance to thrive. Man advantage here for Big, but they don't know about Hunter. He's pushed over stairs. An element of surprise pans out again. Now the bomb will double back, but the molly still burns. Crimbo knows he's between both. He gets the duel to jungle, but misses again. Twice where Crimbo could have been better.
Yeah, his aim a little bit off for sure. And this will mean tabseN will attempt to retake. He has an idea of where they'll be playing this from. But it's very low odds.
He's having a great half at 9 and 5. Comes out, Hunter on the op, unsure as to which way to hold. Snacks locked in. And tabseN trying to get beyond this jungle angle. He knows it's a threat. Reveals himself.
On top of balcony. Smoke. Where's that bomb planted?
Deep nade softens up half of Hunter, still worried about it, but it should be Snacks to end it, and it will be. G2, 6 rounds at least.
Yeah, that's a moment for Crimbo where his golden opportunity, of course. Hunter is looking back and forth, so aware that someone could be on site still, but Hyped has a solid hold between him and JDC on this round, but QB dies a couple of times now, can't hold the site on these execs. That has definitely been a problem. The set plays keep paying off.
Force buy to end the half for Big. We've got 5-7s and Deagles on the field, but yikes. It's half a QB burned out. He didn't even get into that duel. That was just him kind of getting jumbled up on JDC.
You die in fire. You stay in fire.
This job will be all the harder. Snacks empties the belt, makes a ruckus top middle with Malbs right behind him, and there's going to be 0 resistance on the path to B.
Yeah, now it just comes down to timing. How fast will they come out for this? And it looks like they're committing quickly.
Yeah, it's looking like the right move. Deagle in hand. And no teammates. Hyped is sprinting to try and come over with his own Desert Eagle. There is enough of a stutter and a missed Molotov, but Snacks is here.
Hype still able to slide out. More damage being offered. That's that M4 out from it. JDC. Now the CTs are dangerously close, but m0NESY keeps eyes on the smoke, and Mobs has the cover up from Cat. Everything going well now. m0NESY hangs on. And G2, a single kill away. Just push JDC over on a quarter health, and you have got yourself a 7-5 T-side. The set plays look strong, the execution's excellent, and the trade frags efficient from G2. G2 on a recovery mission after the shortcomings of Ancient. Of course, we didn't get to see everything they had to offer on that T side as it was cut short back then. But this time, Mo, it looks like they found a good little comfort zone.
Yeah.
And it'll boil down to what Big can offer us on their offense. Obviously, their T side on Ancient pulled G2 apart. I'm talking limb from limb. I'm talking fingernails peeled off.
I think the most impressive part about that was QB fitting in so nicely, but JDC being who he is.
Yes, sir.
That was expected. Now, the T side of Big on Mirage, I wonder. They put together a very clean pistol to kick things off. G2 have definitely been suffering in that aspect.
Will Snacks get isolated? You know he's going to be the B anchor all map long. Hunter trying to support him from the catwalk. Big come flying through.
Oh.
Snacks isn't able to get one. Luckily, Hunter at this distance will find a kill. m0NESY goes out for the bomb plant, but it's covered. JDC, one and done. Man advantage for the defense as the retake's on. Let's see it, QB. Heavy God on sight gets the better of him. Whew. And so G2, with a sigh of relief, will extend to the 8-5 and establish momentum.
That's an important clutch. Nice shots out of m0NESY. Great clutch out of Heavy God.
Everyone was there, ready to help out. Chipping in a frag or two.
Nice shot from Hunter and then m0NESY.
We kind of continue where we left off, where there were so many good rounds, lots of kills going back and forth. I mean, everybody's looking sharp now.
Good. We're talking about an elimination in the last slot for the LAN portion of Bounty. There is money to be made at the start of 2025. Big damn well know it. $60,000 bounty on G2's head. Map up, Dust 2 in the wings, and no reason to not try and claw back Mirage. But it feels like the pieces of G2 are coming to their own. Malbs gives himself a excellent flashbang to work off of. m0NESY and Heavy got a kill a pop. And so, suddenly, losing a player on connectors, no big deal. The cap pressure could have been an issue, but Hunter hangs on. Wow. We go 4 strong out of G2.
That was m0NESY for both of them.
And I feel like they are sensing this win.
Yes, they could feel it, definitely. I mean, they showed enough in that first half that they were playing together. And they kept their strats nice and simple, but they had everything tied up, you know, with where nades were landing, where people were swinging. I think we're starting to get more m0NESY moments, which is also huge. That's just something that was just straight up missing in their series versus Bait. That's not really, you know, any IGL's fault. That's just something m0NESY's got to be able to deliver. Map in and out.
Fork Eagles across the board for Big to keep G2 off the double digits. But my money's on the defense. m0NESY coming into his own. Hunter constantly contributing. Oh, there he is.
Okay.
You know, obviously, QB set the bar pretty high back on Ancient in this series. We thought he was really going to be a key component of the upset. But Malbs reminds us who's best. Easy cleanup towards top middle. The other 2 players emerging from underpass. And I have a hunch they're not longed for this world. Soon to be swept away. Hoping that a Deagle could connect out of the Crimbo 11 HP.
Crimbo was definitely a little off in that first half, just aim-wise. But we know what he can do.
Nothing this round. 10 secured G2.
Now it's a calm situation. They're thinking about the third map, but they know they have to close this out. Show a strong face. Big looking for their first T round.
Wow. A zinger from QB. But unfortunately for Big, nothing thereafter. So G2 showing they're sharp across the board. G2 racking up money. G2 leading by 5. All things point to Dust 2. We get the guns out of Big. Smoke here for Malbs to play behind. Not being shy about the pressure that G2 want to throw out in middle. But you got to be cautious about underpass. JDC, 30 damage thanks to the frag grenade. And Malbs is going to go for that underpass peek, confirming 2 players down there.
Yeah, 2 there. They got top mid control, but there was a moment where Malbs could have maybe got that kill and snuck out. So successful here for Big. Nade doesn't touch anybody as they fall back. Malbs down, and I wonder if they have a read of the map. Hunter is still playing on the A site. Talked about ISOing Snacks. Well, he is here solo for the moment. And again, it's really about timing. They're going to have a cat smoke coming out. Snacks knows now that they're coming to his direction. Great spray control.
Crimbo hits the ground. QB's got the trade frag.
Ooh, this is a weird spot. I think they just saved.
Bomb planted. Nobody can stop that one, and it does indeed look like G2 concede this.
Not bad, man. I mean, just like the way that Big are moving in general.
Yep.
It's like very pragmatic with the approach in mid, the speed towards the B play, and they have the right read of the map. Even though Hunter doesn't get a kill,
You know, not playing like they're trailing by 5, but rather with a map in their back pocket, right?
Definitely.
They're coming in with a plan. They're going to try to employ that plan. If the individual level doesn't match the strategy and they lose this map, so
they were going to lose
it,
anyway.
But they're going to throw out the right ideas.
Definitely. That's a great way to phrase it.
And I think ultimately, you know, we look at this round, Snacks got his hold. If anything, it just exposes that beyond Snacks, there was no second layer to keep Big out of B.
Yeah, again, identifying the weaker site. Only one person there. And oftentimes you're seeing one person coming out on underpass, so having two to deal with mobs is key, because he's going to win a lot of his 50-50 engagements. More than the numbers will have you believe you should.
You can throw all the grenades out of middle that you want. Clearly Big looking to take footing in the middle of the map. We get the climb up in ladder room. Tabson's been kind of deterred here. The fire, the flashbang, it's made it a little awkward, but luckily for him, nobody's swinging in behind like Malbs did last round.
It's more of a defensive post. They have their own connector smoke, so I think Malbs, like, it feels like they could have set up a really good swing in this position, but Tabson stays alive. They win inside of middle.
It's funny, it's like the utility this time felt way more disruptive despite having no peek behind it.
Yeah.
Whereas we go back one round and Malbs just dry swings in, dies flat.
Let's see why G2 wanted to try to do that. And with the bomb going towards A, so much utility is left over here for Big.
Yeah,
winning middle makes this a 55-45, and we look at the utility. There is one smoke on Snacks.
Yeah.
There was not a single piece of utility on the A site. This is the perfect time to go here, but with no one coming out of Palace, they do create a gap. Heavy God could take this, but he's not going to.
He's going to try to tuck down beneath it. Monacy, 2 players cross to Tetris, unspotted, missed shot. Heavy God hanging on, fire at his feet. Good peek out of Malbs. That's the helping hand. As Monacy whiffs a couple shots, it is Malbs to try to pick up slack. He will hold the stairs. Another smoke comes down, but there's a gap on that. He tries to go peeking in. The cover out of Crimbo as he deals with the guy in con. Nate falls on Monacy. He is queued up for a key clutch, as Big will be on the brink of a 3-round gap if not. Crimbo is so close to dying. Monacy's got the kit, but as he rounds that corner,
we got him the smoke.
We've gotten Crimbo walking back around bench. Now Tabson's repositioned down to the bottom of con, and that opens the door for the Monacy walkout.
So worst situation for Monacy. He doesn't have any easy targets to find, and he doesn't have a smoke.
Nah, he's out, man. He's out. He's gone. He has to give this up. Oh, the shot that could have been the possibility to reopen if he really wants to take that chance towards Con, but missed shots from Monacy, folks.
Maybe he comes back to that. Maybe not, but yeah, missed shots for sure.
What a squeeze we get on this A site.
This is another solid call. They really dry out the utility from G2.
That smoke
in the first 30-40 seconds of the round with the mid control, the molly into underpass, the smokes there, all the peaks behind it, but no actual kill for G2 after all that utility is used. And then they decide to make it an A play. Every nade lands in the right spot. Yes, there are 2 good trades from both Malbs and Heavy God in under balcony, but that's it. And that's kind of what you're expecting to lose when you're on the attack on T side.
Is that smoke on bench with the gap the right spot?
Whose smoke was that?
I thought it was a T. The one that we see him escape through as Monacy comes around from Ticket.
Because
if that is a miss, I'm thinking to myself, this is what's going to cost them. But in reality, all it does is it posts the CTs on the gap.
Yeah.
And that's where Crimbo gets the kills in.
Right. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, I see the gap on the right side of the. Yeah,
right?
That was probably missed.
And so it's like, even with
Naquatate isn't, but
yeah, something off the mark, and yet Big still, it's adaptation.
They know it's an anti-eco now. And 10-5, I mean, that can tire you out just thinking about how many rounds you have to win, but 10-7 with an anti-eco, Big have now become a threat in this game.
They had a smoke, but QB goes running at that B site so fast that Hunter instantly throws it. QB just leans back like, gotcha.
I always wonder about spots like this, Monacy. Oh,
Hello.
That's crazy.
Yeah, either side, if you come in just like Tapson has been doing all game, you're going to be able to find that. No.
Now Hunter's going to try to scramble back up. He's got him and Malbs on Deagles to try to stop this.
This is smart, man.
But it's a second layer,
yeah,
a second layer of feigned aggression.
So obviously a fundamental about CS is that on anti-ecos, people are going to rotate off of seeing almost nothing. And in this spot, it always favors you to throw empty utility.
The fun part's they've done it twice.
Yeah, to try to game rotations.
Look how dedicated now the B side is. 3 players in there. This is perfect.
Great. Yeah, it's so good. I mean, they really sold it with the pairs of footsteps going at the same time. Palace smoke means absolutely nothing here. Big are smoking or mollying off Cat just so they can walk up, and Snacks does have a good timing.
Doesn't stop the bomb, obviously. That one's on QB.
The bomb needs to cross.
Snacks, can you be the hero? As Big have done a fantastic job of out-rotating these pistol players. Back turned is not ideal, but it's QB and Crimbo. And an op picked up by Hunter. Crimbo comes back from Ticket to play behind Triple. QB's getting dinked, but only for 6, so be it. Nade with his name on it, though. That's going to soften him down to 39. Crimbo looking to make a big play here. The pressure's on, and the pistol hits the dirt. Crimbo double, top stairs held. Crimbo and QB in the post plant.
Perfectly played from the two of them. Active positions in a 2v3 instead of one passive, one taking in all the fights. That's exactly what you want to see here from Big. Another great call as they peel back out of B after throwing some utility. And if they didn't do all that, we see how many kills G2 still get. They would have been able to stop this exact before it started, if not for that earlier fake. Big worked in hard, but the hard work pays off.
Yeah, starting to feel it. I mean, that's the thing Big do, right? Big work hard. Coming together at the moment to serve up a real challenge for the G2 close.
This time, G2 trying to hunt down that underpass player, but Tapson nowhere to be found. First time they're sticking Crimbo inside a Palace, I think, for a lurk. And it's looking like they're going to try to attack Connector late. Varying tempos on mid control. Yeah. Malbs and Monacy both watching Connector.
Monacy turns around. Malbs peels back somewhat. We are talking about a single smoke for Hunter, obviously on Cat, but watching B.
You give up mid, man.
Malbs taking out a flash there awkwardly, goes for the spray. The trade's good from Tapson. Heavy God's gonna lean back behind the firebox. Crimbo delayed on the Palace play for now. Tapson getting closer, and it's excellent cover offered up from Hype to he's best Hunter. Heavy God's gun unnoticed. One fake plant, and Hunter, well, he's now called into the action because Heavy God surfs up too. There it is. Snacks in with pressure from the other side. Just the perfect amount of time bought, and Hype missed shot costs him. Big triple from the Heavy God.
Man, that's amazing. Heavy God had some great kills in the first half. We're starting to see him get a little bit more comfortable in this G2 lineup. His aim is shining through. That's the Heavy God we know of before he joined this team and why he got the contract. That's wonderful to see. Now, this is a position, however, that you would expect Crimbo to not forget about. The entire team did not clear the back half of the site. There could have been someone sitting on default, someone behind triple who had peeled back, and they should have been aware of that. But all that matters for G2 is their 11th. By comes in, Crimbo and JDC have nothing to work with besides their AKs. No utility. He hears the reload right now, and he pushes in a little too slowly.
Malbs gets away with it. An exchange of health from Ramp. QB, who maybe has left a little slack out there throughout the half, is trying to stamp his name on round 20.
Bomb is actually going back. They're moving out of ideas very quickly, but Heavy God, he pushed through the ramp smoke, and I swear he heard them.
I mean, what's huge is
maybe he didn't. The CTs are actually not going to commit to the B site just yet.
Thing is, if they come back loud, then that's going to be the alarm bells ringing for Heavy God.
This was some kind of fake, and sometimes what this can do is for your lurker like QB is to, you know, find another gap.
Is this going to work? No, Heavy God peeks into 2. And there's a sudden moment here where big stall, but QB's got himself a second. Up from Connector, the bane of the A site. Modesty can't afford another miss, but Crimbo from Palace.
It's a bait. It is all just a bait.
Perfectly offered up so that he stays fixated on the wrong direction. Big rock this boat back and forth more than once.
And this is a critical save. This is Snacks with the only remaining money, the op and play that they won't see next round. Modesty could actually, you know, win it by himself if they keep this.
God, I'd love to know if Heavy God really heard them run away.
I think they, you know, they ran on purpose. That's what we realized, because I was like, man, they're running really early. Like, what if someone was playing close A ramp, Apex or something, and he actually bites on it. They come back slowly. They're coming in to clear all the close angles. It's the exact push they were looking for.
And we've already seen them kind of set up those trickeries as we saw the B steps twice in the anti-eco.
Man, it's definitely the sign of a good team that you have one idea going, but if you do things quickly like that, they become less obvious because they feel more improvised.
Sure.
They feel less planned. So you think, oh, they're just doing this because they're scared. You know, they're not doing this because they planned it. But that's a sign of really good communication.
Also, shout out QB getting the opening kill there, and then a very critical one as well after this happened. Simultaneous ramp plus this con kill. Malbs just kind of stepping forward, thinking he had more timing than he did. And I think that's kind of a trickle-down effect of Heavy God going as far forward on ramp as he did, right? Malbs is thinking, oh, I've got a bit of timing.
I mean, it's crazy that he made that push through the smoke. And if they actually had left to B, that would have been the key play for G2.
Yep.
But because it was just a bait the entire time, it was actually a beautiful moment for Big.
Add it to the pile.
Yeah, man. That means it's been an unreal performance today from Big. Turning heads for sure. And, you know, you watch the G2 game versus Bait, they're so much better than they were just 2 days ago. That's for sure. So Big having a much tougher challenge and still standing up to it, but it is still G2 in the lead. If only slightly. And yes, that off gets saved to Modesty, who's starting over on the B site where all the T's are going.
But easy first pickup. Trying to go in with the rush, eating the nades.
Oh, man,
If we go back to Ancient, I remember the first time they tried to go all in on that super aggressive A main rush, and we got the triple kill spray down from Hunter. And that caused them to set back into a slower pace. I think they tried the same thing. They get a little aggressive, and goddamn, do they pay the price.
There was no one on Cat to listen to how many footsteps there were, so even though Modesty saw that, it might not be clear it was a full committal. But they have pushed A, so they have the suspicion for sure.
2 players up inside of Palace with Tabson and JDC so low. You'd think that this would be the easy cleanup for the G2 camp.
And these are just necessary protocols for Big. They have to re-expand into the map, right? And with the Molly, this creates an opportunity for Hyped.
That B site looks so primed for the taking. Back turned to Hunter. Serves up a disaster now for Big, you'd assume, but it still banks on Monacy delivering now.
Yeah, do they think he's left? That's the question. QB meeting up with them a little bit delayed means Hunter gets more time to come through. Shot comes out and misses, but this allows them to get out.
Monacy, missed shot, but Hunter, as you alluded to, already in a good position to help, and Monacy's not gonna let all of this go for free. Tabson, if only he had more health. Bomb will be picked up. He knows he's got Hunter breathing down his neck already, so a bomb plant would be valuable, but he's going to get gunned down right thereafter, and that is G2 securing their 12.
Yes, well earned here to get 12. The starting tactic from Monacy, and you could see that Big wanted to, for once, have an easy round and decided to make it a B rush, but the perfect counter tactic, clean movement from Monacy to get his kill. And that means that Big start off on such a bad note. It's this op shot, and then it's the HE grenade that lays square between 2 people. This is a moment that if Hype slows it down, Hunter walks into him.
Right.
And I thought with the Molly in that position, that's what they were trying to do. But obviously, Hyped could have got someone in market. He could have had Hunter not watching that for the second.
And like, not to emphasize what ifs, but if Hunter dies there, Monacy alone versus 3, we saw Hunter help him.
It wasn't the wrong play, just the wrong timing. Okay, so this could be the last round of the game. As big have been. It's only been for 9 rounds. G2 have 12 solid ones and had to survive losing the first pistol.
Utility over the top. It's the all-in from Big. Full-blown exec. Galil's and Tech9's in hand. Heavy God blind, but he gets away with it again. Tech9 blasts him point blank. Frag grenade won't get the vision that it wants, but Hunter still mows them down. And poor Hyped, not playing with the trusty op. He gets off site. He switches, and as he goes deep, he gets the first onto Snacks. Now doubling back into this bomb site, what a wonderful moment this would be for the German op who gets a second chance on Big. Have we overblown him, or do we really have a reason to hype him up? 20 kills to his name, and they give him space.
Yes, they do. He has the op in a 1-on-2, 20 kills for Hyped, and he was clearly thinking ahead with his first frag. Doesn't shoot off the flash, making his presence unknown. Will he understand there's a chance that Hunter will go to the A ramp? That's the question. So. It looks like no idea at all.
He's locked into the left side, hasn't considered it yet, and even then, Mobs clears this. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 have some fight in them. It's a fantastic T-side of their own, coupled with second pistol. And even though Big clearly have a plan, they can't step up on Mirage. Map 3 between G2 and Big for the final spot on LAN.
Despite a good start on Mirage, it wasn't meant to be for Big Clan. Try as they might, that CT side let them down, and then they were trying to claw back the rounds from a G2 who showed us what they can really do. And they showed us what I would say is a bit more of them being comfortable.
This was a G2 that knew exactly what they wanted to do on that T side. Lotta just straight up sight hits, executes. They're not messing around with too much mid control if it's not going their way. And the sight hits were well drilled. They were ferocious. You know, they had the smokes in the right places, mollies, flashes. The trading was always good. Didn't feel like anybody from Big on any single site defense was able to ever really multi-frag.
Yeah, and I mean, they set it up and they knocked it down. The very first gun round, they go double out B apps. There's not a single player from Big there because that's kind of the meta recently. You play a little bit off of B, so they attack B, then Big overstack B, and they're just exec after exec on the A site. Really well drilled flashes, great fragging, can't really complain too much.
Malbs continues, though, whether it's win or lose, to be the top of the scoreboards and doing what he's supposed to do now in these roles. This is what you want to see from him. This is the exciting part of G2.
Malbs was really solid on the CT side here, was able to pick up some nice kills, always just kind of defending towards window, defending towards connector, frequently getting a lot of information. Even if he was dying for G2, he gave his team so much information just because he doesn't care if he swings with a flash, without a flash, with a teammate. And on top of that, like, he just hit tons of shots for them in that part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, when it comes to Malbs, you're looking at, can he get some entries? Can he get some openings? You're expecting him to kind of once in a while do a peak that ends up getting him killed, but that didn't really happen all that often on Mirage. It was kind of clean Counter-Strike.
And how do we come in on the check on Heavy God? I know you were very positive about him, Maui, and he is more than holding his own at times.
This is great because Heavy God hadn't played Mirage with G2 yet, and now we're seeing his position. He's actually slotted in as the A anchor on their defense, and despite the fact that Heavy God came up for a few teams as an anchor, he actually has never anchored A, at least from what I saw last year. With OG, I remember he was playing towards Catwalk most of the time, towards Short B, and actually with Cloud9, he was playing oftentimes towards Connector, and so for him to be the A anchor, I'm just gonna say, I think A anchor is the hardest spot on this map. I know people get bored at B, but A anchor, you have to deal with so many different angles, so many different options and choices that you have to make, as you can get swung perpetually from ramp or from Palace, and he handled it fantastically. Like the multi-frags he had as he tucked in there towards Firebox, maybe he got overlooked by Crimbo, but he delivered when he did.
Yeah, we were talking in the green room a few days ago about, you know, different players in different positions, and when Mirage came up and we talked about someone anchoring A, they go, everyone agrees, anchoring A on Mirage, it's different. It's not the same as anchoring most positions on most maps. You have to be really versatile. So when you see Heavy God instantly come into Mirage and instantly do well on A, that's honestly really impressive.
And they did have an impressive showing, and this is what you want to see, but this is what we expect from G2. Does this now give you a positive sign that they can claw their way back and take this series, or does the fact that we sit here and still have so many questions about it make you worry?
I would say that G2 are the favorites heading into map 3.
Okay.
My official prediction, though, on the spreadsheet was Big. I feel like Big have shown me so much, and G2, I think it's just that both these teams are meeting in the middle for me, whereas G2 are performing worse than expectations on day one. Big surpassed my expectations by a considerable amount, and it's somewhere in the middle, but the firepower, the individuals, people like Hunter making great mid-round calls, those are generally the difference makers, and I feel like G2 still have a slight edge in that capacity.
Yeah, I think you say the firepower, I think that's what we saw on that Mirage map. You know, you saw some good reads from Big, you saw some good plays from Big, but at the end of the day, there was a few situations that kind of turned the tides that were just G2 just shot back better, and when you go into Dust 2, that's what you're expecting to carry them.
Well, what was trying to carry Big was hyped, and we have been very happy with what we've seen from this guy. His time to come back into the team and show that he can compete at Tier 1. In a game like this, he's making a difference. It's not what's winning him the game, but he's looking nice.
Hyped has been sensational for Big. Simply put, I'm curious really about the future of Hype, because right now, a lot of aggressive peaks, a lot of re-peaks that are working out in his favor. It's catching G2 off guard, and that's great to see, but I want to know if he's going to fall into the same trap that he did the last time he was on Big, because these are excellent shots, and he's so fast. Like, his time to kill is really insane on those flick shots, but it's that couple months into him playing with Big last time, he kept just doing the same pushes over and over and over again, overstepping the mark. And what I'm liking is I'm not seeing that as much. He's actually staying alive a little bit longer, whereas before, legitimately, when he was on Big, he would just push top mid with an op all the way off of short into T-spawn. And I was like, you have to stop eventually. Like, you can't keep going. And I feel like he's reeled himself in just enough to be a very competitive player, even against a team like G2.
Does he have the ability, you think he can still mix that up a bit every now and again though, right? Keep the element of surprise going? I
mean, you never lose that, right? If you're an aggressive player, when the team says, hey, go as aggressive as you want right now, we're on an eco, something like that, he's going to be able to do it.
Well, that's what they certainly want to see, and they're going to need a lot from him and the rest of the team. We spoke so positively about JDC, right? This time around on a map like Mirage, you said he's in these good roles. Well, I'm not seeing anything from him in this one.
No, and this is where I feel like the switch for him from anchor positions to star roles isn't quite working out. Everybody that switches to connector, short B on this map, I mean, usually they've just been born and bred to play it. You know, that's usually where the best riflers on every team have always been playing. And when JDC is match skill checked by people like Mobs, that's where he's having a little bit of difficulty. Even had difficulty, I think, with Snack sometimes, just kind of getting the better of him in terms of the way they're playing around smokes, around the utility in mid. And so, yeah, this is a game where JDC is going to have to look back at the demo for sure.
Friendship with JDC ended. Mobs is my new best friend for the second or third or fourth time.
You're going back and forth. So depending on who wins this series, depends on who his best friend is. We'll have to see how it all goes.
It's just pure bandwagon right here.
He's just jumping on it.
I won't deny it.
Vu is ultimate fanboying, but we'll see who he's fanboying when we get back from this break, because it's Dust 2 that's coming up next. Let's see who's going to get the last win. That's right, the first major of 2025 will be seeing us go to Austin for the Blast TV major. Now, finally back to America. Maui and Vu can be happy. It's been a long time coming. And does that also mean an American team's favorite to win?
I don't know if I could say that today, James. With the state of North American CS, that would be a far cry.
Let me give you some data. It is harder for travel to the east than to the west. No.
Okay.
So when North American teams go to Europe for these events, they're at a huge disadvantage. Huge disadvantage. When European teams go to North America, they're at less of a disadvantage, but North America always performs in North American events.
But
always do.
North Americans are at a disadvantage in skill level, so this will balance us out.
It's no. They're at no disadvantage in skill level. Malbs, literally better than Donk. They're winning a major.
If G2 and Malbs win a major, that's an American major for you winning?
Look it up, Central America is in the North American continent. It's in the North American continent. Continental plane of North America. It is North America.
Vu, I think I've sent you to insanity, but if you want to claim a Guatemalan god as your American.
Continentally.
He's technically North American, but I
we claim him.
I beat him.
The streets claim Malbs.
That's all I'll take.
The streets don't claim Maui. They claim Malbs.
Well, do you know what streets we're going to next? It's Dust 2. And here is where I want to look at what can go on between our AWP head-to-head. Because right now in the series, the best AWPer in the server is not m0NESY. And he's the #2 player of 2024.
Hyped has just actually kind of blown our expectations out of the water for how he has been performing, and he's going to have to continue to do the same. In the last 6 months, mostly when he was playing with alternate attacks, he was actually taking over 30% of their opening attempts on Dust 2, and he was winning over 60% of the time. Like, he is a Dust 2 specialist. So if, again, like, he did his job actually on Dust 2, and he actually bought time for the other players from Big to get involved. I think he actually needs to go a little harder. I can't believe I'm asking more of this guy who's practically a rookie at this point, but I need more, and he actually has shown more, at least in Tier 2.
I feel like that's exactly what they need as well, because when you look at the other players, aim to aim, G2's just better. G2's just the better team, but you do have that weakness coming from m0NESY. You do have Hype popping off, and if he can just get a couple of extra picks, right, so that his riflers have a little bit of space to work with, then they have a real good chance in this map.
For m0NESY though, right, I know we keep harping on about him, but this is something where I remember the m0NESY moments. I know what damage he can do. I want to see his confidence back, man. I want to see him go for some of these fights.
Well, at least we got a little bit of that against Bates. You know, he was the top-rated player for them in their match that got to 13-11, and so m0NESY, it almost was like the last 7 rounds. That's when he really started showing some flair. He started jumping on boxes that he probably shouldn't, still hitting shots that he also shouldn't, and making sure that Bait were put to bed. And unfortunately, yeah, he hasn't shown that today, but for whatever reason, it feels like he does come alive on this map.
Yeah, the thing is, m0NESY hasn't looked like crazy bad or anything, but if you do look at the last 5 to 7 rounds of that Bait game, as you mentioned, he looks like himself. And when you compare himself to what he looks like now, that's when you can actually see a difference.
With how you guys talk to me about Dust 2, do we factor in some of the calling between Tabson and Snacks and how they're going to use their pieces that much here?
I really actually enjoyed the Tabson calling on this map in the major. So I feel like recently the playbook for Big has been quite large. They are always comfortable if they have long control. I call that just Tabson's office. If you have long, you're okay. Doesn't matter if you lose every other part of the map, he finds a way to put it together. On top of that, they have a great kind of style in terms of just faking things out. You know, they'll throw corridor smokes in middle, swing off cat with them. Like, they keep you guessing. And that's what you need to do against G2, because if you fight them head on a map like Dust 2, you're probably not going to come on top.
Yeah, I think Big keeping you guessing is probably the way I'd say it, because G2 feel more brute force. They're going to do some 4-man towards, you know, B tunnels, 4-man through long, something like that, pop plays. You're looking for Big, you're looking for finesse. You're looking for them to outplay G2.
And that's what you want to see, right? Because for me right now, when I'm looking at just how this is going, I feel like more people on Big are believing in everything Tabson's going to be calling, where on the Snacks side, there are other voices going on. There's a bit of confusion. There's a bit of kind of being lost.
Well, let's just even talk about how the T-sides varied as we just see this knife round right here. If we talk about Ancient and why tabseN and Big succeeded, it was not even always the openers. They did get some, but it was the mid-rounding. The mid-rounding was so impressive. Reading the defense, pivoting, using just instrumental pieces in that map once you get slotted into cave, once you get slotted into top mid. Whereas Snax' approach on Mirage that worked out so well was kind of just side execs. Like, they simplified the map for themselves because they knew that their player quality is higher than Big's.
Yeah, you saw it I mentioned it before, you know, first 8 rounds, you get 6 entries from G2. Big had to call around that. You didn't have that for G2. Their round streak was mostly get an entry, move around the map, execute, get the kills.
G2 are taking CT after taking that knife round as well. What do you think is the scoreline you want to see from G2 here, Maui, in order to have confidence just for taking this map? How much of a good start do they need to get off here?
You know what I would actually like more, James, is I would like to see G2 be tested. I would want to see them get 4 rounds. If I want to believe in G2 this season in a weird way, I want to see a successful T side. So I want to see maybe 4, 5 rounds on CT, but I want to see them win with a winning T side.
Okay, so you want to push the T side more. You want to see what they can do on that side of things. Vu, what are you thinking?
I want to see Mobs move from long to playing the CT rifler, rotate position, and drop a 30. That's what I want to just drop a 30. That's what I want to see.
You're not asking much then. He did do it on Ancient.
He's done it many times.
He can do it again here on Dust.
He's going to do it again.
He's going to do it again. And that's full confidence with that as well. And, okay, that's one thing, right? He's been so positive. Every map, everything we've seen so far, even in the losses, Malbs has been good, right? Do you say that it's still going to take a bit more time before we see him be as comfortable and confident as we want him to be?
It will take a little bit longer. You want to see the people around Mobs working to help him on top of his frags popping off too.
He's dropping 30. He's dropping 30.
Well, let's find out if he's going to drop 30. Scrawny and Launders, do you believe?
Yeah, I do.
I like a man who puts his money where his mouth is. So.
He is playing rotator spots, and I think he's been great. Like, he's still been great. So my only issue was the other day when it seemed like he was calling for himself or something like that. But today has been much better in terms of what we've watched. The first half of Ancient was looking like G2 were just going to get stomped in the whole series, but they snapped out of it. They've woken up. They've clearly prepared. And Big have too, but if Big and G2 both equally prepare, G2 should win because of their player quality.
Yes, sir.
And their proven results and like how good they can call rounds, not just player quality alone. But what we saw in Mirage was a very competitive match all the way to the very end. Enough rounds from Big that were good that show you they could have won that game. Just G2 edging it out, just like 55%, just a little bit better.
I think it'll boil down to what we get more of, because Maui said it best, like the execute heavy side of G2 was not nearly as interrupted by the mid-round moments that we saw more of from Big over on Ancient.
Yeah.
If this map comes down to some solid mid-round calls, Big are going to take it. If G2 are afforded kind of a bit of respect, and if they are able to exec once that T side comes out, you know, if they could play the game, then I think G2 do indeed survive another test.
Yeah.
If not by the skin of their teeth.
I think Big are very comfortable on this map, but I also think they're kind of spawn merchants. Like, they literally just will take every long spawn they get and then just go into this, you know, slightly favored exec over and over again. I find it a little bit frustrating to watch sometimes, but it works for them. And ooh,
did Hunter bump that?
Yeah, I don't know, but it looks like a really weird bounce.
I saw him trying to give it a headbutt.
Yeah, that's a really weird bounce.
Not ideal here for Big. Flashbangs are definitely effective. We go 1-1 back and forth. 2 players to try to challenge here on Cross, and still Heavy God peppering from Goose. Hunter's had enough of waiting around. That's a decoy, not another smoke, so it's not going to get you in this bomb site.
Yeah, and that is the
as
last
it gets
smoke.
delayed, there goes Snacks flanking long.
Yeah, that is the last smoke, so they have to fight their way through this. But this is obviously a very common position on Dust 2, where you simply have to frag your way out.
And they are.
Slightly, but you need the headshots, and Heavy God will get his.
2 dinks on the players within this site. Snacks tries sprinting and timing to a T. Bomb planters pinched. Modesty locks it in. G2. I would love to know if Hunter did get the